Chapter 1. Wrong System Binding. Su Fan, you are awake. The surgery was a success. You are no longer a boy. Su Fan groggily opened his eyes, his head pounding from the excessive drinking the previous night. As he shifted slightly on the soft bed, he felt a dull ache in his lower back that in his haze. Su Fan caught sight of a graceful figure nearby, dressing in the sunlight streaming through the window. Why supervisor you? Upon recognizing the owner of the enchanting silhouette, Su Fan's hangover began to dissipate. Still calling me supervisor, are we? Yu Miao Miao leaned closer, nearly touching his nose with hers. A smile graced her lips, yet her eyes held a hint of sorrow. Su Fan's expression revealed his confusion. Wasn't this the usually stern supervisor you? Why was her tone so gentle today? However, Su Fan, if you dare to rekindle your relationship with your class flower, we shall consider ourselves as sisters. Yu Miao Miao shot him a playful glare before retracting her body, swiftly standing up to tidy the room. The room card is on the table. Remember to check out by 2. Lipstick, black-rimmed glasses, suit. The woman before him quickly transformed from a warm, alluring presence to a mature professional, while Yu Miao Miao turned slightly, her expression cold as she stated, also, the report you are responsible for must be submitted by tomorrow evening. Our company seeks competent individuals. Su Fan felt the atmosphere around him chill by 10 degrees. Why had she suddenly reverted to her strict demeanor? What was her true identity? I have to dine with President Chun and entertain clients at 10. I'm leaving. Bang. Before Su Fan could react, Yu Miao Miao had already closed the door behind her. Scratching his head, Su Fan contemplated. Although the name Yu Miao Miao sounded endearing, she was notorious in the company for her strictness, burdening everyone with heavy workloads. Fortunately, the bonuses were substantial, and her striking appearance left Su Fan with little animosity towards her. Typically, they exchanged only a few words, yet today their conversation had delved so deeply. Oh, Su Fan suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling that today marked 1 week since his breakup with Chen Xiaoqian. Having dated his ex-girlfriend Chen Xiaoqian for 3 years during college, their relationship had blossomed quite well. After graduation, with Su Fan working to support both of them, Chen Xiaoqian was accepted into a decent graduate program. However, just 2 weeks into the semester, she sent him a few cold messages yesterday. Our paths have diverged. We are no longer from the same world. Thank you for your efforts, but I have also spent 3 years of my youth on you. We owe each other nothing. Upon reading those words, Su Fan was initially shocked. Inquiring further brought him despair. In his loneliness and disappointment, Su Fan sought solace in alcohol. Then, he lost consciousness. But before Yu Miao Miao left, her fierce gaze lingered in his mind. Surely, he wasn't about to be penalized for his bonus, was he? How terrifying. Su Fan picked up his old flagship smartphone from the bedside table, a device he purchased 4 years ago before his relationship with Chen Xiaoqian began, when life had been relatively carefree. The time was 8:59 a.m. He swiped away a reminder about his debts, set an alarm, and fell back into slumber. Ding! The apocalypse will arrive in 12 hours. Activating the apocalyptic survival system for the host. Ding! Unlocking infinite. What on earth? Su Fan shot up in bed, bewildered as mechanical prompts echoed in his mind. And then, it seemed to have stalled. After the initial chime, there was an eerie silence. Su Fan suspected he might be hallucinating due to his emotional turmoil. Ding! The host has traversed to the immortal Martial Continent. Natural disasters will strike in 6 hours. Activating Cultivation Assistance System for the host. Ding! Cultivation System binding successful. Cultivation Assistance System Introduction. Function 1. Complete each realm's tasks to earn elixir rewards. Function 2. Upon breaking through to a new realm, you may draw a reward package. The host is urged to quickly perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enter the chi. Refining stage and officially activate system functions. Su Fan was utterly perplexed. How had he transitioned from a luxurious hotel in Jiang City to this so-called immortal Martial Continent? Wait, system, where did you come from? I haven't even crossed over yet. A whirlwind of questions swirled in Su Fan's mind. Setting aside the capabilities of this system, where on earth was he supposed to find heaven and earth spiritual energy? Please hold on. Detecting spiritual energy concentration. Detection result, spiritual energy concentration, 0. Detecting disaster anomalies. Detection result, probability of occurrence, 100. A solution has been found. System updating, please wait. Ding! The The system has upgraded to Cultivation Assistance System version 2.0. Upon the arrival of disasters, the Goddess Cauldron module will be unlocked. New content. 1. Spiritual power will automatically increase daily, with growth speed related to the Goddess Cauldron module. 2. The elixir rewards for realm tasks have been replaced with spells. 3. Cooldown time is 1 hour. The host may replenish consumed spiritual power. Note: the cultivation system is mutually exclusive with other systems. Upon accepting the cultivation system, the host cannot integrate other power systems. Ding! The system grants a small spirit pill to the host. Consuming it allows entry into the early chi refining stage. Would you like to claim it now? Yes. After confirming, Su Fan found a white jade-sized orb appearing in his hand. It was soft yet solid. Upon seeing the tangible object, Su Fan realized this was no illusion. Fortunately, his capacity for acceptance was strong. Without much hesitation, he swallowed the small spirit pill. Immediately, a warm sensation spread from his abdomen throughout his body. Accompanied by a wave of comfort, it felt as if he were receiving a full-body massage, and Su Fan sensed changes occurring within him. His headache faded, his backache subsided, and his physical condition noticeably improved. Even areas of fatigue felt revitalized. Detected that the host has broken through to the early chi refining stage. The system has officially activated. The host enters the chi refining stage and may integrate spirit control technique, receiving 1 reward package. Simultaneously, a conceptual panel appeared in Su Fan's mind. Panel, he thought. Host, Su Fan. Talent, ordinary spirit root. Realm, early chi refining, progress 0/3. Cultivation speed, 1, automatically increases daily at 9 a.m. Su Fan scratched his head, gazing out the window at the bustling world outside. Still operating in a mundane manner, it bore no relation to a realm of cultivation at all. Had the system made an erroneous binding? Chapter 2. Superior Storage Bag of the Profound Level, Spirit Control Technique. Su Fan sat upon the bed in his hotel room, directing his thoughts within the confines of the system in his mind. Alert! Would you like to merge with the Spirit Control Technique? Merge. Upon confirmation, Su Fan felt a surge of information flooding into his consciousness, granting him knowledge of various operations of the Spirit Control Technique. Turning his gaze toward the mobile phone on his bedside table, he activated the Spirit Control Technique. With a graceful lift of his left hand, a stream of spiritual energy emanated from his being, enveloping the phone and lifting it effortlessly into his grasp. Is this the Spirit Control Technique? Su Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was wondrous and remarkably convenient for retrieving objects. It then dawned on Su Fan that he had received 2 notifications from the system earlier. One was the alert that had appeared at the outset. The apocalypse will descend in 12 hours. The other was triggered upon binding the cultivation system. Natural disasters will arrive in 6 time periods. Each time period equates to 2 hours. So these 2 statements coincided perfectly, did they not? There was also a mention of a 100 probability of the impending arrival. Su Fan's thoughts raced. And with such an outrageous system manifesting, the likelihood of the apocalypse was alarmingly high. Currently, he was uncertain of the reliability of this cultivation system. So he knew he must prepare diligently. With less than 12 hours remaining, constructing a safe haven was out of the question, but he could hasten his preparations for supplies. Was there not a gift package available? System, grant me my gift package. Su Fan focused his thoughts intently. Ding. The initial chi refinement gift package has been opened. The host may select one of the following options. Option A, 1 low-grade yellow tier spirit sword. Option B, 1 superior grade profound tier storage bag. Option C, 1 entry token for the Xianwu sect. What are these items? Su Fan's thoughts skimmed over the key terms of the options. Alert, item ranks, heaven, earth, profound, yellow, with heaven being the highest. Spirit sword, a type of magical artifact used for combat and capable of flight. Storage bag, a spatial artifact with its own interior space, suitable for storing non-living items. Entry token for the Xianwu sect. Present this token to join the Xianwu sect directly. Su Fan scratched his head. The first 2 items were easily comprehensible. But how does one utilize the entry token for the Xianwu sect? Where could one find this Xianwu sect? Considering the possibility that the system might have made an error, Su Fan promptly dismissed this option. He did not wish to select a lackluster item as his first reward. As for the spirit sword and the storage bag, without hesitation, Su Fan resolved to choose the storage bag. Option B. Setting aside the respective uses of these items, the spirit sword was merely of low-grade yellow tier, while the storage bag was of superior grade profound tier. It was rather astonishing that the initial Qi refinement gift package bestowed a superior grade artifact, particularly a spatial storage bag. Is this truly standard? Upon making his selection, a small pouch, no larger than a fist, materialized in Su Fan's hand, slightly bulging with potential. Gazing into the opening of his storage pouch, Su Fan felt his consciousness connect to the realm within. This space was enveloped in darkness, yet it possessed defined boundaries. With a flicker of thought, the mobile phone in his other hand vanished from his grasp and materialized within the pouch's confines. Another fleeting thought summoned the phone back into his palm. Utilizing his spirit control technique, he extended his spiritual energy to envelop a pack of disposable toiletries resting on the washstand. With a mere thought, the items were directly transferred into the storage pouch. It appeared that employing spiritual energy could indeed facilitate the manipulation of objects into the pouch. From the sensations conveyed by his consciousness, he discerned that the interior was cuboidal, with each side measuring approximately 30 meters, amounting to a staggering capacity of 27,000 cubic meters. Surely, it could accommodate the entirety of a supermarket stock. Su Fan pondered introspectively. As the apocalypse loomed, the paramount preparation was, of course, stockpiling supplies. Regrettably, he had not received rewards of infinite food or the like. However, he resolved that while others hoarded grain, he would gather firearms. After all, granaries were plentiful in the world. Su Fan believed that amassing enough resources for the early days of the apocalypse would suffice. With a nimble leap from his bed, Su Fan swiftly tidied up and checked out, making his way to a nearby large supermarket. This establishment operated on a warehouse model, ideal for bulk purchases. Due to a significant expenditure from Chen Xiaoqian, his balance was nearly depleted, and his credit line had been stretched to its limits. Fortunately, he had consistently met repayment deadlines for some of his debts, maintaining a fair credit standing. After toiling for over 2 hours, exhausting every means to secure loans, even resorting to high-interest lenders, he managed to gather nearly 200,000. After such considerable effort, Su Fan felt that this was a testament to his own abilities. Thus, he deemed repayment unlikely. In ordinary times, such actions would spell disaster, but in the impending apocalypse, the concept of currency would soon crumble, rendering credit records less valuable than a loaf of bread. Indeed, these supermarkets would eventually transform into venues for zero-cost acquisitions during the apocalypse. Yet for now, the end was not upon them, and Su Fan did not wish to greet the calamity from a prison cell. He approached the manager of the warehouse-style supermarket and placed a substantial order. Contemplating the types of supplies to procure and strategizing on how to discreetly and calmly store them in his pouch required considerable effort on his part. By the time he had successfully packed the 200,000 worth of goods into the storage pouch, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The pouch was neither too large nor too small, fitting snugly in the pocket of Su Fan's coat. He could easily reach into the pocket to retrieve items from within. However, he mused that a larger pouch would be more convenient. How he wished for a storage ring instead. Su Fan contemplated the allure of even more advanced artifacts. Just then, the system's notification chimed, announcing the release of a realm task. Proceed to the Library of Scriptures to seek out the Dragon Spring Sutra for cultivation. The location of the library has been marked on your map. As if sensing Su Fan's thoughts, the system's prompt resonated precisely at that moment. The Library of Scriptures? Su Fan's eyelids fluttered in surprise. In his mind, a map materialized, appearing as an ancient parchment scroll. Yet, the time-worn and flawed map depicted the city layout of Jiangchen, where Su Fan resided, presenting an eerie sight. A yellow dot illuminated on the map, denoting the location of the Sutra Pavilion. Wasn't that just the city library? Su Fan instantly recognized the place illustrated on the map. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 5 minutes past 5. Oh, why didn't he say so earlier? The library is about to close. Su Fan grumbled at the system before hastily setting off. Once the apocalypse descended, accessing the city library would undoubtedly become exceedingly challenging. Upon arriving at the library, the melodious closing announcement began to echo, heightening Su Fan's anxiety. Utilizing the library's catalog search system, he failed to locate the Dragon Spring Sutra. "Excuse me, what book are you searching for?" A volunteer's pleasant voice resonated near him. I'm not entirely sure if it's available, but it's called Dragon Spring Sutra," Su Fan replied, operating the screen. Some new books haven't been entered into the system yet, and there may be some omissions. Depending on the genre of the book you're looking for, you could check the shelves directly. Even if you can't find the specific one, there are other valuable reads, the volunteer patiently explained. Thank you. Su Fan nodded and hurried towards the book section, guessing the book might fall under either sports or health categories. Su Fan meticulously scanned the titles on the shelves, anxious not to overlook anything. After attaining the initial stage of chi cultivation, he felt his vision had improved somewhat. The city library's vast collection was astonishing, and just 5 minutes before closing, he finally discovered a book titled Dragon Spring Sutra, which appeared to be an ordinary wellness guide. Chapter 3. Activation of the Cauldron Function. Notification. The host has located the Dragon Spring Sutra. Completing the first part of your training will fulfill the task. With the system's prompt, Su Fan confirmed he had not erred in his search. After completing the borrowing procedures, he placed the book into his storage bag and hurried back home. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the autumn breeze was gentle. The streets bustled with the evening rush hour, presenting no different scene from any other day. Who would dare believe a global catastrophe was imminent? For convenience in his work, Su Fan resided in a small community at the center of Jiangxing, close to Chun Xiaoqian's school. This over 80 square meter apartment had been divided into 4 rental units. The house was silent. Glancing at the shoes by the door, he noted that his 3 roommates had yet to return. They were all diligent workers, often arriving home around 10 or 12. Su Fan was also supposed to be delivering takeout at this hour. Ah, it's romantic flowers. Thank you, brother, for the romantic flowers. A jubilant female voice rang out from outside. Now, we will perform the playlist requested by our #1 supporter. Su Fan frowned as the neighboring female streamer began her raucous broadcast at this hour. The sound insulation of the apartment was subpar, and the streamer typically continued her lively streaming late into the night. Su Fan had knocked on her door several times to remind her, only to be met with scorn in return. Who among you resides in silence? Would it not be prudent to wear earplugs? I am here for work. What recourse do I have? It is my prerogative to pursue my endeavors in this place, and if you possess the means, you may consider relocating. Even when renting, I can only secure a single room. What a pathetic situation. Look at your own impoverished appearance, and perhaps reflect on the reasons behind it. The memory of the female streamer's contemptuous demeanor ignited Su Fan's ire. He had previously ventured into her streaming room, where she presented herself as a sweet and lively persona, yet in reality, she bore a disdainful expression. What status does the owner of the streaming room possess? And what is yours, that I should adopt a similar attitude? Su Fan stretched languidly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now that he had acquired strength, his perspective on matters had shifted considerably. With a thought, he retrieved the Dragon Spring cannon he had placed in his storage bag and began to peruse its contents. This tome was filled with illustrations of martial techniques, divided into upper and lower sections, with the upper section further categorized into 2 volumes. The first volume contained various body conditioning exercises and martial arts strikes, while the second comprised a few basic sword techniques. As for the lower section, Su Fan flipped through several pages, discovering its rather unorthodox nature. Fortunately, the system task did not require him to practice the lower section, otherwise, he would currently lack the essential items for such training. Su Fan positioned the book on the table and began to practice the moves as depicted in the illustrations. Though they appeared simple, executing them required considerable effort. Upon completing a sequence, Su Fan noticed a slight increase in the task progress on the system interface. The Dragon Spring cannon spanned only a few dozen pages, and an hour later, he had completed the first volume. Adhering to the requirement of merely performing the techniques once to enhance the progress. Upon finishing the first volume, the progress bar reached the halfway mark. While practicing the few sword techniques in the second volume, Su Fan picked up a broom handle to improvise, discovering that it too contributed to the progress bar. Ding! Host has completed the study of the upper section of Dragon Spring Cannon. Task completed. Host may comprehend the Dragon Tiger Fist. Would you like to merge? Yes. Upon confirmation, a surge of knowledge filled his mind, revealing a set of combat techniques. This martial art encompassed numerous agile maneuvers and could be enhanced with spiritual energy, rendering its power several tiers above ordinary martial arts. After testing the techniques on the ground and infusing them with spiritual energy, Su Fan felt an overwhelming force in his strikes. Even a champion boxer would likely find themselves bruised from such blows. Su Fan surmised that his current strength had surpassed the pinnacle of human capability. Ding. System notification. The first phase of the cataclysm, extreme cold invasion, has commenced. Goddess Cauldron module has been activated. The host may view it within the system interface. The Goddess Cauldron module? Su Fan had been contemplating this name throughout the day, and subsequently, he located the Cauldron module on the system interface. Cauldron. The host may subdue goddesses to serve as cultivation cauldrons. Current furnace count, 0. Note. Only women rated as transcendent can be gathered as furnace vessels. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. What precisely constitutes a transcendent rating? The system provided further clarification. The ratings are categorized into 9 levels based on appearance, namely ordinary, unremarkable, transcendent, enchanting, and peerless. Upon receiving the system's notification, Su Fan became aware that it occasionally responds intelligently to his thoughts. However, it was stated that there are 9 levels. Why only 5 ratings? The system clarified that, following optimization, the 4 ratings below ordinary have been consolidated into the ordinary category. Well, that's of little consequence. If this rating is to be taken literally, how does one achieve the status of transcendent? Su Fan's mind wandered to his ex-girlfriend, Chen Xiaoqian. Though once deemed the most beautiful in his eyes, that perception was merely the result of love's lens. Reflecting now, she hardly qualifies as transcendent. What exactly defines the gathering of a furnace vessel? Subsequently, Su Fan received an elusive piece of information from the system, something that could only be understood intuitively. This relationship must be maintained over an extended period to ensure an increase in cultivation speed. Opening the window to gaze outside, he was immediately met by an onslaught of cold air. The temperature hovered around 30 degrees Celsius, making the sudden chill quite unexpected. Yet, Su Fan understood that this heralded the imminent arrival of an extreme cold front. Observing the pedestrians in the community, he noted they merely quickened their pace, still unaware of the impending disaster. However, one woman caught his eye, clad in professional attire. Her appearance was striking, and her elegance warranted a second glance from passers-by. Scanning her details, he found name, Li Qiao, age, 27, level, 0 appearance, unremarkable dual cultivation experience. One seeing that her appearance was rated as merely unremarkable. Disappointment washed over Su Fan. The system's scanning feature revealed much, name, age, and even experience levels. Yet, this one surely doesn't denote a single experience, he surmised. It likely refers to the number of individuals. Most concerning to him was her level, which the system had previously mentioned in relation to other power systems. He himself was rated by realm, while others were categorized by level. Could it pertain to supernatural abilities? Within the community, numerous pedestrians clad in inadequate clothing felt the biting cold and hastily made their way home. Su Fan continued to skin several women, while they appeared decent. Their appearance ratings remained either ordinary or unremarkable. It seemed that finding someone with a transcendent rating would require careful consideration. Unsurprisingly, their levels were uniformly rated at 0. As for dual cultivation experience, the numbers were either single digits or 0, slightly reinforcing his hypothesis regarding the representation of individuals. It's so cold, brothers. Wait for the host to put on a piece of clothing. Outside the window, the voice of the neighboring female streamer echoed once more. Oh. Su Fan recalled that the female streamer possessed a certain charm. Although her demeanor was often abrasive, there was indeed something about her that lent her confidence. He pressed his lips together and stepped outside, arriving at her door to knock forcefully. This woman was known for her indifference. A gentle knock would elicit no response. But a vigorous pounding would disrupt her broadcast, prompting her to answer. Everyone, the streamer will be away for a moment, Lu Ruren announced as she removed her headphones. Emerging from her bedroom and crossing the living room, her expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Are you out of your mind? Knocking as if it were a funeral at my door. How bothersome. Lu Ruren flung the door open, launching into a tirade. You again? You lot are nothing but pathetic losers. And you, the most pathetic of them all. What kind of lunatic knocks on my door at this hour without delivering that wretched takeout? Her vitriol was palpable. Her face contorted in disdain. Su Fan activated his probing ability. Name, Lu Ruren, age, 21, level, 0, appearance, ethereal, dual cultivation experience, 0, note, the subject meets the requirements of a furnace. While Su Fan had always considered the streamer to be somewhat intriguing, he had assumed her beauty was merely decent. To discover that she achieved an ethereal level was surprising. Moreover, Her experience was recorded as 0. Could this be described as remaining untainted by the muck? In the past, when he was with Chen Xiaoqian, he had scarcely regarded other women. His impression of the neighboring streamer was notably poor. How had he failed to notice her allure? Indeed, once one possesses strength, perceiving others' anger can seem almost playful. As Su Fan observed Lu Ruren, he pondered deeper implications. After all, she was a 21-year-old woman living alone, necessitating a facade of toughness to protect herself from the outside world. What are you staring at? Wasn't it you who knocked? Keck out your tongue. Get lost. And don't bother me if there's nothing important. With a loud thud, Lu Ruren attempted to slam the door shut. Su Fan, however, reached out and pulled the door back with such force that no matter how hard Lu Ruren pushed, it remained steadfastly open. A flicker of fear crossed her features as she staggered slightly. What do you want? She asked, maintaining her hostility while retreating a step, sensing a change in his demeanor. Su Fan smiled warmly. It's getting cold. You should wear more layers. It might snow soon. He gently assisted in closing the door, leaving a small gap as he added, also, I have food and water. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Mid-chi refinement, Su Fan returned to the balcony, standing by the window as he glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 9:10 p.m., though it was only September. The temperature had begun to drop significantly, and within moments, delicate snowflakes began to fall. The snowfall intensified, quickly transforming into a heavy flurry. Do not say it is September. Even in the depths of winter, it is inconceivable for Jiangxing to witness such a heavy snowfall. Unbeknownst to whom, a voice rang out, exclaiming that it was snowing heavily, and the community erupted in excitement. People flocked to their balconies to behold this rare spectacle. Such a substantial snow. How could it possibly snow in September? Before long, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground, transforming everything into a pristine white. Some, filled with enthusiasm, rushed outside to frolic in the snow, while others hurried home, braving the snowfall. Minutes later, a series of anguished cries pierced the air, followed by a figure collapsing to the ground, dark splotches marring their body. The person's face contorted in agony, seemingly suffering greatly. Yet, they lay stiff and lifeless, clearly devoid of vitality. One by one, individuals on the community grounds fell, children and elderly playing outside, adults attempting to return home. A cacophony of various cries erupted, some from the fallen corpses, but more from the onlookers on the balconies, witnessing this hellish scene. It appeared that the chilling invasion was not merely a drop in temperature. Su Fan's heart sank. This snow was evidently to be avoided, as people were ensnared within the confines of their buildings. Su Fan scanned the balconies of the residences, and on the 10th floor of the opposite building, he spotted a girl of decent stature and appearance, from whom the initial scream seemed to have emanated. However, before Su Fan could investigate further, she turned and retreated indoors. Now, with no way to exit the buildings, everyone was trapped in this area, relying solely on the dwindling resources within their homes. Yet, many remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, unaware that this calamity was a prolonged one. The Meteorological Bureau had issued an urgent announcement. Extreme weather was occurring nationwide, heralding widespread heavy snowfall. Due to an unknown cause, the snow contained toxins. Residents were advised to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside. Meteorological experts predicted that this extreme weather would not persist for long, urging residents not to panic. Su Fan retrieved his phone and saw a barrage of alerts from various sources. After scrolling for a while, he found similar news reports. It appeared that this disaster was extensive, at least nationwide. He then perused international news websites, confirming that this calamity was indeed global in scope. Truly, the apocalypse had arrived. At this moment, downstairs lay an appalling scene with 20 to 30 bodies strewn about, a sight Su Fan had never witnessed before. What is all the noise about? Are you trying to get us killed? Suddenly, the neighboring live streamer, Lu Ruren, stormed onto her balcony, shouting. Upon glancing outside, she beheld the scattered bodies below and the catastrophic snowfall, letting out a scream. Su Fan cast her a sidelong glance, noting her delayed reaction. Lu Ruren, in a flurry of panic, scanned her surroundings until her gaze landed on Su Fan. He merely regarded her briefly before turning away. Then, her expression shifted as she recalled Su Fan's earlier words. Indeed, it had snowed. It appears that everyone is unable to venture outside. What should I do? Will the takeout I ordered still arrive? Lu Ruren felt a pang of despair upon seeing a figure clad in yellow robes in the snow below. She was accustomed to ordering takeout, yet her home was devoid of any food or drink. The temperature had plummeted to a staggering -20 degrees. Su Fan returned indoors and donned his thick winter clothing. His other housemates had yet to return, seemingly unable to make their way back. Thus, he found himself alone in the apartment. Su Fan did not concern himself with their absence, as he was not particularly acquainted with them. Abundantly stocked, he could maintain his usual dietary habits. Days passed, and 3 days went by in such a manner. During this time, Su Fan devoted himself to voraciously consuming a plethora of cached cultivation and apocalyptic novels. Once he discovered the first website undergoing maintenance, he hastily stored a significant amount of material. Subsequently, major news and forum websites ceased operations, leaving only the commonly used messaging applications functional. Due to the extreme cold, the water pipes froze, and by the following morning, the faucets in the residents' homes had run dry. That evening, the power supply was also interrupted. Though the internet signal remained operational for the time being, it was only a matter of time before it too would fail. The onset of the apocalypse was marked as the first day. By the morning of the fourth day at 9 a.m., 60 hours had elapsed since the calamity began. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, the temperature continued to drop, ultimately stabilizing at -40 degrees. Realm, Chi refinement stage, progress, 33. Current cultivation speed, 1 point per day, each morning at 9 a.m. As his cultivation progress increased, Su Fan experienced a familiar warmth, and his physical constitution began to transform. When the progress bar filled, a wave of comfort surged through his body, as though he had broken free from some constraint, and he felt a significant boost in strength. His realm had ascended. Host, Su Fan. Talent, ordinary spirit root. Realm, mid-chi refinement. Alchemical furnace. None. Life tool. None. Host detected to have broken through to mid-chi refinement. A reward package has been issued. Shall it be opened immediately? Yes. Ding. Mid-chi refinement package opened. The host may choose one of the following options. Option A, a mid-grade yellow tier spirit sword. Option B, a set of mid-grade fire spirit array flags. Option C, a recipe for a high-grade beauty elixir. Fire spirit array flags can be used to set up a fire spirit formation to repel external threats, and can also manipulate fire spirits within the formation. Beauty elixir recipe can be refined using an alchemical furnace and corresponding spirit herbs. Su Fan scoffed at options A and C. The quality of the spirit sword in option A was rather subpar, and option C likely required an alchemical furnace and spirit herbs, which he did not possess, as he was not truly in a realm of immortals and martial arts. These two items seemed to encroach upon his choices. He opted for B. After Su Fan made his selection, 5 small red flags appeared in his hand, each adorned with intricate patterns. Simultaneously, the method of utilizing the formation flags surged into Su Fan's consciousness. Ding. Issued a task for the mid-stage Chi refinement realm. Acquire a furnace cauldron. Upon completion, one may obtain the water flow technique and the fireball technique. Upon breaking through to a new realm, one could receive a gift pack from the system, and completing tasks would yield a form of magic. Su Fan planted the 5 formation flags in the corners of the living room, the kitchen near the refrigerator, the balcony, the bedroom, and the bathroom. He then extended his spiritual energy, linking all 5 flags together. Having advanced to the mid-stage of Chi refinement, Su Fan's control over his spiritual energy now extended to a distance of 6 meters. The 5 formation flags, interconnected through spiritual energy, activated simultaneously. Subsequently, a fiery red light erupted from the flags, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire room. Once the room was covered by the fire spirit formation, the temperature surged significantly. Su Fan infused additional spiritual energy, causing the temperature within the room to soar to around 20 degrees Celsius. He then waved his hand, rendering the formation flags and the fiery red barrier invisible, leaving the room seemingly unchanged from the outside. Satisfied with his work, Su Fan settled onto the sofa and retrieved his phone, which he had not opened in quite some time. Manager Wong, Su Fan. Deliver a truckload of mineral water and food to the company building. Supervisor Yu. Su Fan, where are you? Do you have any food left? Director He, are you there? The company needs you to send some supplies. Su Fan glanced at the messages. What time is it? And these leaders still think they are important? Wait, there seems to be something mixed in. Su Fan opened Supervisor Yu's chat box. Su Fan, I have some. I just bought a bit at home. Chapter 5. Do you think I'm cheap? In the 2 days leading up to the apocalypse, The residents of the community hoped fervently for the disaster to pass swiftly or for the rescue teams to arrive promptly. However, the blizzard had piled up to a staggering height of 3 to 4 meters. What vehicles could possibly navigate such conditions, let alone rescue teams? Even the text messages and news updates on mobile phones had ceased. The relevant authorities had long since become paralyzed. After all, those departments were run by people. And in the face of calamity, the survival of each individual became a pressing concern. By the morning of the fourth day, the weary residents awakened from hunger and cold. Greeted by the sight of relentless snowfall outside their windows, a scene steeped in chilling silence. Many residents stood on the brink of collapse and despair. 132 warm sun. Family. Have there been any updates on rescue efforts today? 83 flourishing flowers. Family. Do you have any spare bread? The child is too hungry to open his eyes. 7272 unlock and find me. 500 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Cola for 300 yuan. The owners group chat for the building was inundated with messages. On the first night, some had prepared in advance, purchasing 3 bottles of water for just 100 yuan. The prices have surged to alarming heights. I will offer 1,000 yuan, exclaimed Wang. Who cares about your filthy money at this time? Retorted Ming. I still have a pack of black and white biscuits. Is there anyone willing to trade it for mineral water? Su Fan coldly scrolled through the message logs. As time passed, resources became increasingly scarce, while money remained inexhaustible. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that currency had depreciated in value amidst rising commodity prices. Many residents began to feel a sense of despair regarding the calamity and the aid efforts. Money had gradually lost its significance. Where is the owner of the convenience store? Is there anything left to sell? Inquired a member of the group. Indeed, the store owner must still have plenty of supplies. Can we not share a little? Another chimed in. The convenience store downstairs has been closed since the first night. A manager noted. The store owner, Luo Qiu, responded brusquely, Don't be foolish. How much can my small shop possibly have? Why not seek the supermarket owner in Building 1? Luo Qiu's retort ignited a fierce exchange within the group. That's true, folks. The supermarket in Building 1 is vast and has a warehouse. Who knows how much stock they have? Someone suggested. Let us head to Building 1 together. The more of us there are, the less likely they are to refuse entry. Another added. No need to go. I just visited this morning, someone warned. The supermarket owner is not selling. He has hired a dozen men armed with machetes guarding the entrance to Building 1. Many were injured this morning. The chat fell into silence once again. The weight of despair palpable among the residents of Building 7. Hope seemed futile. After about an hour, someone finally sent a message. The neighboring Building 8 has set up a stall in the underground parking lot to trade supplies. Let us take down our excess items and barter. Every bit helps, suggested another. Agreed. Everyone brings something to the underground parking lot for trading, Wang affirmed. Upon seeing this message, the owners in the group rallied in agreement. And Su Fan soon heard footsteps as many responded. The elevator was out of service, leaving everyone to take the stairs. Residing on the 7th floor, Su Fan decided to join the crowd. As he opened the door, he was met by the sight of Lu Ruren standing outside, looking worn and carrying 2 large LV bags. Upon spotting Su Fan, she feigned a semblance of cheerfulness, though her eyes no longer held contempt. Do you know it's going to snow? She asked weakly. What else do you know? My information is only shared with those close to me. Su Fan cast a suggestive glance at him before gracefully descending the staircase. Upon reaching the underground garage, he discovered a gathering of over 100 individuals, some seated on the ground, displaying their surplus supplies before them. This assembly represented merely a fraction of the residents from the building. As Su Fan surveyed the scene, he noticed Lu Ruren had also found a spot to sit, extracting an array of cosmetics and jewelry from her Louis Vuitton bag. At such a time, what use are those frivolities, great streamer? Su Fan scoffed without restraint as he passed by. In her presence, he retrieved a packet of small cakes from his pocket, devouring one with delight, and then uncapped a bottle of water to wash it down. When Lu Ruren attempted to voice her thoughts, the words caught in her throat. After all, these were provisions and water. She hadn't eaten in over a day, and he so nonchalantly produced them. But wait, where had he obtained that bottle of water? She hadn't noticed him carrying anything just moments before. Beautiful lady, would you fancy a bottle of mineral water? Approached a man with a lecherous demeanor. What would you like in return? Lu Ruren retorted, adopting the demeanor of a vendor. Spend a night with me, and I shall grant you a bottle of water. He proposed, extending his hand toward her. Get lost. Lu Ruren instantly snapped, swatting his hand away and stepping back a couple of paces. Damn it. Even a single bottle of water is too generous. That woman over there would settle for half a bottle, yet you remain oblivious. Su Fan followed the man's gaze to a line of women, each adorned in garish attire, clustered against the wall, though their quality left much to be desired. The underground garage had transformed into a small marketplace, populated by residents from various buildings. Noticing Lu Ruren's silence, the man cast a glance at Su Fan, seemingly deterred by the presence of another male, before muttering a few profanities and departing. May I borrow a chair? Su Fan smiled at Lu Ruren, then took her seat. Lu Ruren, do you now comprehend the nature of this world? How do you know my name? A hint of confusion flickered across Lu Ruren's tense features. Lu Ruren, aged 21, and never been in a relationship, am I correct? Su Fan observed her casually. Lu Ruren bit her lip, remaining silent. See, in this realm, money has lost its significance. People are left to barter, and anything of worth can be traded. Su Fan fiddled with the cosmetics before her, deeming them worthless. So, to have women accompany you for a night is deemed valuable? You wish to commodify women? Lu Ruren's expression hardened, clearly reluctant to accept this harsh reality. Surprisingly, you utter the term commodification. Have you attended university? Su Fan chuckled. Everything can be commodified, including men. Perhaps some wealthy women seize the opportunity to take a few young men home. However, Su Fan raised his gaze to meet hers. What I seek is not a commodity in you. Rather, I desire a connection. Lu Ruren's eyebrows quivered slightly. Are you my girlfriend? Su Fan chuckled softly before rising to his feet. Perhaps in the world before the apocalypse, you might have had a chance. But now, I can only offer you a simple arrangement of refuge. With that, Su Fan disregarded her, leaving her to ponder in solitude. If Lu Ruren could be taken away as easily as a bottle of mineral water, Su Fan would not have bothered to complicate matters. The proximity of buildings 7 and 8 allowed the stalls of their residents to nearly merge into one. Su Fan meandered through the area, noticing that many proprietors could no longer offer substantial goods like water or bread. While they did not resort to presenting useless cosmetics as Lu Ruren had, they were left with mere snacks and clothing. He observed someone exchanging a bottle of cola and a bottle of milk for a cotton jacket. In such circumstances, the value of goods could no longer be assessed by their previous market prices. Su Fan had no need for supplies. He was quite self-sufficient. As he wandered a bit further, he spotted a girl he had glimpsed on the balcony on the first day. Chapter 6. Taking action. This girl possessed both an appealing figure and countenance. Su Fan surmised that her rating could potentially match Lu Ruren's ethereal beauty. Name, Zhou Jia. Age, 23. Level 0. Appearance, unremarkable. Su Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Was this truly only unremarkable? He was taken aback. Was Lu Ruren indeed unparalleled in the community? Surely not. Unbeknownst to Su Fan, Lu Ruren had become a sensational live streamer in recent months, effortlessly dominating the rankings with her striking looks. However, upon learning the rating and taking a closer look, he realized that this girl was dressed quite well. Even her thick cotton jacket was stylishly tailored, and her face was adorned with makeup. In contrast, Lu Ruren appeared to have foregone cosmetics, her face showing signs of fatigue, yet still possessing considerable charm. This explained much. The bustling stalls had all been monopolized, leaving Lu Ruren tucked away in a shadowy corner. Su Fan lingered in front of this stall for about 20 seconds, staring so long. Do you want this? The girl in front of him held up an unwashed item. Just give me a bottle of water, Su Fan replied, frowning. Hey, wait. 3 pairs for a bottle of water. The girl raised her voice in protest. Su Fan noted that everyone around him was rated level 0. It seemed that even on the 4th day, no anomalies had emerged. He wondered how things fared outside the community. Unfortunately, with those websites now defunct, Su Fan's channels for information were severely limited. He continued to seek out several other women who appeared decent in looks, but their ratings were predominantly ordinary, with only 2 standing out as noteworthy. Setting aside everything else, Lu Ruren was indeed a girl of substance. It appeared that he would have to rely on her to enhance his cultivation speed for the time being. As Su Fan contemplated examining the panels of several individuals in hopes of uncovering someone of noteworthy stature, chaos suddenly erupted around him. Over 20 men, armed with various implements, appeared and began to seize food from several stalls. A few more blocked the corridors between Building 8 and Building 7, similarly wielding weapons. Approximately half of them were clad in property management uniforms, indicating that this group was centered around the property management, augmented by others. Property management is seizing people. Property management is seizing people. A middle-aged woman screamed, clutching a bag filled with food. With a resounding thud, she was struck down by a blunt object. Blood flowing from her head. They're killing people. The crowd erupted into a frenzy as the passageway back into the building became congested, forcing many to flee down the main route of the underground parking garage. There were over 30 individuals involved in the robbery, operating with a premeditated strategy, effectively blocking the pathways without pursuing those who fled swiftly. No, I must return home. My wife is still waiting for me, pleaded a man in his 30s. Seized by two burly men, his food snatched away in an instant. You say you have a wife at home, grinned a scar-faced man, licking his lips, revealing a lewd smile. Having mingled with this crowd for some time, he quickly ascended to a position of authority among them. No, I don't, the man stammered, his expression morphing into one of heightened terror. Bring your wife along for a day of fun. We'll give you 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread. The scar-faced man taunted, patting the man's cheek before releasing him to target the next victim. Ah, and such an exquisite woman, the scar-faced man exclaimed as he observed 2 property management personnel preparing to subdue a young woman. This alluring woman, sitting alone in a corner beneath Building 7, was surrounded by an array of cosmetics. A wicked smile crept across the scar-faced man's face as he approached her. Su Fan, being an unarmed young man, naturally did not attract the attention of the robbers. However, he noticed that the direction the scar-faced man was headed towards was where Lu Ruren, brandishing an extravagant LV bag, was fervently calling for help. Get away from me. How dare you touch me? Lu Ruren protested, one hand grasped by a property management agent while she struggled with her bag in the other. In normal circumstances, what do you men even amount to? She thought, filled with revulsion. Pretty lady, you must be hungry too. Join us. We provide food and shelter, the man taunted. What kind of people do you think you are to even consider touching me? Do you even measure up? Lu Ruren retorted fiercely. The scar-faced man approached and struck her beautiful face with a slap, leaving her momentarily dazed. You lowly men dare to strike my face? She exclaimed. Is your face so noble? The scar-faced man leered at Lu Ruren's slender waist with increasing lust, thinking to himself that this woman would be quite enjoyable to keep for himself before passing her along to the others. I will only say this once. Bring me that woman, a voice commanded from behind the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man, upon hearing the words, slowly drew a tang knife from his waist and turned to glance at the not-so-robust Su Fan. Boy, do you not see who this fellow is? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Although one could craft such a blade before the apocalypse, few possessed such a penchant for collection. In these dire circumstances, a tang knife wielded in one's hand held far more intimidation than mere sticks or kitchen knives. Coupled with his storied appearance, the scarred man believed that merely brandishing his weapon would elicit respect. However, when someone openly provoked him, he felt compelled to assert his dominance. Boss, take him down, shouted 2 men beside Lu Ruren. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the scarred man swung the knife towards Su Fan's forehead. Lu Ruren, upon realizing it was Su Fan, gasped in shock. Though she could not fathom his audacity, the sight of the knife-wielding scarred man was terrifying. With that muscular build and menacing demeanor, coupled with the gleaming blade, could Su Fan, an unarmed, ordinary man, possibly withstand such an assault? Just as the tang knife was about to descend upon Su Fan, he vanished in an ephemeral flicker, reappearing 2 meters away. The scarred man suddenly felt a sharp blow to his forehead. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, bloodied. Su Fan observed his own palm. Having reached the mid-stage of chi refining, he had not only acquired spiritual power and enhanced physical capabilities, but also heightened senses. With focused attention, the scarred man's movements appeared to him in slow motion. The 2 men clad in property uniforms stood frozen, astonished. This was their doc from the previous day, the leader of their property team. How could this brutish man, known for his ferocity, be so swiftly dispatched by this individual? The crucial question lingered. Had he even struck? When had he made his move? The 2 men quickly relaxed their grip, releasing Lu Ruren. She stood, entranced by the scene, equally astonished by Su Fan's prowess. The man she had scolded countless times was, unexpectedly, a hidden master? Brother, this tang knife is a tribute to you. If you join our property team, I assure you a life free from worries, with countless women at your leisure, the bloodied scarred man croaked as he scooted back. Oh, Su Fan planted his foot firmly upon the man's face, forcing it back to the ground, before retrieving the tang knife nearby. He gestured toward Lu Ruren. Are there women of such beauty? The scarred man fell silent for 2 seconds before Su Fan kicked him aside. If not, then be gone. Su Fan then approached Lu Ruren, who stared at him in a daze, instinctively extending her hand for him to grasp. Su Fan took her hand, leading her away as the surrounding atmosphere grew markedly quieter. Lu Ruoran's LV bag lay discarded on the ground, her mind too preoccupied to retrieve it as she numbly followed Su Fan. Get lost. Su Fan glared at the group blocking the passage. The members of the property team quickly stepped aside. Even the scar-faced leader was dispatched with a single move. They certainly dared not provoke this formidable figure and would surely avoid him in the future. It was a pity for this woman, truly a gem. Lu Ruoran followed Su Fan in silence as they ascended the stairs to the 7th floor. Her emotions were tumultuous. Su Fan had saved her, and she felt a sense of gratitude was due, yet she found herself unable to overcome an internal barrier. Thank you, she murmured almost inaudibly as they reached the door. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Su Fan teased, regarding her with a mocking gaze. Lu Ruoran lifted her head, the familiar sensation of being able to freely berate Su Fan returning to her. Don't think that just because I wait for you to come over at night, I'll give you a bottle of mineral water every day. Su Fan interrupted her, turning to open the door. Lu Ruoran's voice trembled as she questioned whether she should comply simply for a bottle of mineral water. Indeed, all men in this world were the same. As the door swung open, a wave of warmth rushed out, enveloping Lu Ruoran's face. Behave well, and there might even be bread. Su Fan smiled at her before abruptly slamming the door shut. Chapter 7. Taking Lu Ruoran in. How could he? How could he? Lu Ruoran locked the door behind her, feeling on the brink of madness. Since her college days, she had focused on leveraging her advantages, delving into the realm of female streamers. Not only did it promise substantial income, but it also attracted admiration from men across the nation. She aspired to find a wealthy suitor, perhaps even catch the eye of a CEO and marry into affluence. Thus, she regarded the ordinary men around her, particularly the impoverished Su Fan, with disdain. After graduating from college this year, she had a boss who had spent over $600,000 on her. But the photos he sent were decidedly unappealing. Nevertheless, Lu Ruoran believed that with her beauty, she could certainly ensnare a rich and handsome magnate. Yet, overnight, a blizzard descended, plunging the world into calamity. The fans who once adored her in the streaming room vanished without a trace. Only that one boss had sent a message, Ruozi, I will come to rescue you, and then fell silent. Cooking was out of the question. Lu Ruoran typically relied on takeout, and her home held no provisions. Compared to the cold, she felt the pangs of hunger more acutely. And compared to hunger, her thirst was even more pronounced. It's all right. I can endure, she reassured herself, recalling stories of survival after deprivation of food and water she had once read. After weeping through the night, she found herself unable to shed another tear. Lu Ruoran sensed her head growing heavier, and as she leaned against the bed, she succumbed to a deep slumber. When Lu Ruoran awoke, it was once again nightfall, and absolute darkness. The moon was absent, and the lights of 1,000 homes had extinguished. Lu Ruoran endeavored to rise, yet a profound weakness enveloped her entire being. 21:08. With great effort, she extracted her phone from the pocket of her cotton jacket to glimpse the time displayed on the screen, only for the device to succumb to a depleted battery and shut down. Now, Lu Ruoran found herself devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. A bitter smile flickered across her lips. Had she possessed even a single bottle of water at home, she would not be in such dire straits. Many households likely still had remnants of food, yet who would be inclined to share with her? Lu Ruoran recalled the scar-faced man from the property management team and those who wished to purchase a night of her company. Then her thoughts drifted to Su Fan. Those willing to provide her sustenance seemed only to desire her body. Yet, in such a state of despair, what significance did it hold? However, when juxtaposed with the others, Su Fan appeared formidable and self-assured, not overly brazen at least. He had given a favorable impression that day. Perhaps it was worth a try. Knock, knock, knock. Su Fan was engrossed in a video game, clad in a short-sleeved shirt. The fire spirit formation in his room had just been infused with a measure of spiritual energy, causing the temperature to rise considerably, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon hearing the knock, he immediately surmised that Lu Ruoran had arrived. He had been seated not far from the door, attentive to the commotion outside, for she was his objective, and he could not permit any misfortune to befall her. Su Fan opened the door, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Do you have plenty of food and water?" Lu Ruren rasped, her complexion even more haggard than in the morning. Su Fan considered that as long as this woman was willing to come over, it would be best to ensure she was well fed, lest she become utterly emaciated. 1 bottle of water a day should suffice. He brandished a bottle of mineral water before her. Lu Ruren's gaze fell upon the bottle, and she involuntarily swallowed, her throat parched. What kind of weather is this? Despite wearing ample layers of high-quality warm clothing, her ears felt as if they might freeze off, while he was dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. Lu Ruren pondered whether hunger and cold had driven her to hallucinations. Perhaps striking a match would reveal her great-grandmother. Yet, seeing Su Fan so spirited and vibrant suggested that survival was not a pressing concern for him. "Can I sleep here tonight?" Lu Ruren bit her lip, her voice feeble as she spoke. Did she understand what might transpire? Su Fan, his heart steady and face unflinching, confirmed, "Are you aware of what might happen?" Lu Ruren nodded, still biting her lip. "All right, please come in." Su Fan smiled broadly, stepping aside to gesture her in. As for what might occur during her stay, Lu Ruren was all too aware. Was it merely a game of Ludo? Upon taking a step inside, Lu Ruren was greeted by a wave of warmth. "Oh, how cozy!" she exclaimed, invigorated and significantly more alert. How can it be so warm? She wondered, perplexed. Did they still have electricity to power the air conditioning? "Please help yourself to a bottle of water from the table. Then join me for a game of Ludo," Su Fan said as he settled onto the sofa. Uncertain whether Su Fan was being intentional, Lu Ruren followed his movements and glanced at the tablet in his hands, discovering that he was indeed engrossed in a game of Ludo. Upon turning to observe the items on the dining table, her eyes sparkled with excitement. There were 2 cases of water, 1 of cola, a box of bread, and an assortment of neatly arranged snacks. He possessed such an abundance of supplies. Prior to her arrival, Lu Ruren had worried that Su Fan might only offer her a single bottle of mineral water, merely to persuade her to stay for the night. What would she do after a day? It now appeared that with so much mineral water, 2 cases totaling 24 bottles, and an ample supply of cola, she could comfortably remain for over 10 days. Coughing slightly, Lu Ruren felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she have thought in such practical terms? After downing a gulp of mineral water, her body felt as though it had long awaited this refreshment. She could not help but gulp down half a bottle in one go. Although still quite hungry, she felt significantly revitalized. Oh no! Lu Ruren quickly capped the bottle. She had consumed too much, and the remaining half bottle would have to last until tomorrow evening. Stealing a glance at Su Fan, who was still occupied with the tablet, she recalled his demeanor in the underground parking lot earlier that day, and she couldn't help but find him somewhat appealing. "Do you want to play?" Su Fan offered the tablet to her. "Are we going to play this?" Lu Ruren approached Su Fan but hesitated to take it, standing awkwardly beside him. "Of course not," Su Fan replied, gently taking her slender hand and guiding her to sit on the sofa beside him. "What's the rush? Let us eat something first." Su Fan looked at her and inquired, "How long has it been since you last bathed?" Lu Ruren felt her face flush, both embarrassed and indignant. She sniffed her own scent, wondering if he found her unkempt. Although it had been 4 days, the cold temperature should have mitigated the situation. Su Fan retrieved a loaf of bread, saying, "Your attitude is commendable. It seems your demeanor has improved today, so I shall reward you with this bread." Lu Ruren's eyes brightened as she accepted it, though she failed to notice how Su Fan had produced the bread. "Finish the bread first to regain some strength. Then you can take a shower." "A shower? Is there any water left?" "It must be frozen by now," she said, tearing into the bread and devouring it hungrily, as if fearing it would be snatched away. "Isn't there water?" Su Fan pointed to the bottles of mineral water on the table. "Mineral water for a shower? Have you lost your mind? Do you understand how precious mineral water is?" Lu Ruren exclaimed, her eyes widening as she nearly choked on the bread. "You make a valid point. Bottled water is indeed a bit expensive," Su Fan acknowledged with a nod. "Then let us use barrel water." With a swift motion of his right hand, a large barrel of water materialized out of thin air, thudding onto the floor. Lu Ruren stood in shock. Chapter 8. The Furnace Gift Package, Summoning Symbol. Such a large barrel of water? He actually had that much water. No, was that the point? How had he conjured it? Even magic tricks could not produce something so substantial, could they? Su Fan stroked his chin, admiring her stunned expression. "However, you should use it sparingly, as I do not possess much." Su Fan glanced at the storage bag, noting that only 998 barrels of water remained. He looked out the window, contemplating that once he could venture outside, he would seek out a supermarket warehouse for a zero-cost purchase. Yet, he remained uncertain of the level of mastery required to withstand this environment. The snow was toxic. Despite his unique physique, he was unsure if he could endure it. May I ask? Lu Ruren felt as though the world before her was rather surreal, filled with myriad questions. No. First, let us take a shower. Su Fan interjected, patting Lu Ruren on the back. She immediately stood upright, tension coursing through her. While she acknowledged that she had previously flaunted her figure, she had never been so casually touched. Lu Ruren attempted to lift a barrel of water, but found it too heavy. This barrel is far too weighty for me to manage, and I cannot pour it while showering. Could you assist me? Pouring it before the shower is possible. But how can I assist afterward? Su Fan cast a chilling glance at Lu Ruren. Realizing the awkwardness of her inquiry, Lu Ruren's cheeks flushed crimson. Surely, she could not expect Su Fan to pour water while she bathed. By the way, aren't you feeling hot? Su Fan pointed at the indoor thermometer on the wall, which read 28 degrees. Lu Ruren, her flushed complexion now glistening with beads of sweat, hastily removed her outer thick cotton coat. She then realized that her down jacket beneath was also soaked with perspiration. She had no choice but to remove 2 more layers and toss them onto the sofa, leaving only her thermal underwear. Lu Ruren felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her current attire was suited for weather around 10 degrees, yet it was still quite warm. Thermal underwear is not the same as inner garments. What is there to be embarrassed about? Su Fan's expression was peculiar. Lu Ruren sighed. A moment later, she sat on the sofa, clad in a pink outfit adorned with bear patterns, her face ablaze with shame, just a meter away from Su Fan. Come a little closer, he urged. Reluctantly, Lu Ruren shifted in his direction. She had cleared her mind, focusing on the necessity of sustenance to sustain her vitality. To gain, one must also relinquish. It was preferable to endure this than to perish from hunger. Su Fan inched closer. In her current attire, her shape was barely discernible. Yet the thermal underwear was indeed somewhat conspicuous. The fabric appeared quite warm, prompting Su Fan's curiosity to reach out and examine its quality. Lu Ruren instantly straightened her posture, her muscles tensing. However, Su Fan's movements were gentle, allowing her to gradually relax. After an extensive examination, he reluctantly withdrew his hand, acknowledging the fabric's excellent quality and texture. Lu Ruren finally moved slightly. In the 28-degree heat, she was drenched in sweat, and it would soon be time for her to shower. I'm going to shower, Lu Ruren exclaimed through gritted teeth, frustration evident in her voice. It seemed that to survive, she would need to cultivate her resilience further. Yet, she truly could not lift the barrel of water. Lu Ruren cast a glance at the bottled water, her expression fraught with difficulty. Then wash with bottled water, but do not dare to sip it, Su Fan suggested, noticing the distress etched on her face. Why would I sneak a drink of my own bath water? That's absurd, Lu Ruren retorted sharply. She often received private messages online inquiring if she sold bathwater or socks. Su Fan responded with a simple, "Oh." Realizing that Su Fan merely intended for her not to drink the drinking water, she felt her thoughts had strayed unnecessarily. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. The fire spirit array set up by Su Fan enveloped the entire house, maintaining a comfortable 28 degrees even in the bathroom. While bathing in cold water could hardly be deemed enjoyable, it was still bearable. Upon hearing the sound of running water cease, Su Fan turned off the television and returned to the bedroom, preparing for something significant. In the innermost room on the left, he called as he passed the bathroom. That feels wonderful, Lu Ruren said, stepping out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Although the cold shower was quite brisk, the sensation afterward was rather refreshing. With provisions, warmth, and comfort available, the place, despite its less than stellar decor, was a far cry from her own home across the way. Where are you? Su Fan urged. Lu Ruren involuntarily tensed up, then gritted her teeth and replied, coming. History is a lengthy journey. From the emergence of the first life beneath the waves to the vast expanse of the cosmos, humanity has traversed a myriad of experiences. With the unification of the Qin dynasty, the Han people constructed a direct route to the northern deserts. The establishment of new maritime routes led to the discovery of a new continent by Eurasian civilizations. With the ascent of rockets, humanity engages in a prolonged and profound exploration of the universe. After a considerable time, Su Fan exhaled deeply, Pondering the question of where the edge of the universe lies and what the significance of human civilization's existence is, he gently covered Lu Ruren with a blanket. Contemplating the consequences of her catching a chill, Host has completed the mid-stage chi refining task and obtained water flow technique and fireball technique. Notification: Host has acquired a new furnace cauldron. Name: Lu Ruren. Age: 21. Level: 0. Appearance: ethereal. Intimacy level: 2. Rebirth count: 33. Su Fan glanced at the displayed panel. The initial lines were similar, but now included intimacy level and rebirth count. Alert: when intimacy level reaches 258, a reward package will be granted. Rebirth count is influenced by intimacy level. Rebirth: when the furnace cauldron's physical body perishes, its original soul can be retrieved into the host system. Su Fan pondered. This rebirth mechanism seemed extraordinarily powerful. Yet simply retrieving the original soul might not suffice. He might also need tools to reconstruct the physical body. Notification: Host has acquired a new furnace cauldron, enhancing cultivation speed. Current cultivation speed: 2 points per day. Alert: every 5 levels gained by the furnace cauldron increases cultivation speed by an additional point per day. Furnace cauldron level? Su Fan understood that the system referred to Lu Ruren's panel showing level 0. It appeared that he would need to nurture her level further. As the intimacy level between Su Fan and Lu Ruren reached the second tier, a reward package was bestowed upon him. Option A: a yellow-grade superior spirit sword. Unsurprisingly, Option A presented yet another spirit sword, albeit of a higher quality than before. Should he select the sword this time? Given his binding to the cultivation system, a spirit sword seemed a fundamental necessity. Su Fan continued to peruse the options. Option B: a medium-grade Qilin armor. Option C: a summoning talisman from senior sister Chun. A spark of excitement ignited within Su Fan's eyes upon seeing Option C. Qilin armor provides defensive capabilities. Can generate a protective barrier capable of withstanding a certain degree of attacks. Senior Sister Chin's Summoning Talisman. Summons Senior Sister Chun, Peak Foundation Establishment, to assist you once. From a practical standpoint, Su Fan considered the Qilin armor to enhance his survival skills, especially as the generated barrier might even shield him from the external snowfall. However, his gaze remained fixated on Option C. Did Senior Sister Chin truly exist in this realm? Would it even be functional? Ultimately, curiosity prevailed, and he chose Option C. A jade token materialized in his hand, adorned with a cerulean and white tassel, inscribed with the character for Chun. It possessed a texture that was both warm and robust, leading Su Fan to believe that such craftsmanship was beyond the capabilities of this world. The large character evoked thoughts of Chen Xiaoqian. Causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he decided to stow the jade token away for future use, as it could summon Senior Sister Chen once. After securing the token, Su Fan brushed a stray hair behind his ear and called out, "Master." Lu Ruren's complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 9. Forbidden Techniques? Su Fan glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. A lengthy narrative had unfolded that night. Given their limited familiarity, it was essential to engage in further dialogue, especially since they were now living under the same roof. Establishing a foundation of trust was paramount. After much contemplation, Su Fan prudently decided to wrap the slumbering Lu Ruren in blankets and carry her to the bed in another room. He then locked his own door. While the likelihood of being awakened by this woman in the middle of the night and facing danger was slim, it was certainly not zero. Fatigue soon overcame him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Su Fan's alarm clock rang at 9 o'clock. His cultivation progress bar had completely filled. Realm advancement, late stage chi refinement. Su Fan sensed a significant enhancement in his spiritual energy, physique, and physical strength, as well as a marked improvement in his spiritual perception. With his current physical prowess, an ordinary person would likely be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Host: Su Fan. Talent: ordinary spiritual root. Realm: late stage chi refinement. Alchemical furnace: Lu Ruren, destined artifact. None. Notification: Host has broken through to the late stage chi refinement. Receiving a reward package. Option A: a low-grade spiritual sword of the Xian level. Option B: a mid-grade Qilin armor of the Xian level. Option C: a promotion token for inner disciples of the Qingyan sect. The Qilin armor has made its reappearance. Su Fan's eyes brightened at the sight. Just as he contemplated selecting Option B, a line of red text appeared below. Option D: forbidden technique, spirit refinement method. A forbidden technique? Su Fan hurriedly examined the prompt. Prompt: promotion token for inner disciples of the Qinyan sect. Hold this token and proceed to the inner hall to be promoted to an inner disciple. Spirit refinement method. Amplifies mental ability by tenfold, but requires the sacrifice of 3 lives each month. Failure to do so renders the enhancement void. Forbidden technique. Practitioners identified as engaging in forbidden techniques by the Immortal Palace will be executed on the spot if discovered. After contemplating for a moment, Su Fan felt his heartbeat quicken. The requirement to take 3 lives each month seemed manageable. If he merely stood downstairs with food in hand, individuals would inevitably come to seek their demise. In this chaotic order, he need not worry about facing repercussions. However, disregarding the fact that he had never truly taken a life, the notion of having to kill to meet his quota each month would likely transform his psyche into that of a bloodthirsty individual. This, perhaps, elucidated the reason for its classification as a forbidden technique. As for whether a sword from the Immortal Palace could sever the ties of authority in this realm, ding. Negative effects detected. To safeguard the host's mental and physical well-being, the negative effects have been optimized. Please review. The system's voice resonated at an opportune moment, prompting Su Fan to check again. Forbidden technique. Spirit refinement method. Spirit refinement method. Amplifies mental ability by tenfold, but requires the consumption of 3 cups of water daily. Failure to do so renders the enhancement void. Well, this is splendid. Now he has become a hydration assistant. Su Fan disregarded options A, B, and C. Given its classification as a forbidden technique, it must possess considerable strength. He chose option D. The host has acquired the spirit refinement method. Would you like to integrate it? Integrate. Upon selection, Su Fan felt a warm current envelop his mind, swirling within. It was as though his brain was undergoing a system upgrade, descending into a state of chaotic consciousness. 1 minute later, his nearly overwhelmed mind regained clarity in an instant. This clarity was exquisite. From 3 meters away, he could perceive a bottle of cola in the corner, the ingredients listed upon it distinctly visible. However, this was something Su Fan could accomplish prior. Now, with the enhancement, he turned his gaze toward the entrance and sensed that Lu Ruren had risen. Wrapped in a blanket, she glanced at her door before retreating back inside to close it. Then she wobbled unsteadily back to her bedside, sitting on the edge and adjusting her blanket. The morning is indeed a time brimming with vitality. Though his sight was obscured, Su Fan's consciousness could still perceive the happenings beyond the walls. Closing his eyes, he extended his mental awareness upstairs, discovering that the entire room above was vacant, with a plethora of food and water lying in the living room. Below, a couple resided, their forms slumped together, their faces etched with despair, surrounded only by empty water bottles and food wrappers. On the bedroom wall hung a photograph from their wedding day. Currently, Su Fan's consciousness could penetrate a single wall, yet beyond that, the clarity began to fade. He steadied his mind. With such perceptive abilities, he had gained a formidable means of safeguarding against danger. Preparing to rise, Su Fan's hand brushed against a small garment within the covers, the fabric yielding a delightful texture. Clearly of high quality, a fine item, it would be advantageous to appropriate it, as not wearing it would be more convenient. Su Fan accessed the system interface, noting that 2 skills remained unmerged: fireball technique and water flow technique. Soon, the pertinent information regarding these spells flooded his mind. Channeling his spiritual energy, Su Fan conjured a fireball in his palm, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, radiating intense heat. An offensive capability had been acquired. He could hurl this fireball, transforming it into an explosive blaze. Next, he decided to experiment with the water flow technique. Directing his focus towards a potted plant by the window, he gently employed his spiritual energy, producing a jet of water from his hand akin to a water gun. With greater effort, the stream intensified into a column of water. If his spiritual energy was sufficiently potent, it could potentially yield a high-pressure jet capable of cutting through objects. However, in this frigid post-apocalyptic world, it seemed less practical than the fireball technique. Could this water be potable? Su Fan pondered, contemplating the possibility that the water he generated might resolve his hydration issues. He retrieved a cup and carefully poured a measure of water into it. Liang Ruren, come here. Liang Ruren, lost in thought on the bed, suddenly heard Su Fan's voice resonate directly in her mind. She sensed no significant anomaly, merely a disorienting hum in her head. As she entered the room, Su Fan smiled. He had attempted to connect directly with her consciousness, conveying his thoughts to achieve a form of mental transmission, and it had worked flawlessly. Come, drink some water. Could you first hand me some clothing? Liang Ruren clutched the blanket around her. First, drink this, fresh water. Su Fan raised the cup in his hand. Liang Ruren gazed at the cup, a strange sensation enveloping her. This water isn't from you, is it? Yes, you could say it is water I produced. Su Fan affirmed with a nod. Do I really have to drink this? She queried, her brow furrowing as she took a step back. If I offer it, you should drink it, Su Fan insisted. Liang Ruren's cheeks flushed, a mix of embarrassment and reluctance, but she ultimately accepted the cup. It seems okay, she said, sniffing it. Once assured it was indeed water, she took several gulps, quenching her thirst. How does it taste? Is it different from ordinary water? Does it satisfy your thirst? Su Fan inquired, observing her reaction. What? This really isn't water? Liang Ruren exclaimed, a look of surprise crossing her face. After contemplating, she realized that it felt as if she had drunk nothing at all. Her thirst remained unquenched. Su Fan poured a few more cups of water, encouraging her to drink more. Yet, it seemed as though she had hardly consumed any. Lu Ruren gently caressed her stomach, despite drinking several cups. She still felt an emptiness within. Well then, Su Fan pondered, this water was transformed from his spiritual energy, which likely meant it was fundamentally still spiritual power and would dissipate on its own. Things created from spiritual energy could not be used as tangible resources. Raising his gaze, he suddenly recalled the stunning beauty before him, wrapped only in a blanket. Are you hungry? Su Fan remarked, admiring the intricate patterns of the blanket. Lu Ruren nodded. After so many days, having eaten only a single piece of bread, she was indeed famished. You have performed admirably. This is your reward. A loaf of bread materialized in Su Fan's right hand. Lu Ruren's expression brightened instantly, her face glowing as she eagerly reached out to accept it. Eat up. Once you finish, you can get to work. Su Fan gestured towards the bedspread. Huh. Lu Ruren's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 10. The emergence of the superpower. The infinite cosmos perpetually captivates humanity, prompting relentless exploration, from rockets soaring into the sky to enduring voyages through the universe. Humanity spares no resources in pursuit of meaningful ventures. Master, Master, a soft voice murmured unconsciously beside Su Fan. He paused momentarily, realizing he may have overstepped a boundary. Reclining against the pillow, he contemplated the vastness of the universe and the significance of life before opening the system interface. Late-stage Qi refinement task. Teach a lesson to the arrogant Qi refinement novice from the same village. Task reward, swordsmanship. What does Qi refinement novice from the same village mean? Su Fan's curiosity was piqued. He opened the task map for further inspection. The target of the task was indeed located within his own community. Based on his previous experience with the scripture repository task, it seemed the system's targets were indeed correlated. If same village was interpreted as same community, it implied that there existed an individual equivalent to a Qi refinement novice within the vicinity. This suggested the emergence of a superpowered being. Su Fan was determined to witness this marvel, to discern the nature of this individual and how their abilities differed from his own. Moreover, what were the conditions for awakening such powers? After all, he needed to devise a way to elevate Lu Ruren to level 5, thereby enhancing her cultivation speed by an additional point. Taking out his phone to check the messages in the homeowners group, he discovered that someone had already mentioned superpowers. He then gently nudged the dazed Lu Ruren. Have you seen the messages in the homeowners group? My phone is dead, Lu Ruren mumbled. With a flick of his wrist, a power bank appeared in his hand. My phone is in my winter coat. Lu Ruren retreated further into the blanket. After spending a night together, Lu Ruren had come to a realization. Su Fan was formidable in many aspects. He was not only skilled in combat, but also possessed resources, exactly the kind of person needed in such an environment. Moreover, he had strengths in other areas as well. It felt as though she had struck a stroke of luck. Once she accepted certain realities, a sense of comfort gradually enveloped her. Residing here brings a sense of comfort, and she endeavors to endear herself to Su Fan, lingering in this place. With a swift motion, Su Fan summoned her phone, which soared from the depths of a bulky coat resting on the windowsill. Oh, how did you manage that? Lu Ruren expressed her astonishment once more. Su Fan charged her phone, and upon starting it, the screen revealed a lock screen adorned with English letters and a bear motif. Take a look for yourself, he said, placing the phone and power bank into her embrace. The messages began at 6 o'clock in the morning. 83 flowers blooming in abundance. Dear family, please ensure your doors are securely locked. Last night, the property management team went door to door robbing everyone in Building 8. 233 longing for one heart. The items I took out yesterday were seized by them. 132 warm sunshine. Merely losing possessions is fortunate. I went out with my wife yesterday, and I was the only one who returned. 233 longing for one heart. Seriously, how can you endure this? 132 warm sunshine. What can be done? There were over 20 of them, armed with knives. I don't even know how my wife is doing. Sigh. I don't want to live anymore. 81 Brother Wong. Brother, your wife is perfectly fine. She's remarkable. Picture. 81 Brother Wong. She's quite skilled. She could join the property team. No worries about food, and plenty of women. 132 warm sunshine. I'll kill you. 7 Building 181. Manager Yang of Bread Loan. Your property team is so formidable. Why didn't you raid the supermarket this morning? 81 Brother Wong. Damn, he can breathe fire. There's someone who can breathe fire. 7 Building 181. Manager Yang of Bread Loan. Haha, practice makes perfect. We have 6 more like that in our supermarket team. Your skills might only suffice against women. 81 Brother Wong. Watch your words, you little brat. 181, right? Stay home tonight. Don't wander off. 181 Ice Cream Wholesale. Why are you miswriting the door number? Su Fan perused the message history, distilling 2 critical pieces of information. Firstly, at least 2 factions have emerged within the community. 1, the property team, which is based on the management, possessing spare keys and various tools. The other, the supermarket team, which boasts ample resources. Secondly, there are individuals with abilities akin to superpowers. If the supermarket team possesses 7 such individuals while the property team has none, it may indicate that the supermarket team has discovered a method to awaken these powers. Could this be true? Someone can breathe fire? Lu Ruren felt a twinge of surprise. Yet recalling Su Fan's own remarkable feats, she sensed that he was indeed more formidable. Su Fan offered no response. He clicked to exit the homeowners group, noting 1 unread message remaining. Supervisor Yu. Su Fan, how are things on your end? Are you still alive? Yu Miao Miao's previous query about food inadvertently categorized her among those influential leaders, yet she seemed genuinely concerned for him. Su Fan reminisced about that fateful night before the apocalypse, as the enchanting visage of Yu Miao Miao floated into his mind. If only he could venture outside. He would first check on Yu Miao Miao. Given her ethereal beauty, she would undoubtedly be captivating. If she were to grant him another chance, it would be akin to an unexpected blessing. Su Fan, fortunately, I have some reserves. How is it on your end? Su Fan intended to inquire whether any superhumans had emerged in her vicinity. After sending the message, he noticed a new friend request. Xiao, Su Fan. I miss you dearly at Jiang University. Upon reading that simple yet poignant message, a chill coursed through Su Fan's heart. Why was he suddenly pondering such matters? Did she find herself in need of him? An ex-girlfriend? Lu Ruren leaned in, catching a glimpse of his phone screen. Su Fan nodded thoughtfully. What a fine tea, Lu Ruren remarked with a disdainful expression, astonished that someone with Su Fan's disposition would be drawn to such a person. Su Fan glanced at Lu Ruren. Indeed, she had a knack for openly expressing her disdain for those she disliked. In contrast, Chen Xiaoqian preferred to present herself in a more refined light. Today, a gentleman's friendship is as distant as water. Tomorrow, she would regretfully declare their incompatibility. Chen Xiaoqian desired a life filled with happiness. Naturally, women's essentials were a requisite in life. However, as she prepared for her graduate studies, striving for a promising future, she lacked the financial means to indulge. What if there were a boyfriend who could provide? It was his duty as a partner. Other boys would shower their girlfriends with gifts. Why should he be any different? Sister, I already bear your living expenses. Do I really have the means to buy gifts? Su Fan had never considered this before, feeling instead that he owed Chen Xiaoqian. Yet, in this seemingly blissful existence, Chen Xiaoqian felt the only flaw was her bottom-tier boyfriend. He possessed none of the wealth, education, or status she desired. She even felt embarrassed to mention him to her roommates. And such a relationship severely tarnished her visions of a happy future. Upon entering graduate school, the disparity between their worlds became painfully evident, leading her to decisively sever their ties. Venus and Luan Ti would be better suited than the two of them. Even though Su Fan had now attained considerable power, The thought of this matter still weighed heavily on his heart. He accepted the friend request, hoping to glean more information through Chen Xiaoqian. Casually, he stumbled upon her pinned social media post. Ultimately, one person bears it all, waiting for dawn in the solitude of night. 3 seconds later, the post's visibility was restricted. Su Fan prudently labeled this White Lotus ex-girlfriend in his contacts. Su Fan, how are things on your side? University life should be manageable, right? Want to burst your coins, you finally replied. Things are not great here. The girls' dormitory is overcrowded, and food is scarce. Want to burst your coins. I find myself yearning to see you once more. Could you possibly bring some food? Su Fan, is there poison in the snow? How did you come here? Want to explode your coins. I saw someone walking in the snow. It seems to be called a supernatural ability. You can find a way too, right? Su Fan. All right, if you discover any method, just tell me directly, and I will bring you something. Image, Su Fan sent her a photo of bottled water and a box of bread. Want to explode your coins. If you come, I will consider us getting back together. Su Fan chose to hide the chat box. It was an eyesore. Chapter 11. I want to take a male pet. Su Fan stood up and ventured out to seek the so-called superpowered individuals. I'll be back shortly. Su Fan got dressed, thinking about having something warm for lunch. What will you cook? Wow, that sounds wonderful. Lu Ruren reflected for a moment. I usually just order takeout and can only make dumplings. All right then. Su Fan nodded, pondering that perhaps it would be nice to have a little cook in the future. The supplies in his storage bag contained various ingredients that he could prepare, but he had no desire to cook. A little cook? Lu Ruren inferred from Su Fan's words that it meant he intended to accommodate other women as well. Am I not enough for you? I can learn anything you desire. Although somewhat reluctant, she felt powerless. All the resources here belonged to him, and he was exceptionally capable. Lu Ruren had already witnessed numerous chaotic scenes in other groups, where the darker sides of human nature were vividly displayed. Some people were right. Those like her, lacking strength, could only be treated as playthings or commodities. She had even seen several images of girls who had been mistreated by multiple men, reduced to a pitiable state. In comparison, Su Fan's place was akin to paradise. There was food, warmth, and comfort. Moreover, he seemed to be genuinely kind, perhaps due to her obedience. Do we have fire? Lu Ruren pondered that the gas pipeline might have been cut off. We have a gas cylinder. Su Fan retrieved a large one from his storage bag and set it down with a thud. Oh, master, is this your supernatural ability? Although she had witnessed Su Fan conjuring items from thin air before, Lu Ruren was still amazed. Hearing the term master in casual conversation made Su Fan's lips twitch. Wasn't he that part of the roleplay? But perhaps it was fitting, as he might eventually provide a home for other girls. Sort of. Su Fan nodded, suggesting that perhaps she could have one too. Su Fan intended to explore the supermarket to discern the nature of their supernatural abilities, hoping to accomplish a task in the process. He then took out a pack of frozen dumplings and handed them to Lu Ruren. Master, won't you be cold going out like this? Lu Ruren observed Su Fan donning a thin jacket as he prepared to leave. With the enhancement of Su Fan's physique, his resistance to temperature had significantly improved. You are right, I should be cold. Su Fan turned back and playfully pinched Lu Ruren's delicate face. Family, I seek attire that embodies the chilling atmosphere of a post-apocalyptic world. A minute later, Su Fan donned a cotton jacket, deeming it more reasonable. Descending the stairs, he anticipated a challenging search for people at the supermarket, only to be met with raucous commotion as he reached the underground parking lot. Even if you possess the ability to breathe fire or summon hail, do not overstep your bounds. If it comes to a life or death struggle, it is hardly worth it. Do you believe you are worthy of such a fight? Enough talk. Surrender your supplies and your people. Su Fan discreetly observed the situation nearby, remaining concealed. Two factions were at an impasse, evidently the supermarket team and the property management group. One speaker was a bespectacled man exuding an air of maturity, while the opposing figure was the scar-faced man whom Su Fan had previously encountered. Is it possible that someone among the supermarket team possesses abilities? Su Fan employed his probing skill on the bespectacled man. Level 1 ability, plant system. Someone has attained a level. This is comparable to the initial stage of chi refinement, isn't it? He seems rather arrogant as well. Su Fan prepared to take action, intending to deliver a beating and then depart. Fine, 50 pounds of food and 2 cases of water. This time, I will grant you this, but should you return, I shall truly fight back. The scar-faced man grimaced in begrudging acceptance. What about others? 5 females and 3 males. The females must be beautiful, and the males should be youthful. The bespectacled man, Zhang Yuan, displayed a haughty demeanor. What on earth? You have such tastes? The scar-faced man regarded him with a perplexed expression. There is no alternative. This is what our little princess desires. Zhang Yuan gestured behind him with his thumb. At that moment, a lithe and graceful figure stepped forward. Indeed, I require 3 male companions. Though she too was clad in a cotton jacket, her lustrous black hair, adorned with perfectly placed hairpins, and her youthful, radiant visage made her presence striking. Oh, perhaps a delightful surprise? Su Fan was indeed the one who found himself captivated. Name, Mu Xiaowan. Age, 20. Level, 2. Ability, Ice System. Appearance, ethereal. Dual cultivation experience, 0. Hint, detected subject meets furnace requirements. Well, how splendid. Another individual who fits the criteria has emerged. Remarkably, she is at level 2, surpassing that bespectacled man. TSK, yet her dual cultivation experience stands at 0. What kind of male companions does she seek? Is she eager to experience something new even in a post-apocalyptic world? My, what an enchanting young lady. What does it mean to have male companions? The scar-faced man and his followers revealed expressions of unrestrained desire. Boss, allow me to go. Boss, I wish to be a male companion. I want to go. I no longer wish to strive. I simply want to be a plaything for a woman. The younger subordinates of the scar-faced man, particularly those who believed themselves to be youthful, eagerly volunteered. Brothers, heed my counsel. The crowd turned in unison to the 2 boys huddled in the corner. Last night, we ventured out, and her so-called male companion utterly misinterpreted the situation. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with Xiaoyang. The boy who spoke nudged the fair-skinned boy beside him with his elbow. The fair-skinned youth immediately flushed, tugging at his clothing. Stop it, darling, it wasn't your fault last night. Damn it, have you lost your mind? Don't call me darling. I still feel queasy. The boy who had spoken shouted as he took 2 steps back. In any case, this little princess hadn't even unbuttoned her padded coat. Don't even think about it. What is this? Ahem, boss, let's pretend I never said anything. Boss, I've made up my mind. Poverty should not lead to debauchery. The younger brothers chuckled, distancing themselves from each other. I suggested, why don't we just leave it at that? The scarred-faced man spoke in a low voice. There's no need for the men to speak. There are not many of you. So why do you need so many women? Suddenly, the bespectacled man's expression changed. A vine emerged from the ground beneath the scarred man's feet, swiftly ensnaring his legs and climbing up to his chin. Do you think you can negotiate with us now? As for women, they can be rented out daily in exchange for resources. Don't tell me you aren't doing that. Of course, men can be rented out on occasion as well. The scarred man attempted to break free, but found the vine's strength far exceeded that of ordinary plants, rendering him incapable of escape. He then turned and shouted behind him, Brothers, what are you standing there for? If you don't want to negotiate, let us fight them. Let us go all out. Charge. We have the numbers, and if we win, we can reclaim that little lady. To the left stood 7 superpowered individuals, while to the right loomed over 20 ordinary people armed with various weapons. The first-level abilities appeared rather weak. In a life-and-death struggle, the outcome was uncertain. The scene erupted into chaos. Su Fan recognized this as an opportune moment. Chapter 12. Cultivation. The superpowered individuals on the left unleashed their abilities in unison. Some breathed fire, while others summoned water. In the midst of the fray, Mu Xiaowan raised her hand, conjuring a fierce hailstorm. Her skill had a broad range, impacting around 10 individuals, 2 of whom were struck and drew blood. However, their sheer numbers spurred them forward recklessly. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Su Fan swiftly infiltrated the property management group's ranks, blending into the crowd. Among the superpowered individuals, the fire-breathing boy stood directly in front of Mu Xiaowan, unleashing flames that generated an astonishing heatwave. This fire-wielding youth, Chen Na, was a classmate of Mu Xiaowan's from the same university. In the community, most of these individuals were relatively older and likely perceived Mu Xiaowan merely as an attractive young girl. However, he knew that Mu Xiaowan was the new campus belle at their school. Within the first week of classes, her name had been mentioned over 20 times on the confession wall. Although her personality was somewhat peculiar, her beauty was undeniable. The fact that he resided in the same community as this goddess felt like fate. Despite the unfortunate occurrence of an apocalyptic scenario, being trapped with the goddess seemed like a divine twist of fate. She is a princess, and thus, I shall be her knight. Ignoring the fiery girl and the flames, Let us first eliminate the others, bellowed the scar-faced man. The 20 or so ordinary people recognized that these two were formidable adversaries and charged towards the other extraordinary beings. At that moment, after having his vines severed by a subordinate, the scar-faced man looked up to see Su Fan rushing towards the fire-wielding youth and Mu Xiaowan. Who dares to seek their own demise? The scar-faced man wondered who among his subordinates was so audacious. Others also caught sight of Su Fan's silhouette and believed this brother was doomed. Earlier that morning, a comrade had faced off against the flame-wielding youth and had not only been left with a scorched face, but had also been utterly defeated. He must have been absent that morning, never witnessing the youth's formidable power. Moreover, he was going in alone. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan found himself before the fire-wielding youth, Chen Na. What a fool seeking death. Chen Na, seeing Su Fan approach, smirked and raised his hand. To his surprise, Su Fan also lifted his right hand towards him. Are you planning to unleash this? Boom. Chen Na released a burst of flames from his hand. In the next instant, a fireball, exponentially more powerful than Chen Na's flames, transformed into an explosive inferno in Su Fan's grasp. At the moment Su Fan unleashed the fireball, Chen Na's flames were instantly consumed. The intense heat incinerated his clothing and hair. With eyes wide in disbelief, his face charred. Chen Na realized he too possessed fire-related powers, yet his were even stronger. Su Fan then swiftly struck him, sending him flying 3 meters away. Mu Xiaowan had not failed to notice Su Fan's approach. She was engrossed in unleashing a broad barrage of hail upon the crowd. Although she could not recall the name of the classmate before her, she was aware of his formidable fire abilities. Never did she anticipate that someone could annihilate him so effortlessly. What on earth is this? He possesses superpowers too? That fireball is simply invincible. Su Fan's fireball technique astonished everyone present. Oh no, it's him. Upon recognizing Su Fan, the scar-faced man felt a pang of pain on his face. Mu Xiaowan hastily ceased her hailstorm, facing Su Fan, and conjured a long ice spear in her hand. At that moment, Su Fan approached her with an unfathomable speed, as if scrutinizing something. Then, with a warm smile, he effortlessly crushed the ice spear embedded in his chest. Huh. Mu Xiaowan was taken aback. This was an ice spear created from her level 2 powers, and not only did it fail to penetrate him, but it was also shattered with bare hands. If she could not discern that her opponent was significantly stronger, she would truly be foolish. Mu Xiaowan took 2 steps back and fled. Yet how could she outrun Su Fan? In just 2 or 3 strides, he caught up to her, seizing the collar of her garment at the nape of her neck and lifting her effortlessly. Quite a fine figure, very light indeed. Cough, cough, let me go. Mu Xiaowan waved her hand, releasing a mist of ice that struck Su Fan's face. Thank you for the face wash. Su Fan felt a refreshing sensation on his face. Subsequently, he swiftly rendered Mu Xiaowan unconscious with a single strike and departed gracefully. The crowd of onlookers momentarily halted their actions. The 30 or so men present were captivated, their eyes fixated. While Mu Xiaowan's allure was undeniably unique, to claim that her physique elicited no thoughts would be disingenuous. A few individuals with extraordinary abilities exchanged glances, yet none dared to intervene. After subduing Mu Xiaowan, a notification resonated in Su Fan's mind. Late-stage Qi refinement task completed. Acquired sword control technique. As he opened the door, Lu Ruo ran her head out from the kitchen. Master, the dumplings are ready. Upon seeing Su Fan carrying Mu Xiaowan over his shoulder, Lu Ruo's smile faltered. She had anticipated Su Fan bringing a new woman home, but she hadn't expected it to occur so soon. They had only spent 1 night together, and now he was already introducing someone new? Had he snatched a maiden from somewhere? This is a war captive, Su Fan stated, placing Mu Xiaowan on the sofa and binding her. Despite her current state, she was indeed an extraordinary individual. Let us enjoy the dumplings first. Lu Ruo, upon hearing this, brought the dumplings from the kitchen and sat down to eat in front of Mu Xiaowan. It had been a long time since she had tasted anything so delightful. Lu Ruo wiped her mouth, astonished that frozen dumplings could be so delectable. Indeed, Su Fan nodded. If you perform well, we shall have hot pot next time. Really? Lu Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Fan turned to the sofa, inquiring, when did you awaken? Just as you began eating the dumplings. Mu Xiaowan opened her eyes, revealing a sorrowful gaze. They had a fire to cook with, while she had been subsisting on instant meals for days, merely inhaling the enticing aroma of their dumplings. The realization of her predicament caused tears to involuntarily escape from the corners of her mouth. Answer my questions properly, and you may have some to eat. Su Fan suddenly recalled the small cake he had earlier produced, stating, "Respond well, and this cake shall be yours as well." Cake. Mu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with delight. "I ask you answer. Utter one extra word, and I shall punish you," Su Fan declared, pulling out a belt. Mu Xiaowan promptly closed her mouth tightly and nodded vigorously. The sight of Su Fan conjuring items from thin air filled her with astonishment, yet she dared not utter a single word. "You can manipulate ice, some can breathe fire, and others can heal. What do you call your abilities?" "Superpowers," Mu Xiaowan replied succinctly, as if fearful of being deemed verbose. "How do you know to call them superpowers?" "Intuition," Mu Xiaowan offered, her response minimal. "Clarify," Su Fan commanded, retracting the belt. "It's just something one knows. The concept was present in my mind upon awakening," Mu Xiaowan explained, touching her backside in mild grievance. "Isn't it punishment for speaking too much? Does your superpower have levels?" Su Fan inquired. "Levels? If I must explain. After acquiring my powers, I imbibed a bit more, and I noticeably became stronger than the rest," Mu Xiaowan recounted, lowering her head in contemplation. "Wait a moment." Su Fan sensed that Mu Xiaowan had inadvertently mentioned the pivotal question he was about to pose. What to drink? Chapter 13. Distilled snow. Mu Xiaowan's eyes filled with panic as she revealed that she had merely consumed a glass of water. "What kind of water?" Su Fan inquired, tugging at his belt with a resounding snap. "I don't know. My father gave it to me," Mu Xiaowan replied, promptly sealing her lips tightly. Ruo ran. Su Fan turned to her, suggesting a bit of coercion. "All right then." Lu Ruoran understood the unspoken cue and approached, intent on tugging at Mu Xiaowan's cotton trousers. Wait. I'll confess. Mu Xiaowan quickly interjected. "What? We haven't even begun," Lu Ruoran remarked, her enthusiasm deflated. "It was Uncle Zhang Yuan who prepared it," Mu Xiaowan said, shrinking her neck slightly. Uncle Zhang Yuan, a chemistry teacher, lived without water and was nearly parched. However, he possessed a set of distillation equipment. Everyone knew the snow outside was toxic and should not be touched. Yet, Uncle Zhang Yuan had scooped up the snow to produce distilled water for consumption. Drinking distilled water made from snow can grant one supernatural abilities? Su Fan marveled inwardly, surprised by such a method. Not exactly. After the snow evaporates, it leaves behind black and white particles. The black particles are toxic. But by using tweezers to extract the white particles and mixing them into the water, one can obtain supernatural abilities, Mu Xiaowan divulged in one breath. Su Fan couldn't help but applaud. Impressive. To discover this. Yes, my father owns a supermarket and has plenty of food. He trades the white particles for supplies. It was indeed remarkable that a chemistry teacher had uncovered such a method of awakening supernatural powers. And it was hardly surprising that among the many scholars and professors at Jian University, similar discoveries had been made. Further contemplation led him to wonder if they had also developed methods to enhance these abilities. Is there anyone with a higher level of ability than yours? My father, certainly. He is far more formidable than I am. He has consumed a great deal. Mu Xiaowan clenched her fist as she spoke. Su Fan nodded. Since, according to Mu Xiaowan, they relied on the white particles in the snow to elevate their supernatural powers, it was only natural that individuals would strive to enhance their abilities to the highest possible levels. You are at level 2. What level is your father? Su Fan inquired. Mu Xiaowan counted on her fingers. I am level 2? Yes, I suppose I am level 2. In that case, my father is probably at level 4. That is good to know. All right, let us leave it at that for now. Su Fan untied the ropes binding Mu Xiaowan. Can I leave now? Mu Xiaowan asked timidly. Leave? Su Fan glanced towards the door, then sat down with a warm smile. You may go. Wait, just like that? You're really letting her go? Lu Ruoran was taken aback, surprised by Su Fan's unexpected benevolence. Mu Xiaowan sighed in relief and hurried towards the door. Su Fan extended his right hand, employing his spirit control technique to envelop her in spiritual energy. Mu Xiaowan felt an invisible hand grasp her, pulling her back to the sofa. What is happening? Mu Xiaowan looked at Su Fan in bewilderment. Lu Ruoran observed with equal astonishment, recognizing Su Fan's impressive abilities. Everything is fine. You may leave. Su Fan maintained a warm smile. Am I leaving? Mu Xiaowan inquired uncertainly, slowly making her way to the door. Just as she was about to grasp the doorknob, an invisible force pulled her back. Why not leave? Su Fan remarked with a beaming smile. I want to leave too. What have you done? This time, Mu Xiaowan stood her ground. It's nothing, truly nothing. If you wish to depart, then do so. Su Fan gestured towards the door once more. Taking a deep breath, Mu Xiaowan seemed to resolve herself and dashed towards the exit, enveloping herself in a mist of ice. With a whoosh, the invisible hand made its presence known, effortlessly shattering her icy barrier and seizing her once more. Are you still planning to leave? Su Fan's smile remained mischievous. I won't leave anymore, I won't. Mu Xiaowan exclaimed, tears welling up. This man was nothing short of a demon. He was her nemesis in this world. Lu Ruren observed Mu Xiaowan being toyed with by Su Fan, a flicker of delight crossing her mind. This new woman appeared rather naive. Would you like some cake? Su Fan produced a small cake. I don't want it anymore. Mu Xiaowan hurriedly waved her hands, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. You can eat this. Su Fan pressed the cake into Mu Xiaowan's arms, then pointed to the thermometer on the wall displaying a temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. Dressed in a refreshing outfit beneath her thick winter coat, Mu Xiaowan wore a slightly textured white shirt that had become soaked with sweat, outlining her figure dramatically. Gradually, her guard relaxed. She recalled a line from a drama. If the other party intended to harm her, they would have acted already. Cake is not to be wasted. The long-lost sweetness filled her mouth, and Mu Xiaowan began to think that perhaps this place wasn't so bad after all. Su Fan observed her innocence, urging, go on. Eat up, so we can be on our way. Huh. The cake in Mu Xiaowan's mouth suddenly lost its sweetness. Was it a death sentence? Su Fan tapped his finger on the coffee table. If this were a battlefield, you would have perished long ago. But now, you are my captive. You know what that entails. Mu Xiaowan swallowed the cake, her mind racing through various plots she had encountered, finally coming to a realization. Her complexion turning a shade of crimson. This is happening too quickly, isn't it? She managed to utter slowly. Aren't you still seeking a male companion? Why shy away when it's your turn? That's different. Mu Xiaowan raised her chin defiantly. I've never done this before. You're already here. It's only a matter of time. Lu Ruren chimed in, knowing she needed to appease Su Fan to elevate her own standing. But, isn't this too fast? I've never been in a relationship. Mu Xiaowan stammered, flustered. Mu Xiaowan, have you been sheltered so well that you don't even grasp what era this is? Su Fan retrieved her phone from the quilted jacket, intending to search for some examples of human depravity in the apocalypse to impart a lesson. However, upon unlocking her device, she was bombarded with messages from the homeowners group, and her expression turned peculiar. Mu Xiaowan, are you the daughter of the supermarket owner? Su Fan's face grew grave as she scrolled through the messages. Yes. Brace yourself. She replied. Su Fan opened a video, then turned her phone screen towards Mu Xiaowan. In the brief seconds of the recording, a creature resembling a white-haired snow beast smashed through a wall with powerful blows, then stepped through the gaping hole. In the final second of the video, the creature glanced back, its eyes glowing red with a frenzied expression. Chapter 14. The Mutated Snow Corpse in the Homeowners Group. 83 Blossoms of Wealth. Family. Secure your doors and windows. Secure your doors and windows. Video. 236 Dream. What on earth is that monster? Where was this scene? 83 Blossoms of Wealth. A resident from Building 1 shared it. It's terrifying. 233 Yearning for one heart. Where did this creature emerge from? Dressed in a suit. How many are there? 81 Brother Wong. This outfit looks strangely familiar. 81 Brother Wong. Isn't this the supermarket owner's clothing? I just saw it this morning. Manager Yang of Building 7. Damn, the supermarket owner has mutated. No, it's impossible. This cannot be. Mu Xiaowan felt her strength drain away, collapsing to the ground. Mutated? Lu Ruren also turned pale with shock. Su Fan pondered. Could the white pellets they consumed be the cause? If this were the case, she glanced at the dazed Mu Xiaowan. Would she also mutate? Mu Xiaowan, recalling something, crawled over and clutched Su Fan's leg. Please, let me go see. Let us go, Su Fan nodded, leaving Lu Ruren at home. Su Fan quickly accompanied Mu Xiaowan to the foot of Building 1. A tremendous roar echoed from the staircase, resembling the entrance to a monster's lair. A crowd had gathered below, merely listening from a distance, too frightened to approach. Xiaowan's back. Someone from the supermarket group spotted her. Xiaowan, hurry up and stop your father. He is about to demolish the building. An anxious woman in her 40s urged, pushing Mu Xiaowan forward. Su Fan glanced at the crowd and noticed the scar-faced man from their previous encounter. Their eyes met, and the scar-faced man hesitated. Brother, I know you're formidable, but that thing isn't something ordinary people can handle. You'd need an AK to have a chance. Su Fan remained silent. gripping her Tang Dao as she followed Mu Xiaowan up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they were met with a scene straight from hell. A load-bearing wall had been smashed through, revealing a chaotic room and two naked, mangled corpses. Su Fan inhaled deeply. This was a monster in the truest sense. Father. Upon reaching the third floor, Mu Xiaowan finally laid eyes on the white-haired creature. Species, mutated snow corpse. Level 4. Is this truly its name? Su Fan investigated and discovered an additional attribute compared to a human. Withdrawing his blade, he readied himself for an imminent confrontation. Upon hearing the shout, the mutated snow corpse turned, its ominous crimson eyes fixated on him, before it lunged forward in a frenzy. Be careful, Su Fan urged, pulling her behind him as he brandished his knife. It appeared that this white-haired creature had lost all semblance of reason. Even upon encountering a familiar face, it exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Taking a deep breath, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Su Fan, swirling around him. Within mere moments, the mutated snow corpse closed the distance of 6 or 7 meters, causing Mu Xiaowan to collapse in terror at the sight. With a resounding explosion, a small fireball was unleashed from Su Fan's hand, engulfing the mutated snow corpse and driving it against the wall. Ack! The creature pounded its chest in response. Its physical strength was formidable. Su Fan felt a jolt of apprehension. Bang! 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 He unleashed several more fireballs, finally scorching its flesh and slowing its movements significantly. Su Fan hesitated. He possessed the ability to conjure larger fireballs, yet in the cramped corridor, it could inadvertently harm Mu Xiaowan. Furthermore, the mutated snow corpse had already compromised the load-bearing wall. Wrapping his spiritual energy around his Tang knife, he closed the distance and slashed at the mutated snow corpse. With one swift stroke, he severed its arm. Sometimes, the blade proved to be the most effective weapon. Following this, Su Fan delivered a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen, creating some distance before thrusting his knife directly through its heart. Roaring, the mutated snow corpse continued to thrash about. Wait, was its vital point not the heart? Su Fan paused for a few moments, realization dawning upon him. He kicked away the creature's arm and then drove his blade through its skull. After a few more futile struggles, the mutated snow corpse finally succumbed to death. It seemed the true weak point lay within the head, akin to that of a zombie. Su Fan pondered. Father, father. Mu Xiaowan stood up. As she passed Su Fan, he swiftly lifted her up. That is a mutated snow corpse, not your father. It merely wears his clothing. He is likely elsewhere. With reddened eyes, Mu Xiaowan looked up. Where is he? He has ascended to the heavens. Oh. Mu Xiaowan sank to her knees in despair, grasping at Su Fan's leg as she wept inconsolably. Feeling the softness against his leg, Su Fan bent down to embrace her. Let us go. After 10 minutes, Su Fan spoke softly. He guided Mu Xiaowan to the supermarket. If possible, he wished to ascertain the cause of the mutation and whether the method of enhancing abilities through the snow was indeed feasible. How could this be? Mu Xiaowan murmured. What happened to the goods in the supermarket? Su Fan glanced at the disordered shelves and understood the situation. The supermarket owner was gone, and surely the supplies had been ravaged in a frenzy. Zhang, Uncle Zhang. Mu Xiaowan discerned a figure lurking in a corner. Zhang Yuan was clutching a cardboard box, gathering scattered remnants of food from the ground. Xiaowan, Zhang Yuan sighed as he gazed at her. I warned your father, but he consumed far too much. Su Fan glanced at Zhang Yuan in the corner. He was indeed the chemistry teacher that Mu Xiaowan had described. What do you know? Su Fan interposed, brandishing a knife before Zhang Yuan. Upon seeing Su Fan's altered demeanor, Zhang Yuan's expression shifted. The man's latent power was unfathomable. With such formidable abilities, how did you acquire them? Zhang Yuan inquired, still somewhat astonished. I am the one asking you. What is the nature of those white particles? Su Fan stated coldly. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then spoke. A couple of days ago, I discovered that evaporating snow yields both black and white particles. The black ones are toxic, while extracting the white ones and diluting them in water grants one extraordinary abilities. However, excessive consumption of the white particles can lead to adverse reactions. Though I was uncertain of the consequences, I advised Mu Guohui against overindulgence. Yet he disregarded my warning, greedily elevating his powers to several levels, and subsequently, he became a wretched sight. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan nonchalantly slipped his hand into his coat pocket. Su Fan listened in silence, a slight smile forming on his lips as he slowly pressed his hand against the Tang knife. Is that all? Would you care to reorganize your words? Su Fan's gaze was icy as he regarded Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan abruptly withdrew his hand from his pocket. A large handful of black particles wrapped in plastic bursting forth into the air, cascading towards Su Fan and Mu Xiaowan. Yet, as the black particles neared them, an invisible force halted their advance, suspending them midair. Subsequently, all the black particles began to dance and hovered before Zhang Yuan. Not a bad trick, Han, Su Fan remarked, a flicker of amusement breaking through his frigid demeanor. Chapter 15. The lethality requires enhancement. What on earth is happening? Mu Xiaowan exclaimed. Let us discuss this calmly. Do not harm Uncle Zhang. He is panicking. Su Fan tapped the hilt of the tang knife. Yes, ha ha ha, I was lying. Zhang Yuan's expression gradually morphed into one of madness. I killed Mu Guohui. What? Zhang Yuan fixed his bloodshot eyes on Mu Xiaowan. Yes. Consuming the white particles does not lead to mutation. However, resources like alcohol are limited, so I do not have many white particles left. Initially, I merely exchanged a portion of the white particles with Mu Guohui for food, but I intended to reserve the remaining white particles for myself to enhance my abilities. Both Mu Guohui and Zhang Yuan understood that the white particles extracted from snow could be used to gain extraordinary abilities and elevate their levels. However, snow must evaporate to leave behind the white particles, and in this frigid weather, the snow was nearly impossible to thaw, let alone evaporate. Hence, only by igniting a fire to boil the snow could one extract the white particles. However, natural gas has now been cut off, leaving few resources available for kindling. Consequently, their ability to produce the white pellets is severely constrained. Yet, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. Realizing that Mu Guohui had taken advantage of my absence to unlock my house and abduct my wife and daughter, coercing me into surrendering all the white pellets. After I complied, he did not return them to me. He claimed it was part of a deal with the property management. The next morning, when they were thrown back to me, you cannot imagine the state they were in. Zhang Yuan bellowed, his voice gradually softening after he took a few deep breaths. I personally liberated them from their ordeal. All of this is Mu Guohui's doing. Thus, I offered him another batch of carefully disguised black pellets, indistinguishable from the white ones. I watched as he consumed them, relishing the moment he succumbed to poisoning, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Little did I expect, after a moment of silence, he suddenly mutated into a ghastly form. Ah! Mu Xiaowan clutched her head. Su Fan placed the tang knife in Mu Xiaowan's hands, granting her an opportunity. Su Fan coldly regarded Zhang Yuan. Though his circumstances were tragic, he had descended into madness, posing a potential threat if left alive. The black pellets enveloped him tightly, rendering him immobile. As for Mu Xiaowan, Su Fan contemplated keeping her close, for she could not remain in ignorance of the darkness. Thus, he seized this opportunity to train her. Trembling, Mu Xiaowan drew the knife, closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and thrust it into Zhang Yuan. Both were at level 2. Yet Mu Xiaowan failed to strike a fatal blow, and Zhang Yuan merely bled in agony. Subsequently, his expression hardened as he hurled himself toward the black pellets. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground, black spots appearing on his body. Quick, give me the knife. Su Fan had a sudden realization. Seizing the tang knife and hovering it above Zhang Yuan's head. After a brief wait, Zhang Yuan's corpse suddenly opened its red eyes, and white fur rapidly sprouted from his skin. Species, mutated snow corpse. Level 2. With a swift motion, the tang knife descended, piercing through its skull. It seemed that while ordinary individuals succumb to toxins, those with abilities transform into monsters upon exposure. Su Fan examined the corpse of the snow creature. Noting that it was significantly weaker than the previous one, the stronger the ability user, the more formidable the resulting snow creature. Su Fan sheathed his knife and prepared to depart. The supermarket had been nearly emptied, yet there remained a good deal of loose items. Even mosquito legs count as meat. With a wave of his hand, Su Fan summoned his spiritual energy to gather the remaining goods before him. Fortunately, they appeared to be fresh. At that moment, 3 or 4 ruffians armed with sticks and kitchen knives stormed into the supermarket. Big brother, you're late. It's all been cleared out. Did you not see that there is still a pile left? Just a young man and a girl. The tattooed leader squinted his rat-like eyes at us. Hey, isn't that the supermarket owner's daughter? Indeed, I've been craving her for quite some time. Behold, what a remarkable scene unfolds before us. A group of ruffians brazenly engages in their mischief. Young man, we are pressed for time, the tattooed youth exclaimed, pointing at Su Fan. If you wish to avoid disaster, make haste and leave. Su Fan surmised that these individuals were likely oblivious to the present, their knowledge frozen in a time before the existence of supernatural abilities. "Allow me," Morong Xiaowan said, grasping Su Fan's arm as she stepped forward. "Oh, how eager," the tattooed youth responded, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. With a swift motion, Morong Xiaowan raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of icy projectiles upon the group. "What on earth is this? An ice archer? Run," Su Fan commanded, as he maneuvered a shelf at the entrance to seal off the exit. Supporting Morong Xiaowan from behind, he disabled any attempts from the thugs to retaliate or flee. Within a minute, their faces were mutilated by the relentless barrage of ice, and they collapsed, bleeding profusely. Su Fan picked up one of the ice projectiles for inspection, noting that its lethality could use some enhancement. Had he not been there to assist, she might not have been able to defeat a single adversary. "Let us depart," Su Fan said, gently ruffling Morong Xiaowan's hair. She had endured too much today. "Where do you live? Is there anyone at home?" "On the 8th floor of this building," she replied, her eyes glistening. "No one is there. Then gather your belongings and move to my place. I will collect snow and return to create white particles to enhance your abilities. Let us reconvene here in 20 minutes. Go on." Su Fan patted her back reassuringly. He had no fear of her fleeing, as she had nowhere to escape. Even if she attempted to run, Su Fan's keen awareness would allow him to locate her effortlessly. The supermarket connected to the building had a rear entrance, while the front faced the street. However, peering outside revealed an impenetrable darkness, as the first floor was entirely blanketed in snow. "I should be safe using my spiritual energy to interact with it." Su Fan pondered cautiously as he extended his energy and retrieved several large barrels from his storage bag. Noticing no adverse reaction upon contact with the snow, he worked swiftly, filling each barrel to the brim within a mere 10 minutes. Su Fan possessed numerous liquefied gas canisters, enabling him to produce a substantial quantity of white particles. While he had no personal use for them, with a bit of luck, he could easily cultivate a high-level supernatural being. Should Lu Ruoren also gain abilities and elevate her level to 5, her training speed would increase significantly. As for Morong Xiaowan, he would address her situation once she was safely included. Shortly thereafter, Morong Xiaowan returned, a blue backpack slung over her shoulders and a large suitcase in hand. Upon entering, she was met with a sight of barrels filled with snow strewn across the floor. Su Fan waved his hand, summoning the barrels into his storage bag, leaving Morong Xiaowan astonished. Seeing that she had returned obediently, Su Fan turned and drew her close. "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" "Yes," Morong Xiaowan replied, burying her face in Su Fan's embrace. Chapter 16. "Let me embrace a new life, master. You have returned," Lu Ruoren exclaimed, clad in an apron and diligently mopping the floor. Su Fan nodded in acknowledgement, noting that the place looked considerably tidier after her efforts. "How is it, Mu Xiaowan? Are you all right?" Observing Mu Xiaowan's silence, Lu Ruoren surmised that much had transpired. "Why don't you take a moment to rest?" Su Fan gently patted Mu Xiaowan's shoulder, directing her towards the sofa. He then recounted the events to Lu Ruoren, who listened intently, clearly captivated by the tale. "Ruoren, please prepare something for her to eat. And later, take her for a shower to uplift her spirits," Su Fan instructed. "Certainly," Lu Ruoren replied, placing her hand on her chest, embodying the persona of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. Accompanying Lu Ruoren to the kitchen, Su Fan retrieved 4 containers filled with snow and set them on the floor. "You are familiar with the method to create the white particles associated with supernatural abilities. In a moment, you will be responsible for boiling this snow," he explained, producing a pair of tweezers and 2 small boxes. "Collect both colors of particles, but be careful not to touch the snow or the black particles," he cautioned. After a brief hesitation, he added, "If mishandled, the consequences could be fatal." "Are you frightened?" "I am," Lu Ruoren replied, raising her voice and clenching her fist. "But I will give it my all. Remember, no sampling," Su Fan reminded her before delegating the task and retreating to the room, where he lay down on the bed, feeling quite fatigued after the day's exertions. Before indulging in a nap, he took out his phone, where a message from Yu Miao Miao popped up. "Yu Miao Miao, it's not looking good here. I might die. Let me leave you a few last words." "Su Fan, where are you? Do you have food and water?" "Yu Miao Miao, I can hold out for 2 more days. The main issue is that we are trapped here. Outside, we have this video." Upon viewing the video, Su Fan gasped in shock. The footage captured from above revealed a large pit at an intersection, from which a white creature occasionally emerged. moving slowly across the ground. The area was already teeming with these white entities. Su Fan, is this near the Tianhong building of our company? What is that? You meow meow image? Su Fan clicked on the image, revealing a massive, fluffy white orb, approximately 1 meter in diameter, sporting an enormous mouth. Species, snowball monster. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed before Su Fan, identifying the creature species. You meow meow. It resembles some sort of slime, but it could devour a person in just 2 bites. Fortunately, they don't ascend the stairs. They merely wish to starve me. You meow meow sigh. All this is a consequence of overtime work. If only I were at home, I would have plenty to eat. Su Fan, do not lose hope. I will find a way to reach you. Setting his phone aside, Su Fan rubbed his forehead in contemplation. Having received several system rewards, I acquired a functional storage bag, a defensive formation, an enhancement for my spiritual consciousness, and an enigmatic summoning talisman. Today, while battling a level 4 mutated zombie, I felt a distinct lack of offensive capabilities. Furthermore, I remain ensnared within the confines of my residential complex, unable to devise a strategy against the snow outside. Although it seems the snowfall is nearing its end, the ground is blanketed in a thick layer of snow, rendering passage impossible. I remain uncertain whether it is prudent to approach the snow, as I am reluctant to take such risks. If I were to select rewards again, I would certainly gravitate towards these 2 categories. A spiritual sword could serve both combat and aerial flight purposes, and even if its quality is somewhat lacking, I would accept it, Su Fan mused. He picked up his phone and opened Chen Xiaoqian's chat window. With reference to Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan, Su Fan surmised that Chen Xiaoqian's appearance rating would likely be merely decent, insufficient to meet the requirements of the furnace system. Moreover, even if she did meet the furnace's standards, Su Fan could not accommodate her. Were it not for the intent to extract some intelligence, he would not bother to waste his time. Su Fan, also, how did they achieve immunity to the snow toxin? I just returned from the supermarket with a case of instant noodles. Image. Want to explode your gold? You actually have so many items. What a surprise. Wait for me to inquire about it. Su Fan, are there such monsters in your area? I wonder if they can be sent over. Image. Su Fan sent images of the white-haired ball and mutated snow corpse. Want to explode your gold? Yes, besides the 2 you mentioned. There has also been a snow wolf sighting. However, our university has a cleansing team, and all nearby monsters have been eradicated. Want to explode your gold? Here is a document shared in the school group. File. Want to explode your gold? Senior Motion from the cleansing team is quite formidable. I'll show you a group photo. The boy in the center is Senior Motion. If you encounter them outside, they can escort you in. Su Fan opened the image, revealing a group photo of 5 individuals. The leading boy had a sharply defined face, exuding a sense of composure and a hint of leadership. A glimmer of surprise lit up Su Fan's eyes as he noticed a tall, graceful girl in the corner of the photo, clad in a long gown amidst the wintry backdrop. She stood slightly apart from the others, her pale complexion contrasting beautifully with her elegant attire, revealing a breathtaking profile. Su Fan, liking this. This rating must be at least stunning, Su Fan acknowledged with deep appreciation. After indulging in a brief afternoon nap, he awoke to find the sky had darkened. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, he called. Mu Xiaowan peeked through the crack. Her hair styled in twin buns, lips adorned with a soft shade of red, radiating an ethereal charm. With a gentle smile, she fully revealed herself. She had discarded her cotton attire, and within the warmth of the 26-degree greenhouse, Mu Xiaowan donned an elegant black dress. The form-fitting garment accentuated her silhouette, illuminating the vibrant hues of the night, while the exposed black fabric beneath revealed a smooth and delicate texture. Mu Xiaowan gracefully approached Su Fan, wrapping her arms around his neck. Mu Xiaowan, do you feel better? Su Fan inquired as he lifted her onto his lap. Mu Xiaowan offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly. She leaned closer to Su Fan's ear, whispering softly, "Let me embark on a new life." Cloaked in black, a color often emblematic of mystery, she exuded an allure reminiscent of the starry sky, inviting exploration that seemed infinite. When one dissects the essence of black, it reveals a spectrum of vibrant colors: crimson, gold, azure, and violet, intertwining and colliding. Yet, after the passage of time, as all colors fade and dissolve, what remains is an expanse of profound white. Chapter 17. Foundation Establishment, Beep. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a new furnace. Name, Mu Xiaowan, age, 20, level, 2. Ability, ice element. Appearance, ethereal. Affinity level, 2. Reincarnation attempts, 33, beat. Mu Xiaowan's affinity level has reached 2, granting a reward package. Would the host like to open it now? No, I shall attend to it in the morning. At the break of dawn, Lu Ruren stood at the doorway of Su Fan's room, visibly displeased. Why is it that Mu Xiaowan can spend the night on her first day, while I must sleep in another room? As the door swung open, Su Fan emerged, brimming with energy, clad only in shorts. You all are quite the commotion. Where's Mu Xiaowan? Lu Ruren cast a forlorn glance at Su Fan, recalling how the noise had kept her awake until the early hours. Perhaps Xiaowan needs a bit more rest, Su Fan said, pulling Lu Ruren closer. Can this little girl withstand your antics? You think it's me? Lu Ruren teased, her tall stature paired with a sultry aura, presenting a more mature appearance compared to Mu Xiaowan. Name, Lu Ruren, age, 21, level, 0, appearance, ethereal, affinity level, 3, reincarnation attempts, 33. Su Fan glanced at Lu Ruren's panel, noting her affinity level had mysteriously reached 3. I wonder how much you can endure, he mused, lifting Lu Ruren with care and gently closing the door. At precisely 9 o'clock, beep. Host's cultivation progress is complete, achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement and receiving a reward package. Pinnacle? Su Fan was taken aback, having anticipated reaching the next major realm. Host, Su Fan, qualification, ordinary spiritual root, realm, great perfection of chi refinement. Level, 10th, ding. Lu Ruren. Mu Xiaowan, innate magical artifact. None, requirement for realm breakthrough. 1 foundation establishment pill. As Su Fan focused his thoughts on the realm section of the panel, he could observe the corresponding level. In the late stages of chi refinement, he had reached level 9, and now at great perfection of chi refinement. He was at level 10, seemingly with little enhancement. Ding! Host has achieved great perfection of chi refinement. A realm task has been issued. Upon completion, 1 foundation establishment pill will be awarded. Task: study the lower chapter of Dragon Spring Classic. Completed. Ahem. Su Fan chuckled lightly. The movements in the lower chapter of Dragon Spring Classic were not numerous. He had merely attempted them during practical combat, unexpectedly completing it. Ding! Task completed. Reward: 1 foundation establishment pill. A crimson sphere appeared in Su Fan's hand, warm and smooth like jade. Upon closer inspection, the sphere displayed distinct patterns. Su Fan swallowed the crimson sphere, feeling a surge of immense power brewing within his body. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Su Fan, causing the items in the room to tremble. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Lu Ruren, startled by the commotion, quickly sat up. This was the might unleashed during a breakthrough. Please step outside, Su Fan said calmly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After Lu Ruren hurriedly grabbed her clothes and exited the room, a powerful spiritual force surged from Su Fan, dispersing and swirling around him. Numerous items in the room were shattered. After half an hour, the spiritual energy gradually coalesced, concentrating around Su Fan. Host, Su Fan, realm, early foundation establishment, progress, 0-10. Su Fan sensed a qualitative change in the power within his body. His physical strength was formidable, and his spiritual energy had a certain intensity. However, it seemed that the spiritual energy within him had transcended. Su Fan felt as though he had opened up a dantian within himself. Upon a slight release, a vast amount of spiritual energy filled the room. Fall. Su Fan pointed towards the bedside cabinet, and the wooden cabinet was instantly crushed into splinters by the spiritual force. Is this the strength possessed by a cultivator? In the space where the spiritual energy could reach, everything appeared to be manipulable at will. Su Fan withdrew his spiritual energy. Foundation establishment task activated. Participate in the Beast Tide. By slaying 100 demon beasts during the Beast Tide, one can receive the standard reward. Jade Void Sword Technique contains 3 sets of sword techniques. Defeating the Beast Tide may yield a chance to acquire the top-tier reward, Hong Tian Seal. The higher the level of participation, the greater the chance of obtaining rewards. The Beast Tide? Correspondingly, these should be the monsters of this world. Su Fan opened the task map to check the location. This place was quite familiar to him. Jiang University. Detected that the host has broken through the initial stage of foundation establishment. A reward package has been obtained. Would you like to open it immediately? Su Fan's eyes lit up, Having received rewards for consecutive breakthroughs in realms, along with the intimacy reward from last night with Mu Xiaowan, he had amassed 3 packages. Open. Ding. The realm package is now open. Please choose one. Option A, a low-grade spiritual sword, the Celestial Wolf Sword. Su Fan's eye sparkled. A high-grade spiritual sword. Option B, a high-grade profound technique, the Diamond Sutra. Option C, Elder Lee's Jade Hairpin. Hint, Celestial Wolf Sword, capable of devouring beast corpses to cultivate wolf spirits. Diamond Sutra, enhances physical strength to twice its original capacity. Elder Lee's Jade Hairpin, a lost item belonging to Elder Lee. Returning it will increase Elder Lee's favorability. Choosing A, without much hesitation, Su Fan opted for the Celestial Wolf Sword, although he also desired the Diamond Sutra, which would not only enhance his survival capabilities, but also strengthen certain aspects related to vitality. On to the next. Ding. The realm package is now open. Please choose one. Option A, a low-grade profound spiritual sword. Option B, a high-grade yellow elixir. Option C, a good person card from Junior Sister Chi. Hint, the elixir enables the user to comprehend spiritual energy within their body. The elixir, wasn't he that what he had consumed on his first day? How did it reappear? Could others use it too? Su Fan felt this item was somewhat special and decided to select it. Lu Ruren had yet to awaken her abilities. Perhaps it would be worth a try to have her consume it? The final one. Open the package. Option A, a high-grade profound artifact, the God-locking nail. Option B, a high-grade earthly artifact, the wind-concealing boat. Option C, a token of Xianwu Cliff. Hint, God-locking nail, requires mental manipulation to directly attack consciousness, temporarily incapacitating the opponent's awareness. Wind-concealing boat, a flying artifact that can disguise itself, with 3 layers of resting space inside. Xianwu Cliff token, grants access to Xianwu Cliff to comprehend the wall of the Tao. A flying artifact. Su Fan smacked the mattress in excitement. What a delight. An essential vehicle for traversing the apocalyptic world, and it's a high-grade, earthly one. Su Fan glanced at the properties of the God-locking nail, feeling it resonated with his refining spirit technique. However, it seemed he was not currently in need of combat prowess, so he would consider it later. Choosing B, Su Fan made an effort to calm his exhilarated heart. Having opened 3 packages in succession, Su Fan acquired the Celestial Wolf Sword, the elixir, and the wind-concealing boat. The Celestial Wolf Sword was a long sword with an overall silver-white hue, measuring 90 centimeters in length, adorned with black wolf patterns, exuding a sense of quality. Slaying beasts can nurture the sword spirit. Celestial Wolf, progress, 0-10,000. Su Fan held it in his hand, marveling at the sword's exquisite craftsmanship, making it difficult for him to part with it. With a casual flourish, Su Fan rose and began practicing the sword techniques from the Longquan cannon. After 20 minutes, he reluctantly sheathed the Tianlang's sword back into his storage pouch. What filled him with anticipation was the Windward Vessel. Chapter 18. The Windward Vessel in the Storage Pouch. The previously scattered supplies had been pushed to the periphery, making room for a grand ship that occupied a significant portion of the space. This vessel, shaped like an airship, boasted a sleek and aesthetically pleasing design, distinctly different from any contemporary craft, exuding remarkable elegance. The mere thought of stepping beyond the confines of this enclave thrilled Su Fan. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Ruren waiting outside. "Let us go, let's south test drive it," Su Fan exclaimed, seizing her arm and heading towards the balcony. "What test drive? Where are we going?" Lu Ruren asked, confusion etched on her face. "What about the snow you made me boil yesterday?" "All right." Su Fan slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten that after waking from his afternoon nap yesterday, he had been compelled by Mu Xiaowan to remain until this morning. Entering the kitchen, he was greeted by 4 empty buckets and 2 filled boxes, one containing black granules and the other filled with white ones. The quantities were nearly equal. The remnants from yesterday's snow, once boiled down, had yielded just enough to fill both boxes, a task that had taken considerable time to meticulously sort. Lu Ruren wore an expression pleading for praise. Su Fan gently ruffled her hair. "Well done." He carefully stowed the 2 boxes into his storage pouch. "Now, let us head to the balcony." Standing at the edge of the balcony, Su Fan noticed the delicate snow still falling outside. With a wave of his hand, a magnificent airship materialized before him, hovering in the air. Its exterior appeared robust, reminiscent of a large armored vehicle. A hatch on the main surface suggested that it did not rely on buoyancy for flight. Rather, It was likely powered by spiritual energy. Wow! Lu Ruren gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with wonder at this surreal sight. Not bad, Su Fan mused, secretly wishing it were even larger. The specifications indicated it boasted 3 internal levels. However, it seemed only slightly larger than an armored vehicle. Surely, the 3 layers inside could not consist solely of cramped seating. The side hatch opened upwards, revealing a corridor for boarding, shielding them from the falling snow. As Su Fan stepped through the hatch, he was met with a luxurious 3-tiered space. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed an impressive area of approximately 600 square meters. The power of spatial manipulation. The vessel contained a unique space akin to a storage pouch. Indeed, the wonders of spatial energy were astonishing. Su Fan marveled. From the exterior, it appeared to offer merely 20 square meters of space. Goodness, Lu Ruren followed him inside, pinching her arm as if to awaken from a dream. It's so bare. With hardly any furniture, Su Fan mused. This space is large enough to serve as a new home. A mobile home, perhaps? This vessel surpasses even the most advanced RVs. Not only can it soar through the skies, but its interior space is impressively vast. The situation exceeded Su Fan's expectations. He subsequently returned home and packed away all the furniture and belongings from the living room, kitchen, and other bedrooms into storage bags, as he no longer intended to reside in the community. Once back in the cabin of the Wind Chaser, he arranged these items neatly. However, the furniture was sparse. Su Fan surveyed the cabin, which still felt quite empty, and resolved to visit a furniture store later. Lu Ruren, recalling her soft and fragrant bed, realized she had not slept in 2 days. Noticing her concern for her own room, Su Fan went to retrieve her belongings from her house. However, her abode was quite minimalist. The living room contained only a sofa and a coffee table, while the bedroom was somewhat more elaborately decorated. After allowing Lu Ruren to choose a bedroom, Su Fan helped her set it up, almost exactly replicating its original arrangement. Subsequently, Su Fan used his spiritual sense to search within the cabin and discovered a room that resembled a command center. Inside, the Wind Chaser resembled a luxurious cruise ship, and this room served as the cockpit. The operational apparatus within the cockpit was relatively simple, and after a brief examination, Su Fan comprehended its functions. Meanwhile, the community had become lively. Some residents peered out the window to witness a colossal, unfamiliar armored airship hovering in the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Naturally, this spectacle captured the attention of many, with those still residing in their homes clamoring to catch a glimpse of the Wind Chaser. Is this our rescue? I've never seen such technology. It's astounding. How can we board this airship? Please take us away. Save us. Within the Wind Chaser, Su Fan heard none of the commotion, as the interior and exterior spaces were isolated. In the center of the cockpit, a vacant crystal was mounted upon a pedestal. Similar to the Fire Spirit Array, it required the infusion of spiritual energy to operate. After a considerable effort, Su Fan filled the crystal with his energy. Subsequently, the surrounding walls illuminated, and the crystal displayed the conditions outside the Wind Chaser. At that moment, Su Fan noticed the residents' fascination, yet he remained indifferent to their plight. He tentatively experimented with the controls, maneuvering the airship to ascend, descend, advance, retreat, and turn. As the airship began to move, the clamor from the crowd intensified, akin to desperate souls grasping at a lifeline amid impending doom. One particularly famished and emaciated man, driven by desperation, leapt from the 9th floor with an umbrella, landing on the Wind Chaser. However, the airship's exterior could not accommodate a person, and as it shifted, the man lost his grip and tumbled into the deep snow below. At that moment, Su Fan discovered an invisible control mechanism. Notification: activating invisibility will increase spiritual energy consumption. Invisibility? Upon pressing the button, the Wind Chaser vanished from the sight of onlookers. Su Fan found this ability remarkably practical. After all, it was quite ostentatious. When one wished to rest or sleep, one could simply become invisible or engage in covert reconnaissance. Was this not akin to activating a simplistic mode in an apocalyptic scenario? Su Fan optimistically mused. But what had become of that airship? It had vanished. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had clearly seen a dirigible there, with someone plummeting from it. Had hunger induced hallucinations? The cacophony erupting in the community roused Mu Xiaowan from her slumber. Though a few inhabitants remained, they were all enduring hunger in silence, uttering scarcely a word or sound. What had transpired in this once silent community after days of desolation? Gritting her teeth against the pain coursing through her body, Mu Xiaowan donned her clothes and rose from her bed. Limping, she opened the door, revealing a starkly empty living room. All the furniture and belongings had been stripped away, leaving only bare walls. Even the kitchen and other bedrooms stood devoid of any possessions. Su Fan and Lu Ruren had also vanished without a trace. Mu Xiaowan froze in disbelief. Had she truly been abandoned? Had they moved away in the dead of night, leaving her behind? It felt like a cruel deception. Tears streamed down her face, for they had promised to remain together. Last night, when she called him husband, he had responded affirmatively each time. Su Fan, having deactivated his invisibility, suddenly reappeared on the balcony in his enormous wind-sailing vehicle. The corridor where Mu Xiaowan stood was instantly shrouded in shadow. The hatchway opened, and Su Fan emerged from the craft, nodding in satisfaction as he turned back. With this vehicle resembling a mobile home, he could traverse the post-apocalyptic landscape with ease. Mu Xiaowan, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward and embraced Su Fan from behind, weeping uncontrollably. Su Fan, perplexed, wondered what was amiss. "Husband, I thought you had forsaken me." Mu Xiaowan sobbed, burying her head in his shoulder. Lu Ruren, stepping out of the wind-sailing vehicle, wore an expression of resentment. Why did she refer to him as husband? What did that make her? Chapter 19. Departure. All right. There are matters we must address with utmost seriousness. Su Fan seated himself on the sofa in the living room of the wind-sailing vehicle, gesturing for the two women to stand before him. Mu Xiaowan, having just entered the craft, remained in a state of shock for quite some time. "First, I do not wish to carry any burdens. You both must possess the capability for self-sufficiency and, ideally, serve as assistants." Su Fan raised his gaze to the two of them. "Mu Xiaowan, while you are a level 2 ability user, your combat prowess is woefully inadequate, verging on uselessness for someone of your rank. I believe 2 or 3 ordinary men could easily overpower you." Su Fan's tone grew slightly stern. "Therefore, I will train you to enhance your abilities and combat techniques, as well as to engage in practical scenarios." Lu Ruren, upon hearing Mu Xiaowan's admonishment, could not help but feel a twinge of amusement. "You, Mu Xiaowan, were brought back by the master due to your identity as an ability user, and yet you cannot even accomplish this. Unlike me, what do I possess?" Suddenly, Lu Ruren's mind went blank, realizing, alas, that I might be the true failure. "As for you, Lu Ruren." Su Fan glanced at Lu Ruren, who felt a chill run down her spine. "Your combat prowess requires no further elaboration. Like Mu Xiaowan, I shall enhance your fighting capabilities." Lu Ruren nodded earnestly, contemplating that her diligent household chores over the past couple of days might indeed bear fruit, at least sparing her from reprimand. "Secondly, while I do not mind how you address me, I would prefer a unified form of address among you." Su Fan primarily directed his gaze at Mu Xiaowan, suggesting that, like Lu Ruren, she should refer to him as master, understanding that he is the head of this household. Mu Xiaowan's expression, previously unchanged, suddenly morphed into one of grievance and sorrow. "When it is just the two of us, you may call me whatever you wish." Su Fan's tone softened a bit. Mu Xiaowan nodded in agreement. "Primarily, I wish to avoid unnecessary conflicts arising from trivial matters, to prevent issues before they emerge." Su Fan shot a glance at Lu Ruren, as if seeing through her thoughts. Nonetheless, Lu Ruren felt a sense of joy at the prospect of a unified address. Su Fan leaned back slightly, palms outstretched, revealing a small elixir in one hand and a box of white pellets in the other. "Ruren, there is one matter in which I can respect your opinion." Su Fan raised the hand holding the white pellets, explaining that consuming them could grant one abilities and elevate their level. "However, my own powers do not stem from this." He then lifted the small elixir, stating that swallowing this orb might bestow abilities akin to mine. "Yet, I cannot ascertain what might happen should you ingest this orb. It could be ineffective, result in mutation, or even lead to death. Furthermore, the power gained may not surpass that of an ordinary ability user. So how do you choose?" Upon hearing that consuming the white orb could confer powers similar to Su Fan's, Lu Ruren was evidently tempted. She yearned for abilities akin to Su Fan's. This would undoubtedly foster a closer bond with him, leading to greater care. However, the uncertainty of whether swallowing it could be fatal made her hesitate. Ultimately, her motivation for aligning with Su Fan was simply to survive. That was her nature. Despite the feelings she had developed for Su Fan, she was reluctant to risk her life for such a matter. I will choose the white pellets, Lu Ruren replied after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Fan's face. Yet, it was not disappointment towards Lu Ruren. Rather, it was the letdown of unfulfilled curiosity. He was eager to discover whether others could also attain spiritual power. However, this disappointment was fleeting. Su Fan was not concerned about the future lack of individuals willing to consume such elixirs. Lu Ruren, originally taken in for the sake of survival, yearned for stability, a desire that was entirely reasonable. Su Fan swiftly distributed the white pellets to the two individuals, ensuring that Lu Ruren received a slightly larger portion due to her lack of abilities. In Su Fan's presence, following Mu Xiaowan's suggestion, Lu Ruren dissolved a handful of the white pellets in water and consumed it in several gulps. Gulp, gulp. After finishing, she soon exhibited a transformation. Her body convulsed unnaturally, yet her expression remained taut. 2 minutes later, her delicate features relaxed, revealing an expression of exhilaration. Have I succeeded? Let us see your abilities, Su Fan remarked. Experiencing this awakening scene for the first time himself, Lu Ruren raised her hand, a green glow emanating from it. It seems my ability is healing. Su Fan nodded. This ability is quite considerate, precisely what we need at this moment. While Su Fan was undoubtedly adept in combat, he currently lacked any means of healing. All right, we are now prepared to head out. Master, may we leave now? Mu Xiaowan asked sweetly, changing her address. Yes, but first we need to find someone. Su Fan glanced at his phone. He had sent a message to Yu Miao Miao inquiring about her situation that morning, yet had received no reply. Was her phone off? Yu Miao Miao had mentioned the previous day that she could last 2 more days with food and water. Without the wind chariot, it seemed he could do little, and he hadn't thought much about it. Now, the lack of a response stirred an unsettling feeling within him, prompting a desire to check on her as soon as possible. Who is it? Lu Ruren inquired curiously. Are you adding another woman? Ruren, I'll assign the tasks to you first. With a wave of his hand, dozens of water buckets and several gas canisters appeared stacked at the kitchen entrance. You will be responsible for making the white pellets, and during the downtime while boiling water, you will enhance your abilities and practice with Mu Xiaowan. Su Fan then turned to Mu Xiaowan. Your primary task is to develop your combat skills, as you possess a combat-oriented ability. I will entrust many matters to you in the future. Both nodded in agreement, having no objections. Although Lu Ruren's work might be somewhat tedious, she preferred the sense of security it provided. Su Fan made his way to the cockpit and pulled out his phone to check the map. At that moment, a chat message popped up. Su Fan opened it to find it was from the property management account of the community. Property management, ISNT, that the group of people? Su Fan had already returned the Tang knife to the scar-faced man. Property management. Su Ge, this is your account, right? The beautiful owner from the villa area wants to find you and asked me to pass on a message. At the onset of the apocalypse, a self-defense group had formed in the villa area of the community, where some wealthy individuals had even amassed real weapons. Just 2 days prior to the apocalypse, someone had ventured there and had their head blown off. Subsequently, the two groups had maintained a respectful distance from each other. Where had this beautiful owner suddenly appeared from? Su Fan, I don't know her. I'm busy. Su Fan replied coldly, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Even in the absence of pressing matters, he felt compelled to observe the world outside. Su Fan activated his invisibility and piloted the wind chaser to the low airspace above Jiang City. Chapter 20. Just in time. Alone in the cockpit, Su Fan navigated the wind chaser, utilizing the crystal's projection to survey the surroundings below. This urban area was somewhat familiar to him, ever since Chen Xiaoqian confirmed her admission to Jiang University at the end of March. He had relocated to this vicinity to accompany her in preparation for her studies. Upon his arrival, struggling to secure formal employment, Su Fan initially took up a job delivering parcels. After considerable effort, braving the elements to familiarize himself with the area, he eventually became acquainted with the neighborhood. The speed of the wind chaser was hardly commendable, as the GPS indicated a mere 30 km/h. Even riding an electric bike surpassed this pace. Su Fan understood that this velocity was directly correlated to his cultivation level. The spiritual energy he infused into the crystal influenced the vessel's propulsion. This was a superior grade aerial artifact, and given his current early-stage foundation, being able to operate it was already commendable. Moreover, as a flying vehicle, it didn't require winding routes or stopping at traffic lights, allowing it to traverse the city faster than a private car. Presently, private vehicles had vanished from the streets. buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Below him lay a sea of white, punctuated by towering edifices, hovering above the city. Su Fan perceived the situation from a godlike vantage point. For instance, he observed clusters of monsters roaming the city. Fortunately, the area near his apartment was devoid of these creatures. The monstrous groups congregated around a large, dark pit on the ground, meandering about its perimeter. This resembled the images shared by Yu Miao Miao. According to the documents sent by Chen Xiaoqian, Su Fan learned that such pits were termed snow caverns. Along his journey, he encountered two such snow caverns, one housing hundreds of snowball monsters, while the other bore resemblance to the mutated snow corpses, filled with hundreds of snow apes. These creatures emerged from the snow caverns. Lowering the altitude of the wind chaser, Su Fan witnessed numerous snowball monsters with gaping maws wandering aimlessly. They appeared to be less advanced than the snow apes and seemed unlikely to invade buildings. Indeed, despite being surrounded by these creatures, the office building where Yu Miao Miao worked remained secure, at least for the time being. However, it had been 2 hours since he sent his message, and Yu Miao Miao had yet to respond. Su Fan still had matters he wished to discuss with her. On the eve of the apocalypse, the poised and elegant Yu Miao Miao had spent the night with him in a hotel, a fact that left him astounded. With her striking presence, it was a thought Su Fan, despite being single, dared not entertain. Glancing at the map, he estimated that he would reach the Tianhong building, where Yu Miao Miao was, in approximately 10 minutes. 1 hour ago, at the Tianhong building, Yu Miao and another girl locked themselves in the office, barricading the door with all the desks and chairs. Bang! Bang bang! Yu Miao, wretched creature, dare to open the door? I swear I will end you. The furious knocking and malevolent curses echoed from outside. Even in this apocalyptic predicament, Yu Miao meticulously arranged her hair, her proud demeanor undiminished by the dire circumstances. Beside her, crouched in the corner, was a girl with hair obscuring her face and glasses, whose appearance was rather unremarkable. Lin Dai, are you afraid? Yu Miao inquired gently. Not at all. If it weren't for you, Yu Miao Jia, we would have starved to death long ago, Lin Dai replied, her voice soft and soothing. Damn it. They say you are the most beautiful woman in Tianhong Group. I should have taken you on the first day. The man outside, General Chun, had lost all semblance of the composed business mogul he once was, driven to madness. Well, we have finished the bread we scavenged last night, and now we might as well wait for death, Yu Miao remarked, crumpling the empty food packaging in her hands, leaving not a crumb behind. In the days since the apocalypse began, there had been few employees left working overtime in the company building. Yu Miao had been attending a meeting with General Chun when calamity struck. Relying on emergency supplies and provisions from the catering department, they had managed to survive for several days. However, by the day before yesterday, their food supplies had dwindled to nothing. General Chun and his associates demanded Yu Miao submit to their desires for a share of the remaining bread. Feigning compliance the previous night, Yu Miao seized the last few loaves of bread and fled to the office where Lin Dai was hiding, locking the door behind her. The remaining 3 or 4 men outside howled in helpless fury. Yu Miao picked up her phone to seek some distraction, only to find it shattered. Su Fan, the last person she had been in contact with, had offered her comforting words, promising to return for her. Yet, she knew well that outside lurked monstrous white-haired creatures that would devour a person whole, and the snow was toxic. Any contact would spell death. He was merely an ordinary man. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to come for her. Still, she found a flicker of solace in his concern for her well-being. At least on the final night before the world fell apart, she had granted him something, fulfilling a wish of hers to some extent. Lin Dai, it seems we can only await our fate. Let us talk, Yu Miao suggested, glancing at the girl in the corner. I am an observer by nature, and I know you are quite beautiful. I wonder why you choose to present yourself in this manner. Lin Dai, a recent recruit still in her probationary period, remained silent for a long moment before uttering a few words. No man is worth anything. Yu Miao withdrew her gaze from Lin Dai, shaking her head, opting not to respond further. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded. Yu Miao's expression shifted. They had found something to use against the door. Lin Dai stood up and perched herself on the windowsill. Yu Miao realized her intention. Should those men break in, she would leap to her death. After all, they had snatched each other's provisions, and should the door be forcibly breached, the consequences would likely extend beyond mere humiliation. Yu Miao Miao, I wonder how long your door can withstand this assault. Reluctantly comply and open the door, and you might spare yourself some suffering. A voice from outside, belonging to another young man, accompanied the incessant banging on the door. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a large hole was smashed through the door, and a few men outside jostled to peer inside. Damn it, they've consumed all the food, President Chen shouted, lacing his words with a flurry of insults. President Chen, have you forgotten the ancient Chinese saying, beauty is a feast for the eyes? A young man outside exclaimed, his expression wild, licking his lips. Indeed. President Chen faltered for a moment before raising his hammer to strike the door again. We are starving. Let's see what these women taste like. Yu Miao Miao and Lin Dai sat on the windowsill, having already prepared for the worst, their expressions remaining relatively unchanged. Lin Dai was on the verge of jumping down. But Yu Miao Miao suddenly had a fleeting thought and pulled her back. What if Su Fan arrives? In moments of desperation, even the faintest glimmer of hope can be magnified beyond reason. Meanwhile, Su Fan was piloting a wind-riding vessel, circling outside the Tianhong building. As he circled, he unleashed his immense spiritual awareness, encompassing nearly every room in the building and effortlessly locating the office where Yu Miao Miao was. Upon witnessing the door to her office being battered, he recognized some of the assailants, including President Chun and Manager Wang, both of whom had once been his superiors. Fortunately, there was still time. The timing was unexpectedly fortuitous. Chapter 21. They are about to perish. Yu Miao Miao piled the room's furniture against the door, attempting to prevent their entrance. However, when the door was finally smashed, these barriers were easily pushed aside by the 4 men outside. That wretched woman. I must humiliate her first, President Chen raged, his eyes burning with fury. President Chen, we still need to eat. Another young man beside him expressed, fear evident in his eyes. One to eat, one to play with. A man in the back proposed, seeking a compromise. Their humanity had long since faded, and the words they uttered felt devoid of any strangeness. As they navigated the disarray of overturned tables and chairs, Yu Miao Miao's complexion paled, and she grasped Lin Dai's hand tightly. Let us jump together. Taking a deep breath, Yu Miao Miao shifted her weight beyond the windowsill. Yet, at that moment, an invisible force lifted both of them, rendering them unable to descend any further. Yu Miao Miao, astonished and anxious, wondered if even finding a dignified end was beyond their reach. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside the massive floor-to-ceiling window, and a colossal vessel materialized before the men. With a loud bang, the hatch opened, and a corridor bridge extended, shattering the large window. Su Fan emerged from the bridge. The men, startled, recognized the enormous airship. Though they did not know it, they surmised it to be a marvel of national technology. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged back into my mind. The individual descending from such a high-tech airship could hardly be an ordinary person. They were likely someone of significant stature. Leader, have you come to rescue us? I am Chen Chong, a director of Tianhong Group. Despite his disheveled appearance, Director Chen stood at attention, bowing his head. Oh, is this not little Chen? Su Fan recognized him at a glance. Within the company, he was the direct superior of Su Fan's superior, wielding considerable authority. However, this individual was known for his preference for beautiful women, often oppressing male employees. Su Fan, Yu Miao Miao, who had been unable to bear looking up moments before, suddenly realized it was Su Fan's voice. To her astonishment, she found herself waiting for him. In her despair, the sight of Su Fan transformed her suppressed emotions into tears that streamed down her cheeks. The past few days had felt like a waking nightmare. Yet this moment resembled a fantastical dream. Su Fan, the one she had long yearned for, appeared like an angel amidst her turmoil. You? Oh, now I remember. Director Chen lifted his head, rummaging through his memory, finally recalling that Su Fan was merely a low-level employee. Well done. I shall promote you and increase your salary. Director Chen gave a thumbs up. Little Su, how dare you address Director Chen as Little Chen? Such disrespect, scolded another middle-aged man beside Director Chen. With a resounding slap, Director Chen struck the middle-aged man across the face. What, Little Su? From now on, he shall be Manager Su. You can call him Little Wang if you wish. Su Fan cast a fleeting glance, wondering if these individuals had lost their minds, unable to comprehend the situation. Kneel, Su Fan commanded in an ordinary tone. What? You want me to kneel? The faces of Director Chun and his companions reflected shock. Kneel, Su Fan's voice resonated with a profound power this time. The very utterance caused a wave of dizziness among the ordinary onlookers. Simultaneously, Su Fan directed a surge of energy toward their knees, compelling them to kneel, in unison. Fear finally crept into the expressions of Chun and his associates. As they attempted to speak, Su Fan shot them a fierce glare akin to that of a ruthless criminal. They fell silent, bowing their heads, too intimidated to utter a single breath. What kind of power was this? Capable of forcing them to kneel without the slightest chance of resistance? I have arrived, Su Fan said, his expression softening as he turned to Yu Miao Miao. You have come. She replied, typically articulate and adept at workplace communication, yet now struggling to find her words. Su Fan gazed intently at Yu Miao Miao's face, activating the system's probing function. Name, Yu Miao Miao. Age, 24. Level, 0. Appearance, ethereal. Dual cultivation experience. One note. The individual meets the furnace conditions. Wait a moment. A dual cultivation experience of 1? It was known that Yu Miao Miao had shared an experience with him. Su Fan's expression became complex. Miao Miao. Su Fan reached out to smooth the slightly disheveled hair of Yu Miao Miao. My hair is too oily, she remarked. Yu Miao Miao grasped Su Fan's hand firmly. Su Fan extended another hand to seize hers, then released it. Tell me, was that night your first? Su Fan inquired directly. Yu Miao Miao's face flushed involuntarily. There are still many people here. They are inconsequential. They will perish soon, Su Fan uttered in a calm, yet indifferent tone. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she said. Lin Dai, still perched on the windowsill, turned pale upon hearing this and prepared to leap. Wait, Yu Miao Miao cried out. Su Fan. She is a good person. If it's not too much trouble, could you perhaps save her as well? Su Fan glanced over momentarily. The individual seemed to be from the adjacent project department. However, as Yu Miao Miao spoke, she added, then bring her along and leave her wherever there are supplies. Chun and the others were thrown into a state of panic upon hearing this. What do you intend to do? Murder is a crime. Su Fan. I have taken such care of you at work, and you fail to show any gratitude. You are truly ambitious, Manager Wang raged weakly. Su Fan's lips twitched. Indeed. He had been quite caring. Your so-called care consists of piling all tasks upon me and finding excuses to dock my wages every few days, he retorted. Manager Wang reflexively replied. Young people should not be overly concerned with wages while at work. The important thing is to enhance your skills. I assign you tasks to cultivate your abilities. Docking your wages is meant to instill a sense of seriousness towards your work. Su Fan had no desire to hear any more of his nonsense. Such matters were irrelevant now. He turned to the wind boat and called out, Ruoran, Xiaowan, come forth. Moments later, Lu Ruoran and Mu Xiaowan emerged from the corridor. Lu Ruoran was clad in a form-fitting, alluring ensemble adorned with embellishments, exposing her delicate shoulders as she stepped into the frigid air. Mu Xiaowan donned a lovely Lolita dress, topped with an English-style hat, resembling a charming doll. Exquisite and unique. A smile crept onto Su Fan's lips. Well aware that the two had deliberately adorned themselves in such splendid attire to compete with Yu Miao Miao and showcase their allure. In no time, they had absorbed numerous white particles. Lu Ruoran had already reached level 2, while Mu Xiaowan attained level 3. Observing the two girls who had emerged alongside Su Fan, Yu Miao Miao felt a pang of inadequacy. It was not that she was less attractive than them, but after enduring hunger for so many days, her complexion appeared pallid and unkempt, unable to rival their refinement. What do you think I summoned you for? Su Fan exclaimed, revealing the Tianlang's sword in his hand. He caressed it thoughtfully. What for? To kill. Chapter 22, White Moonlight. Lu Ruoran, come here. Su Fan placed the Tianlang's sword into her hands. As she accepted the sword, her alluring black attire paired with the weapon transformed her into a strikingly seductive and cold-blooded assassin. However, the alluring and cold-blooded female assassin trembled upon drawing the celestial wolf sword, revealing her true self. I cannot. Su Fan then produced a fruit knife, placing it in Mu Xiaowan's hands. Shall I use this? Mu Xiaowan grasped the 10-centimeter silver knife. A Lolita assassin, Su Fan mused, finding Mu Xiaowan's appearance quite pleasing. This is for Ruoran. She cannot do it, so you must stab her. After all, she can heal herself. Su Fan's words were primarily directed at Lu Ruoran. Mu Xiaowan had already experienced murder, and Su Fan intended for Lu Ruoran to muster some courage. This was something she must be able to accomplish. Fortunately, with Mu Xiaowan's assistance, Lu Ruoran, despite her hesitation, managed to resolve the situation. Step inside, it's cold out here. Lu Ruoran seemed still in a daze. Although she had witnessed much bloodshed in recent days, She never anticipated she would have to partake in such deeds herself. Mu Xiaowan assumed the role of a gracious host, warmly inviting the two to enter the wind chariot. Su Fan stored the celestial wolf sword back in his bag and pulled Lu Ruo ran inside with him. What is this place? So spacious. It's so warm. After enduring several days of harsh conditions, the two were momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden warmth of the expansive three-story space. Once Yu Miao Miao's shock subsided, Su Fan led her into a nearby bedroom, closing the door behind them. He then cornered her against the wall, embracing her tightly. This so soon? Shall we take a shower first? Yu Miao Miao tentatively inquired. What is happening? Su Fan questioned her, as if interrogating her. Yu Miao Miao bit her lip and sighed. Do you truly not remember me? Su Fan's expression turned peculiar. Why would I remember you? Yu Miao Miao's face paled, just as I thought. Su Fan appeared perplexed. I attended Lan City No. 7 high school. Yu Miao Miao's voice softened. Su Fan seemed to realize something. He too had studied at Lan City No. 7 high school. You knew me back then? In my first year. I confessed my feelings to you. You genuinely do not remember at all. A wistful expression crossed Yu Miao Miao's face, yet her tone remained flat, as if recounting another's tale. Oh. Su Fan scratched his head, rummaging through layers of memories. For the past 3 years, his world had revolved solely around Qin Shaoqian, and he had gradually forgotten previous encounters. Oh, you are. Su Fan recalled a girl who had always wanted to be near him during his first year. While he played games after class, she would watch. While he dined in the cafeteria, she followed closely behind. Yet, at that time, his heart was captivated by another goddess, leading to a lack of profound impression of this girl. He never anticipated that the unremarkable girl of those days would blossom into such beauty in college. He could not connect Yu Miao Miao with the girl he had once known. You were so gentle when you rejected me. A hint of a bitter smile appeared in Yu Miao Miao's eyes. Later, Yu Miao Miao severed her emotional ties and devoted herself to her studies. Throughout her university years, she focused on self-improvement, participating in competitions and internships. Upon graduation, she secured a position at a prestigious enterprise in Jiangxing, Tianhong Group, with an impressive resume. Her exceptional work capabilities allowed her to ascend to the management level swiftly, without the need for sycophantic behavior. However, Su Fan reappeared in her life. From Yu Miao Miao's perspective, Su Fan maintained his aloof demeanor, hardly casting a glance at the women in the company. He was diligent during the day and hurried home at night. Despite Su Fan not recognizing her, Yu Miao Miao kept a watchful eye on him. She was aware that he had a girlfriend and had been accepted into Jiang University for graduate studies. Yu Miao Miao intended to gradually let go of her feelings for Su Fan, yet finding a suitable partner in the workplace proved to be a daunting task. Numerous suitors vied for her attention at the company, but none matched her ideals. Yu Miao Miao understood this concept as her white moonlight. On the fateful night before the end of the world, she witnessed the typically taciturn Su Fan weeping at a banquet, revealing the depth of his emotional wounds. Thus, their paths intertwined once more. If it were not for the apocalypse, this would simply be a bittersweet tale. Su Fan remarked, but in this apocalyptic world, you've amassed a harem, haven't you? Yu Miao Miao playfully chided him. Hee. Su Fan scratched his head, suggesting she take a shower. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new furnace. Furnace, Yu Miao Miao. Level, 0. Appearance, ethereal. Affection level, 5. Resurrection count, 33. The affection level with Yu Miao Miao is quite high. Although she has just been integrated into the furnace system, their intimacy has already reached level 5. Beep. Host has gathered 3 furnaces, and the system has upgraded. Another significant upgrade? New feature 1. For every reward obtained from the gift package, the host can receive 1 item per furnace. Items can be utilized by the furnace. New feature 2. The host can impart learned spells to furnaces endowed with spiritual power. Feature 1 allows for an increase in the number of items acquired. If he obtains the Serious Sword, he could receive 4. Feature 2 is particularly intriguing, as it directly connects to the small spiritual elixirs within the reward packages, proving that administering these elixirs to others is feasible. Beep. Host has received a level 2 intimacy gift package. Choose A. Host receives 4 high-grade weapons, Thunderfire crossbows. Beep. Host has received a level 5 intimacy gift package. Choose B. Host receives 4 pieces of high-grade armor, Imperial scale armor. 2 gift packages. Su Fan directly selected the weapons and armor. Although the crossbow appears to be a cold weapon, it is, in fact, a magical tool. According to the description, These treasures possess the ability to store spiritual power. In other words, Su Fan can channel energy into the Thunderfire crossbow, allowing him to bestow this weapon upon Mu Xiaowan and her companions. The Imperial Scale Armor serves as a defensive artifact, capable of generating a protective layer of spiritual energy enveloping the entire body. Su Fan turned to gaze at Yu Miao Miao. It had only been 5 or 6 days since their last encounter, yet the world had undergone a profound transformation. Miao Miao. She replied. Do you mind being around others? Not at all, she said, casting a glance at Su Fan's visage. Initially, when she saw Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren emerging from behind Su Fan, she paid little heed. As long as I'm by your side, that's all that matters. Yu Miao Miao's thoughts were straightforward. In the world before the apocalypse, she could never have accepted such a situation. However, the current order had changed drastically. Having clawed her way back from the brink of death, and being able to stay with Su Fan, what more could she desire? All right, I will present you with a choice. Yu Miao Miao sat up, her expression turning serious as she looked at him. Su Fan then shared some information regarding abilities, noting that no one at the company's headquarters seemed to have mastered the technology for acquiring such powers. As he synced up the significant details from the past few days, Yu Miao Miao nodded continually, grasping the concepts quickly. But this is different. Su Fan held a small elixir in his hand. Consuming this may grant you abilities akin to mine, yet there is a risk of mutation or even death. What will you choose? In truth, Su Fan was already aware that taking the elixir posed no danger. However, he deliberately posed this question to Yu Miao Miao. I choose to be like you. A radiant and tender smile graced Yu Miao Miao's lips. Chapter 23. A visitor. Su Fan was observing Yu Miao Miao, who had just ingested the elixir and was now seated cross-legged on the bed, nurturing her spiritual energy. As she cultivated her energy, Su Fan felt a faint connection as well. It appeared that these gifts from the system were intrinsically linked. Once the fluctuations of Yu Miao Miao's spiritual energy stabilized, Su Fan noticed new information appearing on her panel. Alter, Yu Miao Miao, Realm, Qi Refinement Initial Stage, Progress 02, Cultivation Speed, 2 points per day. Note, the altar acquires half of the host's cultivation speed. It seemed she had succeeded. Like him, Yu Miao Miao had reached the initial stage of Qi refinement with just a single elixir. Furthermore, her realm could continue to rise. Miao Miao, how do you feel? I sense a peculiar force within my body. It is invisible, yet it feels almost tangible. Yu Miao Miao described her sensation. As they spoke, Su Fan pulled her closer, resting her on his lap. Even Yu Miao Miao, embraced by Su Fan, felt her cheeks flush. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. I will impart my spells to you. Su Fan pressed her finger between her brows, transmitting information regarding spirit control technique, water flow technique, and fireball technique. Yu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled. I feel knowledge flooding into my mind. Can you pour me a cup of tea using spiritual power? Su Fan placed a teapot and a teacup on the table before her. Yu Miao Miao extended her right hand, fingers poised. Then, from a meter away, the teapot levitated and poured tea into the cup by itself. How marvelous! Yu Miao Miao exclaimed, simultaneously applauding herself. Observing her lively demeanor, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. She hardly resembled the serious Yu Miao Miao. Could it be that she truly has a dual personality? Upon reflection, it seemed she was meticulous in professional settings, yet transformed into a spirited version of herself when conversing with Su Fan. This realization had eluded Su Fan until now. It appeared this was her unique way of interacting when she felt comfortable, merging with the vivacious spirit of her high school self. This was Su Fan's temporary understanding. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the Wind Chaser airship. Who could that be? Su Fan hadn't anticipated anyone would knock at such a time. Although the airship was not invisible, it was still 2 meters away from the building. Who could manage such a feat? Su Fan traversed the living room. Where Lu Ruren was in the kitchen, Mu Xiaowan was practicing her abilities, and Lin Dai was crouched in a corner. The Wind Chaser was remarkably soundproof. Even if someone were outside, they would remain unheard. However, with Su Fan's heightened perception, she was aware of the presence outside. Through the door, she sensed the scene beyond, a delicate young man clad in a trench coat, standing atop a rock that jutted out from the ground, reaching skyward to the airship's entrance. Despite the barrier, Su Fan could glean the stranger's information. Level 7 Ability, Rock System. Su Fan's gaze sharpened. How remarkable that a mere passerby possessed such a high level of ability. As the door opened, A curtain of chaotic starlight obscured her view. Su Fan stepped into the doorway. "Greetings, I am Luo Sheng from the Jiang University Patrol Team, here on a mission." The young man extended his hand, his face adorned with a courteous smile. "Do you refer to yourselves as the Patrol Team or the Cleansing Team?" Su Fan recalled hearing Chen Xiaoqin mention them the previous day. Jiang University Cleansing Team is a general term. Most of our personnel are stationed as defense teams, while the elites are in the patrol team. Luo Sheng raised his hand slightly, indicating a handshake. Noticing Su Fan merely nod in response without extending her hand, he withdrew it and continued. "Our squad's task is to ensure the safety around Jiang University. Seeing your airship docked here, we wish to verify your identity." "I am but a wandering bard," Su Fan replied. "You certainly possess a sense of humor. I shall take my leave then." Luo Sheng offered a respectful bow before departing. Suddenly, Su Fan recalled something. She retrieved her phone, scrolled through her images, and enlarged one. "Do you recognize this person? Isn't that Senior Su?" Luo Sheng paused, surprised. "She is also an elite member of our patrol team. Are you looking for her?" Su Fan suddenly smiled warmly. "I am an ardent fan who has never met her." Luo Sheng cast a skeptical glance at Su Fan. "If you wish to find Senior Su, you must disclose your circumstances." Su Fan replied earnestly. "I hail from a technology company in Lon City, which, coincidentally, was developing an airship just before the onset of the apocalypse. I am also an ability user." Su Fan fabricated an identity, uncertain if it would suffice, yet he felt no fear. Luo Sheng nodded. After all, technology in Huagua is advanced, and numerous companies engage in research and manufacturing. "You are an ability user? What level?" Luo Sheng's expression shifted with curiosity. Wild ability users are quite rare, as few areas have uncovered the secrets hidden in the snow like Jiang University has. "Indeed, I am a fire-type ability user. May I ask what level I would need to be to meet my idol, Senior Su?" Su Fan ignited flames at his fingertips. He truly is an ability user, and a fire-type one at that. Luo Sheng, accustomed to ability users, found wild ones intriguing. After some contemplation, he noted, "Only level 5 can enter Jiang University's patrol team. Perhaps you could meet Senior Su." "Never mind." Su Fan shook his head, showing no interest in joining any faction. At that moment, a strange and piercing roar echoed from afar. Luo Sheng's expression changed dramatically. "Those fools. I told them not to disturb those white-haired creatures. Apologies, I must take my leave." Luo Sheng clasped his fists to Su Fan, and then the rocks beneath his feet dissipated as he pressed against the building and leapt down. As he descended 3 or 4 stories, a rock sprouted from the building below, providing him with a cushion. He continued this way, stepping on the emerging rocks to descend rapidly. Su Fan barely had time to wonder why he was unafraid of the snow. He watched Luo Sheng's retreating figure and murmured to himself. Then, Su Fan turned and made his way to the cockpit, switching the wind chaser to invisibility before exiting the craft. He summoned a barrier with his spiritual energy to ward off the snow, standing atop the Sirius sword. Su Fan employed the sword control technique, enabling him to fly through the air. Although this technique had been unlocked in the early stages of Qi refinement, it was his first experience flying with it. He sped toward the direction of the roaring sound, where Luo Sheng had gone. Chapter 24. Who gave you permission to save others? Team Leader Luo. Team Leader Luo. The snowball monsters have gone berserk. Upon reaching the ground floor, Luo Sheng witnessed 3 members of his team besieged by the 1-meter-tall snowball monsters with their gaping mouths. The snow in this area had been compacted due to the monsters' activity, rising to a height equivalent to the 2nd floor of the building. The few monsters in the front were opening their mouths wide, frantically attempting to bite the team members. "Are you all fools? Who did this?" Luo Sheng shouted in anger. "It was Diqing who had slain a snowball monster," remarked a tall girl from the team. In her hand, a high-pressure stream of water surged forth, striking the creatures. Though the damage was minimal, the sheer force significantly impeded their advance. "What do you mean? Songqian, wasn't I saving lives?" shouted the boy named Diqing, wielding a formidable blade measuring a meter in length, effortlessly dispatching a snowball monster with just a few strokes. Beside him, a shorter boy pressed his hand against Diqing's back, emanating a radiant glow. Under the light of his palm, Diqing's expended energy was steadily replenished. The group found themselves cornered against the outer wall of the building. Luo Sheng descended before them, casting 2 rock spikes that pierced through 2 snowball monsters. He then conjured several rocky steps against the wall of the building. "Who the hell told you to save anyone? You bleeding heart, hurry up." Luo Sheng erected a 2-meter-high stone wall towards the snowball monsters, providing the group with a shield. They quickly ascended the steps, smashing through the glass to reach the 3rd floor of the building. Luo Sheng followed closely behind, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Li Mao, restore my abilities, he urged. Li Mao promptly approached and placed his hand on Luo Sheng's back. Creating such structures from rock was taxing even for Luo Sheng. Cough. He sat down, realizing that these small creatures were all level 4 or above. While dispatching a few was easy, facing a horde was utterly impossible. Oh no. They can stack on top of each other. Li Mao glanced below, witnessing a snowball monster leap atop another, constructing a staircase like a stack of boxes. It seemed as though a higher-tier entity was orchestrating their movements. Luo Sheng recalled the chilling, anguished roar they had heard moments ago. Let us retreat to the upper floors, he instructed, leading the group up the emergency staircase. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they discovered that the stairs terminated there. The door was firmly blocked by something, and Diqing attempted to push it open to no avail. Luo Sheng frowned, piercing a hole through it with a rock spike. Peering inside, he saw several long tables wedged against the door, held in place by others stationed nearby to prevent it from opening. We are members of the Jiangda patrol team. Please let us in, Luo Sheng announced, rapping on the door. Patrol team? That sounds like a rescue party. Open the door. A woman solicited her companion's opinions. All right. Another man nodded, beginning to clear the tables away. No, we can't let them in, protested a frail-looking man, pressing down on the table. They'll take our food. Exactly. The woman echoed. We don't even know if they are truly a rescue team, and they themselves are trapped inside. No, we cannot open it. Just then, the hauntingly fierce roar resounded once more, jarring everyone's eardrums. Simultaneously, a tremor reverberated from below. The monsters are coming. The woman inside exclaimed in alarm. Quickly, move the table aside, Song Qian urged anxiously. We have already eaten. We won't take your food, Luo Sheng shouted. That is not acceptable. What will we do if a monster comes in as soon as the door opens? The individuals inside pressed firmly against the door. The man, Diqing, glanced through a crack and exclaimed, Aren't you the one who nearly got bitten just now? I saved you. The people inside fell silent for a few moments. A gaunt man, with a quiver in his voice, replied, I just wanted to find something to eat in the basement. I don't want to die either. Yet, they continued to brace the door. Song Qian pounded on the heavy door, cursing, ungrateful wretches. Diqing brandished a large knife, saying, Captain, shall I just chop the door down? Luo Sheng sighed. Chopping it down might work, but it won't stop the monsters behind it. No worries. Let's go up from the outside, Luo Sheng suggested, leading a few others back to the 4th floor, where they broke a window and created rocky steps to reach the 5th floor. Luo Sheng sat down, having just conjured a massive stone wall, his strength somewhat depleted. I truly wish to take down those fools, Diqing thought, filled with anger at the injustice. Never mind, Luo Sheng held him back. Considering the reputation of their group as part of the Jiangda patrol team. Song Qian, do you see the snow cave below? Upload the photo to the chairman, Luo Sheng directed, gazing at the large pit at the crossroads. We have completed the task, yet we find ourselves trapped here. Diqing sighed heavily. Can we request assistance from the school? Luo Sheng shook his head. The helicopters are all redeployed to assist families. They cannot be dispatched. Alas. Song Qian looked at her phone, suddenly exclaiming, I just reported the situation to the chairman, and he said senior sister Su happens to be nearby. Is that the senior sister Su Xuanyue? I heard she reached level 10 just a couple of days ago. Diqing's expression brightened at the mention of her name. Yes. Everyone speaks of the aloof campus beauty, senior sister Su. Unlike others, she was already a goddess at Jiangda before the apocalypse, and afterward, she has become a Valkyrie. Admiration gleamed in Song Qian's eyes. However, Luo Sheng's expression turned to one of concern, but our Frost Valkyrie, senior sister Su, is known for her independence. She may not accept orders from above. Let's wait for now. Everyone, be vigilant and report any signs of monsters immediately. Su Fan returned to the wind chariot. Su Xuanyue. Level 10. Su Fan silently recited the key information he had just heard, also checking the panels of his companions. Diqing. Level 6. Ability. Gun System. Li Mao. Level 5. Ability. Healing. Su Qian. Level 5. Ability. Water System. Age. 20. Appearance. Ordinary. Dual Cultivation Experience. 2. And there was also Luo Sheng, who had already been verified at level 7. It is said that the extermination team consists of elite members from Jiang University. After observing the level distribution of several individuals, Su Fan could roughly deduce the overall strength of Jiang University. Su Qian possesses a rather refined appearance, yet her rating remains disappointingly ordinary, as the system's standards are exceptionally stringent. Su Fan kept the wind chaser in an invisible state, hovering near the 5th floor, where he could observe the situation outside. Luo Sheng and his companions were currently awaiting the rescue of Su Shuangyue, who might arrive or might not. For Su Fan, if she were to come, it would present an opportunity to meet this so-called Frost Valkyrie, or perhaps attempt to take her home directly. If she did not come, he could still intervene to assist Luo Sheng and the others in their dire predicament and subsequently extract some information. Both scenarios seemed satisfactory to Su Fan, who patiently awaited the following day. Su Shuangyue made her appearance. Chapter 25. The Iceberg Campus Bell. Su Shuangyue on the 5th floor of Tianhong Building. Luo Sheng sat by the floor-to-ceiling window and said, Di Qing, please have Song Qian bring out the emergency food. Upon hearing this, Di Qing rose and went to the staircase to summon Song Qian, who retrieved some Snickers bars and energy drinks from her small bag. To think that our illustrious extermination team is trapped here, it's quite frustrating, Li Mao lamented, striking the floor in exasperation. Since the previous afternoon, they had attempted several breakouts, yet each time they descended, those snowball monsters seemed to respond to a command, launching a fierce attack against them. According to the analysis results sent by the chairman, this was a lair of leader-level snow creatures. Luo Sheng gazed down at the large pit in the intersection below. Only the main forces of Jiang University can contend with such leaders. Song Qian, disheartened, munched on her Snickers bar. It seems we are truly doomed to perish here. Indeed, it is no wonder that senior sister Su Shuangyue has not arrived. Luo Sheng sighed, acknowledging that, given her typical demeanor, she might not come even in the absence of danger. Hey, Di Qing pointed out the window. Look. From afar, a figure clad in a white gown, draped in a blue sweater, was racing towards them across the snowy ground. In her hand, she wielded an unsheathed azure longsword, her long hair flowing gracefully, her beauty rivaling that of celestial beings. Senior Sister Su, Song Qian exclaimed, rising with excitement. As Su Shuangyue approached Tianhong Building, the white-furred snow monsters swarmed to attack her. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her longsword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved the snowball monsters in two. Without pausing, she stepped onto the corpses of the snow monsters, leaping several meters into the air, and with another swing of her sword, she dispatched more of the creatures below her. Repeating this graceful dance, in less than a minute, Su Shuangyue had reached the base of Tianhong Building, leaving a path of defeated foes in her wake. Senior Sister S' sword-based abilities are extraordinary. She might be regarded as the second strongest at Jiang University, Song Qian marveled, pressing against the floor-to-ceiling window. I'll go assist Senior Sister, Luo Sheng declared, leaping from the window and conjuring a series of rocky steps along the wall. A resounding and chilling roar echoed once more, inciting unprecedented fury among the white sphere creatures. Su Shuangyue lightly touched the rocky steps, effortlessly leaping 3 meters with each step. She landed gracefully before a few individuals, her long gown billowing in the frigid air, resembling a celestial being amidst ice. Di Qing stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Senior Su. With a slight glance back, Su Shuangyue emanated an aura of icy coldness. Di Qing suddenly felt as if he were a mere paramecium, questioning his own existence. Should he turn and retreat to the comfort of his home? The overwhelming sense of pressure was palpable. The reputation of the Ice Mountain Goddess, Senior Su, was indeed well-deserved. Others shared a similar sentiment, standing obediently 3 meters away from her. Senior Su, what should we do next? Luo Sheng inquired politely. Let us proceed in that direction. Follow me, Su Shuangyue instructed, pointing to an intersection. How fortuitous, Team Leader Luo, came a cheerful voice from behind. Luo Sheng turned to see Su Fan still present. Clad in attire even lighter than Su Shuangyue's, he appeared unfazed by the cold. Ah, Luo Sheng recalled. He was a fire-type ability user. What is this? Su Shuangyue's lips parted slightly. This individual claims to be your admirer and is also an ability user. Luo Sheng introduced Su Fan, standing between them. Su Shuangyue hesitated momentarily, pondering the notion of a fan. After all, she was no celebrity, and it was uncommon for a male to self-identify as such. Moreover, this individual seemed rather extraordinary. As she cast a glance back, her ethereal beauty captivated Su Fan. Name: Su Xuanyue, level 10. Ability: Sword System. Age: 24. Appearance: stunning. Dual cultivation experience: 0. Hint: the subject meets the furnace requirements. Stunning level provides double rewards. A balance of reward and difficulty indeed. Yet, Su Fan's gaze remained remarkably clear. Hello, he said, stepping forward to extend a polite handshake. Luo Sheng harbored little fondness for Su Fan. Di Qing and the others were taken aback at Su Fan's audacity to seek a handshake with Senior Su. This was problematic. He was an outsider and lacked knowledge of her true nature. Senior Su regarded everyone with the same disdainful gaze reserved for refuse. However, Su Xuanyue turned to him and gracefully raised her slender right hand. Hello. What? Senior Su is touching a man, and one she does not even know? Di Qing felt a twinge of regret. If only he had been a bit more confident, he might have had the chance to touch her hand as well. You are trapped here too. Come with us, Su Xuanyue said before turning and soaring out of the window with fluid grace. Su Fan, witnessing this, followed closely behind. Luo Sheng hesitated, casting a wary glance at Su Fan, knowing he possessed an airship and could not possibly be trapped in this place. Yet, Su Fan, being a fire elementalist, understood that having more allies would only bolster their strength. Hence, he harbored no doubts. I will clear the path. You all handle the monsters on either side. Su Xuanyue instructed her companions before plunging into the throng of creatures. As a level 10 swordsman, she effortlessly dominated the ordinary snowball monsters that populated this area. Soon, she found herself at the center of the path. Luo Sheng and Di Qing stood on either side of the group, blocking the advancing foes, and Su Fan observed that he had little opportunity to engage. Suddenly, a chilling and mournful shriek echoed through the air, and the snowball monsters erupted violently in response to their movements. It seemed that something formidable was approaching. Su Fan extended his consciousness toward the snow cave. Gradually, white fur began to fill the cave, not as if the cave sprouted hair, but rather as a colossal snowball monster, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, emerged from within. Su Fan employed his reconnaissance skill. Species: Lord level snowball monster. Snow Cave Lord. Level 10. Lord. Size amplified. Levels within the territory elevated by 5. Lord skills. Command: Ice Bomb. Mental assault. Su Fan was taken aback. The information displayed was considerably more detailed. Yet, a level 10, combined with an additional 5 levels within its territory, meant it surpassed Su Xuanyue significantly. The Lord-level snowball monster had appeared. With a thunderous sound, the snowball lord emerged, unleashing a barrage of large snowballs, each measuring 80 centimeters in diameter. Su Fan glanced at the skill name on the panel, Ice Bomb. Su Xuanyue swiftly drew her sword and, with a series of strikes into the void, unleashed sword energy that cleaved through a snowball. Sword energy. Such was the prowess of a swordsman. The relentless sword energy from Su Xuanyue continuously severed the incoming snowballs. The snowball lord, spherical like its lesser counterparts, possessed a gaping maw 10 meters wide and 2 additional massive mouths above it, while a single 5-meter-long eye fixated intently upon Su Xuanyue. The situation appeared dire. As Su Xuanyue found herself ensnared by the snowball lord, the surrounding snowball monsters began to converge. I shall clear the way. Di Qing volunteered, brandishing his blade. Song Qian and Li Miao closely followed in his wake. As snowball monsters encroached from the sides, Su Fan raised his hand and unleashed fireballs, dispatching them instantly. The others caught sight of Su Fan and were grateful for his timely intervention. A simple standoff had formed between Su Xuanyue and the snowball lord, which seemed to unleash an unrelenting barrage of ice bombs, much to her surprise. When they were 10 meters from the entrance, Di Qing sensed his strength waning. Fire elementalist brother, can you take the lead? We will support you, Luo Sheng remarked, noticing Di Qing's predicament. I can replenish your energy, Li Miao added. No need. Su Fan replied as he stepped forward and conjured a fireball with a swift gesture. Chapter 26. The Wolf of the Sky and explosive flames. As the fireball made contact with the first snowball creature, it transformed into an explosive flame. The explosion cleared the snowball creature from their path, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Goodness, is my brother truly this formidable? Di Qing exclaimed, his eyes reflecting awe. Sister Su. Luo Sheng raised a rock wall in front of Su Xuanyue, shielding her from the snowballs. Seizing this opportunity, Su Xuanyue hastened to catch up with the team. Just as they broke free from the encirclement, a chilling howl echoed through the air, causing the others, save for Su Fan, to change their expressions. A white wolf. Song Qian's voice quivered slightly. Su Fan glanced ahead to see a massive white-furred wolf with crimson eyes watching them at the intersection. Species, white wolf. Level, 11. The white wolf was one of the rare monsters that roamed freely. The group from Jiang University had encountered a white wolf before. It had appeared near their campus, swiftly eliminating dozens of students from the extermination team in a short span. Only when Chairman Mo Tian intervened was the beast slain. With Su Xuanyue present now, they typically would not fear this white wolf. However, they were currently escaping from the Snowball Lord and had not anticipated the emergence of a white wolf at this critical moment. Su Fan leaned closer to Su Xuanyue and whispered, "Shall we take one each? Will you handle the Lord or the white wolf?" Su Xuanyue cast a surprised glance at Su Fan. With both the white wolf and the Lord appearing simultaneously, even she had felt a moment of panic. Yet, seeing Su Fan's composure steadied her heart. Although the Lord was somewhat stronger, vanquishing the white wolf was essential for their escape. "You try to delay the Lord," she quickly responded. "Understood." Su Fan turned his attention to the Snowball Lord. Luo Sheng and the others exchanged glances and split into two teams. Luo Sheng moved to assist Su Fan in delaying the Lord. "Brother, I will do my best to block the Lord's attacks. You handle the smaller snowball creatures." Luo Sheng erected a rock wall in front of him. Su Fan, instead of using the fireball technique, drew the Sky Wolf sword. Luo Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Was he not a fire-type ability user? Why was he drawing a sword? Su Fan saw this as an opportunity to cultivate the Sky Wolf sword. He currently did not possess any sword techniques, but with his cultivation level, he could slay a snowball creature with a mere physical strike. After dispatching 3 creatures, he was startled to see Sky Wolf Sword Spirit Cultivation Progress, 310,000. Do I need to slay 10,000? He pondered. A piercing howl erupted, and the Snowball Lord leaped into the air, soaring 3 stories high. Its enormous form crashed down, flattening a cluster of small creatures beneath it. A resonant roar emanated from the Snowball Lord. "Sister Ruren, come quickly." The wind chariot was invisibly hovering above them. Mu Xiaowan stood at the open sky window of the wind vessel, her gaze fixed upon the terrifying scene below. "What a horrifying monster!" exclaimed Lu Ruren, who was busy boiling water and rushed over, her complexion paling at the sight of the Snowball Lord. Could their master possibly defeat it? Mu Xiaowan recalled the mutated snow corpse from that fateful day. Although Su Fan had triumphed effortlessly then, the current Snowball Lord bore an uncanny resemblance to a colossal creature from a science fiction film. Unbeknownst to her, Su Fan had already ascended to the early foundation building stage, marking a significant transformation in his strength compared to the Qi refining stage. Su Fan sensed that the Snowball Lord's roar was peculiar. Turning his head, he found Luo Sheng standing motionless, his gaze vacant. That roar was a form of mental assault. Meanwhile, Su Xuanyue, engaged in battle with the white wolf, paled as she realized she too was under a mental attack, retreating a few steps. Though her movements were not slow, they lacked the agility she had displayed earlier. Just then, the white wolf lunged forward, forcing Su Xuanyue to raise her sword in defense. Crack! The white wolf's formidable teeth clamped down on her sword, shattering it. A chill ran through Su Xuanyue. This blade was forged specifically with her abilities in mind. How could it break? As a sword-type ability user, she needed a sword or a similar weapon to unleash her powers. At that moment, Su Fan glanced over at Su Xuanyue's predicament and tossed the celestial wolf sword in her direction. What a fine sword, Su Xuanyue thought as she caught it, her mind racing with no time for contemplation, for the white wolf was upon her. With a swift motion, she struck at the white wolf's forepaw, severing it with a single blow. So sharp. After acquiring the celestial wolf sword, Su Xuanyue felt as if she had been granted a second lease on life. Her spirit soaring, she danced with the sword, and within a mere 10 seconds, she had slain the white wolf. This sword was truly extraordinary, seemingly disregarding the white wolf's defenses, slicing through flesh and bone with ease. Of course, her own level 10 sword abilities played a significant role. As she grasped the hilt, a pang of reluctance surged within her. If only this sword could be hers. Suddenly, the sword vibrated violently in her hand, and she looked up to see Su Fan extending his palm toward her. As her grip loosened, the celestial wolf sword flew back into Su Fan's grasp. Despite having narrowly escaped death and vanquished an elite level 11 white wolf, an unexpected emptiness settled in her heart. Su Xuanyue suddenly realized that the sword had returned. Then an astonishing sight unfolded before her eyes. The sword slipped from Su Fan's hand, hovering horizontally in front of him. With a gentle leap, he stepped onto the celestial wolf's sword, soaring into the air. Su Xuanyue, endowed with sword abilities, was left in awe. Could a sword be wielded in such a manner? Luo Sheng, recovering from his stupor, was equally astonished to see Su Fan ascend, questioning if that sword was a product of advanced technology. Advanced technology? Di Qing, also a weapon-type ability user, watched Su Fan flying atop the sword with envy. He proclaimed himself a fire elemental from a technology company. When Su Fan met Luo Sheng, he introduced himself as a fire elemental. The Snowball Lord was about to strike Su Fan, but at that moment, Su Fan soared into the air on his sword. Seeing his target evade, the Snowball Lord leapt fiercely, its enormous maw gaping wide towards Su Fan. This scene was deeply etched in the minds of those nearby. Su Fan ascended higher, narrowly escaping the creature's bite. A flicker of red light seemed to flash in his eyes, as if testing the creature's strength. A tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted, forming a colossal hand measuring 10 meters in length. This immense hand bore a faint blue outline, exuding an overwhelming force. With a gesture of his right hand, Su Fan firmly pressed down, pinning the gigantic snowball beneath the colossal hand. Raising his left hand to the heavens, a fireball began to coalesce, growing larger and deepening in crimson hue. The Snowball Lord, trapped beneath the giant hand, writhed in an attempt to escape, unable even to open its vast jaws. Finally, the fireball reached a size of 5 meters in diameter, 3 times Su Fan's height, darkening to a red-black shade. Halting further expansion, the immense fireball radiated an extraordinary heat, clashing against the frigid surroundings. The intense warmth enveloped the area. Chapter 27. A pleasure to meet you. Luo Sheng and the others were taken aback. Even the top-ranked senior, Mo Tian, who was also a fire elemental, could not possibly possess such power, could he? Di Qing inhaled sharply. Wow. Lu Ruren gazed at the scene from above, awestruck by her master's terrifying strength. The waves of heat emanating from the massive fireball, though imperceptible inside the wind vessel, were nonetheless breathtaking. Mu Xiaowan's mouth fell agape at the sight. But she quickly took a breath and exclaimed, "Brilliant heavenly fire. Annihilate." Su Fan flipped his hand, hurling the fireball downwards. The fireball collided with the Snowball Lord's body. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the glass of nearby buildings in an instant. The overwhelming force and searing heat radiated outward. Flames swiftly engulfed the Snowball Lord. Mere seconds after contact with the fireball, the creature began to melt away. As it let out a piercing howl, the Snowball Lord's form rapidly diminished. The onlookers stepped back, holding their breath, watching the Snowball Lord gradually vanish. The evaporated snow formed a mist that enveloped the area, leaving the ground devoid of even the thickest snow. Luo Sheng and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. This chance encounter with a fire elemental was terrifying beyond measure. A foe they could not contend with, dispatched in a single strike. Su Fan descended slowly to the ground as Su Xuanyue approached. "Thank you." She leaned closer, studying Su Fan's face intently. "He is remarkably strong." The lingering light of Su Xuanyue caught a glimpse of the Tianlang sword that floated before Su Fan. She adored this sword immensely. "No need for thanks. It's what a 5-star citizen ought to do," Su Fan replied casually, stowing the Tianlang sword into his storage bag. "Hey, where's the sword?" Su Xuanyue's expression faltered. "Brother, I didn't realize you were this formidable." Di Qing approached, grinning. "Had I known your strength, I would have waited for you to finish clearing the monsters before leaving, haha." Song Qian poked Di Qing in the back, saying, "Can't you see? He acted for senior sister Su. Why would he help you clear the monsters?" "Thank you for saving us," Luo Sheng said, standing behind them with a serious expression. "Thank you." Su Xuanyue nodded again. Though her expression remained unchanged, she felt a twinge of regret for her usual reticence. In such situations, all she could muster was a simple thank you. "By the way, are you a dual elemental wielder?" Luo Sheng inquired curiously. The fire-based ability was quite evident. But Su Fan had also seemingly employed a control-type ability, pinning that Snowball Lord to the ground. "Have you encountered other dual elemental wielders?" Su Fan neither confirmed nor denied. "Yes. Their president Mo Tian. He is quite powerful," Su Xuanyue replied, her icy demeanor suggesting little fondness for the individual. Su Fan, intrigued, pondered the nature of their dual abilities. Once the concerns of safety and sustenance are alleviated, the joy of exploration often arises. I see, Su Fan nodded, sensing that the day's events were drawing to a close. At that moment, he noticed Su Xianwu parting her red lips as if to speak. It's a pleasure to meet you, Su Xianwu, Su Fan said, waving his hand as he gracefully took his leave, leaving her with an indomitable silhouette. Su Fan did not wander far. Instead, he approached the edge of the snow cave. His curiosity piqued about this snow cave from which the snow monsters emerged. He wondered what lay beyond. Remaining snowball monsters, spotting Su Fan, surged towards him. A few fireballs dispatched the surrounding creatures effortlessly. As he drew closer, he discerned why the snow cave appeared black. It was shrouded in a veil of darkness, sealing off the large pit by the roadside. This black haze bore a resemblance to the dark particles surrounding it. Su Fan probed with his spiritual consciousness, penetrating the dark mist, and discovered an opening beneath it. The distance from the mist to the entrance was approximately 30 meters, with the cave walls adorned in white crystals. It seemed that the Snowball Lord had made its lair here. However, at the entrance, a layer of swirling blue mist hovered. Drawing from his experience in appreciating various fantastical works, it resembled a portal. After all, these creatures could not have appeared from thin air. Had a dimensional rift been opened? Su Fan, emboldened, reached out to touch the black mist. When he felt no adverse effects, he enveloped himself in a layer of spiritual energy and leaped into the abyss. Descending 30 meters, he arrived at the entrance of a cave. This opening was a mere 5 meters wide, leaving Su Fan puzzled as to how the 20-meter-wide Snowball Lord had managed to pass through. He speculated that it might be due to some extraordinary spatial power, or perhaps it had teleported in, originally only 5 meters in size, before expanding to its current dimensions. However, since the White Wolf Lord possessed the ability to annihilate armies from the very first day, it seemed unlikely that it had grown gradually. If that were the case, its current strength would be unfathomable. Su Fan found the former explanation more plausible. As he approached the cave's teleportation portal, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. He sensed that the spatial power within this portal was beyond his control, as if entering it would lead him into a spatial rift, where he would be torn apart in the void. He decided to postpone his exploration for another time and turned to leave. Suddenly, a sound from the system echoed in his mind. Detection of fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Spiritual energy detection in progress. Detection result, concentration 0.000003. Su Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated any fluctuations of spiritual energy upon nearing this portal. However, judging by the value, the energy was exceedingly sparse. Was there truly spiritual energy present? He recalled the first day he awakened the system. Could there be a connection between the misaligned system and this mysterious passage? Su Fan had many speculations, but he understood that it was beyond his current capabilities to unravel. As a foundation stage practitioner, encountering any spatial turbulence would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Dismissing these thoughts, he summoned his sword and soared out of the dark, misty cave. Wait! Su Xianwu called out from outside the cave entrance. Your Lord-level snow crystal. She held a large crystal approximately 30 centimeters long. What is this? Su Fan landed beside her. Su Xianwu was momentarily taken aback. How could he not know what this was? Upon reaching level 10, practitioners encounter a bottleneck and must absorb a Lord-level snow crystal to break through. Then you should need this, Su Fan smiled, offering it as a gift. Gift me? Su Xianwu, holding the large snow crystal, seemed momentarily stunned. Although she was known as the Ice Mountain at school, the other party was a fiery presence. I might be asking too much, but could you assist me at Jiang University? Su Xianwu hesitated, as the monsters near Jiang University had been becoming increasingly restless, and a significant upheaval was likely imminent. I know you probably don't lack for sustenance, but the entire Jiang University would be grateful to you. Su Fan met her gaze. And what about you? Will you be grateful to me? Su Xianwu felt herself melting under his gaze. All right, I will go. Su Fan chuckled. He had intended to head to Jiang University to address the beast tide anyway. I hope to see you again. Chapter 28, Mu Xiaowan. What are you complaining about? Returning to the Wind Rider, Su Fan surveyed the spacious yet stark room, finding it rather austere. Just moments ago, I temporarily bid farewell to Su Xianwu. Although there are still over 100 ordinary snowball monsters lingering there, with her level 10 prowess. She should have no trouble handling them. However, I felt the urge to return home and check on Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren, currently at levels 4 and 3, respectively. In comparison to others outside, their capabilities are rather insufficient. Such configurations leave much to be desired. Thankfully, I am well aware of their potential and can nurture them further. Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan eagerly ran over, their spirits high and excitement palpable. They recognized Su Fan's strength within the community and were pleasantly surprised to find he possessed overwhelming power in the outside world as well. Su Fan took out 20 liters of granules and placed them into a barrel, instructing Lu Ruren, select everything inside. Once you reach level 5, you will become immune to snow venom. He then turned to Mu Xiaowan, saying, you will accompany me outside shortly to gather snow crystals. Su Fan shared the essential information he had recently acquired with the two girls before making his way to the driver's seat. Outside the snow cave, near Tianhong Building, Su Xuanyue was systematically clearing the area while Luo Sheng and a few others cheered her on like devoted fans, providing support. Such snow caves were not rare. Su Fan had observed 2 on his way here, both of which spawned these snowball monsters. The average level of snow ape monsters is somewhat higher than that of snowball monsters, making the acquisition of snow crystals through their defeat significantly more efficient. Su Fan piloted the wind chariot towards the furniture city while searching for snow ape types of snow caves, but found none along the way. Eventually, he descended at the furniture city. Using his spiritual sense to scout the 3-story building, he discovered only a few corpses that had frozen to death, devoid of any living souls. The furniture city was filled with an array of sample furnishings, all well preserved, as if still awaiting customers. Yet, there were no customers to be found. Su Fan was not a customer himself. He needed no selection, and with a sweeping motion, he gathered everything into his storage bag, which soon became filled to capacity. Only Lu Ruren's room remained untouched, having been relocated in its pristine condition. In contrast, the other rooms and communal spaces were either bare or filled with the worn furniture from his rental properties. Su Fan summoned Mu Xiaowan and Yu Miao Miao, redesigning the bedroom according to their preferences. He also arranged the other rooms in various styles. With the new bedroom, Lin Dai no longer had to share space with Yu Miao Miao, allowing Su Fan to conduct his affairs more conveniently. For Su Fan, arranging furniture was as simple as decorating in a game. Yet time passed swiftly. By the time he had furnished the expansive 3-story, 600 square meter space to a respectable standard, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lu Ruren had brought a small table to the corner of the living room to select granules, her expression earnest as she deftly performed the task. After selecting 3 portions, she would summon Mu Xiaowan to absorb 1. Then she would absorb another for herself, leaving the last portion aside. In comparison to Yu Miao Miao, Lu Ruren shared a much stronger bond with Mu Xiaowan. While Lu Ruren had interacted with Yu Miao Miao, their differing backgrounds, temperaments, and interests seemed to hinder any deeper connection. Su Fan summoned Mu Xiaowan out of the wind chariot, for he had discovered a snow cave resembling that of a snow ape. With Mu Xiaowan, who was only at level 4, Su Fan soared through the air on his sword, enveloping them in a protective barrier of spiritual energy to shield them from the falling snow. Master, I feel quite uncomfortable, she confessed, for below them lay a dense throng of snow apes, numbering in the hundreds, which undoubtedly contributed to her unease. You'll get used to it. Let us first level up, Su Fan reassured her. He dove toward the mass of snow apes, several of which had noticed their presence and began to howl in protest. In an instant, the nearby snow apes erupted into chaos. With a resounding crash, a fireball erupted from Su Fan's hand, incinerating the 3 lowest snow apes and leaving behind 3 small crystals, which were distinct from the Lord-level snow crystal. Su Fan seized the crystals, elevating their flight to a higher altitude as the snow apes below continued to snarl. Swallow this, Su Fan said, extending a crystal to Mu Xiaowan. She clutched him with one hand while accepting the offering with the other, placing it in her mouth. Su Fan couldn't help but reflect on the Lord-level snow crystal, which was 30 centimeters in diameter. How would one consume such a thing? Mu Xiaowan sighed softly, wrapping both arms around Su Fan. What's wrong? He inquired. It's just that I suddenly felt intensely pleasurable, unlike any previous experiences, she explained, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Is this the sensation of leveling up to level 5? It seems there is a distinct threshold between levels 4 and 5. Su Fan glanced at her status panel. Name, Mu Xiaowan, level 5. Training speed contribution. 2. Su Fan nodded. Upon reaching level 5, Mu Xiaowan would contribute 2 points to his training progress each day. He then dispelled the spiritual barrier, allowing the delicate snowflakes to fall upon her. Ah, the snow. Mu Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise. What is wrong now? Su Fan lightly tapped her head. It took a moment for her to recall that he had mentioned earlier that once she reached level 5, she need not fear the snow any longer. All right, let us go hunt some monsters, he declared. Landing gracefully on the ground and using his spiritual power to drive back the surrounding snow apes, clearing a 10-meter wide space. He handed the celestial wolf sword to Mu Xiaowan. "Ami?" she asked, her hands trembling as she accepted the weapon. "Yes," Su Fan affirmed, clapping his hands. "Today, I shall transform you from a beautiful girl into a beautiful and formidable woman." He opened a gap in the spiritual barrier, allowing a level 5 snow ape to enter, and then stepped back, leaving Mu Xiaowan in the center of the arena. Your ice abilities are not limited to merely conjuring snowflakes. Experiment boldly, and you shall not perish. Su Fan encouraged, settling onto a nearby stool. Gripping the celestial wolf sword, Mu Xiaowan hesitated as she gazed at the fierce snow ape, instinctively retreating a few steps before turning to Su Fan for reassurance. With a deep breath, she prepared to confront the creature. This man, she thought, could be terrifying at times, yet he also instilled a profound sense of security. If your thoughts oppose his, he becomes quite terrifying. In mere moments, the snow ape had approached, and Mu Xiaowan unleashed ice shards, which proved ineffective. Subsequently, she raised her sword high. "Stop." Su Fan immobilized the snow ape with his spiritual power. "What is this technique? What have you been practicing at home these past few days?" Mu Xiaowan seemed to grasp something, nodding vigorously. Once more, Su Fan sent the snow ape back to the edge of the arena and released his hold. The snow ape, unable to comprehend the situation due to its low intelligence, charged at Mu Xiaowan ferociously upon sighting her. Su Fan's assessment was accurate. Mu Xiaowan was indeed intelligent and remarkably perceptive. Within a brief span of 10 minutes, Mu Xiaowan adeptly harnessed her ice abilities, summoning several icy spikes from the ground to restrain the snow ape's movements before piercing its skull with her sword. During this time, Su Fan paused several times, each instance occurring just as Mu Xiaowan seemed on the verge of suffering a heavy blow from the snow ape. Nevertheless, she had sustained several minor injuries by then. Yet, she had entered a focused state, and after slaying the snow ape, her face radiated excitement. "Bring on another." Chapter 29, Assistance. "I want to face 10 more. After half an hour, Mu Xiaowan successfully completed a challenge against 3 snow apes of equal rank. Naturally, to prevent her from incurring serious injuries, Su Fan had paused for her recovery multiple times. "Let us level up first and take a break. Go ahead and dissect the head to retrieve the snow crystal." Su Fan stretched lazily beside her. Clad in black, Mu Xiaowan, with her striking features and bloodied sword, presented a visually striking scene. Having witnessed so much blood, her tolerance had significantly strengthened. As she dissected the snow ape's head, Mu Xiaowan suppressed her nausea and extracted a snow crystal, after which the snow ape's body disintegrated into snowflakes, leaving no trace of blood behind. Mu Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as though the snow ape was illusory. However, she held a crystal the size of a fingertip in her hand. These monsters are different from the mutated ones. They are entirely crystallized. Once the crystal is gone, so too is the body, Su Fan elucidated. Mu Xiaowan nodded and proceeded to extract snow crystals from the remains of the fallen snow apes, gathering a handful to present to Su Fan. "Swallow this and see if it's sufficient for leveling up." Su Fan offered her a chair to sit upon. Mu Xiaowan consumed several crystals, tilting her head back slightly, her expression one of rapture. "Ah." Su Fan gently tapped her head. "We are still outside. Can you refrain from making such noises?" "I'm sorry, master, I couldn't help it." Mu Xiaowan nuzzled against Su Fan's shoulder. "All right, let us take a break. We shall continue shortly." In less than an hour, Mu Xiaowan had ascended to level 6, her combat experience notably enhanced. While others would have needed to form teams to gradually hunt isolated monsters, her efficiency was unparalleled. Su Fan patted Mu Xiaowan's head, leading her back to the wind chariot, where Lu Ruoren tended to her injuries. "How did you get hurt like this?" Lu Ruoren was taken aback by the sight of Mu Xiaowan, whose body was marred by numerous wounds. "It's just minor injuries," Mu Xiaowan replied with a silly grin, lost in the exhilaration of battle. Having consumed so many snow crystals, Lu Ruoren had already advanced to level 6. Sister Ruoren, once I reach a higher level, I will bring you back some snow crystals. After accounting for the time spent healing, Mu Xiaowan rested for merely 10 minutes before preparing to confront the snow ape monsters once more. As the two emerged from the wind chariot, they noticed a 3-member team below. The trio, all of similar age, comprised a young man wielding a baseball bat, while the other two were unarmed. Su Fan glanced at their levels. The one with the bat was at level 5, while the others were at levels 5 and 6. Su Fan recalled Luo Sheng's words about rarely encountering powerless ability users. The levels of these individuals suggested they might hail from some faction. Brother Kai, there are too many snow apes here. It might be a snow cave, remarked the young man with lustrous hair. Peering at the cluster of snow monsters as they concealed themselves 50 meters away behind the corner of a building. Old Su, I know. However, we have searched all day and have yet to find a solitary snow ape. They are likely all hunted down by the spirit battle team. The young man, dressed in a black cotton coat, appearing slightly older and more mature, laid a net on the ground. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can leave. All right. The young man with the lustrous hair turned to the one holding the baseball bat. Akuin, you have the least practice with your ability. This time, you go lure the monsters while we handle the fighting. Got it. Akuin nodded, as if this were a routine they had executed multiple times before. He surveyed the nearest snow apes within the monstrous horde, pinpointing the smallest one. Then, Akuin fashioned a snowball, cautiously advancing to within 20 meters before hurling it at the creature, and promptly took off running. The snow ape, feeling provoked, roared angrily and gave chase to Akuin. However, this roar did not incite a general uproar. Only a few nearby snow apes joined the pursuit. Yet, even a handful was more than they could contend with. Damn it. 6 of them are coming. How do we fight this? Old Su inhaled deeply, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Even if we can't win, we must fight. Otherwise, Akuin will surely be done for. Brother Kai unleashed his plant-based ability, tripping the approaching snow apes. Subsequently, Old Su targeted one of them with a bolt of lightning, producing a crackling sound that seemed to inflict considerable damage. In the end, Akuin turned back and metallicized his baseball bat, delivering a series of resounding blows to the snow ape's head. Remarkably, the trio seemed to have rehearsed this combination numerous times, successfully slaying one of the snow apes. Yet, Brother Kai's ability could no longer contain the remaining 5, which roared and broke free. Run, Kaiga shouted, and then took off running, leaving the other 2 surprised by how decisively their leader acted. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly followed suit. However, the snow ape monsters moved with remarkable speed, and Lao Su, trailing behind, stumbled awkwardly over something, just as he was about to be torn apart by several snow apes. A figure clad in black descended from the sky, sword in hand, while dozens of ice spikes erupted from the ground, ensnaring 5 of the snow apes simultaneously. The trio stood in awe, captivated by the scene as if a goddess had descended, swallowing hard in astonishment. With Su Fan's permission, Mu Xiaowan leaped down to confront the 5 snow apes, utilizing the ice spikes for control. She summoned a chilling aura from her Tianlang sword and pierced through one of the level 4 snow apes. Yet, she soon faced the same predicament as her companions. The control time was insufficient. The snow apes quickly broke free, and Mu Xiaowan attempted to use the ice spikes again, but this time with diminished effectiveness. As a level 6 ability user wielding the Tianlang sword, Mu Xiaowan endured several blows from the snow apes in a fierce battle, ultimately decapitating 2 of them. By now, she bore numerous wounds. The remaining 2 were also level 6 snow apes. Mu Xiaowan summoned all her icy powers to immobilize one, while engaging the other in a duel. After sustaining more injuries, she successfully vanquished the second ape, considering that she could receive treatment from Lu Ruoren at any moment. Mu Xiaowan paid little mind to the deep 20-centimeter gash across her body, though her clothing was tattered and would require replacement upon her return. The last one. Mu Xiaowan steeled herself. Kai Gu, Su Gu, are we just going to watch? Akuin inquired in a hushed tone, gripping his baseball bat. Kai Gu glanced at the exposed skin revealed by Mu Xiaowan's torn garments, then stomped his foot. Yes, we go. Lao Su pulled him back. What is the plan? Come on, I know what you 2 are thinking. Let her take down the snow ape first, then Lao Su, you can use electricity to subdue the injured woman. We'll have both the snow crystal and the lady. Kai Gu shot them an exasperated look before turning back to Mu Xiaowan, eagerly licking his lips in excitement. Chapter 30. Backstab. Unbeknownst to Mu Xiaowan, She remained oblivious to the murderous intent and danger lurking behind her, rather than being unaware. It was more accurate to say she simply did not care. With Su Fan by her side, she felt free to pursue her desires. Recognizing this, Su Fan realized that such protection was excessive. She needed to develop her own sense of danger. Facing the last frenzied snow ape, Mu Xiaowan felt an exhilarating thrill surpassing that of her foe. With the synergy of her abilities, she struck precisely with several blows, ultimately slaying the final snow ape. Unlike many who were preoccupied with survival, Mu Xiaowan immersed herself wholly in the battle, allowing her to unleash her full potential. Yay! Just as Mu Xiaowan was about to celebrate, a vine ensnared her feet, yanking her backward. She fell onto the snowy ground, clutching the Tianlang sword tightly. Quickly regaining her senses, she swung her sword to sever the vine at her feet. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, enveloping her in a tingling sensation that rendered her consciousness unfocused. "Brother Kai, are you going to knock her out?" Akuan approached Mu Xiaowan with a baseball bat in hand. "Never mind. I fear you might misjudge her strength. Let us first disarm her." Brother Kai stepped forward, binding Mu Xiaowan with a rattan whip. "You scoundrels! Do not lay a finger on it. This sword belongs to my master," Mu Xiaowan strained to utter. "Oh, still calling someone master?" Brother Kai chuckled, reaching for the sword's hilt. "Now the sword is mine. I am now your." A tremendous, oppressive force descended, causing all present to feel as though a small car had been placed upon them, forcing them to their knees. "Enough." Su Fan landed gracefully, addressing Mu Xiaowan. "Have you learned another lesson?" With a loud explosion, the rattan bindings around Mu Xiaowan shattered, and the electric currents dissipated. "Master!" Mu Xiaowan sprang to her feet and dashed towards Su Fan, yet her mind was still clouded, causing her to stumble and fall at his feet, clinging to his legs. "Wah," she sobbed, seemingly hurt. "Didn't I just save them? How could they treat me like this?" She shot a fierce glare at the three, but they only gazed at Su Fan with expressions of sheer terror. Who is this person? What kind of power is this? Panic and dread surged through their minds from multiple angles. Yet, they all understood that this woman was backed by an unfathomable powerhouse. They wanted to plead with Su Fan for mercy, but his oppressive force was absolute. They couldn't even open their mouths. Su Fan gently stroked Mu Xiaowan's head, a flicker of pity crossing his expression, though his demeanor remained unchanged. "Outside, no one cares about what you have done for them. They only care about what you possess and whether they can obtain it. I may not always be by your side. You must learn to discern for yourself." Mu Xiaowan stood, leaning against Su Fan, appearing more attached to him. Su Fan gently released her hand. "It's not over yet. It's time for PvP practice." PvP, player versus player. With a delicate gesture of his fingers, Su Fan inflicted numerous cuts upon the three, the wounds appearing quite severe. Despite being unable to speak due to the pressure, their faces contorted in agony. "This is the extent of the injuries my woman suffers when you strike her," Su Fan stated coldly. "Now, if you can defeat her under these circumstances, she will spare you. But I will not." Su Fan refrained from voicing the latter part. After stepping back, he produced a small stool and lifted the pressure from the three. They exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of pain and a glimmer of hope. If they could unite to defeat this woman, they might escape death. Having hunted monsters together and honed their coordination for 2.5 days, they were now well acquainted with each other's movements. However, Mu Xiaowan had gained some experience and noticed the vines on the ground. She retreated several steps and launched several ice spikes forward. Mu Xiaowan moved swiftly, her fluid movements suggesting she had not sustained any injuries. She maneuvered to the side, evading the vines while simultaneously sending ice shards towards her opponents. Although her combat experience may not have surpassed that of her adversaries, once she entered the fray, she exhibited an almost frenzied enthusiasm. In contrast, the three opponents, having suffered severe injuries, bore expressions of anguish, holding back their strength for fear of exacerbating their wounds. Despite one being at level 6 and the other two at level 5, their combined efforts against the level 6 Mu Xiaowan found them at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Brother Kai shouted, "Split up and run," and hurriedly dashed in one direction without looking back. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, temporarily refraining from intervening. The first target for Mu Xiaowan was Kai, who had fled first. She sprinted with a speed that outpaced him. Kai turned back and attempted to ensnare Mu Xiaowan with a vine, yet she had no intention of dodging, instead creating an ice spike just before falling. which pierced through Kai's chest. Subsequently, Mu Xiaowan broke free from the feeble vines and pursued another opponent, Old Su. Akuan, unobserved, had sprinted nearly 100 meters in one direction. However, an invisible force grasped him, and he felt himself soaring through the air, only to open his eyes and discover he had returned to his original position. Terrified, he glanced at Su Fan, who was fixated on Mu Xiaowan, not sparing him a glance. Daunted, Akuan could run no more. His legs weakened, he sank to his knees, exclaiming, "We are from the Heavenly Earth Society. We have influence in this area. We can." A wave of oppressive force silenced his words. As Mu Xiaowan pursued the electrifying Old Su, she was jolted several times by electric shocks, yet she quickly closed the distance and ultimately subdued him with an ice spike, piercing his heart. Turning back, Mu Xiaowan saw Akuan kneeling on the ground, realizing Su Fan had restrained him. Without further ado, Su Fan rose and gestured, retracting the small stool he had just produced. "Also, go finish off the first one," he instructed. Mu Xiaowan felt displeased with Akuan, seemingly preferring the thrill of the hunt over the tedium of execution. Upon returning to the Windrider, Su Fan did not immediately spot Lu Ruren. He recalled how Lu Ruren, like a diligent maid, was always on standby in the living room. "Master." Lu Ruren emerged from a room, exclaiming, "My powers have undergone a change." "Oh." Su Fan felt a flicker of curiosity. As Lu Ruren ascended the stairs, she was taken aback by the sight of Mu Xiaowan, gravely injured, and hurriedly extended her hands to heal her. Lu Ruren's palms emanated a green light the size of basketballs, and after reaching level 6, her healing abilities visibly improved. "How could you sustain such severe injuries in such a short time?" Lu Ruren chided Su Fan with a glance, as if reproaching him for allowing Mu Xiaowan to suffer such grave wounds, which appeared quite distressing. Yet, Mu Xiaowan was reveling in joy. Her pain perception dulled in her experience. While receiving treatment from Lu Ruren, she animatedly recounted the story from earlier. Lu Ruren listened with rapt attention, even managing to give her a thumbs up. "Ruren, what is the nature of your ability?" Su Fan inquired once the treatment had concluded. "Here," Lu Ruren said, extending a finger from which a tender sprout emerged, glowing with a soft green luminescence. Chapter 31. Hot Pot. As the sprout grew to about 2 centimeters in height, it detached itself from Lu Ruren's hand. Su Fan accepted the sprout, sensing its healing power emanating from it. "What is its purpose?" he questioned Lu Ruren, believing that the possessor of such an ability would possess greater insight. "I believe it can be placed directly on a wound for healing," Lu Ruren responded, albeit with uncertainty, "though I have yet to test it." Turning to Mu Xiaowan, Su Fan suggested, "What if you were to sustain another injury?" "All right." 30 minutes later, Mu Xiaowan returned, clutching a pile of snow crystals, her body adorned with numerous wounds, trailing behind Su Fan. Her combat efficiency had markedly improved. Su Fan had unleashed 5 snow ape monsters for her to battle each time, and it took a full 30 minutes for her to incur any significant injuries. Lu Ruren arranged 10 sprouts on the table, all freshly conjured. "Lift your shirt," she instructed. Mu Xiaowan obliged, pulling up her garment to reveal her skin. The crimson scars on the youthful figure juxtaposed with Mu Xiaowan's beaming expression created a striking visual tableau. Su Fan placed one of the sprouts against Mu Xiaowan's wound, and it transformed into a swirl of green light, adhering to the injury. In no time, the wound vanished. "The effect is quite commendable," Su Fan remarked. "With this sprout, you can heal even in your absence. Does it have a shelf life?" "Shelf life?" Lu Ruren mused, brushing her hair back. "I would guess its duration is about a day or 2. We shall find out in a few days." "Indeed," Su Fan nodded. "Logically, the higher your level, the longer its effect should last. Half for you." Upon learning that Lu Ruren's ability required upgrading, Mu Xiaowan waved her hand, sharing half of her bounty with Lu Ruren. Receiving over 20 sprouts, Lu Ruren accepted them with delight. "I shall create more of these sprouts for you to carry." Lu Ruren patted her chest, taking on the task. However, a pang of realization struck her. She had just freed herself from the task of creating snowflakes, only to be assigned another. Yet, Lu Ruren was more than willing to engage in such endeavors. She preferred the comfort of home and logistical support over battling monsters like Mu Xiaowan and sustaining injuries. "All right, let us prepare a meal." Su Fan clapped his hands. "By the way, Meow Meow, can you make hot pot?" Su Fan's voice resonated in Yu Meow Meow's room. "Yes, I can," Yu Meow Meow replied, poking her head out of her room. This evening, a delightful hot pot dinner was in order, a perfect opportunity to unwind. Su Fan reflected on how she had arranged her new home, which radiated a sense of joy, making it a fitting occasion for celebration. During a lengthy conversation with Yu Miao Miao the previous night, she mentioned often cooking alone at home, suggesting she possessed considerable culinary skills, thus assuming the role of the household chef. With a simple wave of her hand, a variety of hot pot ingredients, beverages, and even a set of flying chess and gamoku appeared before her. How wonderful, cheered Mu Xiaowan. Yu Miao Miao promptly took the ingredients to the kitchen, becoming busy with preparations, while Lu Ruren volunteered to assist her. After a while, Lin Dai joined them in preparing the ingredients. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaowan reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, feeling quite exhausted from the day's events. As Su Fan watched dish after dish of ingredients being placed on the table, she couldn't help but think that this was perhaps the first proper meal since the apocalypse, rather than mere convenience food. Delicious. The hot pot was quickly ready, and the group gathered around the dining table to enjoy the meal, creating a warm atmosphere. Mu Xiaowan gleefully savored the spicy dishes, her face alight with enjoyment. Yu Miao Miao was adept at steering conversations, drawing the less socially inclined Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan into the discussion. When the topic turned to recent fashion trends, Mu Xiaowan suggested that they all go shopping at the mall the following day. Su Fan readily agreed, thinking not only of clothing and supplies, but also of food. Considering the need to stock up, while it was evident that any supermarket or warehouse with food would likely be overrun, it mattered little. Tomorrow, Su Fan would reach the mid-stage of foundation building, enhancing her strength further. After dinner, they chatted and played chess, creating a relaxed ambience. Lin Dai, however, seemed hesitant to speak up. A glance from Su Fan revealed a noticeable change in her demeanor. The temperature within the Yufeng Pavilion was quite pleasant, and she wore light clothing that revealed some of her figure. Her hair was also tidied, allowing her features to become more discernible. When Su Fan looked closely, she found herself unexpectedly captivated. Had she been mistaken? Utilizing her probing ability, she discovered: name, Lin Dai, age, 23, realm, mortal, appearance, stunningly beautiful, dual cultivation experience, 0, hint, the subject meets the requirements for a furnace cauldron. Rating, stunningly beautiful. All rewards doubled. What? Su Fan felt a jolt of surprise. In her memory, Lin Dai's appearance had not seemed particularly striking. However, the system's evaluation completely overturned her impression, and coupled with that earlier moment of admiration, Su Fan began to scrutinize Lin Dai's appearance more carefully. She recalled that Lin Dai had deliberately dressed in a manner that downplayed her looks. In a time when all women were striving to showcase their beauty, she had taken the opposite approach, skillfully concealing all her aesthetic advantages. Uncertain of how she looks when she puts in effort, Su Fan found himself intrigued. Based on her ratings, she could already rival Su Xuanyue. However, Su Fan did not know her well enough to judge someone solely by appearance. Nevertheless, he would gladly welcome her into his collection. The prospect of double rewards appeared quite alluring. Su Fan considered advancing his strategy with Lin Dai and turned to her, saying, "Lin Dai, come help me play." To his surprise, Mu Xiaowan sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Lin Dai? Senior Lin Dai?" Lu Ruren looked at Mu Xiaowan with an expression of astonishment. "Do you really have such a slow reflex? I just mentioned Lin Dai's name a few times with Miao Miao." In an instant, Lin Dai became the center of attention, yet she appeared neither embarrassed nor flustered. She nodded at Mu Xiaowan, exuding an aura akin to a lotus emerging from the water. Once noticed, every gesture she made seemed to radiate brilliance. "Wow!" Mu Xiaowan exclaimed, covering her face. "What is going on?" Su Fan asked, looking at Mu Xiaowan, eagerly awaiting her explanation. She is the top genius beauty of Jiangdong University, the champion of the city singing competition, first in 4 language competitions, and has an uncountable number of national and provincial awards. She has even secured a place for postgraduate studies at the top 3 Nanda. Mu Xiaowan sighed. Even I, a princess, feel inferior in comparison. Now it was Su Fan and Yu Miao Miao's turn to be astonished. The 3 of them worked in the same company. However, with Lin Dai's remarkable credentials, how could she have fallen to the position of a lowly clerk in their company? Moreover, at this time, she should be pursuing her master's degree at Nanda. Chapter 32. Lin Dai. All eyes were on Lin Dai, and Su Fan awaited her response. Lin Dai, with her pristine beauty and simplicity, appeared as delicate as a character from a book, with a gentle press of her red lips. She spoke softly, I encountered some persecution upon graduation and was compelled to conceal my identity. Oh, Lu Ruren inquired curiously. You are a celebrated genius student. Who could possibly persecute you? It was the influence of a prominent family, their reach extending across various fields, capable of even toppling our school. Lindai hesitated to elaborate. She seemed reluctant to discuss it, yet had no choice but to respond when questioned. Starting from her junior year, she participated in several major events, only to be threatened and intimidated before competitions. Often, she faced harassment from boys when out in public, and rumors about her never ceased. Even after her graduation, many sought her out at her home. It sounds like a story from a novel, but in today's world, their influence should have waned, right? Mu Xiaowan remarked, still holding a small cake and scooping it with her spoon. One can only hope. Lin Dai glanced at Su Fan, feeling a sense of peace despite the chaos outside. Thank you. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively. What kind of force sought to persecute you? Did you offend someone? Su Fan surmised that even in a post-apocalyptic world, certain powerful factions could swiftly adapt and retain their formidable influence amidst the chaos. Having resolved to take Lin Dai under his wing, he felt it imperative to understand the threats she faced. After a series of inquisitive questions from the group, the circumstances finally became clear. It turned out that since her junior year, the young master of the Gu family in Jiansheng had been obsessively pursuing her. When his advances were rebuffed, he resorted to spreading malicious rumors, resulting in a barrage of scorn and harassment directed at her. Furthermore, the Gu family viewed Lin Dai, hailing from an ordinary background, as a potential hindrance to their young master's ambitions, relentlessly sending threats to compel her to withdraw quietly from school. Consequently, she took refuge in a nondescript company in the sprawling city, working discreetly as a lowly clerk. As she recounted her sorrowful tale, the previously composed Lin Dai was once again overwhelmed with emotion, her tears falling like rain. The other young women hastily offered her comfort. Su Fan had firmly decided to take her in. Henceforth, she would be safe here, leaving the past behind to start anew. Should anyone attempt to seek her out, he vowed to ensure they would not return. Lin Dai nodded gently in agreement. By the way, how should I address you now? Master, replied Lu Ruren promptly from beside her. Yu Miao Miao also nodded, finding no issue with the title, believing Su Fan would not truly treat them as servants. Very well. Lin Dai lifted her gaze to Su Fan, softly uttering, Master. Her voice was melodious, and her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. Su Fan maintained his composure outwardly, yet internally he felt exhilarated by her address. Now that you've called him Master, isn't it time to consummate the arrangement? Lu Ruren seized the moment, her expression brimming with anticipation. Lin Dai looked astonished. Isn't this a bit too soon? We've only just begun living together. Although she had known Su Fan for 2 months at the company, their interactions had been minimal. Not too soon. You've already spent a night together. Besides, it was bound to happen sooner or later, Mu Xiaowan murmured, seemingly forgetting her own circumstances as a captive. Just follow your heart. Su Fan extended his hand, which Lin Dai placed delicately in his palm. It was indeed too hasty. Her mindset would likely need time to adjust. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, and Su Fan noticed the glimmer of emotions swirling in her eyes. Hey, how can you be so flirtatious in public? Mu Xiaowan waved her hand dismissively through the air. All right, let us continue the festivities. Su Fan rose and headed to the driver's seat, intending to scout for snow caves resembling the Shui Yuan type, to elevate their levels the following morning. He held no illusions about successfully incorporating Lin Dai today. Given her striking beauty, she would undoubtedly face numerous obstacles ahead. After Su Fan departed, Yu Miao Miao whispered something in Lin Dai's ear. Lin Dai wiped her tears away and then ascended the stairs with Yu Miao Miao. When Su Fan returned, he found only Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren in the living room. Where have the two of them gone? Mu Xiaowan was savoring her third piece of cake when she contemplated before responding, I went to make you a cake. Su Fan looked perplexed and turned to Lu Ruren, who replied, I went to make you dumplings. What a nonsensical exchange, Su Fan thought as he scratched his head. Before long, the door to the upstairs bedroom opened, and Lin Dai descended the staircase with a graceful gait. Her hair was impeccably styled, complementing her stunning beauty, akin to a gentle butterfly or a crescent moon casting a soft glow. Lin Dai's fair cheeks and her eyes were as deep and enchanting as a clear lake. She wore a flowing, deep blue gown, its hem spreading slightly, resembling blooming petals that swayed with each step she took down the stairs. Su Fan could not help but commend the system's taste. Indeed, she was a beauty of unparalleled charm, her every movement seeming to dance upon his heart. This strikingly beautiful girl, wherever she went, appeared to be the center of attention, like a moon surrounded by stars. As this radiant crescent moon approached Su Fan, she gracefully lowered herself before him. Lin Dai showed no pretense as she gently grasped one of Su Fan's hands, kneeling before him. Looking into his eyes, she softly declared, "I am all in for you." Su Fan's expression remained unchanged, yet confusion swirled within him. "Weren't you rated as a beauty of the highest caliber? Did you just offer yourself freely? In the past, I indeed basked in much adoration, but those memories have long since dissipated from my life." Lin Dai gazed at Su Fan, her heart speaking to itself, yearning for a rebirth akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. The depths of her eyes reflected a summer night garden, filled with a gentle, rippling light. Lin Dai took a soft breath, "Master." Su Fan suddenly sprang from his seat, scooping Lin Dai into his arms and vanishing from the living room. Some cherish spring, for it heralds the dawn of life, where everything awakens and flourishes with vibrant vitality. Many adore summer as it is a resplendent paradise, filled with the cacophony of life, where melodies intertwine in a fervent rhythm under the sun's embrace. Others favor autumn, as nature retreats, leaving behind a tapestry of crimson leaves. Su Fan pondered that winter had its own charm too. For the warmth of a cozy bed in winter is quite inviting. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have gained a new goddess. Name: Lin Dai. Level: 0. Intimacy level: 2. Provided cultivation speed: 2 points per day. Current total cultivation speed: 8 points per day. Lin Dai's intimacy level has reached 2. Granting you a reward package. Would you like to open it now? No. Beneath a maple tree, the fluttering leaves seemed reluctant to welcome the arrival of winter, transforming instead into tender green sprouts, emerging from the earth anew with vibrant life. In the living room, Mu Xiaowan stared blankly at the window, opening her 9th cake of the day. "Xiaowan, you're holding your spoon the wrong way," Lu Ruoran gently reminded, placing a tender sprout into the box before her. It suddenly dawned on me that tonight marked the beginning of my Chapter 33, the soul-searching technique. In Jiangcheng, at the Tianhong building, an armed helicopter perched atop the edifice on this fateful night, the surrounding snow having been swept away by some unseen force. A young man, impeccably dressed, exuded a sense of refined elegance. Though I could not recognize the brands adorning his attire, their lavishness was unmistakable. His secretary stood nearby, head bowed, as he paced restlessly beside the helicopter. "Mr. Gu, I fear we may have arrived too late. Miss Lin has not been located," reported 2 operatives clad in uniform. The youth, referred to as Mr. Gu, remained silent, his expression growing increasingly frigid. After a moment of contemplation, his visage contorted into a grimace, and he erupted in a furious roar. "I discovered her whereabouts a fortnight ago. My father instructed me to cooperate with the association, and you promised to assist in retrieving her. Where is she? Did you not assure me of her protection?" The operative on the left lowered his gaze and replied, "This is the young lady's directive. We implore you, Mr. Gu, do not make things difficult for us. Once again, that wretched sister of mine." Mr. Gu clenched his fists in rage, a tempest swirling around him, forming an eye of a storm. The operatives and secretary, evidently awakened beings, remained steadfast amidst the gusts, their garments billowing yet their forms unwavering. "Mr. Gu, we have examined the clock-in records of this company. Miss Lin was indeed present in the building when the apocalypse struck. And then, no bodies were found. No, among the identifiable corpses, none matched. There are unidentifiable remains, some skeletons. Would you care to see? Many perished in the calamity from hunger and cold, yet some became the lifeline for others in dire straits." The young Mr. Gu retrieved a pocket watch from his coat, delicately opening it to reveal a single, soft strand of hair nestled within. "Proceed with the DNA matching," he instructed, closing the watch and handing it to the operative. "If she is safe, that is the best outcome. If she has been defiled by another, I shall shackle her like a slave, confining her to a doghouse in my home. If she has perished, then let her ashes be smeared upon my walls." A frenzied expression crossed his face as he uttered, "Lin Dai, you shall forever be mine." Su Fan awoke at 7 a.m., having only managed 4 hours of sleep, yet slumber eluded him. Since entering the Foundation establishment stage, his mental acuity had heightened considerably, resulting in a reduced need for rest. Moreover, he found himself no longer feeling hunger, as his cultivation had bestowed upon him the effects of fasting. For him, sustenance had become merely a means to satisfy his palate. Stepping out of his room, Su Fan beheld a delicate figure sprawled across the dining table, clutching a half-eaten cake. This girl, how could she have fallen asleep here? He mused, shaking his head. Grateful that, as an ability user, she need not worry about catching a cold. He approached her gently, lifting her with tenderness and returning her to the bed in her room. Although Mu Xiaowan remained in slumber, her hand instinctively tightened its embrace around Su Fan's neck. The master and husband murmured a few words. Su Fan gently closed the door. As the clock struck 9, Su Fan's cultivation points began to rise automatically. Last night, his cultivation progress reached 910, just 1 point shy of entering the mid-foundation stage. Ding! Cultivation progress increased by 8 points. Breakthrough achieved. You have received a reward package. Currently holding 2. Current realm, mid-foundation stage, progress 720. Open the reward package. Ding! Reward package opened. Please select one option. Option A, 5 superior Xian-grade magic weapons. The Evening Cloud Sword. Option B, 5 inferior Earth-grade magic items. The Cloud Treading Shoes. Option C, 5 millennia-old willow trees from Elder Chi's courtyard. Choosing option B. Cloud Treading Shoes significantly enhance movement speed and jumping ability. Can generate a spiritual energy step in midair for a second jump. After a brief contemplation, Su Fan opted for the higher quality Cloud Treading Shoes, recognizing their value for both pursuit and self-preservation. He cast a regretful glance at the Evening Cloud Sword. He indeed found himself lacking in spiritual swords. With only the Celestial Wolf Sword at his disposal, he needed it for flying while occasionally lending it to Mu Xiaowan. Su Fan resolved that if Earth-grade weapons appeared again, he would prioritize selection. Ding! Reward package opened. Please select one option. Option A, 5 superior Xian-grade magic weapons. The Thunder Hammer. Option B, 5 inferior Earth-grade storage bags. Option C, 5 Jade tokens for elite disciples of the War God Hall. Extra option from the Charming City reward. Soul Searching Technique. Success rate increased by 5-fold. This package seemed to be a reward based on his intimacy with Lin Dai, surprisingly presenting an additional option that delighted Su Fan. However, what thrilled him even more was the mention of the Soul Searching Technique. The mere appearance of those 3 words captivated his attention. Tip: Soul Searching Technique can be used on a target whose movements are restrained, allowing the exploration of their memories. Success rate is related to the disparity in spiritual consciousness strength. Selecting this additional option, the Soul Searching Technique. Fusion. A white light entered Su Fan's mind, and he swiftly grasped the abilities associated with this technique. In the realm of martial arts, possessing more information is undoubtedly advantageous. Naturally, most individuals are reluctant to divulge all their secrets. In such instances, having the ability to directly probe into another's memories would prove immensely beneficial. Suddenly, Su Fan pondered a question. Is the soul-searching technique harmful to the target? Tip: if your spiritual consciousness strength exceeds the target by 10-fold, you can freely control whether to inflict mental damage. Su Fan happened to possess the spirit amplification technique, which enhances his spiritual consciousness 10-fold. This meant that as long as his strength did not fall short of the target's, he could ensure a flawless soul search. Upon exiting the room, he found Lin Dai standing at the door, poised and awaiting his arrival. Lin Dai possessed an exquisite demeanor and grace. Merely standing there, Su Fan felt as if he were stepping out of the door of a luxurious 6-star hotel. When can I begin to awaken my abilities? She inquired. Gently nodding her head, Su Fan gazed into her clear eyes and sensed that this was perhaps a form of exchange for Lin Dai. At any moment. Is your body feeling well? He reached out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, to which Lin Dai neither resisted nor embraced. Yes, she replied softly, lowering her head slightly, perhaps because my ligaments are quite resilient. Lin Dai had also achieved city-level awards in dance. Since there were no apparent issues, Su Fan led her to the center of the living room and presented her with a snow crystal, substituting it for the snowflakes that Mu Xiaowan and the others had used to awaken their powers. A glimmer of light danced in Lin Dai's eyes as she accepted the thumb-sized snow crystal with a slight nod of gratitude. She placed the crystal in her mouth and closed her eyes. Su Fan immediately extended his spiritual sense to explore her body, eager to discern the nature of this awakening. Once the snow crystal entered her system, it resonated with her blood. As her blood circulated, the crystal gradually diminished in size, its energy dispersing into her bloodstream. The energy within her blood surged, seemingly activating some latent potential. Time passed slowly, and Su Fan realized that the waiting period was longer than when Lu Ruren had awakened. While Lu Ruren's awakening had taken merely 2 minutes, Lin Dai's had already stretched to 5. As she opened her eyes, there was a blend of affection and deep emotion. Yet the predominant feeling was one of astonishment at the awakening of her abilities. However, with her composure, Lin Dai spoke in a calm tone. This ability feels as though it has been custom-tailored for me. What type of ability is it? This was a matter of concern for Su Fan, as it would determine Lin Dai's future arrangements. It seems to be of the nature element, Lin Dai replied, elegantly raising her right hand and extending a finger, which then transformed into a delicate pink butterfly that fluttered its wings gently. Chapter 34, Rapid Brush, Thunderfire Crossbow. Is it combat-oriented? Let us test it. Su Fan, intrigued by the little butterfly, conjured a spiritual barrier with a wave of his hand. The butterfly took flight from her fingertip and exploded in midair, creating a pink light orb with a diameter of 30 centimeters. After a moment of spatial tremor, it vanished. Su Fan sensed the damage it could inflict. Indeed, it was of the destructive type. Rather than radiating outward from a central point, the explosion formed a light orb that inflicted damage within its radius. Impressive. Even at level 1, it possesses such power. Su Fan contemplated the magnitude of this ability, recognizing it as beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Lin Dai raised her right hand, and 3 butterflies appeared simultaneously. Shall we test it further? She asked. No need. I wish to see the power of your higher level form. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 butterflies dissipated. Su Fan then called out Yu Miao Miao, Mu Xiaowan, and Lu Ruren, informing them that they would be venturing out to battle and collect snow crystals. Sounds great, Mu Xiaowan exclaimed. Lu Ruren, shall I also engage in combat? Yu Miao Miao, I too desire the snow crystals. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us embark together for greater efficiency, hastening our level advancement. Mu Xiaowan raised her hand. Is today meant for training Sister Miao Miao and Sister Lindy? No, Su Fan replied. Today is for rapid clearing. Last night, during his leisure, Su Fan had already scouted the locations of 2 snow monster caverns. He instructed Lindy to consume the remaining snow crystals, which allowed her to ascend to level 5, granting her immunity to snow poison. Notification: Lindy has reached level 5. Host cultivation speed increased by 2 points. Current cultivation speed, 10 points. The wind vessel halted in the snow, and the group alighted onto the frosty ground. Lu Ruren expressed her excitement. I haven't ventured outside for an entire week. Lindy and Yu Miao Miao also glanced around with delight, as it was their first experience in the snow. Not far away, hundreds of snow ape monsters loitered and moved about. Mu Xiaowan wore a subtle smile, adopting an air of nonchalance, asserting that this was merely a trivial matter. Su Fan retrieved 4 Thunderfire crossbows from his storage bag and handed them to the 4 women. Give it a try. Su Fan approached Lu Ruren, guiding her in the use of this weapon, while the other 3 watched attentively. Bang! Lu Ruren gently squeezed the trigger. Boom! A fiery crossbow bolt arced through the air, striking its target and igniting a massive explosion. This single shot annihilated 7 or 8 snow apes at the center and sent over 10 others flying. The astonishment was palpable on the faces of the 4 women. They had not anticipated such devastating power from a single shot. Open fire, Su Fan commanded, raising his hand. The snow apes that had been blasted away quickly regained their footing, roaring in fury alongside their comrades, charging towards Su Fan and his companions like a tidal wave. Mu Xiaowan, her face reflecting shock, pulled the trigger while exclaiming, "The times have changed, ape men." Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted in rapid succession, engulfing the horde of snow apes in a barrage of firepower. The women, following Su Fan's orders, fired while advancing forward. In less than 2 minutes, the snow cave, teeming with over 100 snow apes, was completely purged. Occasionally, a few snow apes broke through the artillery fire and approached within 50 meters of the group, prompting Su Fan to swiftly dispatch them. Is this speed even reasonable? Mu Xiaowan's astonishment was the greatest among the 4. Just the day before, she had battled these snow apes for an entire day, sustaining numerous injuries. Only she understood how terrifying the combat prowess of these creatures was to a human. Yet, in the face of their weapons, the snow apes appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Mu Xiaowan felt her resolve wavering. She pondered why she had worked so diligently to refine her combat skills. Weapons could not be upgraded, and in the future, Facing higher-level monsters would still depend on one's own strength. Su Fan gently ruffled Mu Xiaowan's hair, saying, "You are our chief general in these battles." Ha ha ha. Mu Xiaowan smiled contentedly, her heart resolutely reaffirmed. The snow apes have been completely eradicated, and several individuals curiously examined the weapons in their hands. Though they appeared to be cold weapons, each strike possessed a power akin to that of a rocket launcher. With a wave of his hand, Su Fan collected the weapons from the floor and replaced them with small knives, intending to dissect the heads and extract the snow crystals. The only items Su Fan could procure during his supermarket stockpiling were these modest knives. If only he had short swords or daggers at his disposal, it would have been far more convenient. Mu Xiaowan, brimming with excitement, explained to the three as she cut open the head of a snow ape. Yet they hesitated to proceed. "These are merely illusions. Fear not," she reassured them. As she procured the snow crystals from within the cranium, the bodies and blood vanished. Lin Dai, maintaining her composure, extracted a snow crystal and held it aloft, realizing that these crystals were indeed sourced from the brain. Just moments ago, she had ingested a dozen or so. Compared to dispatching hordes of monsters with the Thunderfire crossbow, collecting snow crystals proved to be a more cumbersome task. The four spent several minutes gathering the crystals, ultimately presenting them to Su Fan, who, with a sweep of his mind, counted a total of 141. Such a quantity would undoubtedly suffice to elevate one of their ranks to level 10. With all the snow apes eliminated, only a barren expanse of snow remained, alongside a snow pit in the center of the path. Onward. Half an hour later, another snow pit of snow apes was cleared, yielding 167 snow crystals. "This is astonishingly swift," Mu Xiaowan marveled at the efficiency of their collection. "Let us rest briefly, then continue." Su Fan smiled and proceeded to the cockpit. The previous night, he had scouted 3 snow pit locations, and now they were en route to the third. Upon arrival at the third snow pit, Su Fan discovered it to be nothing more than a stark, empty black hole. It had been thoroughly cleared. The scale of this eradication suggested that it was not the work of ordinary ability users. Was it the main force of Jiang University's patrol team? Or perhaps the Heavenly Society mentioned by Akuin and his companions? Or could it be another faction altogether? Su Fan scanned the traces left in the snow, noting that the light snowfall would soon obscure the evidence. However, the signs indicated that the battle had occurred not long ago, likely that very morning. Su Fan surmised that the likelihood of others possessing similar wind-riding vessels was slim, suggesting they were not far from their current location. Returning to the hall, Su Fan distributed the snow crystals among the three. Consume these first to elevate your levels to 10. After reaching level 10, you may encounter a bottleneck at that time. Test it out. If you cannot advance, do not waste them. Currently, both Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren were level 7, while Lin Dai stood at level 5. Although Yu Miao Miao's cultivation progress could only inherit half of Su Fan's, she had nonetheless gained 10 points over the past 2 days, reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Back in the cockpit, Su Fan's wind-riding vessel traversed the city sky for 20 minutes before he sensed the distant sounds of a fierce battle. The invisible vessel hovered above, and with a sweep of his consciousness, Su Fan discerned the unfolding situation. 20 extraordinary individuals were divided into 5 teams, and they were desperately attempting to subdue merely 2 white wolves. Chapter 35. The White Wolves Species. White Wolf. Level 11. These 2 white wolves were colossal, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length and towering at the height of an adult's neck. Their fur was as white as snow, complemented by striking red eyes, and their mouths bore 2 enormous fangs. One of the wolves leaned back slightly before launching itself forward with tremendous force, its massive body shooting forth like an arrow, transforming into a blurred white shadow as it pounced upon a human. Among the 20 individuals present, the lowest level was 5, with most at level 68, and one remarkable individual at level 9. The target of the attack was the girl at level 5. A quick-thinking boy at level 8 positioned himself in front of her, enveloping his body in a layer of rock. Despite this rocky armor, he was still sent flying over 10 meters by the impact of the white wolf, which seized the opportunity to pursue and aimed for his neck. The remaining teammates utilized their abilities to attempt a rescue. Yet the sheer strength and speed of the 2 wolves were terrifying, coupled with their tough hides. These 20 awakened individuals were not of high caliber, despite their numbers. They were merely resisting, each sporting varying degrees of injury. Su Fan glanced around, noting 4 fresh corpses on the ground. "What should we do, Captain?" At this rate, we will all perish. How should I know? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to rescue them, but rather stayed back to deal with the snow apes. The leader, a tall man standing over 6 feet, spoke in a rough manner. Brother Sure. The level 5 girl scrambled to his side, lowering her voice. There are only 2 of these snow wolves. If we split up, we should be able to survive. The tall man's expression darkened as he replied in a hushed tone. Are you suggesting I abandon my teammates in their time of need? Though he uttered these words, the water ability he was channeling had already begun to lose its potency. Captain, Xiaolin is right. It is better to escape separately than to perish together here. We need someone of Su Xuanyue's caliber to deal with these wolves. Our numbers only result in individual losses. The tall man fell silent. Xiaolin had already taken 2 steps back and swiftly fled. I'm only at level 5 and can't offer any assistance. I must take my leave. I'm sorry, Brother Hua. The rock-armored Hua felt a sinking sensation in his heart at this sight, as other teammates also began to stir, preparing to flee. Now, only he and 2 others remained as targets for the 2 white wolves. Captain Sure, the wolf is injured. We can certainly take it down if we launch a coordinated attack, Hua shouted, attempting to bolster the morale of his comrades. The team members exchanged glances, ready to act, when suddenly another boy broke ranks and fled. As a result, only 3 individuals remained in the fray. Mu Xiaowan and her companions were observing the scene from the window of the wind vessel, seemingly eager to intervene. Mu Xiaowan, Lu Ruren, and Lin Dai had all reached level 10. Current cultivation speed, 14 points per day. Su Fan spoke. Mu Xiaowan, after being betrayed last time. Do you still wish to save someone? Mu Xiaowan wore an expression of urgency, yet fell silent under Su Fan's inquiry. I wish to test my abilities, Lin Dai remarked, her gaze directed at Su Fan, brimming with a desire for approval. Your powers are still unrefined, and you cannot employ the Thunderfire crossbow, Su Fan cautioned. I am determined to go, Mu Xiaowan resolved. I shall assist from the sidelines. Yu Miao Miao perceived Su Fan's intention to train them. Otherwise, he would have intervened himself. Although Yu Miao Miao had only acquired spirit control from Su Fan, she could still provide support from the periphery. Take this. Lu Ruren produced a box filled with healing sprouts. Go ahead. Su Fan regarded it with indifference. In less than a minute, a white wolf had already torn apart 1 individual, leaving only Hua Gu and another level 7 girl. Hua Gu was enduring relentless assaults from the white wolf, merely holding on thanks to the rock-hardness of his body. The girl, who could have fled, chose to remain in a bid to rescue her teammate. As she witnessed her companion being shredded, terror and despair etched her features. Yet it was too late to escape. The white wolf leapt into the air, only to be yanked down by an invisible force. As a swarm of pink butterflies surged from one direction, gracefully landing upon the wolf's surface. Boom! The pink butterflies detonated simultaneously, causing the white wolf to howl in agony as numerous holes were blasted into its body. After reaching level 10, Lin Dai's powers significantly augmented both the quantity and strength of the butterflies. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaowan summoned forth a dozen massive ice spikes from the ground, impaling the white wolf midair. Su Fan watched the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, while retrieving several packets of milk tea powder for Lu Ruren to brew for their return. Subsequently, Su Fan stepped out of the cabin, soaring through the sky on his sword, in search of a figure. The first to flee, Xiao Lin, sprinted ahead, muttering, "Damn it, encountering such monsters on my first outing. If it weren't for the chance to see Senior Mo Tian in the patrol team, I would have preferred to stay in the dorm." Captain Sure, tall and imposing, soon caught up to her. As he neared Xiao Lin, he pulled out his phone and snapped a few pictures of her fleeing figure. Damn it, this woman was the first to run. I have evidence for when we return to school. A tremendous pressure descended from above, abruptly halting their movements as if time itself had frozen. Su Fan descended from the sky, a long sword materializing behind him before vanishing from sight. Who are you? Captain Sure could not articulate the question. Yet Su Fan discerned his unspoken thoughts. I have some inquiries for you, Su Fan stated coldly. Then allow me to speak. Captain Sure anxiously rolled his eyes. Your words are unnecessary. Su Fan slowly approached him, rolled up his sleeves, and placed his hand upon his forehead. Soul search. Interrogation not only proves cumbersome, but also yields elusive truths. Captain Sure, gripped by terror, glanced at the hand pressing against his forehead, only to feel his consciousness descend into a state of chaos. In a hazy reverie, it seemed as though another consciousness was brazenly intruding upon his mind. Captain Sure, known as Shi Qibing, was a student at Jiang University's Department of Physical Education, and his dormitory housed 3 close friends. However, these details are inconsequential. Shi Qibing had garnered several accolades during his time at school and harbored a secret admiration for the belle of the music department. Having amassed a collection of works by esteemed instructors from the island nation on his computer. Yet again, this is of little significance. Last night, Shi Qibing had spent an entire evening alone with his roommate's girlfriend, an event that holds no importance here. Su Fan rummaged through his disordered memories for an extensive period before finally uncovering the information he sought. Jiang University's awakened abilities allow students to join the extermination team, where they receive daily rations of water and food. Those whose powers are rated above level 5 may join the more elite patrol teams, venturing outside the campus to vanquish monsters and collect snow crystals for upgrades. The patrol teams are divided into 5 sub-teams, each comprising various smaller groups. At level 9, Shi Qibing serves as the leader of one such sub-team, while leaders of the other sub-teams are either level 9 or 10. Within the patrol team, 6 individuals have attained level 10, including Su Xuanyue, though she holds no official position. The highest authority within the patrol team is a student named Mutated, who has reached level 11 and commands great respect from all in the upper echelons. Having uncovered the mysteries of the snow on the very first day and led others to awaken their abilities. Chapter 36. The distinguished man seeking Lin Dai. What is particularly noteworthy is that Mutated achieved level 11 on the 4th day, and his level information has yet to be updated. In Shi Qibing's recollections, Mutated has remained on campus without participating in any monster extermination activities. Thus his impression of Mutated remains at level 11. The only time Mutated intervened was to eliminate a snow wolf that wreaked havoc on campus, resulting in the deaths of numerous students and faculty, thereby solidifying his reputation at Jiang University. It is no wonder then that Su Fan mused thoughtfully, as nearly everyone he encountered from Jiang University mentioned his name, which also elucidates why he frequently encountered Jiang University individuals in Jiang City. They awakened earlier and in greater numbers. While others still struggled against the cold and hunger, they had already begun to harness their abilities, resulting in a higher survival rate. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that Chen Xiaoqian must have already joined the extermination team and received her supplies, thus he need not search for her. Withdrawing his hand from Shi Qibing's grasp, he simultaneously released him from his immobilization. "What have you done?" Shi Qibing exclaimed, feeling discomfort in his head, though he dared not express anger. "Nothing to worry about. I merely checked if you had a cold," Su Fan replied with a smile, before turning to head in the direction of the white wolf. Meanwhile, Shaolin had already dashed away, leaving Shi Qibing bewildered by the situation, prompting him to hastily depart as well. Given his experience, he could hardly fathom the notion of soul-searching. If only I had a sword. Mu Xiaowan and the white wolf engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, her adept ice-based abilities skillfully controlling the wolf's movements. Nearby, Huagu, transfixed by the ethereal beauty of the scene before him, managed to rise and lend his powers to the fray. She was truly breathtaking. Huagu could only muster 3/10 of his focus against the white wolf, as the remaining 7/10 were captivated by Mu Xiaowan. Her figure, exquisite and delicate, harmoniously united voluptuousness with slenderness. Clad in black, she danced gracefully through the snowy landscape, resembling a black sprite amidst the expanse of white. Huagu mused that love, at times, could be red or yellow, but today, it was black, the color embodied by this enchanting girl. On the other front, Lin Dai and Yu Miao Miao had successfully pressured their own white wolf, which was now severely injured yet fiercely resilient. Yu Miao Miao wielded her spiritual energy with increasing mastery, forcing the wolf into a defensive position against Lin Dai's relentless strikes. Lin Dai summoned forth over 20 shimmering butterflies, which enveloped the white wolf before exploding in a cacophony of sound, reducing it to mere fragments and revealing the snow crystal within. After vanquishing the white wolf, the duo did not pause for breath. Mu Xiaowan, step aside, Lin Dai called, rushing towards her with a flurry of butterflies in tow. Hua Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? Another woman, even more stunning than the dark sprite, had appeared. Surely, she was a goddess, rivaling the beauty of the renowned Su Xuanyue. Following closely behind was another woman, equally striking, her fresh beauty imbued with an indescribable charm that was a delight to behold. With their combined efforts, the last white wolf fell swiftly. Hua Ge jogged a few steps to Mu Xiaowan's side, bowing his head in gratitude. I cannot repay this debt of salvation, but please allow me to follow you and serve you. Mu Xiaowan seemed not to hear. As she crouched beside the wolf's carcass, conjuring an ice blade with her abilities, attempting to extract the snow crystal within. Noticing her obliviousness, Hua Ge leaned in closer. I am an 8th level Earth Elemental Adept, capable of covering surfaces with rock to protect my allies and withstand attacks. I can join your ranks. Mu Xiaowan looked up. Me? I'm not sure. I'll ask my master, though it's likely not possible. Master? Hua Ge was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the mention of such an impressive figure. Nearby, a girl was sobbing softly, hunched over a mangled body, seemingly trying to piece something back together. It appeared to be her boyfriend. Lin Dai spoke to Yu Miao Miao, alas. Yu Miao Miao's gaze shifted. Reflecting on the human heart in the apocalypse, some fled when it mattered most, while others sacrificed themselves for love. All right. A male voice rang out from nearby, accompanied by applause. Yu Miao Miao glanced back slightly to see a man clad in an expensive coat, sheltered from the snow by a servant holding an umbrella. Alongside him were 2 attendants in uniform. The distinguished man paused before the group, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. I have always been willing to sacrifice for love. Haven Ti? At long last, I have found you, Lin Dai. Chapter 37. What level are your abilities? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Dai's expression instantly turned frigid, and her body began to tremble slightly. For the man clad in luxurious attire was none other than Gu Anqing, the young master of the Gu family. His unilateral so-called infatuation and the machinations of his family had nearly obliterated her life. She had believed she had embarked on a new existence, only to discover, in this chaotic end of the world, that he could still find her. How fortunate. I was prepared to return to the capital, and yet here I am, encountering you. Gu Anqing approached Lin Dai slowly, his tone laced with an odd inflection. Halt. One more step, and I shall take action, Lin Dai declared, raising her finger as a swarm of butterflies gathered, poised to strike. Ha ha ha. What level are your abilities? My secretary and 2 bodyguards are at level 15. Gu Anqing paused for merely a second before recklessly advancing. And I have reached level 18. Lin Dai's complexion paled at his words. His level was terrifyingly high. Not to mention that Su Fan was absent, leaving her uncertain if he surpassed Gu Anqing's strength. Yet, she could not afford to remain passive. As he approached, she flicked her hand, sending several pink butterflies charging forward. However, just as the butterflies were about to reach Gu Anqing, a tempest erupted from his being, scattering them like leaves in the wind. The explosion sent the butterflies tumbling 10 meters away. You must be around level 10? To reach such a level in this place is indeed impressive. You live up to your reputation. Gu Anqing's arms spread wide, transforming the area within dozens of meters into his domain of wind. Witnessing his overwhelming power, Mu Xiaowan immediately intervened, launching a barrage of ice spikes through the wind toward Gu Anqing. One of Gu Anqing's bodyguards exerted his strength, swiftly positioning himself between Gu Anqing and Mu Xiaowan, his hands enveloped in golden light as he crushed the ice spikes effortlessly. This is not your concern, the bodyguard stated as he advanced, ready to strike Mu Xiaowan. Yu Miao Miao acted promptly, releasing her spiritual energy to nullify the bodyguard's attack. The secretary and the 2 bodyguards stared at Yu Miao Miao in astonishment, realizing she was no ordinary woman. They quickly encircled her, separating her from Lin Dai. Step aside. A radiant light flickered around Lin Dai as dozens of various butterflies surged forth. However, Gu Anqing's wine domain exerted overwhelming suppression, rendering Lin Dai's attempts to utilize her abilities futile. Observing Lin Dai, whose powers were nearly depleted, Gu Anqing gradually retracted his wind domain. So, do you now comprehend the disparity between us? Return with me. The Gu family can provide you with everything, including your current powers. Gu Anqing spoke in a voice tinged with temptation, extending his hand toward Lin Dai's chin. Lin Dai took a step back and coldly stated, I will not accompany you. My heart and body already belong to another. Please leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Anqing's expression darkened instantly. Lin Dai, oh Lin Dai, how I long to take you back, to cherish and elevate you. Yet you seem to be rather unworthy, do you not? Gu Anqing's voice grew increasingly low. Are you tainted? A frenzied look crossed Gu Anqing's face as a tempest arose around him. The area surrounding him transformed into an eye of the storm, swirling the snow upon the ground into a blizzard. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, I shall have no choice but to take you back and torment you like a dog." The onlookers struggled to maintain their footing, enveloped by the raging snowstorm. Lin Dai, standing closest, was swept into the air. In the next moment, a deafening silence fell as the storm ceased, snow cascading down to the ground, leaving everyone with a ringing in their ears. Su Fan appeared seemingly from nowhere, cradling Lin Dai in his arms. The soul-searching had indeed taken some time, and he was surprised to witness such chaos upon his return. Lin Dai's expression shifted from shock to gentle tenderness, a glimmer of tears forming in her eyes. This seamless transition of emotions nearly overwhelmed Su Fan. Lin Dai trembled slightly, burying her head into Su Fan's embrace. Gu Anqing stared incredulously at the scene before him. However, upon seeing Lin Dai in Su Fan's arms, a mixture of cold fury and rage enveloped him. "How dare you? Where did this wild dog come from?" Su Fan lifted his head, immense spiritual energy descending upon Gu Anqing and his companions. He specifically directed his energy to their knees, forcing them to kneel under its weight. Chapter 38. I am the Master. Mu Xiaowan exclaimed joyfully. With Gu Anqing subdued, Mu Xiaowan and Yu Miao Miao managed to join Su Fan's side. "It is over now. It is time for reckoning," Su Fan said, patting Mu Xiaowan's head. Su Fan settled himself into a gaming chair, after investigating the situation. He had a fair understanding of what was unfolding. Perhaps an apology is in order? Su Fan twirled a short blade in his hand. "You, what is this? Such formidable control abilities cannot be. What level are you?" Gu Anqing's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Su Fan. "Perhaps an apology is in order?" Su Fan continued to manipulate the short blade. "What? Apologize?" Gu Anqing's mind faltered. "Who do you think you are?" Su Fan swiftly severed one of Gu Anqing's ears with the blade. "What attitude is this?" Su Fan scraped the blade against Gu Anqing's face a few times. "I apologize. I should not have coveted your woman." Gu Anqing gritted through clenched teeth. "Who asked you to apologize?" Su Fan proceeded to slice off Gu Anqing's other ear. "Ah!" Mu Xiaowan gasped softly beside him. "Miao Miao, take Xiaowan back." Su Fan's face revealed a faint smile, acknowledging that some images were indeed inappropriate for children. Mu Xiaowan, led by Yu Miao Miao, called out to Su Fan, "I am already 20 years old. I apologize, Lin Dai. I should not have spread rumors about you and me. Nor should I have turned a blind eye to the actions of my family. I should not have." The words seemed to be forced out. "Enough," Lin Dai interrupted. "This has nothing to do with me. The old me has long since perished." Su Fan nodded, for his intention was merely to dissolve Lin Dai's emotional turmoil. Since she was indifferent, there was nothing more to discuss. A peculiar emotion flickered in Lin Dai's gaze as she slowly knelt before Su Fan, saying, "Master, let us return." "You." This scene filled Gu Anqing with humiliation. A tempest of extraordinary power erupted from within him, countering Su Fan's suppressive force. "Ah, I shall kill him." Su Fan felt a twinge of surprise. Perhaps the pressure had elicited the latent potential within this young master. However, it mattered little to him whether he could move or not. "Ha ha ha. What control over extraordinary powers? It's nothing. I will negate his control. You all go and kill him." A vortex of wind formed in Gu Anqing's hands, clashing against Su Fan's spiritual energy. Although their actions were disrupted, executing a fatal blow was still quite feasible. The servant, whose hands shone with golden light, charged to the forefront, reaching Su Fan in the blink of an eye. "Kill him. His extraordinary power is useless now," Gu Anqing shouted. The servant, cloaked in golden light, reached for Su Fan's neck, his eyes seemingly envisioning victory. Su Fan extended a hand, effortlessly seizing his wrist and shattering the golden glow on his palm. "What? This is impossible. I wield the enhanced extraordinary ability of the golden hand. Even with a higher level, you cannot contend." Shock was evident in the servant's eyes. Yet, his secretary had already approached Su Fan, summoning a dozen ice spikes that enveloped Lin Dai as well. "Be cautious. He may be a dual ability user and possesses enhanced powers." Another servant struck simultaneously. Su Fan shielded Lin Dai, and a blaze erupted around him, sweeping toward the assailants. "Impossible. How many extraordinary powers do you possess?" Gu Anqing exclaimed in disbelief. "One extraordinary power is enough to seal your fate." Su Fan rose, a colossal sword's phantom materializing in the air. Giant sword technique. The massive sword plunged into the flames, cleaving the engulfed assailants in half. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the young master of the Gu family. Our power can ensure your demise tenfold." Suddenly, An explosion erupted at Gu Anqing's neck, obliterating his head and resulting in his instant death. Su Fan was taken aback. This was not his doing. As if another had triggered the bomb. Su Fan had no intention of killing him. His original plan was to extract his soul and then turn him into a human puppet buried beneath the snow. Judging by his reaction before death, it was evident that someone else was in control. The mention of a collaboration brought to mind the association that Su Xuanyue had once referenced, suggesting the involvement of some confidential matters. Was the bomb on his neck triggered by a keyword, or was it detonated remotely? Su Fan deemed the latter possibility more plausible, suspecting that the previous scene might have been monitored. In the capital, on the 16th floor of a luxurious building, a middle-aged man dressed in a formal shirt gazed at the woman beside him with an expression of horror. You really took action, Mississippi. That was her own brother. And she actually detonated the preset bomb herself. Huh, I knew it. This useless brother couldn't keep his mouth shut. Not only is he of no use, but he also can't keep quiet, she scoffed, carelessly tossing the remote control onto the ground. You all heard what I said, right? Jiansheng has at least one individual of level 25, suspected to possess 3 abilities. The woman sat at the control panel, her long legs, revealed by her short skirt, casually resting on the shoulder of the middle-aged man. The dozen or so personnel in the room fell silent, their eyes fixed on her in awe. 3 abilities? We have never heard of such a thing. It said that only dual abilities can emerge. The middle-aged man swallowed hard. Miss, do you mean to deploy the wolf guards to eliminate him? Oh, you suggest sending the wolf guards merely to avenge my useless brother? The woman's foot, encased in black silk, glided across the man's face, while a tangible electric field enveloped the room, crackling with energy around everyone present. Suddenly, she retracted her foot, and in an instant, appeared at the doorway 5 meters away, leaving the middle-aged man bewildered. I will personally visit Jiansheng, and I want the wolf guards to accompany me. Master, Master! Mu Xiaowan jumped in the snow, exclaiming, a helicopter. What's wrong? Su Fan had just reassured Lin Dai, and now the group had returned to the location of their airship. It seems to be their helicopter. Yu Miao Miao pointed to the adjacent rooftop. Su Fan glanced at the landing site, which was perilously close to their airship. He had chosen this rooftop for its suitability for helicopters. The airship was in stealth mode. He wondered how they would react if they encountered it. Let us go take a look. The group climbed into the helicopter, with Mu Xiaowan curiously surveying the cockpit. Can you fly a helicopter? Su Fan leaned closer to Mu Xiaowan's face. No, I can't, she stammered, startled by his proximity, inadvertently kissing him on the cheek. Can either of you? Su Fan wiped the lipstick mark off his face, addressing Yu Miao Miao and Lin Dai. Both shook their heads. No way we can fly that. Then let us see if there's anything valuable. Su Fan smiled and encouraged them to rummage through the cabin, where they surprisingly found 2 rifles. They handled the weapons for a while, marveling at their discovery. Truly, a prestigious family possesses such remarkable treasures. Hey, what's this? Yu Miao Miao opened a box, revealing a row of 5 vials containing a pale liquid. Each vial bore a label: wind type, ice type, enhancement type, fire type, and rock type. Chapter 39. Do you only think of me when you're hungry? Mu Xiaowan leaned in closer. Sister Lin Dai, do you recognize these? Do you know what they are? Lin Dai's expression immediately turned cold. I don't know. I'm not familiar with them. Yu Miao Miao picked one up for closer inspection. They seem like enhancement serums for supernatural abilities. Indeed, with the syringes and labels, it's quite likely, Mu Xiaowan concurred. Let us put them away for now. Regardless of what they are, we want to be using them. Su Fan spoke in a calm tone. Having found nothing else of particular interest, they descended from the helicopter. Yu Miao Miao held the box of syringes, while Mu Xiaowan cradled 2 AR-15 rifles, and Lin Dai carried a crate of ammunition. Su Fan turned back and waved his hand at the helicopter, enveloping it in a wave of spiritual energy. The helicopter swiftly shrank before their eyes, condensing into Su Fan's palm. The others gazed in astonishment at the miniature helicopter hovering above Su Fan's hand. Wow, Mu Xiaowan exclaimed, marveling at Su Fan's abilities, which never ceased to amaze her. It's so small and adorable, Yu Miao Miao teased. Let us consider it a collectible. Even if we could fly it, we couldn't afford the fuel, Su Fan remarked as he stored the helicopter in his storage bag. Though he spoke lightly, he mused to himself that if he could find aviation fuel and a manual for operating the helicopter, he might indeed learn to fly it. Currently, the speed of the wind vessel was too slow, while a helicopter could reach much greater speeds. Moreover, since Su Fan could fly a sword. Even if his piloting skills were lacking, he wouldn't have to fear crashing. Upon returning to the wind vessel, they gathered around the coffee table to rest. Lu Ruren, seeing them return, served freshly brewed milk tea. Wow, Mu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dessert. She picked up the milk tea, receiving Lu Ruren's treatment while animatedly recounting the recent events. Master, I have a request, Lin Dai said as she sat beside Su Fan. Go ahead. Su Fan replied, pulling her closer. Lin Dai raised her left hand, brushing the sleeve. Both Miao Miao and I are wearing clothes belonging to Xiaowan and Ruren. When can we visit a mall? Su Fan paused momentarily, surprised by such a simple request. Indeed, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. And it had been a long time since Lin Dai had dressed in her favorite attire. Moreover, there were few styles among Xiaowan and Lu Ruren's clothes that suited them both. Oh, that's a trivial matter. We mentioned going to the mall today. Su Fan assured her. Cough. Brothers, our goal this afternoon is to clear out a mall. Su Fan announced the plans for the afternoon. Hooray. Mu Xiaowan cheered. Su Fan opened his mobile map to locate the largest shopping malls nearby, then placed his phone on the coffee table, leaning back on the sofa. He closed his eyes to analyze the information of the day. In this apocalyptic world, a powerful family like the Gu family existed. They seemed to possess a more profound understanding of enhancing the levels of supernatural abilities, far surpassing ordinary individuals. The young master of the Gu family had a level of 18, yet he was not even the most formidable among them. There were others with even higher levels. Furthermore, before his demise, the young master mentioned a word starting with xia, which could mean shu, association, evil, deviant, or inclined. Su Fan pondered the possible interpretations of the word. Could it be an association or perhaps a malevolent deity? Regardless, he would face whatever challenges arose. Remembering his plan to visit the mall in the afternoon, Su Fan ascended to the third floor and began to organize the supplies he had stored in his bag, neatly arranging them in an empty room. Master, phone call. Came the voice of Mu Xiaowan. Thud, thud, ding ding ding, thud, thud, ding ding ding. Su Fan's phone lay on the coffee table. Who was calling him? It was a call from a messaging app. Lu Ruren glanced curiously at the caller's avatar. Oh, it's your ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Yu Miao Miao's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. She was familiar with Su Fan and understood the significant place this ex held in his heart. Even though they had parted ways, such feelings were not easily erased. Su Fan picked up the phone, letting the ringtone play, and sat down on the sofa. Since Qin Shaoqian had sent a message a few days prior, she had not reached out again, nor had he. Su Fan gestured for the other women to be quiet before answering the call, switching it to speaker mode and placing it on the table. Su Fan. Qin Shaoqian's voice emerged. What's the matter? Su Fan replied calmly. Then, within seconds, the tone from the other end shifted to one of sobbing. Su Fan, boo-hoo, why haven't you come yet? I miss you so much. Mu Xiaowan's eyes widened in shock. Yu Miao Miao's expression stiffened. Lu Ruren rolled her eyes, while Lin Dai maintained a smile. What happened? Su Fan asked, his face devoid of expression. I'm out of food now. I might starve to death here. I won't get to see you again, boo-hoo. Qin Shaoqian had mentioned a lack of food a few days ago, so how had she managed since then? You received food a few days ago, right? Su Fan maintained a tranquil tone. Qin Shaoqian's voice hesitated for 2 seconds. Yes, I awakened my supernatural ability a few days ago, and the student council mentioned that at level 3, one could receive food daily. Now I'm at level 4, but since last night, they said you need to be at level 8 to receive food. Aren't they bullying me? They want me to starve, boo-hoo. Su Fan, you still have food, right? You are my only hope. I don't have much food left either. Su Fan chuckled silently to himself, pulling out a large assortment of snacks and placing them on the coffee table, gesturing for the others to help themselves. On the other end of the line, Qin Shaoqian began to sob softly. Woo-woo, Su Fan, I have been reminiscing about the days we spent together. I truly miss you. Cough, cough. I am so thirsty right now, and I don't have much here. With a crisp sound, Su Fan opened a can of cola. Gurgle. Mu Xiaowan nearly burst into laughter. Woo, I think I heard the sound of a can opening. You still have some, right? It's all right if there's not much left. I just long to see you. Could you come to Jiang University? At that moment, Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan whispered a few words to each other, after which Mu Xiaowan took out her phone and typed a few words to show Su Fan. Want to go out? Su Fan glanced at it and replied, coincidentally. I have something to do as I will be heading to Jiang University tomorrow. He was already preparing to participate in the eradication of the beast tide at Jiang University. All right, Jiang University? That is wonderful. Chen Xiaoqian's tone brightened. I really want to see you too. Jiang University, girls' dormitory. Xiao, how about it? Can your ex-boyfriend come? Chen Xiaoqian hung up the phone, and her roommate Li Ying asked eagerly. Chen Xiaoqian made an okay gesture and replied, got it. Chapter 40. ISNT this invulnerable? Time flew by, and night fell. At the dinner table, Su Fan and the others were having dinner while discussing the events of the afternoon. They had raided 2 shopping malls. The shelves of food, winter clothing, and supplies in the malls had been nearly emptied. Yet this did not dampen the spirits of the 4 beautiful women shopping. While others were consumed with survival concerns, items such as skirts and accessories went largely unnoticed. The appearance of the 4 beauties in the mall naturally attracted a lot of attention, and some frivolous individuals attempted to linger around them. After Mu Xiaowan dealt with a few of them, no one dared to disturb them again. Su Fan was not idle either, having plundered several concealed supply warehouses. They were well hidden, but under Su Fan's mental probing, they were utterly exposed. Have you found what you wanted? Su Fan inquired. I'm nearly done. I was hoping to find a piece of clothing from high school, but unfortunately, I didn't come across any, Yu Miao Miao replied with a hint of disappointment. It's all right. There's another shopping mall nearby. We can go again tomorrow, Su Fan comforted. After all, every time they visited a mall, he would use his mental probing to collect all remaining useful supplies. Should anyone obstruct them, their lives would be forfeit. Master, will you accompany me tonight? After dinner, Mu Xiaowan directly hugged Su Fan's neck from behind. Everyone had enjoyed shopping today, and during dinner, they opened a bottle of red wine, which made Mu Xiaowan a bit tipsy. Lu Ruoren cleared her throat a couple of times, seemingly hinting that she had been neglected for the past few days. Yu Miao Miao remained composed and restrained. How can you say that directly at the dinner table? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Seeing Su Fan's lack of response, Lu Ruoren took a bold step and sat down on Su Fan's lap. Sister Ruoren, didn't we agree that it was my turn? Mu Xiaowan protested against Lu Ruoren's actions. Last night, we were discussing, weren't we, dear Xiaowan? Lu Ruoren embraced Su Fan's neck, playfully winking at Mu Xiaowan. As the 3 of them huddled closely together, it should be postponed by a day. Mu Xiaowan argued with conviction. Lindai elegantly finished wiping her mouth and slightly turned her head away. Is it my fault then? She retorted. You 2 can decide together, suggested the workplace supervisor. Yu Miao Miao, offering a compromise. How can that be? Lu Ruoren shook her head in embarrassment, indicating her reluctance to accept. If we're doing it together, then I insist on tonight. Mu Xiaowan tightened her grip around Su Fan. Cough, my neck is going to break, Su Fan innocently protested. Ultimately, Lu Ruoren fled in disarray, while Mu Xiaowan emerged victorious for the night. Any grievances from Lu Ruoren would have to wait until dawn to be addressed. The next day, the wind chaser descended upon the rooftop of Yida Plaza. Su Fan had already scanned the area with his mind, discovering that the mall still held a plethora of goods. Let us go, Su Fan waved his hand. Let us split up and explore. We'll meet on the 4th floor in a while. Compared to several other malls, this one felt rather desolate, likely due to its proximity to Jiang University, which had already seen a dispersal of patrons. As they roamed, they were undisturbed. Su Fan diligently scavenged every nook and cranny for supplies. His efforts accumulated, and the provisions he had gathered over the past 2 days would suffice for decades. As the clock struck 9, notifications chimed. Progress in cultivation has increased. Realm has advanced. Host, Su Fan, spiritual root, ordinary spiritual root, realm, late foundation establishment, progress 150. Current cultivation speed, 14 points per day. Destined magical treasure, none. Oh, another upgrade. Su Fan was somewhat astonished by this pace. He had only spent a day in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and now he had reached the late stage. Lindai alone contributed a daily progress of 6 points, proving invaluable. He must take good care of her. Host has broken through to the late foundation establishment stage and received a reward package. Would you like to open it? Yes. Foundation Realm reward package opened. Please choose one option. Option A, 5 Earth-grade low-rank spiritual swords, Falling Goose swords. Option B, 5-fold increase in Earth-grade mid-rank technique. True Element Diamond Sutra. Option C, 5 corpse puppets from the Corpsine sect. Hint, True Element Diamond Sutra. Physical strength receives a 3-fold enhancement. Su Fan's consciousness lingered on option B. The effect of the True Element Diamond Sutra was a threefold increase in physical strength, with a fivefold enhancement. It meant a direct increase of 15 times in physical prowess. Was this not akin to becoming indestructible? It seemed the spiritual swords would have to wait for another time. There was no way Su Fan could refuse such a terrifying enhancement of 15 times. I choose B. Merge. A magnificent surge of power coursed into Su Fan's body, crashing and transforming within him. His strength surged wildly, with his bones and flesh undergoing tremendous changes. The power within him gradually subsided, and once the transformation was complete, Su Fan felt as though his physical form had undergone a profound metamorphosis, resembling that of a humanoid steel. He surmised that he could now withstand even the most formidable of firearms. As he assessed the strength of his body, he returned to the fourth floor of the mall, where Lin Dai awaited him. Leaning against the railing, a few shards of glass lay scattered behind her, and as a breeze tousled her flowing hair. Her delicate features and graceful demeanor captivated the eye. She held merely a small bag, indicating that she had no further intentions of shopping. Master. She acknowledged him with a slight nod upon his arrival. I presume the others are still browsing? Su Fan activated his spiritual awareness for a thorough investigation, only to frown suddenly. Master. The distant cry of Mu Xiaowan reached his ears. Su Fan's spiritual perception was attuned to two distinct modes. One was a constant awareness for detecting danger, while the other was a full-force scan capable of encompassing the entire mall. Previously, the group had been outside the range of his usual detection. Now, upon exerting his full capacity, he discovered a troubling situation. Mu Xiaowan, Lu Ruoren, and Yu Miao Miao were simultaneously under someone else's control. Those who held them captive were clad in matching uniforms, clearly indicating they belonged to the same faction. As he had surmised, they were indeed sent by the Gu family. The Gu family, Su Fan remarked coldly. What a coincidence that they chose to appear just as I was enhancing my physical prowess. Otherwise, I would have detected them much earlier. Lin Dai's expression turned grave, believing that this predicament was a result of her presence. It's not your fault. Su Fan reassured her, gently kissing her forehead. You are also very important to me. Lin Dai blinked in confusion, uncertain of her significance. The fourth floor was designated as the dining area, and Su Fan promptly located a large table to await the arrival of their adversaries. A set of fiery red formation flags materialized in his hand, dispersing to conceal themselves around him. He then took a seat at one side of the table, instructing Lin Dai to stand behind him. After a mere minute, over 20 individuals approached him. Master. Mu Xiaowan's eyes conveyed a plea for help upon seeing Su Fan. Lu Ruoren felt a sense of reassurance at his presence, yet Yu Miao Miao appeared quite serious. Unlike her companions, she possessed a heightened sense of spiritual perception. She sensed that the capabilities of these individuals far exceeded those of the young master they had encountered the previous day. Ah, master. It seems we have indeed found the right person, a voice called out as the group parted to form two lines, revealing two commanding figures stepping forth. The woman at the forefront possessed cascading waves of hair and a striking visage complemented by an air of self-assuredness reminiscent of a popular starlet. Her form-fitting attire accentuated her silhouette, while her long legs, clad in black stockings beneath a short skirt, exuded an alluring charm. Beside her, a man trailed slightly behind. Equally handsome, unmistakably a high-ranking member of a prominent family. Your composure is quite astonishing, though you may be overly confident, the woman declared as she seated herself before Su Fan. Self-introduction. Gu Jia, Gu Yelan. Gu Yelan placed her hands confidently atop the table, exuding an aura of self-assurance. Su Fan smiled faintly, scrutinizing. Name, Gu Yelan. Age, 25. Level, 21. Ability, Shadow System. Appearance, stunning. Hint, subject meets furnace conditions. Stunning level reward is doubled. Chapter 41. I choose to kill you first, Gu Yelan. Lin Dai instantly recognized the woman across from her. She was Gu Anqing's sister, the steward of the Gu family. Unwilling memories of the past surged from the depths of her heart. Although Gu Anqing was the root of her suffering, it was his sister who embodied the greatest malevolence. She had never shown any feelings towards Gu Anqing, yet this domineering and forceful woman had directly sought her out, demanding her disappearance. Oh, it's you, Gu Yelan remarked, glancing at Lin Dai behind Su Fan, deliberately feigning surprise. Had Lin Dai not been beside Su Fan moments ago, she too might have been ensnared. Su Fan quickly assessed the situation. Gu Yelan was at level 21, and the man beside her was of the same caliber. Their entourage, numbering over 20, all boasted levels of 20. What a formidable assembly of ability users. Su Fan surmised that this cadre could dominate any territory they claimed. Yet, they had set their sights on him. Though he had never engaged with an ability user above level 20, understanding their ranks simplified matters. Yu Miao Miao and the others were kept at a distance of 20 meters from Su Fan, allowing him to observe their expressions while rendering them incapable of intervening. The opponents had deliberately controlled this distance to achieve that effect. With such a rare beauty, I typically take immediate action when I capture one. The man behind Gu Yelan chuckled. Gu Yelan furrowed her brow. Chu Tiansheng. Su Fan replied coolly, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. State your purpose succinctly. You have 3 sentences. Without lifting his gaze, he added, 2 remain. Gu Yelan's expression hardened, and she leaned closer to Su Fan, her eyes, deep as an abyss, piercing into him. These girls are quite important to you, aren't they? Su Fan ceased his rhythmic tapping, closed his eyes, and spoke slowly, the last sentence. Lin Dai observed the aura emanating from the man before her, feeling a surge of trepidation. Was he truly unafraid of the other party's aggression? Gu Yelan hesitated, momentarily taken aback by Su Fan's indifference toward the fates of the women. Then, a smile graced her lips. I propose a transaction. Su Fan opened his eyes to meet her profound gaze. You consider this a transaction? If it is indeed a transaction, there must be bargaining chips. Let us use your women as collateral. Gu Yelan twisted her wrist. After all, you did kill my brother. A little rudeness is quite justifiable. Wouldn't you agree? First, let us hear my terms. Gu Yelan leaned a bit closer to Su Fan's face, stating, you need to do just 2 things for us. And we shall release your friend, along with a token of gratitude. What do you say? What are the things? Su Fan inquired. A smile curled at the corners of Gu Yelan's lips. The moment he posed the question, the conversation fell into her grasp. Firstly, we require information regarding the 3 abilities. Just a mere piece of information, hardly a burden, wouldn't you say? Secondly, we need you to take out someone for us. Chu Tianxing interjected from the side, casting a disdainful glance at Su Fan. Gu Yelan smiled, patiently awaiting Su Fan's response. Even if this man refused, she had other conditions in mind. Very well, I choose to kill you first. Su Fan's patience seemed to have worn thin. Immediately after speaking, he struck out, a palpable force hovering ominously above everyone's heads. Casting a dispassionate glance at Chu Tianxing, he unleashed a water blade formed from spiritual energy. Gu Yelan's expression changed dramatically. How could this man act so quickly? In a split second, her figure blurred, moving like a phantom as she shoved Chu Tianxing aside. With a slicing sound, the water blade struck Chu Tianxing's shoulder, flesh and blood flying as it severed his arm. A scream erupted, leaving Gu Yelan and the wolf guards in disbelief. Chu Tianxing was a high-level, enhanced ability user. How could he be so easily pierced? Had Gu Yelan not pushed him aside, would he not have been instantaneously killed? Suddenly, Su Fan's fingers tapped the table, and a lava-like shield materialized above, enveloping the space within a 40-meter radius. In the astonished gazes of all present, 3 fire dragons manifested above their heads, spiraling through the air, exuding a wrathful aura. The Fire Spirit Array. In the minute that elapsed while waiting for Gu Yelan and her group, Su Fan had set up the Fire Spirit Array flags concealed around them. Now, the array activated. The 3 fire dragons, fueled by fury, charged toward the wolf guards. Though these individuals were high-tier ability users familiar with various powers, they had never encountered such a spectacle. The first wolf guard, having just unleashed a few icy blasts, was immediately breached by the fire dragon, which seized him in its fiery jaws. Even a level 20 ability user, capable of withstanding a blade, succumbed within 2 seconds to the overwhelming heat and crushing force. His body torn apart amidst agonizing cries. The corpse was left in 3 charred pieces, the middle section reduced to ash. The wolf guards were filled with dread. What sort of ability could accomplish such a feat? They dared not entertain any further thoughts and poured all their strength into resisting the oppressive spiritual force, unleashing a myriad of abilities in a desperate attempt to combat the fire spirits. Kill them. Chu Tianxing clutched his bleeding wound, his face contorted in agony. Yet, before the 6 wolf guards holding Mu Shaowan and her companions could act, several strands of Su Fan's spiritual power surged forth, immobilizing their movements. This spiritual force had been prepared by Su Fan the moment he intervened, swiftly liberating the trio. Specifically, it was two individuals. As Yu Miao Miao was already capable of extricating herself, albeit apprehensive about the potential harm to Lu and Mu. Concurrently, Su Fan expelled Lin Dai from the confines of the fire spirit array. Her absence was preferable. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Miao Miao and her companions engaged, utilizing the fire spirit array to confront the numerous high-ranking wolf guards. As the surroundings became encircled, Gu Yelan unsheathed her short knife, poised for combat. In a flash, she remarkably composed herself, quickly assessing the situation at hand. Concurrently, she unleashed her shadow-based abilities, a purplish-black shadow emanating from her being, enveloping her entirely. At that moment, she seemed to traverse through the shadows, her form taking on an ethereal quality. To the observers, Gu Yelan's movements appeared disjointed, as if frames were missing. Under the influence of her abilities, her speed became astonishingly swift. She could only attempt to restrain him. Gu Yelan discerned that this man was extraordinarily formidable, at least in terms of offensive power. Thus, his vulnerability might reside in his defensive capabilities. In that instant, her figure darted, ghost-like, evading Su Fan and maneuvering to his side. Su Fan seemed oblivious, not turning his head. With an agile grace, Gu Yelan aimed her sharp dagger directly at Su Fan's back. But at that moment, an unseen hand unexpectedly grasped her slender arm. What? Gu Yelan had no time to comprehend how that arm had appeared. She had trained in combat since childhood, her delicate form concealing explosive strength. Upon acquiring her abilities, her powers ascended to a remarkable level. Yet, her hand was effortlessly seized, the opponent not only perceiving her actions but exhibiting an extraordinary force. Su Fan, at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, possessed a level of spiritual awareness far beyond that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the tenfold enhancement of the spirit refinement technique, his perception was keen enough to effortlessly capture her movements. Chu Tianxing, are you not going to act? Upon hearing Gu Yelan's call, Chu Tianxing gritted his teeth and raised his head, his gaze fixated on his mangled arm, his expression one of rage. Su Fan cast a fleeting glance at him. Name, Chu Tianxing, level, 25, ability, psychic? That poses no concern. Su Fan dismissed him from his thoughts, redirecting his attention back to Gu Yelan. Her stance was constrained by Su Fan, her form twisting into an alluring curve. A glint of determination flickered in Chu Tianxing's eyes. Though his speed did not match that of the two, the actions before him transpired within a single second. Yet, possessing psychic abilities allowed him to interfere with others. As soon as his opponent exhibited even the slightest distraction, he seized the opportunity to drive the sharp blade into their throat. Chu Tianxing's gaze was akin to a blade. An invisible force of mental energy surged towards Su Fan's mind. However, this attack dissipated against Su Fan like a wave crashing against a cliff, leaving no mark. What could be the reason for this? Chu Tianxing was puzzled when he had previously probed into Su Fan's mental state, and now, his psychic assault was utterly ineffective. Even the mightiest of psychics would experience some degree of disorientation when faced with a mental strike. In an attempt to synchronize her attack with Chu Tianxing's, Gu Yelan had just tried to counterattack Su Fan, only to find that this Chu Tianxing was utterly incompetent. The moment she made a move, Gu Yelan was once again subdued beneath him. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Her current position was exceedingly humiliating. The wolf guards, catching a glimpse of the scene, were taken aback. Their family's night queen was being overpowered in such a manner by that man. Chu Tianxing's teeth nearly ground to dust at the sight of Gu Yelan's humiliation. This man must die. He resolved to employ the equipment bestowed upon him by the association. With a steely determination, Chu Tianxing stealthily retreated behind the wolf guards, locating one who was positioned in a corner, adorned with an unusual handgun at his waist. That equipment is with you, right? You possess the ability to shoot enhanced bullets, making you the most suitable for its use. However, the wolf guard hesitated. But isn't that merely a prototype? This is the moment to utilize it, along with the precious potion, even if it too is experimental. Chu Tianxing's gaze sharpened as he seized control of the wolf guard with his mental abilities, then, with one arm, retrieved a vial from his body and injected it into the guard. The berserk potion, it would temporarily enhance your abilities. The side effects, however, remain uncertain. In an instant, the wolf guard let out a furious roar, his muscles grotesquely bulging. His skin turned a vivid crimson, and his eyes became hollow and bloodshot. He drew forth the peculiar handgun, which was cloaked in a layer of colorful paint. Hearing the commotion, the nearby wolf guards and Yu Miao Miao turned their attention towards the source of the noise. This is a fusion of explosive powers enhanced with propulsive abilities. Chu Tianxing laughed maniacally. Coupled with this wolf guard's shooting enhancement ability, you have insulted Lan Lan, and your demise is inevitable. Oh, Su Fan glanced over, intrigued, eagerly awaiting the shot. Ordinary bullets, he surmised, would pose no threat to him. Yet, this formidable ammunition piqued his curiosity regarding its strength. At that moment, the mutated wolf guard bellowed and pulled the trigger. In an instant, the peculiar handgun erupted with intense energy fluctuations, unleashing a beam of power that had been compressed to its utmost limit. As the bullet surged forth, the wolf guard's abilities activated, further enchanting the projectile. Bang! Bullets surged forth, spiraling waves of supernatural forces stirring the air around. In that fleeting moment, Su Fan closed his eyes to gauge the intensity of the impending threat. Upon reopening them, he remarked, "The momentum is rather formidable, yet the intensity seems quite manageable." Without hesitation, Su Fan braced himself, eager to test the strength of the Xianwu King Kong technique. The bullets rushed towards him with a fierce velocity. However, unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Yu Miao Miao found herself in the path of the bullets. Chapter 43. Surrender everything. You are still useful initially. Su Fan believed the bullets were aimed solely at him, posing no danger to anyone else. The gunman, a frenzied wolf guard, had aimed accordingly. Yet, in that split second, while engaged in combat with another wolf guard, Yu Miao Miao noticed the powerful bullet hurtling towards Su Fan and resolutely leaped to intercept it. Astonishingly, she found the speed to block the bullet with her own body. Bang! A piercing scream erupted from Lu Ruren. She had not participated in the battle but had taken refuge beside a fire dragon, witnessing the scene unfold with an expression of shock and despair. Mu Xiaowan gaped in disbelief, blood splattering across her face, struggling to comprehend the horrific reality before her. How could this be? Just last night, during dinner, Yu Miao Miao had expressed a desire to find a dress from her high school days, yearning to reclaim a fragment of her youth before her master. She had located it today, but hadn't even had the chance to wear it yet. Ding. Detection indicates that the alchemical vessel Yu Miao Miao has perished. Would you like to resurrect her? Su Fan's expression twitched. Was it necessary? A rare wave of shock coursed through him. He had not anticipated such a selfless act from Yu Miao Miao. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't prioritize their own survival? Indeed, resurrect her. A strange sensation enveloped him as Su Fan felt a peculiar essence surge into his body, merging with him. Huh, what is happening? The voice of Yu Miao Miao echoed curiously in Su Fan's mind. With an indifferent gaze, Su Fan swiftly moved to Chu Tiansheng's side. You're still alive. Chu Tiansheng glared at Su Fan with a venomous glare. With a swift motion, Su Fan's Tianlang's sword sliced through the air. He flicked the blood off the blade before placing it on the table where Gu Yalan lay. The sword's edge was a mere millimeter from her cheek. Gu Yalan was incredulous. How could this man maintain such composure? A woman had just died for him, and yet he displayed not a trace of sorrow. Did he possess no emotions? Yet, one must admit, in an apocalypse, those devoid of sentiment are often the most formidable. Huh, this body. I seem to have become Su Fan, but I cannot control it. The voice of Yu Miao Miao continued to converse within Su Fan's consciousness. Su Fan extended his hand, resting it gently upon Gu Yalan's head, his fingers weaving through her hair. He then subtly turned her face towards the valiant wolf guards, who were desperately resisting the fire spirit serpent. You are already aware of my methods. Surrender now. You still hold value. The fate of these wolf guards was of little consequence to Su Fan. However, considering his future intentions of winning over Gu Yalan, he deemed it unnecessary to foster deep animosity. After all, this body remained under Su Fan's control. How astonishing! Yu Miao Miao mused. Gu Yalan's once radiant eyes now appeared lifeless. She had believed that with her level of power, she could dominate these wolf guards in this apocalyptic world. Thus, she had approached Jiang City with an air of arrogance, convinced that subduing an unpowerful individual would be effortless. Yet, she found herself in such a dire predicament. She attempted to twist her body, but every movement was accompanied by excruciating pain radiating from her ribs. What is the matter? Can't speak? Su Fan leaned closer. If you are willing to surrender, just blink. With a weary closure of her eyes, Gu Yalan hesitated, then opened them again, her crimson lips barely moving. I surrender. Su Fan smiled with relief, rising to snap his fingers as the formidable trio of fire spirit serpents were summoned back into the formation to conceal themselves. The remaining wolf guards felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Gu Yelon then mustered all her strength to call out, "Everyone, cease your attacks." Chapter 44. Death is a blessing. It can revive one's spirit as the dust settled. Gu Yelon closed her eyes in resignation, awaiting Su Fan's decision. Hey, where's my body?" Yu Miao Miao suddenly exclaimed. Su Fan glanced towards the spot where Yu Miao Miao's body had laid, only to find it empty. Mu Xiaowan's face glistened with tears. She had seemed to be mourning over Yu Miao Miao's remains, but now wore a look of shock. Wah! They didn't even leave Sister Miao Miao's corpse behind. Mu Xiaowan cried out in despair, believing this to be a cruel tactic of the murderer. Notification: the corporeal form of Yu Miao Miao has been retrieved into the system space. Materials can be used to restore her vitality. The system's notification brought clarity to Su Fan's understanding of the situation. It appeared that with the right materials, he could resurrect Yu Miao Miao. Miao Miao? Su Fan whispered in his mind. Hey, Su Fan, can you hear me? What is happening? Yes. You can think of it as you having perished. Yet your spirit resides within my body, Su Fan explained to her. Oh, so I really am dead. There was a clear sense of loss in Yu Miao Miao's voice. Yet she found solace in the notion of her soul being alongside him. Well, it's not too troubling. I will do my utmost to find a way to restore your body. After a pause, Su Fan added reassuringly, this way of communicating is rather convenient. It is indeed quite convenient, and oddly interesting, Yu Miao Miao replied, her spirits lifting once more. Su Fan navigated through the tense group of wolf guards and approached Mu Xiaowan. The wolf guards have released Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren, yet they appear hesitant to approach. Master, Mu Xiaowan sobs, her gaze cast downward, avoiding Su Fan's eyes. It is all right now. Let us go. Su Fan gently strokes Mu Xiaowan's head. However, Sister Miao Miao, her weeping is profoundly poignant. Su Fan is taken aback, realizing the depth of her sorrow for him. Su Fan, why did you not simply tell them? Yu Miao Miao is deeply moved. How amusing. I shall send you a black and white photograph upon our return. Su Fan chuckles softly. After enduring that moment of life and death farewell with Yu Miao Miao, he feels a sense of fatigue wash over him. Listening to Yu Miao Miao converse in his mind brings him amusement. How can you tease her so? Yu Miao Miao chides him with a playful glare, yet she finds herself powerless against Su Fan. Returning to the table, Gu Yelon, unable to contain herself any longer, asks, "And what about me? What do you intend to do?" Su Fan waved his hand, dispelling the fire spirit formation, summoning Lin Dai inside. Upon entering and witnessing the gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the ground, Lin Dai feels a wave of dizziness. Su Fan gestures towards Gu Yelon, instructing, "Pack them up." By the way, he suddenly recalls, grasping Gu Yelon by the collar, "Will your wolf guards need to report this? Or shall I eliminate them all?" Gu Yelon's pupils quiver slightly as she shakes her head. They are all trained by my own hand. I can command them. Having led the wolf guards for many years, she has invested considerable effort and emotion into their training, making her reluctant to see them all perish. Su Fan calls the remaining wolf guards over. From the original 20, only 16 remain, each bearing various wounds, indicating significant losses. Oh, they will heed your commands? Su Fan inquires. Even if I harbor doubts about their combat abilities, I do not question their loyalty, Gu Yelon replies, taking a deep breath with closed eyes. If they leak any information, you may kill me as well. The 16 wolf guards kneel before Gu Yelon. Despite her disheveled appearance, none dare to bypass her to plead for mercy from Su Fan. Observing this, Su Fan instructs Gu Yelon to order them to establish a temporary encampment here. With their level 20 status, they will manage their own needs for food and medical care. Su Fan internally smiles, realizing that Gu Yelon has unknowingly begun to follow his lead. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Dai, you take charge. Su Fan gestures towards Gu Yelon, whose bones lay shattered on the table. Although Lin Dai had not directly participated, witnessing the former enemy in such a state brings her a sense of satisfaction. A rare smile flickers in Lin Dai's eyes. How could the revenge for her master not be considered avenged? Lu Ruren clutches Su Fan's arm, asking, "May we retrieve our clothing?" Ah, yes. Su Fan remembers that they had originally come for shopping. We mainly wish to collect the garments that Sister Miao Miao has been yearning for, as a memento. Lu Ruren wipes the tears from her face. What has happened to Miao Miao? Lin Dai inquires, puzzled. She cast a glance around, failing to spot Yu Miao Miao's figure. Immediately, Mu Xiaowan, while sobbing, uttered, "Sister Miao Miao has been murdered." A thunderclap resonated in Lin Dai's mind. Her entire body seemed to momentarily collapse, her legs weakened, and she stumbled back a couple of steps, yet managed to steady herself. Lin Dai's eyes became vacant, stripped of all brilliance, as if the world had lost all significance. Why? Is it my fault that disaster has befallen us, even leading to Sister Miao Miao's demise? I am utterly helpless. I am truly useless. Hey, don't tease Lin Dai. Her mental state is already quite fragile, Yu Miao Miao exclaimed urgently. Is that so bad? Su Fan remarked, believing Lin Dai appeared rather well. You truly don't understand, do you? If Lin Dai were in a better mental state, with her qualities, she could easily benefit you. Oh, Su Fan instructed Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan to fetch some clothes, then leaned closer to Lin Dai, whispering a few words. Is that true? Lin Dai found it utterly incredulous, yet the spark in her eyes had noticeably returned by half. Wait, what do you mean I would benefit? Just wait until you have your body restored. I shall certainly take advantage of you. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Before long, Mu Xiaowan and her companion returned with the clothes. With Mu Xiaowan holding a bag in one hand and tightly clutching the dress Yu Miao Miao had chosen from her high school days in the other, Gu Yalan was led back by Lin Dai, her proud demeanor now subdued. Upon returning to the Yufeng boat, Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren wept aloud while embracing Yu Miao Miao's belongings. Although Lin Dai had gleaned some truths from Su Fan, the sight of personal items evoked profound sorrow within her. Su Fan had not anticipated that the bonds formed among them in merely a few days could run so deep. Gu Yalan was discarded in a corner of the living room, her consciousness becoming somewhat hazy, unaware of her surroundings. Lu Ruren, go assist her, do not let her perish. Su Fan urged, pulling Lu Ruren from her state of mourning. Lu Ruren, harboring some resentment, reluctantly employed her healing abilities on Gu Yalan. I just discovered that I seem capable of projecting my consciousness. Yu Miao Miao appeared to have stumbled upon a new realm of discovery. Her current state was more akin to a spirit than a soul, allowing her to leave her body, and she was observable by others. Contemplating this, Su Fan couldn't help but smirk mischievously. That's splendid. It's just the opportunity to assist Xiaowan and the others. Chapter 45. How many abilities does he truly possess? Sister Miao Miao, this is the floral dress you wish to wear. You mentioned wanting to reclaim your past memories, to return to the moment we first met, yet you have not yet donned it. Mu Xiaowan sat dejectedly on the ground, resting her arms on the sofa as she spoke to herself. Yu Miao Miao's spirit detached from Su Fan and appeared beside him. Her appearance remained unchanged. Even her attire mirrored that of her physical form. Truly remarkable. Yu Miao Miao gazed at her own hands. Su Fan attempted to touch Yu Miao Miao, but his hand passed straight through her ethereal form, confirming her lack of physicality. Indeed, even her movements were light as air, unlike anything else. Meanwhile, Lin Dai, who had been lost in thought at the dining table, lifted her gaze and was instantly captivated by the dazzling brilliance in her eyes upon seeing Yu Miao Miao. Just a second before she could exclaim, Su Fan smiled and gestured for silence. Yu Miao Miao glided to stand behind Mu Xiaowan. Xiaowan, dear? Mu Xiaowan looked up, feeling as though she had just heard the voice of Sister Miao Miao. She sat up and turned around, only to be met with the sight of Yu Miao Miao standing before her. Sister Miao Miao, my death was so tragic. Ah! The piercing screams of Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren echoed through the living room. Sister Miao Miao has manifested. Meanwhile, Gu Yalan, having received treatment from Lu Ruren, was beginning to recover from her injuries. However, Lu Ruren's level 10 healing abilities were hardly sufficient for a level 21 ability user like Gu Yalan. The light had faded from her eyes, as the weight of this defeat bore heavily upon her. When she slightly lifted her gaze, she was astonished to see Yu Miao Miao standing not far from her. Gu Yalan was taken aback when Shu Tiansheng commanded the wolf guards to shoot at this woman. She felt utterly powerless, yet she had witnessed Yu Miao Miao being shot. How could those injuries have been fabricated? Reflecting on Su Fan's consistently calm demeanor, did he know from the beginning that they would not perish? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The true question was, did he possess such a miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life? It was terrifying. What kind of ability could accomplish such a feat? How many powers did he possess? Once Mu Xiaowan and the others regained their composure from the shock, Yu Miao Miao began to elucidate their current state. At that moment, Su Fan received a notification from the system interface. Closing his eyes, he beheld new information on the Realm Task interface. Beast Tide Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 21 seconds. Taking out his phone, he noted that it was precisely noon. The timing of this Beast Tide was accurate to the second. After a brief contemplation, Su Fan had a general plan in mind. In this Realm Task, defeating the Beast Tide has a chance to yield top-tier rewards. Thus, it was imperative for Mu Xiaowan and the others to rapidly become effective and capable combatants. How splendid. I was beginning to think the master had truly abandoned us, Mu Xiaowan remarked after hearing Yu Miao Miao's explanation, wiping her eyes before rushing into Su Fan's embrace. Su Fan looked at Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren with a hint of amusement. I shall remember the way you two looked at me just now. Prepare yourselves for a lesson tonight. Mu Xiaowan recalled certain scenarios and involuntarily stuck out her tongue. Turning back to Lu Ruren, she asked, Sister Ruren, why do you seem so excited? Su Fan gathered the three of them around the dining table. Yu Miao Miao mentioned feeling a bit dizzy after spending a prolonged period outside. Before returning to Su Fan's body, Su Fan's expression turned serious as he remarked, regrettably, the role you played today was slightly below that of a mere burden. The three women nodded in agreement, feeling quite distressed as they could only watch. Given their levels, they were already quite formidable. Yet they had encountered the formidable forces of the Gu family's wolf guards. Observing their expressions, Su Fan shifted his tone. It is essential to elevate your levels as soon as possible. Additionally, you must be adequately equipped. From his storage bag, Su Fan retrieved 3 sets of royal scale armor and 3 pairs of cloud-soaring shoes, distributing them before the women. Wear these when you go out. These items were artifacts obtained from the system's gift pack, with the quantity correlating to the number of furnace cauldrons. Su Fan had previously held back, but decided to fully equip them now. One was protective gear, while the other enhanced speed and jumping ability. Give them a try. Wow. The appearance of the royal scale armor is quite similar to soft armor. Su Fan glanced at Lin Dai as she donned it, the fit seeming somewhat mismatched with her ample figure. However, once secured, the armor transformed into a golden radiance that enveloped her completely before fading from view. Su Fan casually tossed a coaster as a makeshift weapon towards Lin Dai. As it neared her, the golden sheen on her body flared, deflecting the coaster. Not bad. With this attire, shall we not stride boldly? Mu Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly as she donned the royal scale armor. Not yet. First, put on the shoes. Mu Xiaowan was the first to wear the cloud-soaring shoes, feeling an incredible lightness in her body, and with a gentle leap, she ascended to the second floor. Su Fan also slipped on his cloud-soaring shoes, demonstrating for them. These shoes have another function, allowing for a second jump. You must concentrate your thoughts on your feet while airborne. After providing a brief introduction, Su Fan approached Gu Yalan, who had been discarded in a corner. He produced a small stool, watching her with keen interest. Upon witnessing Su Fan's actions, a flicker of intrigue appeared in Gu Yalan's previously angry eyes. A stool? How did he conjure that? Moreover, the equipment he had just revealed was something even the top forgers of the Gu family or the association could not replicate. How many abilities does he possess? Gu Yalan realized that Chu Tiansheng was somewhat correct. Su Fan's information must be immensely valuable to the association. Yet, he had left her here, allowing her to pry into these secrets. Would she even make it back alive? Catching Su Fan's gaze, Gu Yalan twisted her waist against the ground. Understanding your predicament, are you attempting to entice me with your movements? Su Fan placed his foot upon her cheek. Contemplating the allure of her face and figure, knowing how many affluent young masters would be enamored by them, Gu Yalan's expression shifted to one of humiliation and indignation. She found the position utterly mortifying and wished to sit up, but her body would not comply. Thus, the situation became even more awkward. Su Fan's foot slowly glided over her body. Gu Yalan found many of her joints unresponsive, leaving her at Su Fan's mercy. What do you intend to do? Nothing. Just examining your pride. Su Fan slipped her foot back into her slippers. Are you content with this? Gu Yalan had been groomed from a young age to assume leadership within her family, and after the apocalypse, she had paid an unimaginable price to attain a level of extraordinary abilities far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Naturally, she found this reality difficult to accept. At that moment, her phone vibrated within her clothing. Su Fan rummaged through her leather attire, retrieving the phone from a hidden compartment. Who is Xiao Yishuan? Su Fan inquired. Glancing at the caller ID, Gu Yalan sighed. He is also a prospective marital alliance for the family. Your fiancé? Wasn't the one just now surnamed Chu? Su Fan questioned, perplexed by the number of her fiancés. Gu Yalan seemed reluctant to discuss such matters, yet Su Fan's inquiries left her with no choice but to respond. The elder's intention is that such alliances are not about romance. Having multiple options is quite normal. Su Fan nodded in understanding and handed the phone back to Gu Yalan. Answer the call. Chapter 46. Injection. Upgrade Lon Lon. You finally answered the phone. I heard you went to Jiangxing. Is everything all right? A concerned male voice emanated from the other end. Gu Yalan glanced at Su Fan, who gestured for her to speak. Yes, I'm fine, Gu Yalan replied calmly. That's good to hear. I noticed that the serum released by the association was taken by your uncle, and I was worried you might have encountered some trouble. What? He took it. Gu Yalan's tone grew urgent, but then she recalled her predicament and steadied her voice. I understand, it's nothing. Oh, today's serum is an enhanced version, capable of elevating your abilities from level 21 to 23. If you need it, I can reserve some for you. No need, Gu Yalan replied coldly, noticing Su Fan's almost amused gaze upon her. It's fine, I'll keep some for you. Just let me know when you need it. By the way, Lon Lon, when do you think we can discuss our marriage with the elders? Let us discuss it later. I'm quite busy these days, and I might need to stay in Jiangxing for a couple of days. Gu Yalan's voice took on an unnatural tone as she cast a resentful glance at Su Fan. Are you feeling unwell, Lon Lon? A little. I should hang up now. Gu Yalan replied awkwardly. Su Fan then took the initiative to end the call, withdrawing her hands from the fabric inspection. Aren't you concerned they might suspect something, given your presence in Jiangxing? Gu Yalan glared at Su Fan in embarrassment and anger. You are the first person to touch me like this. Oh, so you are considering me? Su Fan mused, relishing the sensation of her touch. Now, tell me, what are the serums and the association? Gu Yalan bit her lip, remaining silent. I am exceptionally kind to those close to me, yet I may lack patience with others. With your intelligence, you should be able to comprehend this, right? Su Fan rotated the phone in his hand, awaiting her response. Gu Yalan sighed, explaining that the blood serum is essentially a strengthening potion, a fusion of various snow beast crystal extracts, and the association is dedicated to researching and supplying these serums. Su Fan flipped his hand, revealing a box. Is this the one? Gu Yalan glanced at it with mild surprise, recognizing the packaging. Let me see. This ice type is intended for ice attributes, correct? Su Fan waved one of the serums in front of her. Indeed, this batch is at level 15. Subsequently, Su Fan elucidated the usage of the serum, clarifying that it could elevate attributes to level 15, provided the user's attributes correspond. This should be a matter of technology rather than some brutal endeavor. If there were any issues, I would have mutated long ago, Gu Yalan retorted, somewhat irked. Oh, how would I know if you have mutated? Let me check. Moments later, Su Fan clapped his hands. Xiaowan, come here. He called out to Mu Xiaowan, who promptly leaped from the second floor to stand before them. A quick injection will boost your level. Su Fan indicated Gu Yalan on the ground, adding that any mishap would mean she would accompany them in demise. After explaining the serum to Mu Xiaowan, she raised her head, stating, even if something goes awry, it would only result in becoming like Sister Meow Meow, right? Correct. Su Fan nodded, lifting Mu Xiaowan onto his lap. Hey, why are you taking off my pants? Mu Xiaowan exclaimed in urgency. This spot is more effective for the injection. You didn't know? Su Fan asserted with righteous conviction. Moments later, Mu Xiaowan, seated in Su Fan's embrace, felt a transformation within her. Scan initiated. Alter. Mu Xiaowan. Level. 15 ability. Ice. Appearance. Ethereal. Affinity level. 4. Resurrection count. 33. The efficacy of the potion is astonishing, Su Fan remarked, somewhat surprised at the direct elevation to level 15. Training speed enhancement. 4 points per day. With Mu Xiaowan's level raised to 15, her training speed was also augmented. Where did you acquire this? Gu Yalan inquired from the side. Did you not know? Su Fan spread his palm, and a miniature helicopter materialized in his hand. Is this a model of the Gu family's helicopter? Gu Yalan questioned, puzzled. Su Fan smiled, enlarging the miniature helicopter to occupy the space in the grand living room. Gu Yalan felt a wave of astonishment. By the way, Su Fan grasped Gu Yalan's face. How did you arrive here? Under Su Fan's persuasion, Gu Yalan revealed the location of their parked helicopter. Moments later, Su Fan returned to the Wind Chaser, conjuring 5 additional miniature helicopters in his hands. Gu Yalan resigned herself to her fate, Before this person's cunning, it seemed that everything would ultimately belong to him. Among the items, there were 2 vials containing potions that could elevate one to level 20. Gu Yilan willingly confessed, believing that honesty would grant her leniency. Su Fan pinched Gu Yilan's cheek, and she instinctively turned her head away. Given her commanding status in the Gu family, who would dare to treat her in such a manner? Yet, the man before her found it all too easy to manipulate her. Although Gu Yilan was still unable to move, Su Fan procured a wheelchair for her, alleviating her discomfort. Did this man possess some miraculous pocket from which he could produce anything? Gu Yilan felt as though Su Fan's hands could conjure all manner of items. Su Fan took out the confiscated potions and conducted a brief inventory, noting the various supernatural attributes they possessed. He identified Mu Xiaowan's ice abilities and Lu Ruren's healing powers. However, the absence of nature-type potions left Su Fan somewhat dissatisfied. The nature ability belonged to Lin Dai, and after her level up, it had doubled his cultivation speed. Nature-type potions are exceedingly rare. I did not bring any, Gu Yilan pondered before adding. There are a few versatile potions, though their effects are somewhat diminished. And they are quite scarce. That will suffice. Let us give them all to Lin Dai, Su Fan instructed as he gathered Lin Dai and the others for their injections. Currently, both Lu Ruren and Lin Dai were at level 10. After using the healing potions, Lu Ruren swiftly ascended to level 20 with just 2 injections. Lin Dai required 5 injections to exhaust the versatile potions. She nestled in Su Fan's arms for a considerable time, feeling both shy and pained, and before departing, she buried her head in his embrace to wipe away her tears. Current cultivation speed, 22 points per day. Su Fan smiled contentedly, pleased with the significant increase in their advancement. He then retrieved the ice-type potion and summoned Mu Xiaowan to embrace her. I'm the last one to reach level 20. Mu Xiaowan murmured. Su Fan was taken aback. What was there to compete about? It matters not. The sharpest sword is forged through grinding, and great talents bloom late. You are our vanguard, he reassured her, gently stroking her head. Mu Xiaowan beamed with satisfaction. Notification: the intimacy level with Furnace Cauldron Mu Xiaowan has risen to level 5, granting a reward package. Chapter 47. This cannot be helped. The intimacy reward package has been opened. The host may choose one. Option A, 5 Earth Tier Low-Grade Spirit Swords, Qiyang Sword. Option B, 5 Heavenly Tier Spiritual Items, Heart of the Divine Tree. Option C, 5 Bags of Elder Lee's Dream Sandalwood. Hint: Heart of the Divine Tree contains vitality after a period. It can reshape the physical body of the primordial spirit. Heart of the Divine Tree? Su Fan was surprised by this unexpected find. I choose option B. Su Fan received 5 green crystals wrapped in tree roots, exuding a vibrant life force. Using the Heart of the Divine Tree. Notification: the Heart of the Divine Tree has been applied to the physical body of Furnace Cauldron Yu Miao Miao. The countdown for physical nurturing stands at 23 hours and 59 minutes. Is Miao Miao there? What's the matter? I just dozed off. Came the drowsy voice of Yu Miao Miao. How can you still be sleeping? In 24 hours, you will be resurrected. Let me try the blade, exclaimed Mu Xiaowan, who had suddenly reached level 20, feeling an exhilarating sense of power. Go and have your fun, Su Fan replied, handing her a Thunderfire crossbow. With her royal scale armor and cloud-treading boots, along with the Heart of the Divine Tree, she had no reason to worry. Gu Yilan's eyes gradually glimmered with intrigue. Since Su Fan had brought her to his home, she had been a witness to his interactions with the women around him. She observed how generously he shared his possessions with them, and how these women were deeply attached to him, exuding a vibrant spirit. She noted that their strength had significantly increased under his guidance. If she could acquire even a fraction of the 2 pieces of equipment Su Fan had just presented, she could command unparalleled power among the noble families of the imperial capital. Gu Yilan had been torn for quite some time. Perhaps it was not an impossibility after all. As Mu Xiaowan stepped outside, Su Fan clapped his hands and turned to Gu Yilan. It's time to arrange for you. Gu Yilan's eyes widened in surprise. Ruren, take her with Lin Dai to the bath, and then tend to her wounds. Understood, Lu Ruren responded, understanding the task at hand. In the bathroom, Lin Dai expressionlessly pressed Gu Yilan into the bathtub, while Lu Ruren's hands glowed with a verdant light. What are you doing? I can wash myself. I don't need your help. My injuries have healed, and I can move on my own. This is bullying. What is this outfit? Black stockings are one thing. But why the cat ears? I am the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Why must I wear this? Wait, this is all too sudden. Hey, Su Fan, what are you doing? Yu Meow Meow's voice exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, I'm still here watching. This is too embarrassing. I want to change the channel. Never mind. As long as you're happy. For some, roses possess an alluring charm, yet they also bear protective thorns along their stems. Their beauty intertwined with the sharpness symbolizes love on one side and pain on the other. At first touch, this flower of affection inevitably brings some discomfort and blood due to its thorns. However, if one bravely advances and caresses the stem, gradually shedding its prickles, it will become smooth and delicate, revealing a flower of enduring love. As the sun set in the west, Su Fan met Gu Yelan's gaze, filled with shame and resentment, and mused that if she were a coded operative, he would undoubtedly name her Rose. Beep. A new furnace vessel has been added. Furnace vessel. Gu Yelan. Level 21. Ability, Shadow System. Appearance, stunningly beautiful. Intimacy level 1. Why is it only level 1? Su Fan was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a situation. This level of intimacy seemed exceedingly insufficient. Ignoring Gu Yelan's murderous glare, he waited until nightfall. Furnace vessel. Gu Yelan. Intimacy level 2. Beep. Gu Yelan's intimacy level has reached 2, and a reward package has been granted. Now, that feels more appropriate. Intimacy has increased. Upon returning to the living room, Su Fan noticed Mu Xiaowan gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Lu Ruren was giggling about something. While Lin Dai practiced her abilities, her ears already flushed. Mu Xiaowan cautiously inquired, Master, were you killing someone inside? Since I returned, I have heard nothing but screams. How long have you been back? Su Fan glanced at the darkening sky. 2 hours, perhaps. Mu Xiaowan shrank back slightly. Su Fan scratched his head. There was no helping it. After all, the golden body technique amplified physical strength by 15 times, and that was that. Who has time tonight? I will prepare dinner. Lin Dai cleared her throat and slipped away. At dinner time, Gu Yelan wobbled to the dining table, barely able to steady her spoon, while Lu Ruren looked on with a smug expression. Miss, how do you like the catgirl outfit I picked for you? Lu Ruren seemed to relish her own amusement. Gu Yelan buried her head in her bowl, her long, dark curls signifying her silence. Oh dear, the master is formidable, but your highborn physique is rather ordinary. Lu Ruren appeared increasingly entertained, whispering with Lin Dai while prancing about. Su Fan slammed down his chopsticks, and just like that, the living room lost one cheerful presence, leaving Mu Xiaowan and Lin Dai exchanging puzzled glances. 3 hours later, Lu Ruren despondently opened the door. Upon seeing her unsteady demeanor, Mu Xiaowan hurried to support her. Sister Ruren, why are your eyes drifting upwards? Sister Ruren, can your mouth still close? Lin Dai waved her hand in front of her, gently inquiring, are you still conscious? Su Fan appeared at the doorway, tossing Mu Xiaowan a phone. Here, take this to play with. Mu Xiaowan picked it up to find a message from an account named Exploding Your Gold Coins. Knowing this was Su Fan's ex-girlfriend. Sister Ruren, wake up. There's something fun. Opening intimacy level package. Please choose one. Option A, 6 inferior Earth grade weapons, Soul Reaper daggers. Option B, 6 inferior Earth grade armors, Thunder Shield. Option C, 6 of Master He's Tabby Cats. Additional option for the Charming City reward, 6 intermediate Xian grade weapons. Yao Fire Sticks. Gazing upon this supplementary selection, Su Fan perceived it as little more than an afterthought. Considering it was birthed from Gu Yelan's intimate gift, he harbored reasonable doubts regarding its connection to her intentions. It undoubtedly felt like a form of retribution. He chose option A. Although he possessed the royal scale armor, with only 4 pieces to his name, his physical resilience allowed him to forego the need for additional protection. At present, weapons were his most pressing requirement. Su Fan contemplated unleashing the Tiance Wolf sword, designating it for aerial swordplay. Concurrently, Lin Dai and the others, apart from their extraordinary abilities, had defensive artifacts and footwear, but lacked a high-damage melee weapon. In his grasp materialized a weapon measuring 40 centimeters in length. Though termed a dagger, its dimensions were akin to those of a short sword. Cloaked in a deep crimson hue, the intricate golden patterns exuded a palpable aura of lethality. The top featured a curved hook, and even without the infusion of spiritual energy, its capacity to slice through iron like butter was evident. With the impending beast tied on the morrow, such an armament proved fortuitously apparent. Soul Reaper Dagger. Harvesting vitality enhances the power of artifacts. Chapter 48. Cherished Friendships. Brotherhood Xiao Xiao, how goes your conversation with your ex-boyfriend? He has yet to arrive. Is your allure perhaps waning? In dormitory 403 of Jiang University, only Li Ying and Chen Xiaoqian remained. Humph, I have him completely within my grasp. He mentioned the distance, and that he ventured to the mall to fetch me a box of self-heating rice. He shall arrive by tomorrow. Chen Xiaoqian lifted her chin with confidence. Well done, Xiaoqian. You undeniably hold the highest place in his heart. A standard fake smile graced Li Ying's face. Indeed. He just messaged me, expressing how much he misses me. Chen Xiaoqian let out a light huff. By the way, you mentioned your ex-boyfriend delivers takeout. I never expected him to possess some skills. Li Ying remarked with a hint of peculiarity in her tone. It's merely a side job. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqian's expression cooled slightly, yet she soon softened her tone, adding, however, he pales in comparison to your recent acquaintance, Shi, the military studies junior. I witnessed him when he came to see you. True to his athletic background, he boasts a tall and robust physique. And he is the captain of our Jiang University patrol team. We owe our recent provisions to him. Li Ying's face beamed with pride. Indeed. He has the authority to allocate resources from the patrol team's committee. Ying, speaking of which, Shi's roommate, Wang Yong, treated you so well before. Delivering cold medicine and bringing you meals daily. Have you two parted ways? Chen Xiaoqian suddenly broached the subject. Li Ying's countenance dimmed slightly. What are you saying? We are lifelong best friends, and I won't conceal anything from you. Wang Yong possesses merely a level 7 ability, which pales in comparison to Shi. The breakup, it seems, is not quite a breakup at all. Just look around. In this apocalyptic world, ending a relationship would be rather disheartening for him. Besides, he still brings us supplies daily, does he not? Given our circumstances, we ought to adopt a more flexible mindset rather than be tethered to trivial matters. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao Xiao? Chen Xiaoqian nodded, casting an appreciative glance. As expected of you, your thoughts are always so considerate. After all, since Li Ying receives supplies from Shi Qibing, she too can benefit from it. In contrast, Su Fan has yet to show up, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of her roommates. Speaking of which, Xiao Xiao, Li Ying lowered her voice, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiaoqian. It seems this Shi fellow has a bit of interest in you. Why not charm him a little? He is one of the few level 10 ability users at Jiang University. If we can secure his favor, both of us could fare better. Li Ying understood that Shi Qibing's generous supply of resources was partly due to her promise to help him win over her pure-hearted roommate. Otherwise, how could he possibly share his food with her? What? He.S. already level 10. Chen Xiaoqian exclaimed, her eyes widening. But we're only level 5. Isn't he on par with senior Su Shuangyuan now? Perhaps you've been out of the loop, Li Ying replied, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Our campus belle, Senior Su, has already reached level 14. Huh. I wonder how she attained such levels. Perhaps it was through enchanting Senior Emotion. Oh, don't speak ill of her, Chen Xiaoqian smiled. Even if that were true, it takes talent to catch Senior Mosi. After a moment of playful banter, Li Ying reminded her, what about Shi? Chen Xiaoqian's expression fluctuated for a moment. Let us postpone that discussion. Once my ex-boyfriend delivers the supplies, we'll have plenty to eat for a while, so there's no rush. As long as he can bring me resources, he is far easier to manage than someone like Shi. Indeed, the conference hall at Jiang University, located on the second floor of the teaching building, is elegantly adorned and has become a hub for the university's ability users in this post-apocalyptic era. The team of ability users has been dubbed the Cleansing Squad. And although it started as a small group, it has nearly expanded to encompass the entire campus. Lower-level ability users can join the station teams, receiving small rations of food and water daily, while higher-level users can become part of the patrol squads, venturing out to slay monsters and collect snow crystals. By submitting a portion of these crystals to the Cleansing Squad's leadership, they can secure ample food supplies. Thus, the conference hall is often bustling with activity, as patrol members return to exchange snow crystals for sustenance. Fortunately, with Senior Emotion around, not only has he shared methods for awakening abilities, but he has also prepared an abundance of food and nurtured many high-level ability users. Even with the recent monster disturbances near Jiang University, our institution remains fortified against threats. A young man with a sturdy build and honest features leaned over the podium and remarked, Yongzi, your outlook is overly optimistic. You might want to lean in. I have some news for you. Shi Qibing sat at the podium, having just distributed a portion of food. What is going on, Brother Bing? You seem rather mysterious. Wang Yong approached Shi Qibing. This is a notification from Chairman Mo this afternoon, Yongzi. I thought it appropriate to inform you now that you've just leveled up to level 8. Shi Qibing lowered his voice, placing his pen down. Tomorrow, all the monsters outside will go into a full-scale riot. Jiangdao will not be able to hold its ground. Thus, early tomorrow morning, Chairman Mo will lead all ability users above level 8 to evacuate Jiangda. Those who do not meet the level requirement will have to remain here. What? It can't be. Wang Yong's expression turned incredulous. If we must evacuate Jiangda, so be it, but my girlfriend, Li Ying, is only level 5. Yongzi, I understand she's quite exceptional, but in this apocalyptic world, as long as you possess strength and resources, women are not hard to find, Shi Qibing said, patting his shoulder earnestly. Oh, Brother Bing, what are you saying? We haven't even been together that many times. Wang Yong felt a bit embarrassed. I'll think of a way. Tonight I'll go out hunting and see if I can gather enough snow crystals to elevate Ying to level 8. All right. Shi Qibing leaned back in his chair, feigning a gallant demeanor. For our brotherhood, if you're nearly there, I'll lend you a hand. Thank you, Brother Bing. You are truly kind. With a resolute expression, Wang Yong departed. Shi Qibing smirked slyly. Looks like Yongzi won TB around tonight. Just then, an unremarkable young man, bundled in a cotton coat and wearing a hat, appeared before him. Shi Qibing. Chairman Mo. Shi Qibing immediately stood up respectfully upon recognizing the figure before him. Have you seen Su Xuanyue? Mo Tian inquired in a neutral tone. Senior Su? She just came by. She should have returned to her dormitory by now. What is the matter? Shi Qibing quickly responded. She won't be returning to her dormitory. She must be in the dance studio. Su Xuanyue has refused to evacuate today. Please notify Hua Qiyu and Qi Jian to keep an eye on her in the dance studio on the second floor of the comprehensive building. We will evacuate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Make sure to bring her along. After delivering this instruction, Mo Tian swiftly departed. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shi Qibing's forehead. The pressure from Chairman Mo was immense, reminiscent only of that man he encountered days prior. Beneath the hat, Mo Tian's expression was frigid. Su Xuanyue is quite different from the last time. What has transpired? Chapter 49. House arrest for Su Xuanyue? A death wish the next day. Su Fan rose early at 6 o'clock. He had already navigated the wind chariot to the vicinity of Jiangda, with 6 hours remaining before the impending beast tide. Time was still on his side. As Su Fan contemplated whether to engage in some morning exercise, he noticed a message on his chat application. Initially, he assumed it was a message from Qin Shaoqian. Last night, he had asked Mu Xiaowan and a few others to assist him in replying. Upon reviewing their chat history, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. However, he was unfazed. Should Mu Xiaowan and her friends create an awkward situation for him later, he would simply teach them a lesson. Upon opening the chat application, I discovered a message from Su Xuanyue. After our parting in front of the Tianhong building, we exchanged contact information for convenience, yet no messages had been exchanged until now. Su Xuanyue's profile picture was a default cookie icon, indicating that she likely seldom used chat applications. The message had just been sent. Yu Xiang, will you come to Jiang University today? I may have to leave soon. Su Fan, why? Su Fan furrowed his brow. Su Xuanyue was indeed a captivating beauty, and her departure would be a lamentable loss. Yu Xiang, the president of the Jiang University eradication team, Mo Tian, instructed us to evacuate by 8 a.m. this morning. I've heard there will be a significant monster riot today. A riot of monstrous beasts? Could it possibly refer to a beast tide? Su Fan fell into contemplation. Could others also have received news of the beast tide? Su Fan, I understand. I will remain at Jiang University today. Do you wish to leave? Yu Xiang, I would prefer not to. There is a teacher at the school who has treated me very well. She hasn't reached level 8 and lacks the qualification to evacuate with us. However, if there truly is a monster riot, it may indeed be impossible to hold our ground. Yu Xiang, but if you come, I will do my utmost to stay. Su Fan, what levels are you all currently at? Yu Xiang, I am at level 15, and 2 others are around the same level. I am uncertain of President Mo Tian's level. Su Fan set down his phone and rubbed his temples. This Mo Tian was indeed extraordinary. He had rapidly organized a group in the early days of the apocalypse, nurtured supernatural beings, and conducted his affairs mysteriously while being privy to the news of the beast tide. Could it be that he possessed a foresight ability? Su Fan, unfamiliar with such abilities, pondered this possibility. An idea struck him, and he sent another message. Su Fan, Do you know where they plan to evacuate to? Yuxiang, yes. They are heading to Qingchuan Mountain in the neighboring district. Initially, Su Fan merely intended to inquire about their direction of evacuation. But he was surprised by the clarity of the destination. This information was likely restricted. Only core figures like Su Xuanyue could be privy to it. Individuals like Chen Xiaoqian, of a similar level, remained in the dark, still concerned about food supplies. Su Fan recalled that Chen Xiaoqian had mentioned they needed to reach level 8 to receive food, indicating that plans had been in place for at least 3 days. No, the execution of the plan began 3 days prior. The preparation must have been made well in advance. Su Fan regarded Motian as quite remarkable, as they had not yet executed the evacuation plan. Su Fan resolved to head directly to Jiang University. If Motian truly possessed foresight, Su Fan contemplated a strategy to capture him and compel him to reveal his insights. Then, by employing soul-searching, he could effectively acquire a semblance of foresight himself. With this thought, Su Fan promptly roused Lin Dai and the others, and they made their way to Jiang University. The foremost tier of supernatural beings at Jiang University were only at level 15. With Lin Dai, Mu Xiaowan, and the others' levels combined with magical artifacts, they held a crushing advantage. Lu Ruren, haunted by her previous shadows, seemed reluctant to venture outdoors. However, the prospect of encountering Chen Xiaoqian at Jiang University brought her a sense of eagerness. To prevent inadvertently startling Motian, they opted to park the wind vessel a distance of 200 meters from the campus, proceeding on foot. Such a crowd, Mu Xiaowan exclaimed. The streets of Jiangcheng were mostly desolate, yet a steady stream of people flowed in and out of the university's entrance. Upon their arrival, the presence of the group drew considerable attention. It was not their ostentatious behavior that captured interest, but rather the striking beauty they collectively exuded, creating a picturesque scene. Bro, look over there. Wow, what a stunning beauty. One exclaimed. It's not just about size. Her attire, figure, and looks, my goodness. The last time I saw so many beauties was ages ago. Another remarked. Look at them. They're not from our school, are they? Definitely not. With my 2.5 years of experience in observing beauties, only Su Xuejia from our school can compare to them. Am I the only one who notices the guy in the center? I'm genuinely envious. He is a role model for us. One sighed. I wish I could slide over and ask him to take me under his wing. Su Fan, somewhat exasperated, had intended to remain low-key, but his presence commanded attention. Higher-tier supernatural beings could better withstand the cold, and while ordinary folks were bundled in thick winter coats. The group's attire, though not exactly summer wear, was more akin to that of spring or autumn. Amidst a sea of apocalyptic-themed ensembles, their appearance alone was sufficient to draw gazes. Not to mention the extraordinary beauty of the 4 women, each capable of becoming the center of attention on their own. Master the phone. Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren suddenly remembered an important matter, eagerly urging Su Fan to contact Chen Xiaoqian. Reluctantly, Su Fan handed over his phone to the two, then surveyed the crowd. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar face, Luo Sheng. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Luo Sheng had also reached level 10. Luo Sheng emerged from the direction of the comprehensive building, his expression dark, but upon catching sight of the lively group, he donned a smile. Bro, you've come to Jiang University. Luo Sheng, still unfamiliar with how to address Su Fan, recalled their first meeting when Su Fan had introduced himself as a fan of Su Xuejia. However, given Su Fan's evident prowess, it was clear that this was a jest. Where's Su Xuanyue? Su Fan inquired, hoping Luo Sheng would guide him. He intended to locate Su Xuanyue first, and then have her lead him to Motian. Luo Sheng's expression faltered. Su Xuejia is under house arrest. Excuse me? Su Fan's brow furrowed. Who could possibly confine your Su Xuejia? It's senior sister Hui Qiyu and senior Qi Jian. Their levels are comparable to Su Xuejia's. Given that Luo Sheng had been saved by Su Xuanyue, he naturally leaned towards her cause. Learning of her confinement compelled him to investigate. Upon seeing Su Fan, he felt he had grasped at straws. This man would surely take action regarding Su Xuejia's situation. Do you know where she is? Lead the way, Su Fan urged. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, he believed that capturing those responsible and extracting the truth would suffice. Where to now? Murmured Mu Xiaowan, tugging at Su Fan's shirt as she announced that her ex-girlfriend had arrived. I am currently occupied, Su Fan replied with indifference. The group, guided by Luo Sheng, proceeded towards the comprehensive building. Their striking presence attracted the attention of passers-by, who trailed behind, curious about the unfolding spectacle. With her phone in hand, Mu Xiaowan whispered, "Sister Ruoren, it seems we must initiate Plan B and confront the ex-girlfriend." Chapter 50. Gunfire. How has she been at school these past few days? Su Fan inquired of Luo Sheng while nearing the comprehensive building. Sister Su has advanced to level 11 since her return. We've encountered her a few times. She has been hunting the white wolf alone. Currently, she should be at level 15, caught on the snow crystal of the Snow Ape Lord. Sister Su appears to prefer solitude, rarely teaming up with others to tackle the Snow Ape Lord. Su Fan nodded, synthesizing the information provided by Gu Yelan, which offered insights into the conventional leveling methods of their kind. Unlike Lin Dai and her companions, who directly utilized blood potions to enhance their levels, ordinary ability users faced a far more arduous path. At level 0, one could ascend to level 5 by collecting snowflakes. Beyond level 5, it became necessary to slay monsters and utilize the crystals they dropped for advancement. To reach level 10, one needed the snow crystals from the Snowball Lord for a breakthrough. Upon attaining level 15, the Snow Ape Lord would be the next target, while level 20 would require facing the White Wolf Lord. If a monster's level was significantly lower than that of the ability user, the effectiveness of leveling up would diminish greatly. The White Wolf Lord represented the pinnacle of monster levels, with the highest global level barely surpassing 20. After advancing to level 11, Su Xuanyue focused on hunting the White Wolf. Upon reaching level 15, she would need to defeat the level 15 Snow Ape Lord. However, the levels of Lord-class monsters increase by 5 within their territories, effectively making them level 20. Thus, a level 15 ability user would find it nearly impossible to conquer such foes alone. In essence, cooperation among ability users was essential. Teams were required to acquire the Lord-level snow crystals to facilitate their progression. Su Fan had witnessed Su Xuanyue's prowess in solo combat. With a formidable sword in hand, she could effortlessly slay monsters of higher levels. By the way, wasn't her sword broken previously? She has been seeking a blacksmith to forge a new one these past few days. Unfortunately, the only 2 blacksmiths at our school have been summoned to the military district. I wonder how Sister Su, with her swordsmanship talent, is managing. In a matter of moments, Su Fan arrived at the entrance of the comprehensive building. However, he did not rush inside but instead slowed his pace to extend his perception. On the second floor, in a dance studio, he found Su Xuanyue seated by the window, her hair gently stirred by the breeze. Her visage was cool and unadorned, in contrast to the mundane faces surrounding her. Su Xuanyue sat here as if the world outside held no significance for her. A man and a woman stood guard outside the dance studio, resembling a pair of classmates who were indifferent to one another. "Huiqiyu, how long must we remain here?" Qi Jin's expression betrayed his impatience. "It won't be long. Mo Tian said he would arrive by 7:30. Huiqiyu cast a resentful glance at the time on her phone. Who knows what that scoundrel is up to? I can't even enjoy my beauty sleep today just to keep an eye on her. As footsteps approached, Huiqiyu's demeanor shifted. "Ahem, Senior Hua. We are here to see Senior Su," Luo Sheng politely interjected. "Senior Su is currently resting inside. Chairman Mo specifically requested that she not be disturbed." Huiqiyu replied with a tone laced with sweetness. Huiqiyu sported a cute mid-length hairstyle, her outfit adorned with meticulous embellishments, and her face bore an innocent expression. Su Fan cast a glance at her, probing. Name, Huiqiyu. Level, 15. Ability, Water Element. Age, 22. Appearance, Ethereal. Dual Cultivation Experience, 3. Hint, the other party meets the furnace conditions. Studying the panel, Su Fan noted that her appearance indeed met the criteria. I am a friend of Senior Su. I need to see her regarding an important matter. Su Fan stepped closer to Huiqiyu, but Qi Jin moved slightly forward, blocking his path. Nonsense. How could Senior Su have friends? You must be from outside. What brings you to Jiang University? Qi Jin scrutinized Su Fan before his attention was drawn to the 2 stunning beauties, Lin Dai and Gu Yelan, who flanked him. Who was this man? And how did he have such exquisite companions? Did he even deserve to stand alongside them, being only of level 15? Su Fan frowned. His patience was wearing thin. Yes, he is my friend. Su Xuanyue appeared at the doorway, her gaze towards Su Fan brightening slightly. I need to go out with my friend. Is that permissible? She stated coldly to the 2 guards. That is out of the question. Huiqiyu extended her left hand to block the entrance. Without Chairman Mo's permission, you cannot leave. Then let your Chairman Mo come here. I would like to speak with him, Su Fan replied, smiling with his hands tucked in his pockets. Upon mentioning Chairman Mo's name, the expressions of both guards seemed to gain an air of confidence. Chairman Mo is not someone you can meet at will. You should leave quickly, or I will have no choice but to be impolite. After saying this, Huiqiyu conjured a sphere of water in her hand. Seeing this, Su Shuangyue lifted her sword, drawing it halfway from its sheath. Su Fan glanced at Su Shuangyue's weapon. It was an ordinary sword, significantly inferior to the one she had wielded during their first encounter. It appeared she had yet to find a smith to forge her a new blade. Had she been using such a sword to hunt the white wolves these past few days? Su Shuangyue, I warn you not to make a move. The regulation prohibiting internal strife within the campus was established by Chairman Mo. Do you wish to test the consequences? Huiqi raised his head and declared loudly. Su Shuangyue, upon hearing the name, paused momentarily and slightly sheathed her sword, yet she did not relent. Qi Jian, a boy beside Huiqi, stepped forward, his feet stirring the creeping vines beneath him. My mood is rather foul at the moment. If you do not leave, I will be compelled to take action. Oh. Su Fan chuckled. Care to try? Upon hearing this, Qi Jian's expression darkened, and a surge of supernatural energy radiated from him, causing the entire corridor to become ensnared with wooden tendrils that emerged from the floor, walls, and ceiling in all directions. Huiqi swiftly evaded to the side, while Su Shuangyue, aware of Su Fan's prowess, retreated into the dance studio. Qi Jian felt confident in his attack. The narrow corridor left the opponents with no escape, and his wooden tendrils, sharp-tipped, were capable of piercing even the thick fur of a white wolf. In response, Su Fan raised his hand, unleashing a burst of flames that incinerated the encroaching vines. He expertly controlled the intensity of his fire, ensuring that no one else would be harmed in the confined space of the corridor. Qi Jian was momentarily taken aback to see his wooden tendrils ablaze. His abilities were not of ordinary wood, and typical flames would not affect them, indicating that his opponent's powers were also formidable. With a sullen expression, Qi Jian remarked, "So it appears you possess flame abilities that counter my wood powers. Consider yourself fortunate." Huiqi, it's your turn. Even with such a counter, it shouldn't be impossible to retaliate in one move. Huiqi, slightly displeased, stepped forward, for this was a matter of Chairman Mo's orders. Just then, Su Fan sensed something and instinctively leaned to the left. Bang! A bullet whizzed past him, striking the wall, and ricocheted, grazing Huiqi's calf and eliciting a sharp cry from her. Chapter 51. A significant move. A bullet? Su Fan turned to scan the surroundings, questioning who had fired. Gu Yalan beside him maintained a calm demeanor and whispered, "It was a 300 Magnum bullet from a sniper rifle." Su Fan swiftly extended his vast consciousness towards the adjacent teaching building, catching sight of a gun barrel disappearing from the window. In a matter of moments, he processed the situation. Only 5 minutes had passed since he entered Jiang University, and merely 1 minute since the conflict began with Huiqi and Qi Jian. Either Jiang University had stationed a sniper for security, or preparations for the rifle had commenced the moment he set foot on campus. If it were security, would there be a need to flee after firing? Su Fan could not recall harboring any enemies at Jiang University, yet the thought of the elusive Chairman Mo floated to his mind. With that realization, Su Fan sprang into action, leaping from the second-floor window and swiftly making his way towards the teaching building. Su Fan navigated through the throngs of students on campus. What is happening? Did you hear gunshots? A gun in school, no less, and an AWM at that. How did you discern it? Just kidding, I'm a veteran of the elite. In a mere 3 seconds, Su Fan completed a 100-meter dash. Upon reaching the base of the academic building, he unleashed his consciousness to search. Nearly the entire structure lay within the purview of his mental awareness. Su Fan swiftly pinpointed a male student clad in a yellow jacket, crouching by a 4th-floor window, clutching a sniper rifle, attempting to flee down the corridor. Found him. Su Fan ascended to the 4th floor with haste. However, just as he set foot on that level, he witnessed the boy collapsing in a daze through his mental visualization. Did he fall? Su Fan found the situation somewhat absurd. No, this was not right. As he approached the student in the yellow jacket, he discovered him sprawled face down on the ground, the long sniper rifle discarded nearby. Blood trickled from his eyes and the corners of his mouth. There was no breath left in him. Su Fan crouched to inspect, noting the absence of external wounds. Yet the cause of death eluded him. Judging by the boy's contorted expression, it seemed someone had inflicted harm. Who could it be? Who possesses the capability to execute such an act? Within 5 minutes of Su Fan's arrival, The assailant had set up the sniper rifle for an assassination and, when cornered, eliminated the shooter without hesitation. Su Fan picked up the weapon from the ground, an AWM sniper rifle, recognizable even to him. This was Jiang University's campus. Who could wield such a formidable firearm? In an environment where hunting monsters could enhance one's abilities, possessing such a powerful weapon would make it exceedingly easy to dispatch lower-level creatures. Yet, the adversary had resorted to this weapon for an assassination attempt against him. Likely, to prevent the shooter from divulging any information, they acted ruthlessly to cover their tracks. The hostility was palpable, and the stakes were high. Of course, they probably remained unaware of Su Fan's physical prowess. Still, he dared not underestimate the situation. Bullets were one thing, but who could say if missiles awaited him next? Su Fan scrutinized the boy's appearance. He appeared to be an ordinary student. He extended his consciousness as far as possible, scanning the movements of everyone within a 100-meter radius, yet found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he sensed the possibility of being watched. Thus, he opted not to utilize a storage bag to stow the confiscated sniper rifle, instead cradling it in his arms. Elsewhere, after Su Fan leapt out of the window, a few individuals glanced outside to assess the situation. Lin Dai stepped forward, positioning herself beside Su Xuanyue. "Xuanyue, it's been a while," she remarked. Su Xuanyue paused, turning to gaze at Lin Dai's striking visage for a couple of seconds. "Lin Dai? Yes, it's me. To be recognized by the campus beauty of Su University is quite an honor," Lin Dai replied with a hint of playful jest. Before arriving at Jiangda, Lin Dai never anticipated that Su Fan would seek out Su Xuanyue. Although they attended different universities, they had crossed paths during a forum and encountered each other in various competitions. Their relationship could not be described as intimate, yet there existed a mutual appreciation that fostered a degree of familiarity. "I hadn't heard from you since graduation. I never expected to see you here," Su Xuanyue remarked, her previously indifferent expression softening slightly. "That man earlier, his name is Su Fan, right? You came here with him. Who is he?" Lin Dai pondered for a moment before responding. "We refer to him as our master. He saved my life. Without him, I would have perished in a most tragic manner." Su Xuanyue's eyes widened slightly at the first statement, but she nodded in understanding upon hearing the rest. "I see. He has saved me as well. Leave this to us. I will take you away," Lin Dai said earnestly as she grasped Su Xuanyue's hand. With Su Fan now absent, she was determined to assist him in escorting Su Xuanyue away. For Lin Dai and her companion Gu Yalan, this task was quite manageable. "You gentlemen have departed. Why are you still lingering?" Hui Qiyu, having observed the scene from the window without any discernible change, turned to see Lin Dai and Gu Yalan still present, and his face hardened. What gentlemen? How could these two beautiful ladies possibly be associated with them? Qi Jian, overhearing this, felt discontent. These two stunning beauties were opportunities he wished to explore, especially Lin Dai, who stood alongside the campus beauty Su Xuanyue, radiating an aura that could rival hers. Su Xuanyue's aloof demeanor was certainly unapproachable, yet he was willing to try his luck with other beauties. "My dear lady, I believe we could discuss matters at our leisure," Qi Jian said, clearing his throat and stepping forward to extend his hand. Lin Dai's gaze turned icy, her expression clearly conveying a single word: leave. Recognizing this familiar expression, Qi Jian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was this not the signature icy demeanor of Su Xuanyue? Could Lin Dai also be an iceberg? He chuckled awkwardly and glanced at Gu Yalan beside her. Wow, she seems equally formidable. Her aura, her presence, so mature, and that perfectly alluring figure. She embodies my ideal type. Qi Jian's eyes sparkled at the prospect of befriending such stunningly beautiful women. He took a couple of steps towards Gu Yalan, extending his hand. "Hello? Leave." Gu Yalan replied coolly, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Qi Jian felt his spirit crushed. One icy demeanor could be attributed to Su Xuanyue. But why did all three enchanting beauties share such an attitude towards him? Had they not witnessed his extraordinary abilities unleashed moments ago? Qi Jian felt his confidence wavering. Was it not said that strength in a post-apocalyptic world would attract women? Why was this not manifesting in his reality? Chapter 52. Gu Yalan takes action. The playing cards are ready. Hui Qiyu, unable to bear the sight any longer, remarked, "Qi Jian, are you not ashamed? As a level 15 esper, do you really need to curry favor with women? Aren't you also trying to please Chairman Mo?" Qi Jian felt a surge of anger at that moment. What level does Chairman Mo occupy? It is not comparable. If you were to behave this way in front of a female version of Chairman Mo, I would not utter a word. Huichi retorted with wide eyes. Never mind, let us deal with the matter at hand. If we allow Senior Sister Su to leave, Chairman Mo will punish us. As Qi Jian spoke, both he and Huichi recalled the chairman's cruel side, involuntarily shivering. A glow of power emanated from Qi Jian's hands as he turned his gaze towards Lin Dai and Gu Yilan. Once you truly experience my abilities, you will understand how to treat me. I warn you once more, are you certain you wish to take Senior Sister Su away? Lin Dai and the others remained silent as Gu Yilan drew a dagger from her boot, holding it firmly in her hand. Very well, then be cautious. Qi Jian clapped his hands together, and dozens of wooden tendrils emerged from the walls, closing in on the individuals standing in the corridor, intent on trapping them. Gu Yilan twirled the dagger in her hand, while a purplish-black shadow surged from her, enveloping her entirely. Simultaneously, her movements began to falter. What kind of ability is this? Upon seeing Gu Yilan wield her shadow power, Qi Jian immediately redirected all summoned tendrils towards her. However, from Qi Jian's perspective, Gu Yilan stood still, dagger in hand, gazing at him, her figure seemingly frozen. Yet, 1 second later, the scene flickered, and Gu Yilan had vanished from her original position, reappearing merely 2 meters away. Qi Jian's pupils dilated, a hint of shock crossing his face, but he reacted swiftly, summoning several rings of wooden tendrils to shield himself. Bang! Gu Yilan's dagger sliced through the tendrils, severing 6 or 7 of them. A cold sweat broke out on Qi Jian's back as he stepped back 2 paces, relieved to have blocked the strike. Is this woman's strength truly so terrifying? Be careful, her abilities may also exceed level 15. Recognizing the situation was dire, Huichi immediately raised his hand to activate his power. Water Prison. Huichi conjured a flowing water shield around Gu Yilan, the currents sharp as blades. Any ordinary person who touched it would have their fingers sliced. Seeing that Gu Yilan was fighting Huichi to take her away, Su Xianwu drew her sword and moved towards Huichi. Su Xianwu, what are you doing? Are you going to attack me? Have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, the purplish-black shadows erupted from all directions around Huichi's water shield, rapidly enveloping and dissolving it. Noticing this, Huichi hurriedly conjured a water curtain between himself and Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu, whose side are you on? Do you dare defy Chairman Mo's rules? As Su Xianwu surged forward, she unleashed a flurry of sword light, shattering the water curtain into a spray of droplets. I am a person of Jiang University, not a subordinate of anyone, she declared coldly. With a swift motion, she executed 3 slashes, sending 3 streams of sword energy hurtling towards Huichi. One blade rushed directly at him, while the other 2 flanked him on either side. Huichi responded by conjuring 3 high-pressure water blades that collided with the central sword energy, but they were effortlessly severed. Huichi, although you too are at level 15, did you truly earn your advancement on your own? Su Xianwu's figure flickered, striking from the right. Yet, as Huichi summoned his powers to resist, she reappeared on the left. I'm done fighting, Huichi exclaimed, quickly forming a water orb that detonated in front of him. He then retreated 2 steps and turned to flee. Just as Su Xianwu contemplated pursuing him, a flash of blade light zipped past her. Gu Yilan, having shattered the water prison, darted around Qi Jian from all directions, his crucial maneuvers concealed in the shadows. Qi Jian had no choice but to unleash his powers, encasing himself in a defensive layer of wood energy. However, Gu Yilan's dagger sliced through it effortlessly, severing the wood within mere seconds, and lunged directly for his throat. Don't kill him, Su Xianwu shouted in haste. The dagger glided gently across the side of Qi Jian's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Gu Yilan withdrew his dark, purplish shadow and revealed himself with an air of arrogance. Qi Jian was drenched in cold sweat. The pain in his neck and the trickle of blood could not overshadow his astonishment. The speed, the ferocity of the attack, and that peculiar ability. What kind of power was this? He vowed never to underestimate a woman again. This was the Night Queen. Is it not resolved yet? At that moment, Su Fan appeared from the corridor, cradling an AWM sniper rifle in his arms. Huichi, still reeling from the combat prowess of Su Xianwu and the overwhelming might of Gu Yilan, felt his pupils constrict upon seeing the sniper rifle in Su Fan's hands. Isn't that Chairman Mo's sniper rifle? Was it Chairman Mo who fired earlier? What has happened for this weapon to be in his possession? Huichi pondered in shock. This will be settled now. Lin Dai nodded slightly, exuding an imposing aura. She approached the two men, and despite not having yet engaged in battle, Hua Qiyu and Qi Jian dared not question each other's capabilities any longer. We are taking Su Xuanyue with us. If you intend to obstruct us, you should act swiftly, Lin Dai stated with a faint smile, radiating an air of intimidation. Hua Qiyu was now in a state of panic. The unfamiliar man, Su Fan, turned away after speaking, seemingly indifferent to the scene around him. What should we do? Qi Jian's forehead beaded with sweat, yet he dared not flee, fearing the wrath of Chairman Mo above them. Ding ling ling. Hua Qiyu's phone rang, and she quickly retrieved it, glancing at the caller ID before answering urgently. 5 seconds later, she set down her phone. Chairman Mo has instructed us to let her go. Su Fan glanced over, and indeed, there were watchers in this vicinity. It was likely that the one tasked with assassinating him was none other than Chairman Mo. Initially, Su Fan had suspected the influence of the Gu family and other powerful factions from the imperial capital, or perhaps that enigmatic association. But he hadn't anticipated that a mere school could harbor such hidden talents. Humph, let's depart. Hua Qiyu called out to Qi Jian and was ready to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps ascended the stairs. Su Fan, what brings you here? Su Fan turned his gaze to find it was Chen Xiaoqian. Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren followed closely behind, their expressions betraying a hint of panic as they looked at Su Fan. Su Fan coldly inquired, what is she doing here? Mu Xiaowan shrank back, sticking out her tongue. There was a bit of an incident. We initially planned to use your chat ID to invite her to the school gate, but she spotted you downstairs. Things had deviated from their plan. They had prepared both the king and queen cards. Lu Ruren awkwardly smiled, raising the playing cards in her hand. Chapter 53, The End of the Apocalypse, and you will have no more opportunities. You, an outsider. How dare you wander about Jiang University? And what about the items you were supposed to bring? Chen Xiaoqian, visibly agitated, directly disregarded Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren's comments. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoqian's demeanor, Su Fan couldn't even muster the energy for a routine inquiry, even if she barely achieved an ethereal rating. He had no desire to take her in. Moreover, if he were to uncover any significant dual cultivation experiences, his heart might not withstand it. I forgot. Su Fan replied nonchalantly. Forgot? Chen Xiaoqian's temper flared once more. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? You brought nothing. Are you even a man? Do you know how I've spent these past few days? My roommate's boyfriend brings her gifts every day. And you? Su Fan's expression darkened. While Chen Xiaoqian usually liked to cultivate a positive persona, at times she lacked any sense of logic or reason. Before Su Fan could respond, Chen Xiaoqian finished her outburst and cast a disdainful glance around. When her gaze fell upon Hua Qiyu and Qi Jian, her expression abruptly shifted, and she forced a smile. I apologize for the interruption. Chen Xiaoqian recognized them as two of Jiang University's most elite individuals with supernatural abilities. Their images and deeds were well known throughout the various groups at the university. They were figures beyond her reach, and her ex-boyfriend's appearance here was simply humiliating. I'm sorry. We'll take our leave now, she said, bowing her head in apology. Then, she called out to Su Fan, aren't you leaving soon? We can talk later. All eyes in the room were focused on Chen Xiaoqian. Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren fidgeted awkwardly, their expressions barely containing their discomfort. Su Xuanyue looked at Chen Xiaoqian in astonishment. She respected both Hua Qiyu and Qi Jian, yet dared to yell at Su Fan. Whose subordinate is she? Hua Qiyu also wore a puzzled expression, tentatively asking Chen Xiaoqian, could he be your boyfriend? Upon realizing that a top-tier ability user from Jiang University was showing concern for her, Chen Xiaoqian felt compelled to maintain her composure. That depends on his performance. After speaking, she cast a glance at Qi Jian, noticing that he was observing her intently. Was there a glimmer of interest in his eyes? Chen Xiaoqian immediately composed herself and, in her usual gentle tone, clarified, he is not. I am currently single. Oh, Hua Qiyu paused for a moment, as if understanding something. No worries, you two carry on. We were just about to leave. She promptly took Qi Jian and hurried away. Qi Jian, bewildered, exchanged a puzzled glance with Chen Xiaoqian before departing. Let us go? Su Fan said, not wishing to engage further, as he beckoned Lin Dai and the others to prepare to leave. Stop. Chen Xiaoqian blocked Su Fan's path. Where are you going? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Oh, I see. You forgot the item you were supposed to bring me, and now you're going to retrieve it, right? Hurry up. I'll only wait here for an hour. Su Fan felt somewhat speechless. Since he began cultivating, especially upon entering the foundation establishment stage, he He had gradually distanced himself from worldly entanglements. He bore no deep-seated grudge against Chen Xiaoqian, and his past contributions were made without expectation of return. Such was his character. Though Su Fan initially wished to ignore Chen Xiaoqian, her confidence was overwhelming. I've already stated that I am not your boyfriend. What gives you the right to expect me to bring you anything? What right? If you simply fulfill what a man ought to do, I might consider being your girlfriend. Is that not clear? Chen Xiaoqian's voice rose significantly. No need. I am not interested. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively, akin to rejecting a street vendor's pitch. Chen Xiaoqian's expression turned to one of disbelief. How dare he speak to her like that? Su Fan, think before you speak. If I become angry, you will have no chance of being with me. Chen Xiaoqian lifted her chin slightly, wielding her words as a threat. That is perfectly fine, Su Fan replied, acknowledging her. What is this attitude? Are you aware of your own situation? Su Fan, remember your place. You are merely a low-level employee, just a part-time delivery person. I, on the other hand, am a graduate student at Xi'an University. Having the opportunity to be with me is a privilege. Chen Xiaoqian, feeling the pressure of her usual threats failing, panicked and shouted loudly. What does this have to do with the current apocalypse? Su Fan frowned, wondering how a graduate student could be so short-sighted. What do you know? People like you are myopic, only able to see the present. Now, Xi'an University is filled with extraordinary individuals, and the strength of the patrol team is formidable. The surrounding monsters are gradually being eradicated, and the snow is being cleared away. Once they have dealt with the beasts, we can begin to restore order. Chen Xiaoqian spoke with disdain, asserting, what relevance does that have to your current inability to procure food? Su Fan inquired sincerely. Eating is merely a temporary means of sustaining life. Even if you possess some food, such material possessions are transient and external. However, my education is intrinsic and belongs to me. Once the apocalypse concludes and order is reinstated, you might find it impossible to secure employment. You could end up delivering takeout or laboring to reconstruct the city. Meanwhile, I will still be a top graduate. Do you think you will have a chance to be with me then? I advise you to adopt a more forward-thinking perspective. Even if you amass abundant resources in the future, opportunities will have slipped away. Upon hearing this, Lin Dai was taken aback. Casting a peculiar glance at Su Shuangyue, does Xi'an University have such experts? Su Shuangyue shook her head and sighed. Chen Xiaoqian inhaled deeply, pressing her advantage. What skills will you possess then? Which woman would be interested in you? Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren, momentarily stunned by Chen Xiaoqian's rhythm, exchanged glances. Realizing an opportunity had presented itself, Mu Xiaowan stepped forward, linking her arm with Su Fan's, pressing her body against his. I can see your worth. She glanced at Chen Xiaoqian before affectionately nudging Su Fan's shoulder with her head. Chen Xiaoqian's eyes widened. She had noticed a girl with commendable looks nearby, mistakenly believing her to be just a passerby. Upon seeing Mu Xiaowan's appearance and attire, even without comparison, it was evident that her beauty rivaled her own. Has Su Fan swiftly found a new girlfriend? What skill does he possess to attract her? While Chen Xiaoqian's thoughts raced, Lu Ruren also nestled closer, wrapping her arms around Su Fan's other arm. Boom. Chen Xiaoqian felt a wave of confusion. This was another striking figure, and she too found Su Fan appealing? The crux of the matter was that Su Fan had somehow attracted two women simultaneously. It was utterly bewildering. Yet, Chen Xiaoqian was determined not to lose her composure. After a moment of hesitation, she declared, only superficial women would be interested in you. What culture do they possess? What inner depth? From your words, it seems there is little evidence of cultural refinement on your part either, Lin Dai interjected, stepping beside Chen Xiaoqian, her commanding presence radiating like a reflection on a tranquil lake. Before the apocalypse, culture was not merely a tool for arrogance. In the present, it holds even less significance. Moreover, how much do you truly possess? Chen Xiaoqian turned her gaze, and Lin Dai's tall figure towered over her by half a head, exuding an aura of elegance and fullness. Overwhelmed by her own inadequacy, Chen Xiaoqian instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. Could you be that Lin Dai? A silhouette surfaced in her mind, and her eyes widened in astonishment. This was the prodigy who had graced the pages of the Jiangxing City newspaper. Someone she had encountered before. How could she possibly be here? What stunned her further was the scene that unfolded before her. Lin Dai gracefully approached Su Fan, softly uttering the word master before positioning herself beside him. The world around Chen Xiaoqian felt absurd. Her thoughts became a tumultuous whirlpool. Yet, a surge of defiance welled within her. Despite her confusion, she yearned to assert herself. You are, at the end of the day, merely ordinary people. If I were to marry into a wealthy family, our social strata would be irrevocably altered. Chen Xiaoqian felt as though she had finally found a perspective from which to voice her frustrations, bolstering her crumbling spirit. Even if you possess everything, what does it matter? Do you not realize that there are always those more powerful than you? What concern is this of yours? Lu Ruren could not help but mutter, bewildered by the girl's audacity in speaking such words. Which affluent family would ever look your way? Even a modest household with a net worth of 100 million would scarcely spare you a glance. Gu Yilan's cold, weighty voice resonated, causing Chen Xiaoqian to turn her attention towards the sound, her pupils trembling. She recognized this individual. Once, after devouring a novel about a domineering CEO, Chen Xiaoqian had whimsically researched every affluent character she could find online. Though information on such families was scarce, Gu Yilan, with her star-like presence, had participated in several public events. Her aura, reminiscent of a queen of the night, was so striking that upon seeing her in reality, Chen Xiaoqian immediately recognized her. Then, Gu Yilan leaned in close to Chen Xiaoqian's ear and softly intoned, "Do you think you are worthy?" Chen Xiaoqian felt as though she were unraveling. From the very beginning, she had been unable to present anything that could compare to the women surrounding her. Nevertheless, she persisted, yearning to assert her voice. Yet, before these goddess-like figures, she found herself at a loss for words. In the past, merely exchanging a word with someone like Lin Dai or Gu Yilan would have been a privilege for her. But now, she felt utterly defeated, as if she were disintegrating. However, Lin Dai, having overheard Gu Yilan's words, was visibly displeased. Indeed, your esteemed status as a member of the elite means that merely being favored by a young master could ruin a life. Lin Dai could not resist a sarcastic remark, to which Gu Yilan merely shrugged, offering no rebuttal. Chen Xiaoqian swayed unsteadily, as if unable to maintain her balance, uncertain of what still anchored her thoughts. Mu Xiaowan released Su Fan's arm and stepped forward, taking Chen Xiaoqian's hand in hers. Mu Xiaowan spoke with genuine eyes, "Do not despair. Continue your life with your new ID." A playing card was placed in Chen Xiaoqian's hand by Mu Xiaowan, and as she focused her mind, she realized it was a king. There was also a copy. Lu Ruren, with a warm expression, gently handed her a joker as well. Chen Xiaoqian felt as if her mind were spinning, and she suddenly slumped to the ground, tightly clutching the two cards. Am I the joker? Am I the joker? Chen Xiaoqian's gaze fixated on the joker on the card, and she burst into a manic laughter. Ha ha! Yes, I am the joker, ha ha! Su Xuanyue cleared her throat and approached from Chen Xiaoqian's side with an imposing aura. "This junior," she said, "monsters are rampaging outside. You are too weak. Hurry back to your dormitory and hide." Chen Xiaoqian's laughter abruptly ceased as she realized Su Xuanyue was also present. This top-tier ability user from Jiang University, a valiant warrior, was indeed with Su Fan. Under Su Xuanyue's overwhelming presence, Chen Xiaoqian felt herself diminishing, as if burrowing underground. "No, I am not the joker." After a pause, she continued, "I know I am weak. I am a mouse. I am a mouse. Haha. A mouse should return to its burrow." Chen Xiaoqian stood up, ready to leave. Suddenly, her expression shifted as if a previously mad consciousness became acutely aware. She seemed to have overlooked something. Indeed, no matter how exceptional they were merely surrounding Su Fan. This implied that Su Fan was an extraordinarily capable and powerful individual, something she had failed to recognize. Given her relationship with Su Fan, as long as he was with her, what did those women matter? Su Fan had come to Jiang University to find her, had he not? And her poor attitude had angered him. That was close. She almost let them deceive her. Chen Xiaoqian stood before Su Fan, striving to muster a flower-like smile. "Su Fan, I apologize for my earlier conduct. Can we get back together?" "Impossible," Su Fan replied resolutely without hesitation. "No, it's all right. You must still resent me. I will behave better and earn your affection. I do not like you." "Leave," Su Fan said irritably, already rendered speechless by Chen Xiaoqian. Chen Xiaoqian's expression fell into despair once more. "Let me ask you one last question. Do you still harbor even a shred of affection for me?" "No." Chen Xiaoqian stood frozen, finally engulfed in utter hopelessness. "All right, I understand." She seemed drained of spirit, swaying as she walked toward the office with the open door. She climbed onto the windowsill, resolutely turning back to Su Fan, as if to threaten him with her life. "Jumping? This is the second floor." Su Fan's expression twitched. Do not suggest that a normal person merely sprains an ankle after falling. You are, after all, an enhanced individual with extraordinary abilities. What harm could such a height inflict? Just as Chen Xiaoqian was about to respond, a sudden ringtone pierced the air from outside the window. She froze, recognizing the familiar tone belonging to her roommate, Li Ying. Glancing around, it seemed to emanate from an office on the upper floor. The ringing ceased, only for her own phone to chime moments later. With a dazed expression, Chen Xiaoqian answered, finding it was Li Ying's boyfriend, Wang Yong, on the line. Hello, Senior Chen. Do you know where Ying is? I've been trying to reach her, but she is not answering. I've been battling monsters all night, and the snow crystal is now sufficient for her to level up to level 8. Where is she? The creatures outside are causing quite a ruckus. Chen Xiaoqian looked up, realizing Li Ying had not returned to the dormitory the previous night. Come to the second floor of the comprehensive building, she instructed. After hanging up, she stared blankly downwards, seemingly coming to a realization. She exited the office, passing by Su Fan and the others, only to be confronted by Wang Yong, whose face was etched with worry and excitement. Senior, where's Ying? With determination, Chen Xiaoqian pressed 2 playing cards into Wang Yong's hand and pointed diagonally upwards. They are in the office on the 3rd floor. Chapter 55. If I could be reborn. Motion seeks collaboration. They? Wang Yong questioned, bewildered, but with newfound direction, he dashed towards the 3rd floor. Mu Xiaowan leaned towards Su Fan, whispering, Master. It feels like there's a story unfolding. Su Fan expanded his consciousness, discerning the activities in the office above, where a pair of individuals were hurriedly dressing. The tall male figure was none other than Shi Qibing, whom he had previously encountered. Chen Xiaoqian stood nearby, lost in thought, her face reflecting a resolute expression. Once, you cared for me in countless ways, yet I failed to cherish you and lost my chance. I understand now, there is no future for us. If I could be reborn, I would treasure you wholeheartedly. With that, Chen Xiaoqian resolutely sprinted towards the rooftop. A heavy silence enveloped the others. What is she doing? Is she going to jump off to be reborn? This online fiction is truly harmful. Wang Yong arrived at the 3rd floor and knocked on the office door. Ying, are you in there? Receiving no answer, he dialed her number again, the ringtone echoing. Ying, are you inside? Why aren't you answering? I've brought the snow crystal. Just leave it at the door. Li Ying's voice came from within. I'm not a delivery person. Wang Yong pounded on the door with growing urgency. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a knife that pierced through Wang Yong's chest. Staring ahead, he was met by the sight of his own close friend. Brother Bing? How could this happen? Wang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yongzi, there's no choice. You found out too much, Shi Qibing said with a sinister smile, driving the blade deeper. In an instant, Wang Yong finally comprehended the unfolding reality. His hands fell limply to his sides, a bag of fresh snow crystals tumbling to the ground with a soft thud, while 2 playing cards fluttered from his grasp. He sank to his knees, his face contorted with the effort of holding back his breath. Ying, I treated you so well, why did you betray me? Brother, sure. I would do anything you asked, why treat me this way? Wang Yong's body trembled, each word painfully extracted from his lips. Why? Li Ying stepped before him, coldly responding. Simply because you are too weak. Brother Bing is a member of the Purge Committee, holding sway over Jiang University's resources. He has awakened a water-type mutated ability and is now at level 10, while you remain at level 8 with a worthless ability that cannot even be named. In this apocalyptic world, that is your fate. With a mocking laugh, Li Ying withdrew the knife from his chest and plunged it into his ribcage once more. Blood gushed from Wang Yong as he felt his life force rapidly ebbing away. In his final moments, gritting his teeth, he murmured, in this apocalypse, I gave everything for my girlfriend and fought for my brothers, yet they conspired against me. My level is lacking because all resources were given to her. She coveted another's water-type ability, oblivious to my god-level devouring power. If I could be reborn, I would change it all. With that, Wang Yong breathed his last. Master, may I slay those treacherous wretches? Mu Xiaowan seethed. A few of them were on the 2nd floor, unable to perceive the scene as Su Fan did with his spiritual sense. However, the physical prowess of a level 20 ability user granted them superior hearing compared to ordinary folk. Though they lacked visuals, the dialogue alone revealed the grim events. What's wrong? Are you filled with righteous indignation? Su Fan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Xiaowan. Indeed, she asserted resolutely, arms crossed in discontent. Hello, Sister Su. At that moment, Shi Qibing and Li Ying descended the stairs, greeting Su Xuanyue upon spotting her. Mu Xiaowan rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap to each of them. Shi Qibing was knocked to the ground, and Li Ying's face was left disfigured from the blow. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Shi Qibing, fresh from committing murder, still reeking of bloodlust, was about to explode in fury when he caught sight of Su Fan. His pupils constricted in sudden terror, recalling the last encounter where he had been utterly immobilized by this formidable figure. What is this terrifying person doing at Jiang University? Just in time, come here. Su Fan beckoned to Shi Qibing with a smile. Fear flickered across Shi Qibing's face as he mustered the courage to reply, I'm sorry. Chairman Imo is looking for me about something. I must take my leave. Oh, where can I find Chairman Imo? Do take me to meet him. Su Fan advanced a couple of steps toward Shi Qibing. Chairman Imo, save me. Shi Qibing turned and fled, calling out loudly. On the ground, Li Ying did not anticipate that Shi Qibing would so cowardly run away, but she could only hastily pursue him. Catch him, Su Fan instructed. With her cloud-treading boots, Mu Xiaowan moved with astonishing speed, swiftly grasping Li Ying and lifting her up. What are you doing with this? It's of no use, Su Fan remarked, shaking his head. Oh, Mu Xiaowan stepped forward and kicked off from the corner of the stairs, the force so tremendous that the tiles shattered beneath her. 5 seconds later, she leaped up, carrying Shi Qibing with her. Terror flickered in Shi Qibing's eyes. How could even the girl beside this man be so formidable? Su Fan narrowed his eyes and inquired. You mentioned Chairman Imo is looking for you? Yes. Shi Qibing clung to that name as if it were a lifeline. Su Fan placed his hand on Shi Qibing's head, initiating a soul search. He rummaged through Shi Qibing's mind for information about Chairman Imo. This individual had a mysterious presence. They could only contact him via text message. However, Su Fan managed to glean a glimpse of the man's appearance. He retracted his hand, shaking his head. The useful information buried within Shi Qibing's mind was still too scant. Dingling. Shi Qibing's phone rang. Su Fan glanced at the caller ID. It was indeed Chairman Imo. Answer it, he instructed. Reluctantly, Shi Qibing took the call, and 3 seconds later, he held the phone out to Su Fan. Chairman Imo requests to speak with you, Shi Qibing relayed. Su Fan chuckled softly, taking the phone without uttering a word. Hello. A steady voice greeted him. You are a guest at Jiang University. I regret that I am unable to welcome you due to an injury. You must have received some news already. To express my sincerity, I will clarify further. Various monsters are continuously emerging from the nearby snow cave. Starting from noon, all monsters will converge towards Jiang University. Our original plan was to evacuate, but given your presence and that of several high-level abilities by your side, if you are willing to serve as the main force in the defense, we might have a chance at holding our ground. If we can withstand this wave of monstrous upheaval, the entire Jiang University will be grateful to you. I hope we can cooperate. What do you think? This information was of little consequence to Su Fan. However, it was clear that they would not be evacuating. The others were inconsequential. But he was quite curious about Emotion. In Shi Qibing's memories, this person, though often elusive, frequently made appearances. Ever since Su Fan's arrival, he seemed to have become a shadowy puppeteer, avoiding any encounter with him, like a timid cat when guests arrive. Su Fan felt somewhat exasperated. Was he really that cautious? Very well. We will defend the entrance, Su Fan replied, but then pondered. However, our strength is limited and we will require your support. Indeed, it is my hope that we can maintain a cordial demeanor. The other party hesitated briefly before adding, you would do well to head towards the eastern canteen. The density of monsters is greatest in that direction. Chapter 56, Su Xuanyue, this sword is for you. Su Fan now possessed an additional objective. Beyond fulfilling his realm mission and obtaining rewards, he yearned to capture Emotion and delve into his soul to ascertain the situation. As the call ended, Shi Qibing felt a sense of relief upon learning that Emotion and Su Fan had forged an alliance. They were no longer adversaries. Ahem. Then it appears we shall be on the same front. You must refrain from making any moves. I shall take my leave now, Shi Qibing remarked with a smile. Su Fan cast him a cold glance and retorted, what of being on the same front? Brothers can still stab each other in the ribs. He then turned to Mu Xiaowan, stating, capture him, dispose of him as you see fit. Very well. Mu Xiaowan responded with an excited expression. Shi Qibing's face turned pale with fear. After all, I am a level 10 mutated water ability user. I will fight you. He gathered a sphere of water in his hands, the dark liquid swirling in an unusual manner. 5 seconds later, Mu Xiaowan leaped from the window into the small grove below, left hand clutching an ice figure, and right hand dragging a barely conscious Li Ying. As the clock struck 9, the training progress automatically increased. Ding! Training progress has increased. Realm, late foundation establishment, progress 3350. Current training speed, 32 points per day, with Gu Yalan's joining. The training speed saw a significant enhancement. Regardless of her internal sentiments, the added value would not diminish. Su Fan retrieved 3 Reaper's daggers from his pocket and distributed them among Mu Xiaowan, Lin Dai, and Lu Ruren. Seeing Su Fan pull out a 40-centimeter weapon from his modest pocket, Su Shuangyue's eyes flickered with surprise. Am I to receive one as well? Lu Ruren asked nervously. Su Fan glanced at her and replied, with the Emperor's armor, cloud-treading boots, and Reaper's daggers, even a pig outfitted with this set could wreak havoc. Fear not, Ruren. Stand behind me, Mu Xiaowan reassured, placing a hand on Lu Ruren's shoulder and patting her own chest. Lin Dai said nothing, gracefully stowing away the dagger resembling a short sword, standing elegantly beside Su Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fan produced another dagger and handed it to Gu Yalan. Although his trust in her was not yet robust, it had to be acknowledged that this weapon suited her well. Moreover, all 6 Reaper's daggers had originated from Gu Yalan's intimacy gift package. It was merely a form of return for her. With 2 daggers remaining, he decided to keep one for himself and reserve the other for Yu Miao Miao. Since yesterday, Yu Miao Miao had entered a state of soul nurturing, rarely communicating within her mind. When the beast tide arrived, she would be ready to emerge. Su Fan's own equipment consisted of the Reaper's dagger and cloud-treading boots, while Mu Xiaowan, Lin Dai, Lu Ruren, and Yu Miao Miao were equipped with the Reaper's dagger, Emperor's armor, and cloud-treading boots. Gu Yilan was equipped with the dagger of the underworld. His physical strength was formidable, rendering the royal scale armor of little use to him. It would serve better in the hands of the women accompanying him. Additionally, there were 4 Thunderfire crossbows, which would undoubtedly prove effective against the beast tide due to their area of effect damage. However, these weapons were rather cumbersome, making them inconvenient to wield, so they would be distributed when the need arose. Su Shuanyue observed Su Fan as he distributed the dagger of the underworld to several individuals, and she could sense that it was no ordinary weapon. With a stoic expression, she glanced at the sword in her hand. A mundane blade purchased for 900 coins before the apocalypse, utterly devoid of any power. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Su Fan, noticing the absence of the silver-white sword she so admired. It was impolite to covet another's weapon, yet her affection for that sword was undeniable. Of course, given her temperament, she wouldn't openly express her desire. Su Fan's gaze shifted towards her, and he produced a 90-centimeter long silver-white sword, precisely the celestial wolf sword that had captured Su Shuanyue's heart. Celestial wolf sword spirit cultivation progress. 3-610-000. Killing monsters can increase progress. The cultivation progress of the celestial wolfsword spirit was surprisingly slow. The reason lay in the fact that for Su Fan, dispatching these creatures was akin to casting a fireball to eliminate a horde. He found it tedious to strike each one down individually. The sword technique was still not acquired from the realm task, and for him, this sword primarily served as a means of transportation. It was fortuitous that he could now pass it on to Su Shuanyue, allowing her to contribute to the sword's cultivation progress. Clearing his throat, Su Fan said, Su Shuanyue, you may use this sword shortly. Very well, she replied, accepting it with a composed and polite demeanor. The tangible quality of the celestial wolf sword sent a thrill of excitement through her heart. Su Fan and his companions settled in the complex building, awaiting the impending beast tide. Meanwhile, the crowd in the campus of Jiang University began to stir, exchanging information with one another. The university was not solely populated by students and faculty. After the apocalypse struck, many nearby residents gathered here, though they were required to adhere to regulations. News of the beast tide spread, indicating that the monsters would erupt from Jiang University. Panic ensued among some, prompting them to gather their belongings and flee. Yet, many believed that the outside world posed a greater danger, preferring to remain in a place where supernaturals were most concentrated. The thousands gathered at Jiang University placed their faith in Chairman Mo's organization. Another piece of news circulated. Chairman Mo had initially planned to evacuate them from danger, but today, several high-ranking supernaturals had insisted that they remain. Concerned for Jiang University, Chairman Mo decided to stand with them in defense. This statement was a blend of truth and falsehood, casting suspicion on Su Fan and his companions. Su Fan, perceiving these murmurs through his divine sense, merely smiled, as if the chairman would indeed lead everyone to safety. Earlier, he had inquired with Su Shuangyue, learning that approximately 3,000 to 4,000 individuals were present at Jiang University, yet fewer than 200 were capable of evacuation. Howls echoed from all directions, accompanied by the sharp cries of beasts approaching from a singular direction, some near, some far. Every day, Su Shuangyue ventured outside to hunt, and upon hearing such sounds, she could not help but feel a tremor of unease. A multitude of lords. The thunderous roars echoed like a tidal wave, emanating from a particular snow cave lord. The earth quaked beneath her feet, while Su Fan observed from above, catching sight of hordes of monsters advancing ominously. This formidable presence arose from every direction, with numbers easily exceeding 10,000. Mu Xiaowan and her companions grew anxious, despite their trust in Su Fan's prowess. The sheer might was indeed astonishing. Was this what they termed a beast tide? The surrounding creatures, seemingly summoned by an unseen command, launched a coordinated assault rather than indulging in chaotic rebellion. Why were they attacking Jiangda? Was it simply due to the congregation of humans? Mo Tian had foreseen this insurmountable situation long before, which is why he urged an early evacuation. For Su Fan, the level 10 minions could be dispatched with his Thunderfire crossbow, yet the level 10 White Wolf packs posed a greater challenge. If these lords were to converge, the top-tier rewards of this realm task might prove elusive. Among these lords, there could even be White Wolf lords that he had yet to encounter. Foundation Stage Realm Task. Participate in the Beast Tide. By slaying 100 demon beasts within the tide, one can receive the standard reward, Jade Void Sword Technique, containing 3 sets of sword skills. Defeating the Beast Tide grants a chance to obtain the top-tier reward, Hong Tian Seal. The greater the participation, the higher the probability of acquisition. Chapter 57. Thunderfire annihilates the beasts. Shuangyue commands the heavenly wolves within the campus of Jiangda. The crowds surged and scattered. Those of higher rank predominantly formed teams around Qi Jian and Huqiyu. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked individuals sought refuge within buildings, regardless of their efforts. The overwhelming presence of the impending threat instilled panic among them. Chairman Mo was right. We should have departed long ago. Had we followed Chairman Mo's lead, we would not be facing such dire circumstances. It is all the fault of those outsiders. They swayed Chairman Mo. Amidst the clamor, Su Fan emerged from the entrance of the comprehensive building, flanked by his companions. Positioned at the center, Su Fan exuded an aura of authority befitting his late Foundation Stage realm. The individuals beside him, particularly Lin Dai and Gu Yilan, radiated an ethereal grace that commanded respect. Standing slightly apart, their admired school goddess, Su Shuangyue, joined them. The crowd, akin to a classroom silenced by the arrival of a teacher, quickly fell into hushed stillness. The assemblage in the square instinctively parted, creating a path for the group. To an onlooker, it might appear as though a celebrity entourage was making their entrance. Once they had passed, the crowd resumed their whispered exchanges. Such an impressive display. One wonders what their true capabilities might be. Who are they? Why is Senior Sister Su among them? Are they heading towards the school gate? Surely they wouldn't flee outright. Even though their levels are slightly higher, how can these few individuals fend off such a multitude of monsters? Cough, cough. Qi Jian raised his hand, organizing the crowd. Chairman Mo will arrive shortly. Let us head towards the dormitory building where we eat and reside. We must defend the dormitory. All right, we shall heed Vice Chairman Qi. Observing the direction in which Su Fan and the others advanced, Su Shuangyue felt a flicker of uncertainty. Aren't we going to defend the Eastern Front? Chairman Mo mentioned that the eastern side has the highest concentration of monsters. If they breach the campus, many lives will be lost. Our strength is limited. It would suffice to guard one side, Su Fan replied calmly. We shall only do what lies within our capabilities. Su Shuangyue gently bit her lip, although she recognized Su Fan's formidable strength. It was indeed unreasonable to push him too far. In a matter of moments, numerous snow apes emerged in the distance. From Su Fan's observation, the creatures in the beast tide were primarily of 3 types: snowball monsters, snow apes, and white wolves. The white wolves were fewer in number, while the snowball monsters were slow and feeble. The main force consisted of these snow apes, all below level 10. Su Fan promptly distributed the Thunderfire crossbows to the 4 individuals, excluding Su Xuanyue. Heavens! Those snow apes are charging in. There must be at least 1,000 or 2,000 of them, with more continuously arriving. It would be a miracle for this small group to withstand them, unless they possess rocket launchers. From the upper floors of several buildings on campus, many people, fearing being engulfed by the beast tide, took refuge above and gazed downwards. Boom, 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 boom. Mu Xiaowan and her companions simultaneously fired the thunderfire crossbows, and tremendous explosions echoed in the distance. The snow on the ground, along with the bodies of the monsters, was sent flying into the air. After this round of bombardment, they had undoubtedly slain several hundred monsters. Wow, they truly have rocket launchers. This is fantastic. We are saved. But surely rocket launchers aren't this powerful? This is astonishing. Those observing from above had a heightened perspective, and the scene left them in awe. Even if the entirety of Jiang University were to mobilize, it would be a formidable challenge to slay so many monsters. Su Xuanyue, being closer, felt a shiver run down her spine. Is this what you call limited strength? Ding. Foundation Establishment Realm task completed. Reward obtained. Jade Void Sword Technique set. Number of demon beasts slain. 486. 100. Su Fan was taken aback. Has it been completed already? Could it be that the kills made by my magical weapon also count towards the task data? Additional task for Foundation Establishment Realm. Repel the beast tide to receive top-tier rewards. The higher the participation, the greater the chance of obtaining rewards. Current acquisition probability, 0. 4. Jade Void Sword Technique contains 3 sword techniques: Blade Flowing Clouds, Falling Star Sword, and Departing Fire Sword Shadow. Blade Flowing Clouds. Wielding the sword blade to form flowing cloud sword energy, sweeping through demons. Range, medium. Damage, medium. Falling Star Sword. Summoning a giant sword's illusion to descend from the heavens, exacting retribution upon demons. Su Fan reviewed the descriptions of 3 sword techniques, each demonstrating versatility in various situations. He felt satisfied with their potential for fusion. At that moment, he noticed Su Xuanyue, who had taken hold of the Heavenly Wolf Sword. Seemingly enamored by it, Su Fan contemplated retrieving it when the need arose. Among the techniques, the Falling Star Sword did not require a physical sword, as it could conjure sword shadows purely through spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the area 100 meters away transformed into a mountain of corpses. The monstrous beings would not dissipate until their snow crystals were extracted. Help! They're coming in. A cacophony of cries and screams erupted from behind. Su Xuanyue's face reflected anxiety and concern, helplessly watching from her position. The 4 of them utilized the continuous bombardment of the Thunderfire crossbow, ensuring not a single creature slipped through their defenses. Su Fan extended his consciousness and discerned that the eastern front had been breached. Given the manageable pressure at the southern gate, he infused spiritual energy into the Thunderfire crossbows for his companions and, with Su Xuanyue in tow, ventured towards the eastern front. If we run out of power, have Gu Yalan bring them over for a recharge, Su Fan instructed before departing. Upon arriving at the eastern side of the campus, Su Fan beheld a chaotic surge of monsters. The ground was teeming with white creatures. Reward probability for participation in the beast tide, 31. Su Fan noted this figure, eager to see how many monsters could be cleared from the east. Various types of creatures flooded the campus, among them numerous white wolves. The ability users within the campus banded together in small groups to tackle 1 or 2 monsters at a time. A few stronger individuals managed to slay several foes. Yet overall, their numbers paled in comparison to the overwhelming tide of beasts. The 5-meter-wide eastern gate had become a breach, allowing a steady stream of monsters to pour in. Su Fan casually raised his hand, unleashing several fireballs that engulfed the area in flames. Su Xuanyue, go slay the beasts inside, but do not stray too far from me. Su Fan needed to ensure he could wield the Heavenly Wolf Sword at any moment. Beasts. Oh, all right. Su Xuanyue remained active, dispatching each wave of monsters with a deft stroke of her sword. Her level 15 sword skills had been honed to perfection through daily battles, enabling her to slay even similarly leveled white wolves with a single strike. Armed with the divine Heavenly Wolf Sword, an overwhelming confidence surged within her. Not far off, a cluster of over 20 snow apes and snowball monsters pursued 3 ability users around level 7. With a swift arc of her sword energy, Su Xuanyue decimated them all. Wolves Word Spirit Cultivation Progress, 14, 710, 000. 16, 810, 000, 20, 310, 000. The progress fluctuated rapidly. Su Fan turned his gaze, observing Su Xuanyue wielding the wolf's word, gracefully maneuvering through every gathering of monsters. Each stroke of her sword released a wave of energy, and her form exuded a beauty reminiscent of a dance with blades. Remarkably, even without being her own furnace, and without being able to summon the spiritual power within the wolf's word, she displayed such combat prowess. The future is indeed promising. Chapter 58. He is merely a level 24 fire-type ability user. Emotion appeared. Haigo, what do you think? Approximately what level do you estimate him to be? The fire-type ability manifested as fireballs with a diameter of 59.7 centimeters, released every 24 seconds. Judging by the intensity, he is at least level 23. From a residential building just a street away from Xianwu University, a middle-aged man in military attire observed steadily through binoculars. Only one level below me. Emotion, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, stood beside him with a grim expression. Not necessarily. He has been continuously releasing for 10 minutes now, based on his endurance. He might surpass level 23. The middle-aged man continued to observe coolly. Oh, the intensity of his fireballs has diminished. The last 10 averaged 59.5 centimeters in diameter, with an interval of 24.6 seconds between releases, indicating a decline in his stamina. What about the women accompanying him? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, analyzing. The woman next to him appears to possess a lethality equivalent to level 18. Emotion interjected. She is level 15. I am well aware. She hails from Xianwu University and exhibits exceptional practical abilities. Perhaps it is due to that sword. I wonder which craftsman forged it. A trace of longing flickered across the middle-aged man's face. They brought quite a few excellent pieces of equipment, especially those crossbows. Emotion lit a cigarette. Hi, Go. Care for a smoke? I've quit. The middle-aged man shook his head. Once we acquire these pieces, we can send them back to the military district for thorough examination. I still wish to retain half. Consider this my invitation to you. Just leave one behind. Agreed. The middle-aged man adjusted the angle of his binoculars. Among those 4 women, one with ice abilities is easily identifiable at level 20. Ah, butterfly, a rare nature type, seemingly also at level 20. Look, a shadow type, with a maximum jump frame of 21 meters, likely around level 21 overall. Estimating the 2 rare abilities posed some difficulty, but they were likely comparable. Moreover, there is one healing others, with a healing light intensity of 2,000 lumens at level 20. Hi Go, your ability to calculate is quite impressive, Emotion complimented. Heh, it's just a modest skill. I handle back-end tasks. The middle-aged man adjusted the binoculars again, noting that the man's ability intensity had decreased slightly. It seems that man is around level 23 or 24. What do you think, Haigo? Can we take him down? With old Lu and his 6 companions here, there's no issue. Although our level pales in comparison to yours, standing at a mere 20, the lethality of the psionic weapons in our military district is undoubtedly sufficient. At that moment, if you can immobilize him with a surge of electricity for just a second, he is bound to meet his demise. The middle-aged man lowered his binoculars and glanced at the 6 soldiers leaning against the wall, each wielding a heavy sniper rifle. Young one, prepare yourself to witness the prowess of our Barrett execution array, proclaimed the bearded leader as he pulled back the bolt of his heavy sniper rifle, nodding towards Emotion. Indeed, when the Lord invades, seize the opportunity to strike, Emotion replied with a nod, extinguishing his cigarette after a few puffs. At that moment, a small hamster peeked out from his hoodie pocket, its eyes sparkling with life. The key is to eliminate that man. Resolving this unexpected situation would be beneficial for us all. Naturally, without your intelligence, how could our military district possess such an advantage? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fireballs exploding filled Su Fan's ears, yet in his mind, he felt akin to a fiery pea shooter, mechanically repeating the same action, spitting forth fireballs in a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. This rhythm was perfectly suited to handle the primary assault of the beast tide from the east. Su Fan cleared the majority of monsters with fireballs, while Su Xuanyue systematically decimated the hordes emerging from other directions. The remaining scattered creatures were besieged by ordinary Esper bystanders. At that moment, Su Fan sensed a presence behind him. Gu Yelan approached, utilizing her shadow abilities to travel swiftly. Out of power, I suppose. Su Fan glanced back to see Gu Yelon holding a Thunderfire crossbow in one hand, another one tucked under her arm. Su Fan chuckled. It must be said that this appearance somewhat undermined her image. Yes, but the monster assault has diminished. We can currently manage with our powers. Gu Yelon reported on the situation at the southern gate. Be cautious. The white wolf pack has yet to appear. And the number of white wolves we have seen is less than that of a single white wolf snowed den. There's a possibility of a lord appearing soon. Su Fan shook his head, placing his hand on each crossbow for a few seconds to channel his spiritual energy into them. Beast Tide Participation Reward Probability, 271. Su Fan noted the figure, feeling it was rather low. Logically, his participation rate should be considerably high. Thus, he surmised that the beast tide was not yet over. A deafening howl, reminiscent of a tsunami, echoed from the distance. All right, return to your posts. The white wolves have tough hides and swift speeds, so the effectiveness of this Thunderfire crossbow may diminish. Indeed, it appears to be time for a blade, Gu Yelon remarked, adjusting her grip on the crossbow while subtly shifting her hips. Why the sudden movement? Su Fan playfully slapped her back. Gu Yelon's face flushed. She was merely signaling that they could soon utilize the Reaper's dagger strapped to her thigh. By the way, I noticed a significant influx of monsters from the other two directions on my way here. Should you find yourselves with the capacity, do approach a little closer. But avoid any mishaps. Su Fan gestured dismissively. At that moment, Su Xuanyue returned to Su Fan's side, gently panting, her hair elegantly tied up. With one button of her shirt undone, beads of sweat adorning her collarbone. The monsters near the campus had been entirely cleared away. In this moment, Su Xuanyue's icy demeanor revealed a piercing intensity, reminiscent of someone who had spent a decade filleting fish, her gaze having turned as frigid as ice. Wolf Spirit Cultivation Progress, 275810000. Su Fan regarded this number with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Earlier, he had deliberately unleashed numerous monsters for Su Xuanyue, and within less than an hour, this wave of beasts had amassed such a substantial amount. Yet, the denominator was overwhelmingly large, making the cultivation arduous. He pondered what kind of spirit sword would emerge once fully cultivated. Howling echoed in the distance. Soon, a dense pack of wolves approached. Su Fan drew forth the Soul Reaper dagger. Soul Reaper dagger significantly enhances power and speed for a brief duration after harvesting souls. The white wolves were all level 10 or above, although their numbers did not rival those of the previous beast tide. They were no match for the ordinary ability users within Jiang University. Chairman Mo has arrived. Chairman Mo is heading to the dormitory area at the west gate. Su Fan's expression shifted as he picked up the distant calls of Jiang University students. Was this fellow truly so cunning? Choosing this precise moment to appear. Did he not fear abandoning the pack of white wolves to pursue him? However, Su Fan indeed did not wish to neglect the approaching wolves. Ding! The cultivation of Yu Miao Miao's physical form is complete. Shall we proceed with the fusion of the primordial soul? Chapter 59. Is there optimization included? The frenzied dance of battle. The white wolf pack. Voices rose from the buildings, filled with alarm. Many students from Jiang University recalled a particular day in the early apocalypse, when everyone's abilities were still quite modest. A single white wolf had invaded the campus, resulting in numerous casualties. Through binoculars, they could see Chairman Mo at the west gate. And he certainly could not arrive in time. Could these two withstand the onslaught? Those sheltering within the buildings placed their hopes upon Su Fan and Su Xuanyue. With senior sister Su here, the white wolf slayer. I saw her slay one with a single strike yesterday. And that fellow, who just unleashed fireballs, has piled up the defeated monsters like a mountain. He seems even stronger than Chairman Mo. Surely they will manage. This was their only lifeline. They dared not doubt, choosing instead to trust. Wait, where is he going? Su Fan's figure turned and retreated. Su Xuanyue, hold them off for a moment, he uttered before darting into the nearest building. Huh. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Xuanyue's eyes as she glanced at the approaching wolves. Their numbers were indeed overwhelming. Fusing Yu Miao Miao's primordial soul, revival initiated. Su Fan arrived at a room with a window overlooking the corridor, and after confirming the area was clear, he released Yu Miao Miao. A radiant sphere of light emerged from Su Fan's forehead, unfurling upon the table before him, revealing an impeccably flawless physique. The body had been cultivated with care, with certain aspects even optimized. In the midst of his busy schedule, Su Fan took a fleeting moment to admire it, though he noted that the equipment had been stripped away. Fortunately, he had some in his bag. He retrieved a set of clothing from his storage pouch and draped it over Yu Miao Miao. During this process, she opened her eyes, gradually reintegrating her consciousness and memories. Oh, the air. Yu Miao Miao took a deep breath. What have you done to me, you scoundrel? Are you not going to give me back what is mine? She exclaimed, noticing her current state. It was unclear if it was merely an illusion, but every word she spoke seemed to carry an enchanting grace. Furthermore, the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from her was unusual. He examined her status. Altar, Yu Miao Miao, realm, initial foundation establishment, appearance, stunning beauty, intimacy level, level 7 resurrection count, 23. Su Fan felt the spiritual energy was indeed stronger. After the reconstruction of her body, she had directly reached the foundation establishment stage. He understood that this could be attributed either to her progression in cultivation or the inherent abundance of spiritual energy within the Wanmu Heart artifact. What puzzled him was the rise in her appearance rating. Could it truly ascend? During the process of reconstructing Yu Miao Miao's body, it seemed to have advanced towards a state of perfection, resulting in a change in her rating to stunning beauty. It is worth noting that such a rating could provide double the cultivation speed. Su Fan scratched his head, contemplating whether he should also arrange for Lu Ruoran and Mu Xiaowan to meet a similar fate. However, there was pressing business at hand. Su Fan retrieved the Reaper's dagger, the Imperial scale armor, and the cloud-treading boots from his storage pouch. The beast tide was upon them. He briefly explained the current situation to Yu Miao Miao. You need to keep an eye on Motion. He is unaware of your presence. Pretend to be an ordinary supernatural being and observe. Can I really do that? Yu Miao Miao felt that Su Fan depicted Motion as quite formidable. Now that you've reached the foundation establishment stage and have a magical artifact at your disposal, you will be just fine. Su Fan gently brushed aside Yu Miao Miao's bangs and placed his finger on her forehead, imparting the recently comprehended falling star sword technique to her. Oh, new knowledge is entering my mind. Yu Miao Miao playfully remarked, her hand lightly grasping Su Fan's clothing as she absorbed the information. I've also sketched Motion's appearance in your mind. Find him, and as long as he remains within the school, you need not intervene. After delivering this last instruction, Su Fan hurriedly turned to assist Su Xuanyue. Yu Miao Miao, now clad in her attire, closed her eyes to review the information and tasks in her mind. Upon opening her eyes, she exuded an air of seriousness and competence. Outside, the wolf pack surged forward, with numerous white wolves infiltrating the campus. Due to their high speed, attack power, and defense, many within the campus fell prey to the ravenous wolves. However, most individuals were not foolishly standing outside. Upon hearing the howls of wolves, they sought refuge within the confines of buildings. The dusk blade materialized in Su Fan's hand, and with a swift motion, he severed the neck of a white wolf. The 27-centimeter blade accurately targeted the creature's vulnerability. After dispatching one white wolf, the blade emanated a faint crimson glow. 2 seconds later, Su Fan utilized the dusk blade to eliminate 3 more white wolves, causing the crimson hue to deepen. At this moment, Su Fan felt a distinct surge in the weapon's potency. When he channeled his spiritual energy into the dusk blade, it granted him an accelerated effect. Coupled with the swiftness of his Cloudwalker boots, Su Fan moved with extraordinary speed. Although he could only slay one white wolf at a time, his rapid movements left a trail of wolf carcasses in his wake. As he traversed the tide of wolves, Su Fan spotted Su Xuanyue cornered against a wall. Her combat prowess was indeed remarkable. She pierced the fatal weaknesses of nearly every white wolf with her sword. However, she needed to find the right angles for her attacks, and her speed was nowhere near his own, causing her to be driven to a corner by the relentless swarm of wolves. Nevertheless, she seemed capable of defending herself. Su Fan stood guard at the eastern gate, continuously dispatching white wolves. Minutes later, the blade of the dusk blade was enveloped in a profound crimson glow. Sensing that Yu Miao Miao had secured Motion, he decided to unleash his full potential. As a foundational adept who still needed to wield a weapon, Su Fan relinquished his grip on the dusk blade, connecting it with a surge of spiritual energy. The dusk blade floated in the air before swiftly darting towards the nearest white wolf's head, piercing it instantly. It then lunged at another white wolf, achieving the same swift execution. In the blink of an eye, the dusk blade had slain 5 white wolves. With each arc it traced, a multitude of wolf bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. As it soared through the air, the dusk blade carved a path of destruction, claiming the lives of many white wolves. With each encounter, The crimson glow on the blade intensified, and its might continued to escalate. From the vantage point atop a building, this scene was nothing short of terrifying. Su Fan strode through a sea of monster corpses and a tide of white wolves, the dusk blades swirling around him in a frenzied dance. What was an insurmountable foe for ordinary people was as simple as cutting grass for him. How could this be? Unbelievable. What sort of extraordinary ability was this? Terrifying indeed. Such terror was a beacon of hope for us. Su Shuangyue leaned against a 90-degree corner of a building, surrounded by a dozen white wolves that circled her. She concentrated intently, waiting for the slightest opening in their movements to deliver precise strikes. Yet, each time a white wolf fell, another would push past its carcass. Surging forward once more, maintaining a state of heightened tension, she felt her endurance waning. Had he not arrived yet? In Su Shuangyue's heart, a profound conviction resided. She firmly believed that Su Fan, who had urged her to hold the fort for a while, would undoubtedly appear. Suddenly, a deep crimson streak of light surged before her, swiftly weaving through the pack of white wolves, making several rapid turns. A mere second later, the heads of the dozen or so white wolves before her were all pierced through. What is this? Su Shuangyue shifted her gaze. A figure moving with an unhurried grace across the battlefield inscribed deeply into her mind. Around him, a whirlwind of lethal blades danced with fervor. Chapter 60. The backstab that stabs your back. Close-range snow cave? No, something is amiss with that man. From a building near Jiangda, the middle-aged soldier Qin Dahai, clutching binoculars, could not contain his roar. This is utterly inhuman. It is bizarre. A single individual strolled through a tide of white wolves, while an ominous crimson light reaped lives like the Grim Reaper's scythe. He was not merely dispatching ordinary monsters, but white wolves. The flesh of these supernatural beings is far less resilient than that of the white wolves. Should that light strike them, they would be obliterated in an instant. We must quickly call that lad Emotion and instruct him to retreat and reconsider our strategy. Hold on, Brother Hai, said old Lu, who was gripping a Barrett rifle. Restraining him. Think about it. He is merely a fire elemental supernatural being, right? His ability hinges on that mysterious equipment. Upon hearing this, Qin Dahai gradually regained his composure from the shock. He was acutely aware of the intensity of the situation, and this scene had profoundly impacted him. What are you suggesting? Regardless of how exceptional his equipment may be, once he is dead, it is all for naught. Old Lu raised the weapon in his hand, a source of pride for them, modified with supernatural enhancements. Qin Dahai pondered. That man's agility is remarkable, but with my calculations coupled with your Barrett's killing formation, we can strategize effectively. Old Lu grinned. Indeed, even if he is swift, evasion will be challenging. I'll call Emotion and ask him to cooperate, Qin Dahai declared, retrieving his phone. Brother Hai, don't paint that man as too formidable. Otherwise, with Emotion's temperament, he might just flee, and our efforts would be in vain. If he believes it's beyond his capabilities and decides to leave, so be it. The intelligence he can offer is critical to us. However, Brother Hai, he has provided increasingly scant information in recent days. Perhaps he has exhausted what he can share? Furthermore, if we could acquire that equipment, its value would be immense. Just imagine if we could obtain that ominous crimson item. Wouldn't we become invincible? Qin Dahai fell silent for a protracted moment before finally speaking. Very well. It would be ideal if Emotion could emerge unscathed. The fine equipment on those women is quite substantial. This operation is rather ambitious. Let us contact our superiors and request reinforcements. Chairman Emo is here. Chairman Emo is magnificent. It has been a long time since we witnessed Chairman Emo in action. Wonderful. It is Chairman Emo. We are saved. To the south and east of Jiang University, a formidable defense led by Su Fan and his companions has effectively repelled most of the monstrous onslaught. However, a significant number of Jiang University members have gathered near the dormitory, where they are besieged by an overwhelming tide of creatures. At this moment, Emotion appears, wielding potent bolts of electricity that swiftly eradicate monsters of level 10 and below, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. It must be noted that elemental abilities such as fire and electricity demonstrate remarkable efficiency in exterminating Earth-tier monsters. Simultaneously, Emotion's arrival invigorates many, inspiring them to fervently engage in the battle against the beasts. Furthermore, Chairman Emo has announced that the snow crystals left by these monsters will be distributed based on contributions. Amongst the fray, Yu Miao Miao blends in, employing a water manipulation technique to masquerade as a water-type ability user taking the opportunity to rest on her laurels. In the confrontation against the snow monsters, the effectiveness of her water abilities pales in comparison to those of fire-based powers. Although she feels a twinge of guilt for her idleness, it indeed allows her to remain inconspicuous. With a powerful surge of electricity, Motion obliterates the skulls of 2 white wolves before picking up his phone to make a call. Motion, as per your instructions. Old Lu and the others have already been deployed, comes the voice of Qin Dahai. Oh, has there been any change on that man's side? None that is conspicuous. He merely produced a new weapon, which may possess some level of potency. After hanging up, Motion opens a messaging app and watches a video. His expression darkens. Was that truly considered some level of potency? What is Qin Dahai thinking? Does he assume I lack discernment? Regardless, betrayal is certainly within his character. Sensing danger, Motion maneuvers toward the north gate, with Yu Miao Miao quietly trailing not far behind. Motion, utilizing his electrical powers, reaches the gate, appearing to the other students as if he is swimming upstream against a tide of beasts. Yet, Yu Miao Miao senses his intent to flee. Just as she prepares to take action, Motion unexpectedly veers back. No, that man remains a lingering threat, as Motion dispatches one white wolf after another. His mind races. Since Qin Dahai intends to use me as bait, he should not blame me for what ensues. I recall that, at this juncture, Qin Dahai is likely unaware of the full extent of my abilities. As for that man, he possesses formidable equipment, yet he cannot fathom the nature of my powers. Motion muses. Outside the east gate, Su Fan has carved a path through a multitude of monsters, continuing his slaughter from the east gate to the south. The ground is littered with the carcasses of slain white wolves. What has transpired? So many white wolves have perished in an instant, exclaimed a bystander. Incredible. It's as if a god has descended. Having witnessed Su Fan's prowess, Mu Xiaowan and her companions can't help but express their admiration. After the wave of white beasts, they too have switched to using the Reaper's dagger, yet their efficiency pales in stark contrast to Su Fan, akin to the difference between manual labor and a mechanized mower. Su Fan furrows his brow, feeling a sense of annoyance. This beast tide is far from over. Master, how impressive. I truly admire it. Mu Xiaowan rushed over in a disheveled state. For them, battling the pack of white wolves was likely an anaerobic exercise. Lin Dai maintained her composure remarkably well, but judging by Mu Xiaowan's appearance, it seemed she was already caught up in the thrill of the fight. Wrapped in a pink luminescence during combat, Lin Dai's abilities had granted her translucent butterfly wings after reaching level 20, significantly enhancing her explosive power. Numerous small butterflies danced around her, transforming the area within a 20-meter radius into her personal domain. Su Xianwu dared not stray too far from Su Fan. With nearly all monsters vanquished, she joined Su Fan and his companions. The area had been mostly cleared, thankfully without the emergence of a Lord Monster. With a level of only 15, Su Xianwu focused intently, striving to unleash her full potential. She sheathed her sword, appearing somewhat fatigued. Su Fan nodded. After all, the formidable nature of Lord Monsters stemmed from their elevated levels within their territory, typically 5 levels above. For many ability users, venturing outside this territory could present a favorable opportunity. For instance, if Su Xianwu wished to advance to level 16, she would require a level 15 Lord Snow Crystal, which was, within its territory, at level 20. Beast Tide Participation Top-Tier Reward Acquisition Probability, 527. Su Fan glanced at the probability. Though barely acceptable, it surpassed 50%. The numbers 49 and 51, while closely related, carried a distinctly different atmosphere. However, as he gazed at the dark red glow of the Reaper's dagger in his hand, he felt confident that even a Lord Monster could not withstand several strikes. Regrettably, after the battle concluded, that glow would gradually fade away. The absence of monster activity in the distance suggested that the beast tide was nearing its end. Look over there. Lu Ruren pointed towards the direction of the campus square while leaning against the railing. Su Fan turned to observe. On the expansive campus square, larger than the playground, 9 black circles had emerged, steadily expanding. A howl echoed as 9 snow holes formed before them. Chapter 61, White Wolf Lord. Instant defeat. The advantage lies with me. How could snow holes appear? The boss is directly confronting us. What kind of monster has emerged? Among them was a White Wolf Lord. This is bad. It's the White Wolf Lord. We are doomed. Gasps of astonishment rang out from within the buildings. The White Wolf Lord, a level 20 monster with a 5-level Lord enhancement, possessed a strength equivalent to level 25. Meanwhile, the members of Jiang University had yet to conquer even a level 15 Snow Ape Lord. Thus, individuals like Hu Qiyu and Qi Jian remained stuck at level 15. As for how their chairman Mo managed to elevate his level, that remained an enigma beyond their contemplation. Consequently, when these lords appeared, they were met with the towering forms of the White Wolf Lord, standing 30 meters tall, alongside the 50-meter-high Snow Ape, reminiscent of Godzilla's invasion. A White Wolf Lord, 3 Snow Ape Lords, and 5 Snowball Lords. Inside numerous buildings, people locked eyes with the gigantic pupils outside. At that moment, a figure surged forth from the distance, enveloped in crackling electricity, charging towards the nearest Snowball Lord. He leapt high into the air, descending with a visible bolt of lightning. 10 meters tall. Chairman Mo. It is Chairman Mo. He has made his move. Chairman Mo has arrived. With thunder, he shatters the darkness. The crowd within the buildings erupted in fervor, clearly indicating Mo Tian's considerable prestige at Jiang University. Su Fan finally witnessed the emergence of this individual and promptly approached. Is he truly this formidable? Su Fan quickly extended his consciousness to probe. Investigate. Examine your extraordinary abilities. Name, Mo Tian. Level, 25. Abilities, Miraculous, Thunder, Medicine, Mental. Su Fan, though unfamiliar with extraordinary abilities, was profoundly astonished by the sheer number at Mo Tian's disposal. Before him, Mo Tian unleashed a series of lightning strikes upon the Snowball Lord. Boom, 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 boom. The Snowball Lord was obliterated in an instant. Su Fan glanced at Su Xuanyue's expression. She too displayed surprise, seemingly unaware of his combat prowess. Friend, why are you not making your move? Mo Tian's actions evidently drew the attention of other Lord monsters, and he called out to Su Fan. So valiant? Could it be that this individual is virtuous? Su Fan suddenly questioned whether he had misjudged him. Yet, he still yearned to probe his soul. However, before that, the beast tide must first be addressed. Su Fan, wielding the dark red, radiantly charged dagger of the underworld, leapt directly towards the nearest White Wolf Lord. That man is challenging the White Wolf Lord? Someone gasped. The White Wolf Lord sensed the approaching murderous intent, turning its head and unleashing a massive beam of white light from its mouth. The terrifying force reverberated through the surroundings. White Wolf Howling Moon. A name flashed through Su Fan's mind. As Su Fan soared through the air, the beam was released, poised to engulf him. It seemed he could scarcely evade it. Yet, Su Fan stepped to the side, activating the effects of the cloud-treading boots, as if a wall of air materialized beneath him. He stepped upon it, his body deftly dodging to the side. The beam emitted by the White Wolf Lord grazed past Su Fan, shooting through the building behind him. Boom. The structure was pierced directly through. The Wolf Lord's head shifted as it tracked Su Fan's movement, the beam slicing through the 16th floor of the building. Like a saw, it cleaved through the structure. The floors above the 16th collapsed with a thunderous roar, the cries of anguish and despair echoing incessantly. At that moment, Su Xuanyue, who had rushed onto the battlefield, narrowly evaded a furious punch from a Snow Ape Lord, the ground behind her erupting with flying bricks and stones. Witnessing this scene, a tremor unlike that of the others flickered in her eyes. At this moment, fear was evident in the eyes of the crowd. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Mo Tian swiftly vanquishing a Snowball Lord, leading them to believe the situation was favorable. However, this was the White Wolf Lord. Who could withstand the path of that beam of light? The White Wolf Lord was terrifying beyond measure. Many dared not watch any longer and fled the building, retreating to a safer distance. What are you running for? Let us confront it together. Some fearless ordinary ability users attempted to lend a hand. A stream of water struck the White Wolf Lord's head. While the damage was negligible, the insult was not lost. Yet, a small number of ability users, stirred by fervor, turned to assault the Lord. The main force of the Jiangda patrol team had also arrived from the dormitory area, following Mo Tian, unleashing a myriad of abilities. The appearance of 9 lords on campus was akin to an apocalyptic scene for them. But with Mo Tian and that man taking action, several strikingly elegant women joined the fray. The tide of battle quickly shifted. Su Fan refracted his form in midair, narrowly evading the beam shot from the wolf's head, soaring past it. Subsequently, the dust blade was launched with immense force towards the White Wolf Lord. The White Wolf Lord seemed to sense the grave threat. It retracted the beam, turning its massive head, its enormous wolf eyes fixated on Su Fan. The dusk blade surged forward, effortlessly piercing its eyeball and directly entering its brain. To the colossal form of the White Wolf Lord, the dusk blade seemed akin to a mere needle. Yet, this needle penetrated its head, causing spiritual energy to explode violently, wreaking havoc within its mind. It pierced through, retreated, and then struck again. Within 5 seconds, the dusk blade traversed and slashed rapidly around the wolf's head. In truth, from the first strike, the dusk blade had already shredded the interior of the 25-level White Wolf Lord's head. However, it was indeed Su Fan's first encounter with the White Wolf Lord. According to Gu Yelon, the White Wolf Lord was the highest-level monster to have emerged in the world thus far. The first strike was a kill, while the subsequent 30-odd strikes were a mark of respect. The White Wolf Lord collapsed with a thunderous crash. Those who witnessed this scene gasped in disbelief. Had the White Wolf Lord truly been dispatched so easily? Was this the true nature of the White Wolf Lord? I feel my worldview has been upended yet again. The last time being at the onset of the apocalypse. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Su Fan's consciousness observed Motion's subtle expressions. At this moment, Motion had just used a lightning strike to slay the second Snowball Lord. Upon witnessing his own swift defeat of the White Wolf Lord, a flicker of surprise was evident at the corner of his eye. Not far away, Qin Dahai was peering from a concealed corner, a communication device hanging from his collar. Lu Shizhua, that man's combat prowess exceeds our expectations. Should we reconsider? Reconsider what? For heaven's sake, take a good look. What ability has he used in any of his moves? He ascended into the air, propelled by the shoes upon his feet, which several women nearby also possessed. His ability to slay the White Wolf Lord stemmed from the dark-hued dagger he wielded. After all, we have faced the White Wolf Lord before. What is there to fear? The man on the phone barked. Indeed, the other women also bore that dagger, yet his was slightly unique. Xiao Qin, this represents yet another opportunity for our military district. If we can study and mass-produce that equipment, it will greatly enhance our capabilities. In preparation for the impending calamity, we must embrace a spirit of risk. The commanding voice on the other end brooked no dissent. Yes, Qin Dahai affirmed resolutely. Your 6-member team will be armed with our most advanced sniper rifles. I will dispatch 12 from my side. Half will establish the force field while the other half provides suppressive fire. Coupled with my empathy and your calculations to direct our efforts, what could we possibly fail to bring down? Regardless, 20 against their 6 gives us the advantage. Chapter 62. A flawless assassination. Can he teleport? Moments later, the lords of the snow cave fell one after another. Even the mightiest, the White Wolf Lord, was slain, rendering the remaining lordly monsters insignificant. Su Fan particularly noted Su Xuanyue's remarkable performance, though only at level 15. She faced the level 20 Snow Ape Lord wielding the Celestial Wolf Sword. From Su Fan's understanding, each level of ability represented a significant disparity in combat power. Yet, Su Xuanyue sought to compensate with other advantages, such as combat skills and an unwavering sword intent. Armed with the Celestial Wolf Sword, she boldly confronted the Snow Ape Lord. Moments ago, it seems Su Xuanyue had exchanged brief words with Lin Dai, allowing her to face the Snow Ape Lord alone. Su Xuanyue darted around the massive figure of the Snow Ape Lord, with each thunderous strike of its iron fists. Any misstep could transform her from a three-dimensional beauty into mere paper. Su Fan hesitated, while Su Xuanyue possessed a daring spirit. He was reluctant to let her take such risks. After all, he had yet to complete her entry in the compendium. At that moment, Motion approached him on the battlefield, prompting Su Fan to heighten his vigilance. However, upon nearing, Motion's expression conveyed sincerity and goodwill. Friend, a pleasure to meet you. Though time is of the essence, I have urgent news to share. As he struck down the last snowball monster, he spoke to Su Fan. Go ahead, Su Fan replied, maneuvering the Reaper's dagger across the snowball monster's form. He had seized the final blows from each lord, aside from the first snowball lord, as participation was crucial for him. To others, this might appear as benevolent assistance. Individuals from the military district are coming for you. Motion brushed past Su Fan, leaving those words hanging in the air. Upon hearing this, Su Fan expanded his consciousness and surveyed the surroundings, indeed spotting several gun barrels aimed in their direction from afar. Su Fan immediately recalled the AWM sniper rifle he had previously stowed away. Had he misjudged the situation? The gunfire originated from various directions. Su Fan expanded his consciousness to its fullest extent and detected a total of 6 sources. If he attempted to capture someone, those in the other directions would undoubtedly flee. Since they had arrived, none would escape. Su Fan promptly informed Mu Xiaowan and the others, "Do not turn your heads at the first window from the right on the 2nd floor of the library. On the 1st floor of the teaching building, do not look at the 3rd window from the left." He did not notify Su Xuanyue. As she was fully engrossed in her duel with the Snow Ape Lord, he could handle 2 opponents alone. As for Yu Miao Miao, she was still mingling within the crowd, merely needing to keep an eye on Mo Tian. However, what was Mo Tian's true disposition? As Su Fan pondered this, Mo Tian turned towards him, boldly positioning himself directly before Su Fan. "My friend, to be candid, the military district initially sought my assistance in dealing with you. Yet upon meeting you, I sensed the potential for collaboration. Moreover, it seems the military intends to eliminate both of us." Mo Tian's words carried considerable weight, elucidating both the ambush Su Fan faced and his somewhat unusual behavior. "What are you planning to do?" Su Fan countered. "Let us coordinate. You feign being incapacitated by my electrical abilities to lure them into action. Once we ascertain their locations, we can take them all out at once." "Are you jesting?" Su Fan scoffed. "How could my mortal form withstand gunfire?" Mo Tian was unaware that Su Fan had already pinpointed several of the snipers, though he was uncertain if there were only 6. "My friend, I am aware of your ability to evade bullets. If you are unwilling, then so be it. However, I have already extended my goodwill," Mo Tian replied, his expression remaining largely unchanged, save for a hint of regret. "Very well, let us proceed." Su Fan, undaunted, added, "But should you truly make a move, the assassin behind you will swiftly sever your neck." Gu Yilan stood a few meters behind Mo Tian. "Let us shake hands," Mo Tian said with a smile, extending his hand. The moment Su Fan reached out, a visible current of electricity surged from Mo Tian's hand, enveloping Su Fan. Indeed, Mo Tian had not genuinely attacked. "Oh dear, I've been shocked," Su Fan exclaimed dramatically, his body convulsing in an exaggerated manner. The flamboyant display caused Mo Tian's lips to twitch. "Engage." A steady voice resonated in the ears of the 6 hidden snipers. At that moment, Qin Dahai, observing the scene through binoculars, swiftly analyzed Su Fan's current position, movements, and state. In his mind, centered around Su Fan, the locations of the 6 snipers materialized with clarity. From Su Fan's stance and posture, he deduced the likely directions in which Su Fan could evade. Instantly, a flawless geometric pattern formed in his mind, with 6 optimal trajectories perfectly encompassing Su Fan and his surrounding escape routes. Simultaneously, the information within his mind was seamlessly transmitted to Master Lu's consciousness, which was then relayed to several snipers. This was a meticulously orchestrated assassination. Mo Xiaowan and her companions were taken aback when Su Fan was inexplicably struck by an electric shock. After a brief moment of confusion, they rushed towards Mo Tian. A gunshot resounded simultaneously from 6 different directions. The modified Barrett rifle and its projectiles, imbued with extraordinary speed, posed a formidable threat. Normally, dealing with any singular ability user would not necessitate such elaborate measures, yet Su Fan had just exhibited remarkable instantaneous speed amidst the raging white tide, prompting their serious consideration. Qin Dahai's mind raced as calculations were swiftly completed. In just 0.1 seconds, one of the 6 bullets was set to pierce his chest. Should he attempt to evade, the remaining 5 bullets were poised to intercept him at every conceivable escape route. At that moment, the man's stance appeared precarious, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Despite possessing remarkable speed, evading the bullets was an impossibility. Even as a high-level ability user, he could not withstand the tearing force of the enhanced projectiles. It seemed his concerns were unwarranted. Had he known, he would not have needed to alert Master Lu to mobilize assistance. This thought flashed through Qin Dahai's mind. Suddenly, 6 glowing blue bullets converged in midair, only to disperse in different directions. One bullet struck a passing student in the arm, the force of the impact tearing through flesh and sending her sprawling. Had the bullets truly intersected? Where was the target? Qin Dahai instinctively clenched his fist in frustration. To his astonishment, Su Fan seemed to vanish in an instant. As the bullets neared him, Su Fan moved, his form darting like a phantom 5 meters away, his actions eluding the gaze of all witnesses. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had teleported. "Master Lu, the assassination has failed," Qin Dahai stammered, overwhelmed by the unexpected capabilities he had just witnessed. After 2 seconds of silence on his communication device, a cold voice instructed him to retreat, stating that the Six would hold a memorial. A chill ran down Qin Dahai's spine. Having witnessed the man's speed, he realized that a tactical withdrawal was indeed the most prudent course of action. The 12 reinforcements, initially dispatched to confront a few women, were promptly recalled. If even the enhanced sniper rifles could not secure a hit, there was little need to deploy their other equipment. What manner of monster was that man? Fortunately, he had not revealed his position. Qin Dahai lifted his binoculars for another glance in Su Fan's direction. Noting the piercing gaze of the man, as sharp as an eagle's, fixated upon him. Chapter 63, The Beast Tide concludes. The Hongtian seal the attack transpired in an instant. The citizens of Longwo were generally indifferent to gunfire, but upon witnessing a girl being hurled away with a scream, they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Let us apprehend them, Su Fan instructed the approaching Lin Dai and her companions. Are we going after the two in the integrated building? Su Fan then turned to Mo Tian beside him. Having just discovered that he was at level 25, it was perplexing that his manifested ability level was only comparable to that of Gu Yalan at level 21. Moreover, he had only exhibited a singular power. Well, Mo Tian chuckled, giving Su Fan a thumbs up to signify his admiration. Following closely behind Su Fan, a smile adorned Mo Tian's face. Though inwardly he mused, I knew he was swift, but I never anticipated his speed would reach such an extraordinary level. Fortunately, I had already planted a seed of mental control in him during the earlier opportunity. Had the seed failed, I would have resorted to direct measures. To ensure maximum efficacy, I shall wait an hour before triggering it. Even if his mental fortitude is somewhat superior, reaching my 23 times, he will undoubtedly succumb to control. As Mo Tian and Su Fan continued on their path, a graceful figure moved towards the direction Su Fan had recently gazed upon. The crowd in the square erupted in a moment of panic upon witnessing both Mo Tian and that enigmatic man spring into action, but gradually regained their composure. At this juncture, Su Shuangyue had finally pierced the neck of the Snow Ape Lord with her wolf sword. A bullet had previously struck the Snow Ape Lord's leg, creating a slight opening. Seizing the moment, Su Shuangyue unleashed several waves of sword energy to sever its ankle, causing it to topple. She then leapt onto the Snow Ape Lord, driving the several-meter-long sword energy through its fatal weakness. Truly, she was the Valkyrie of Jiang University. While aided by others, Su Shuangyue had nearly single-handedly accomplished this remarkable feat, garnering gasps of awe. With that, all invading monsters were eradicated. Some had already begun to cheer, while others remained vigilant for any new threats. When Lin Dai returned, one hand grasping a barely alive man and the other wielding a heavy sniper rifle, she found Su Shuangyue collapsing in exhaustion. Lin Dai hastily discarded her burdens and rushed forward, but a figure was already dashing in from the side, swiftly cradling Su Shuangyue in his arms. Su Fan held Su Shuangyue in a princess carry, noting her evident fatigue. Yet, in her hand, she clutched the wolf sword tightly. Su Fan sighed softly, aware of her affection for his prized sword. However, it served as his mode of transport. The techniques of the Yushu sword art also relied upon it. Perhaps, if you could provide a gift pack, I would surely select a sword next time, Su Fan thought, admiring the delicate form in his embrace. Mo Tian, how dare you betray us? One of the snipers, old Lu, cursed vehemently from where he sat bound on the ground. When have I ever been untrustworthy towards friends? Mo Tian retorted coolly. Did you consider me a friend when you withheld information from me? Su Fan surveyed the group before him. They were all at level 18, predominantly possessing functional and enhancement abilities. Su Fan began to speculate that their awakening of powers might not be entirely random, but rather linked to their individual characteristics and styles. In the campus, the university's students awakened a myriad of extraordinary abilities, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. However, those affiliated with the military zones manifested powers that harmonized with machinery. Lu Ruren, come and assist with the treatment, Su Fan said as he settled onto a patch of still flourishing flower bed, resting Su Shuangyue's head upon his lap. Aside from her excessive fatigue, she bore numerous injuries. Not far away, Mo Tian was surrounded by members of Jiang University, celebrating their triumph against the resistance. Despite the severe devastation across the campus and heavy casualties, victory brought them a sense of joy. Under Mo Tian's guidance, Many gathered in groups to express their gratitude towards Su Fan and his companions. As the crowd swelled, they exuberantly encircled Su Fan. Initially, he offered polite nods and smiles. However, his primary intention was merely to fulfill his mission, never anticipating such an overwhelming display of praise and thanks. No autographs, thank you. No disciples, thank you. Just beautiful women, thank you. Not even good behavior will suffice. Frustrated by the chaos, Su Fan's patience dwindled rapidly, prompting him to have Gu Yelan and Lin Dai create a barrier around them. Ironically, these individuals had previously held considerable disdain for them before the beast tide arrived. Yet, even from a distance, murmurs filled the air, predominantly concerning Su Shuangyue. Is she really lying in his embrace? My heart shatters, but we cannot contend with him. Has our aloof campus beauty from Jiang University truly succumbed? If it were me, I would surely fall. I could bear him 8 children. The sight of Su Shuangyue resting on Su Fan's lap left the students of Jiang University in awe. Perhaps only second to Su Fan's instantaneous defeat of the White Wolf Lord. Congratulations. The beast tide has been successfully repelled, and the additional mission has been completed. Probability of obtaining top-level reward based on participation, 797. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Fan's consciousness delved into the system interface. The probability was not at a full 100, which was somewhat disheartening. He had not anticipated this probability to directly correlate with participation. Had he known, he would have eradicated Jiang University a day earlier, ensuring no one would contest his participation rate. Would you like to draw the reward now? Yes. Why would I wait? Su Fan took a deep breath. Drawing the top-level reward, Hong Tian Seal. Su Fan held his breath in anticipation. Probability assessment in progress. Please wait. His heart raced with eagerness. Generating results, please hold on. He felt an urge to smash the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the top-level reward, Hong Tian Seal. In the system's temporary space, an object resembling a jade seal materialized, intricately carved from black jade, adorned with dark golden patterns. Atop the seal rested a mixed black and white jade orb. He almost exclaimed that he would sacrifice 10 years of his life for it. It resembled a magical artifact, yet lacked any discernible rank. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the jade orb appeared to metamorphose into a picturesque landscape, gently swirling. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from her arms, causing Su Shuangyue's eyelashes to flutter, signaling her imminent awakening. Su Fan extracted a bottle of mineral water from his pocket and brought it to her lips. Although Su Shuangyue remained in slumber, her lips instinctively took a couple of sips. Soon, her consciousness seemed to revive. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to perceive the scenery before her from an odd angle. Blinking in confusion, she realized something was amiss. Straightening her body, she rolled off Su Fan's lap and surveyed her surroundings, discovering that the monsters had all been vanquished. While the members of Jiang University busily collected snow crystals, gradually regaining her composure, she noticed her hand felt empty and turned her gaze to find the Tianlang sword resting beside Su Fan's leg. Alas, it had returned to its rightful owner. Su Shuangyue sighed inwardly, realizing she would likely never forget the exhilarating sensation of wielding the Tianlang sword. As her gaze shifted slightly, the sensation on her neck persisted. Yet her expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Su Fan's attention had already shifted elsewhere, and a sudden emptiness washed over Su Shuangyue. Chapter 64. The second day of calamity. Safety level friend, what shall I call you? Su Fan's gaze turned toward the approaching Mo Tianchao. I am Su. He replied with a smile. I was just looking for you. Ah, so you are brother Su, Mo Tian remarked, stepping within a meter of Su Fan and gesturing toward a nearby flowerbed's debris. Do you mind if I sit here? Feel free. Su Fan leaned back slightly. Mo Tian settled down, his face adorned with sincerity and goodwill as he said, coincidentally, I have come for an open exchange. I believe some information might pique brother Su's interest. Su Shuangyue stood beside Su Fan, observing the expressions of the two men, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. From her perspective, both possessed unfathomable strength, yet Su Fan lacked the sinister aura that Mo Tian exuded. In contrast, her impression of Su Fan was quite favorable, perhaps due to the Tianlang sword. Please, go ahead. Mo Tian sat lower. Su Fan leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Drawing closer, Mo Tian surveyed the surroundings, noting Gu Yelan and Lin Dai nearby. They are my people, Su Fan remarked, noticing the cautious expression on Emotion's face. This information is for your ears alone. Emotion shook his head, adding, as for whether you choose to share it afterward, that is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Su Xianwu discreetly retreated. Emotion continued, let Su Xianwu stay. She is acquainted with us, and I trust she will not speak indiscreetly. What do you think, Brother Su? Su Fan nodded, motioning for Lin Dai and the others to step aside. Su Xianwu complied, and Su Fan made space for her to sit. Subsequently, a set of crimson array flags materialized in Su Fan's hands, which he then arranged around them in Emotion's presence. A mere trifling prop, capable of shielding us from external disturbances, Su Fan explained nonchalantly. As Emotion merely observed the sudden appearance of the crimson flag with a slight tremor in his pupils, he refrained from uttering a word. Su Fan, with a flicker of thought, conjured a luminous barrier from the flag, enveloping himself, Su Xianwu, and Emotion within its protective embrace. A wave of warmth washed over them, gradually elevating the temperature of the surroundings. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Xianwu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The scene bore a resemblance to the fantastical narratives she pursued, albeit only in resemblance, for this man could hardly be a cultivator. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had yet to encounter a place so warm. My home is also quite warm, Su Fan murmured softly. Indeed, Brother Su's tools are truly remarkable. Emotion concealed a trace of unusual expression in his gaze. Let us dispense with idle chatter and address the matter at hand. Su Fan gestured invitingly. Emotion shifted forward slightly. Allow me to pose a question first. Are you aware of the second catastrophe? Su Fan's eyes flickered as he shook his head, for he had indeed not heard of it. Are you implying that we are currently experiencing the first catastrophe? Precisely, Emotion's tone rose slightly. Since the advent of the calamity, Blue Star has plunged into a cataclysmic apocalypse, rather than a mere mutation. Some may believe that once the extreme cold is conquered and the monsters eliminated, civilization and order can gradually be restored. However, that is not feasible, or rather, it is a distant prospect. You might liken the apocalypse to a level in a game. A game level? Su Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting that there exists a higher intelligence orchestrating all of this? No, not to that extent. Emotion waved his hand dismissively. I merely use it as a metaphor. It is, as the name suggests, a calamity. This first level is the extreme cold apocalypse. Indeed, it is a simple mode. Simple mode? Su Fan reflected momentarily, recalling how many lives had been lost, and how many corpses lay buried beneath the thick snow, which hardly sounded like a simple mode. Correct. The method to advance is rather straightforward. Emotion gestured with his hands. One merely needs to procure some food. Possess means to withstand the cold, and acquire snowflakes to awaken one's abilities. Upon awakening these powers, one's body will gain enhancement, not only enabling you to resist the chill, but also granting you the capability to seize food. And what of the second catastrophe? Su Fan remained noncommittal to Emotion's assertions, merely estimating that the number of deaths prior to the apocalypse had likely exceeded half. Given the total population of Blue Star, this is indeed a significant figure. Emotion revealed a mysterious smile. This first catastrophe can be tentatively termed the extreme cold apocalypse. The second catastrophe, however, shall be known as the fog apocalypse. Su Fan refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting further elaboration. You see, provide me with an outline. It will facilitate the soul-searching later. Su Fan's fingers idly tapped. Regarding the fog apocalypse, I can emphasize two crucial pieces of information. First, the fog apocalypse will descend on the 21st day, at which point dense fog will envelop the globe. Second, and most critically, this fog will obliterate all individuals who have not attained level 15. This level 15 denotes the security level. Su Xianwu listened nearby, taking a sharp breath. She was unaware of how individuals like Su Fan and Emotion had ascended to such elevated ranks. Yet she comprehended the arduousness for an ordinary person to reach level 15. Moreover, she had only just met the criteria to avoid obliteration. Su Fan organized the known information. It was indeed somewhat alarming. Setting aside the mere 21 days available, certain individuals, despite ample time, might never attain level 15. After all, leveling up beyond level 5 necessitated the acquisition of snow crystals, which entailed combat, and combat inherently carried the risk of demise. If an ordinary person remained oblivious to the information regarding the second cataclysm, they might opt for negligence or choose a more cautious, albeit sluggish, approach to leveling. For instance, They might exchange certain items for snow crystals or form teams to gradually hunt weaker monsters. Indeed, compared to the second cataclysm you mentioned, this current disaster could be deemed relatively mild. Su Fan nodded, then pondered before articulating. So, the second cataclysm will also feature monsters of even higher levels, correct? Concepts such as the power system, leveling up, breakthrough conditions, the second cataclysm, and security levels flashed through Su Fan's mind, leading to such speculation. Emotion did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, he gazed intently at Su Fan and proclaimed, "I have conveyed my sincere intentions. You can discern that I possess information. If you deem my information valuable, we may collaborate. However, prior to that, could you also disclose some information? For instance?" He gestured towards Su Fan's gear, the boots on his feet, the dagger of the underworld beside him, and the fiery shield above his head. "What if I decline?" Su Fan smirked slightly. "If you wish for me to reveal my information, you must at least offer your own in exchange. Brother Su, I have approached this dialogue with candor from the outset." Emotion leaned forward, his expression rather neutral. "I am a reborn." Chapter 65, Soul Searching Reborn. "Who told you I possessed supernatural abilities?" "Reborn?" Su Fan echoed the term. "Reborn." Su Shuangyue displayed a look of astonishment. In the fantasy novels she pursued, the protagonists were typically reborn individuals. Her gaze shifted to Su Fan. Was he the antagonist? No. Su Shuangyue closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. He was the man wielding the heavenly wolf sword. Indeed, Emotion tapped his temple with a finger. "You should understand what being reborn signifies. In my mind lies the past, present, and future of this apocalyptic world. From me, you may acquire exceedingly valuable information, provided you can divulge the origin of your items and where you hail from." Emotion's curious gaze remained fixed on Su Fan as they locked eyes for several moments. "Oh, I'm not interested," Su Fan casually remarked before rising to his feet. Emotion's smile froze upon his face, and his gaze gradually turned frigid. A flash of lightning enveloped him as he rose to his feet. The once amicable atmosphere between the two had suddenly turned tense. Just as Su Shuangyue was about to utter a word, Emotion's eyes shifted slightly, casting a glance at her, causing her to lose consciousness and collapse. Su Fan swiftly moved, catching her in time. "Why has she fainted again?" Su Fan murmured. "I merely induced a bit of mental confusion." Emotion raised his hand, questioning. "Are you certain you wish to remain silent?" A bolt of lightning shot into the sky, although it was obstructed by the fire cloud formation. An electric field spread throughout the vicinity. The might of this lightning was exponentially greater than when Emotion had dealt with the Lord earlier. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Glancing over, "Is it your electric abilities that embolden you? Or perhaps your mental abilities utilized against Su Shuangyue?" "Oh, you know I possess dual abilities?" Emotion replied with a chilling tone, then lifted his hand, directing the surrounding lightning to surge towards Su Fan. A blaze erupted from Su Fan, colliding with the lightning in a tremendous explosion. The square outside the fire cloud formation trembled violently, shattering the atmosphere that had just reveled in the victory over the beast tide. "But what if I possess more than just two abilities?" Emotion grinned, swallowing a pill. He exuded confidence, yet retained a cautious demeanor. The medicinal enhancement pill for mental abilities increases mental strength for a short duration upon consumption. The mental ability, Control, inflicts mental domination effects on the target, with the duration dependent on the comparative strength of their mental powers. The miraculous ability, Copy, allows one to replicate an ability for every 10 levels gained, with the copied ability increasing by 5 levels. Emotion currently stood at level 25, while his Control ability was at level 30. Coupled with the mental enhancement pill, the potency of his Control ability had reached an unfathomable level, instilling in him absolute confidence. This was why he dared to approach Su Fan even after witnessing his formidable strength. He remained unfazed even when Su Fan erected a protective barrier. Regardless of the strength of Su Fan's equipment or artifacts, as long as he could exert mental control over the man himself, everything would bend to his will. He planned to subsequently dominate Su Fan and seize the gear from the women around him. The rewards of this scheme were substantial. Yet Emotion was aware of the risks involved. For instance, should he approach Su Fan only to provoke the latter into a murderous frenzy, using that flying dagger, the Reaper's dagger, to end him swiftly. To mitigate such risks, Emotion opted to betray the military district, trading their trust for Su Fan's confidence. while also enlisting Jiang University's students to sing his praises, thereby increasing his favorability. Fortunately, the objective has been achieved. The seed of consciousness controlling the extraordinary ability has reached the optimal moment for activation, and I find myself in close proximity to the other party. As for the artifacts on Su Fan, Emotion too harbored curiosity regarding their origins. Hence, he proposed an information exchange involving the calamity of the next day and the information about the reborn. After all, he was about to meet his demise at my hands, so revealing the information posed no consequence. However, the other party remained impervious, expressing a disinterest in my intelligence. Thus, I could only conclude this futile dialogue. The control was initiated. Su Fan gently placed Su Shuangyue upon the flower bed, summoning the fire serpent from the fire spirit formation to guard her against the surrounding electric sparks. At that moment, Su Fan sensed an invisible force approaching him, one he was all too familiar with, akin to spiritual awareness. Su Fan recognized that the other possessed a mental type ability, which must be this. Yet, to Su Fan, this spiritual awareness seemed rather feeble. The spiritual strength of a late-stage foundational practitioner is already worlds apart from that of an ordinary person, not to mention Su Fan's own enhancement through the spirit refining technique. The force entered Su Fan's mind, only to be instantly engulfed by his immense spiritual awareness, vanishing without a trace. Noting Su Fan's lack of reaction, a smirk appeared at the corner of Emotion's mouth. He had succeeded. Kill her, Emotion commanded, gesturing towards Su Shuangyue on the flower bed. Two question marks slowly materialized above Su Fan's head. What was the tone of his command? It seemed that his mental type ability was one of mental control. Why did he wish to harm Su Shuangyue? This was perplexing. Emotion furrowed his brow, realizing that Su Fan exhibited no response to his directive. Upon sensing with his mental abilities, Emotion discovered that the connection of the controlling ability had inexplicably vanished. At that moment, a tremendous pressure descended from above. What kind of force is this? Emotion crouched down, half kneeling on the ground, his expression one of astonishment. Despite his daily enhancements through his medicinal abilities, he was now unable to stand. He could still speak. Su Fan observed Emotion's condition. What is your ability? The glimmer of shock and fear finally appeared in Emotion's eyes. Su Fan approached Emotion, placing his hand upon his forehead. If it were anyone else, they would certainly be astonished, for you are a four-ability wielder. Yet, might I entertain the possibility that I am not an ability wielder? No, that cannot be. As he felt a surge of power emanating from his forehead, Emotion frantically activated his lightning and mental abilities, attempting to resist. Soul-searching. A torrent of immense spiritual power surged into Emotion's mind, consuming all his consciousness and memories. As he lost awareness, Emotion's struggles abruptly ceased. Su Fan gradually delved into all of Emotion's memories, a tumultuous feeling stirring within the reborn Su Fan. Not only are the reincarnators real, but the information regarding the second catastrophe is genuine as well. Su Fan has also become aware of Emotion's plans and intentions, believing that controlling him is virtually assured. Hence, he is too lazy to fabricate lies. Even if the plan were to fail, he could rely on the vast knowledge residing in his mind, making it difficult for others to bring themselves to eliminate him. However, he could not have anticipated that Su Fan possessed the ability of soul search. In a manner of speaking, I too can be considered a reincarnator. Su Fan released Emotion's head and closed his eyes, organizing the immense influx of information he had just acquired. The present and future visage of this world gradually began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 66. Could you also be a reincarnator? Su Shuangyue's future. You are aware, there is still a plethora of information swirling within my mind. Everything I just disclosed to you is devoid of falsehood. As long as you ensure my safety, I will reveal all of it to you. Fear etched across Emotion's face as he realized he was being utterly overwhelmed in mental prowess. Even if his spiritual strength was inferior to that of Su Fan, it should still have posed some inconvenience. Should he fail to control the situation, there was still a chance for him to escape. At the very least, the contingency he had prepared resided within the information in his mind. This was knowledge known only to him as a reincarnator, something the other party could not possibly fathom. What information? Is it about the misty cave, the bewildering eagle, or the illuminating flower? Su Fan withdrew his hand from Emotion's forehead and casually washed his hands using a water manipulation technique. What? You already know? Also this. With a flick of his wrist, a golden-haired hamster flew out of Mo Tian's hoodie pocket and landed in his palm. Su Fan chuckled softly, saying, "Ah, the Xianwu mouse. Is it?" Shock flickered in Mo Tian's eyes. These creatures had yet to manifest in this world, particularly concerning the hamster. It could undergo a transformation into the Xianwu mouse when the misty apocalypse descends. In that realm, it is akin to a divine artifact, with fewer than 10 existing globally. This was information he had never shared with anyone. Even later on, those who became aware were exceedingly few. Could it be? Could he also be a reincarnated? Contemplating this, Mo Tian forced a smile of despair. As he relaxed slightly, Su Fan's spiritual energy pressed him down onto the ground. No wonder. No wonder. I should have realized it. The moment you first appeared, I ought to have suspected you were also a reincarnator. Since the very first day of my reincarnation, every step I took followed the original trajectory. Yet you suddenly appeared, disrupting my plans. I had thought that my actions had triggered a butterfly effect. So this is how it is. It makes sense now. Upon entering the campus of Jiang University, Su Fan was met with an assassination attempt from a sniper rifle. It was precisely because Mo Tian could not tolerate the existence of this variable that he harbored malicious intent towards Su Fan from the very beginning. However, your abilities are truly astonishing. Could it be that you have been reborn from a time even more distant than my own? We can still collaborate. Do not act hastily. Consider this. I possess 4 extraordinary powers, which serve as a formidable asset in combat. My extensive knowledge of the mist enables me to gather numerous resources in this fog-laden apocalypse. Su Fan is not a bloodthirsty individual. If Mo Tian were to adopt a more courteous demeanor and cooperate fully, perhaps there would be a chance for him to spare a life after extracting a soul. Yet, once Su Fan has completed the soul extraction, he will discern that this individual cannot be spared. This person has harbored intentions against Su Xuanyue, a sentiment Su Fan cannot tolerate. Furthermore, he perceives those around him merely as tools, like the sniper who shot himself. Mo Tian first utilized his control abilities to transform him into an instrument of execution. To prevent leaks, he subsequently employed his poison manipulation powers to eliminate him. The military district provided considerable assistance on his path to advancement, yet he callously betrayed them. However, it is important to note that the military had initially concealed information from him, thereby justifying their actions. The students of Jiang University regard him with respect, admiration, and even as an object of faith, yet in his grand design, he views them solely as pawns, mere cannon fodder. As you are aware, the early stages of the mist apocalypse inevitably require such expendable forces. In due time, the individuals from Jiang University can be placed under your command. Seeing Su Fan lost in thought, Mo Tian believed he had effectively swayed him. You need not concern yourself with the Mist Eagle, Su Fan coldly replied. Indeed, Brother Su, your strength is formidable, and you need not resort to such measures against the Mist Eagle. Nevertheless, I remain at your service. Mo Tian, overwhelmed with desperation, felt tears welling up. He had anticipated that this rebirth would lead him to smooth sailing and rapid ascension, yet he found himself utterly defeated. You are of no use, Su Fan retorted, revealing the Soul Reaper dagger in his hand. Before Mo Tian could utter another word, the dagger had pierced through him. Su Fan swiftly conjured a fireball, incinerating Mo Tian's lifeless body. Observing the deceased Mo Tian, Su Fan felt a twinge of sentimentality. Had it not been for his own existence, he wondered how far Mo Tian might have progressed in this apocalypse. As a reborn individual, Mo Tian possessed critical information, which was already a considerable advantage. His miraculous ability, replication, had Su Fan exclaiming in astonishment. Fortunately, his skills surpassed Mo Tian's. With a flick of his wrist, Su Fan erased all traces of the encounter. The small hamster he had captured, being a living creature, could not be stored in his dimensional bag, so he placed it in his pocket instead. Approaching the flower bed, Su Fan dispelled the surrounding fire serpents and cradled Princess Su Xuanyue in his arms. She remained unconscious, her ethereal beauty captivating. After delving into Mo Tian's memories, Su Fan comprehended why Mo Tian sought to have him eliminate Su Xuanyue. Yet, more astonishing than that were the revelations concerning Su Xuanyue's future. Within Mo Tian's recollections, she wielded sword-based powers with astounding prowess. A figure clad in a flowing gown, radiating the essence of swordplay, vanquishing formidable foes, paints a picture of perfection. Wherever she treads, she remains the epicenter of the battlefield, the focal point amidst the throng. In the ensuing apocalyptic era, an organization emerged, ranking renowned espers. A hierarchy largely embraced by the populace. Among those esteemed, Su Shuangyue prominently occupies a coveted position within the top 10 espers of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Shuangyue is not only endowed with extraordinary swordsmanship, but also possesses an indomitable will that dances on the precipice of death. Furthermore, she harbors a heart devoid of men. With a natural affinity for her sword, cold, aloof, and frigid, she rebuffs the entreaties of equally powerful espers who dare to pursue her. Su Fan's heart jolted. Reflecting on Su Shuangyue's earlier invitation and her slight awkwardness upon their meeting, he now wondered if her interest lay in him or merely in his Tianlang's sword. It seemed she was a woman whose heart was entirely consumed by the art of the blade. Yet, this is merely the perspective of outsiders. None could fathom the true thoughts swirling within Su Shuangyue's mind. What truly fortifies her position atop the hierarchy of espers is her unique ability. In moments of dire peril, she instinctively summons a protective blade of light that obliterates all in its path. Rarely does she invoke this power, and its limitations remain shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the tales of its might are merely whispers, as no one has witnessed its full destructive potential. Due to this extraordinary capability, Su Shuangyue has maintained an undefeated stature. Additionally, her unassuming demeanor discourages any from daring to provoke her. As she lay nestled in Su Fan's embrace, her eyelashes fluttered, and one hand clutched his garment. In slumber, she resembled a delicate kitten, a stark contrast to her formidable persona as the Sword of the High Ridge. Chapter 67. Would she strike me down? Is that conceivable? Undoubtedly. A goddess who amalgamates beauty, talent, and martial prowess, Su Shuangyue garners admiration and adulation wherever she wanders. Yet, throughout her past and any conceivable future, she has never been touched by another's hand. Once an admirer of hers, Emotion now possesses strength that surpasses her own, yet he refrains from acting, not from lack of desire, but due to the presence of her unique ability to approach Su Shuangyue while circumventing her extraordinary power. One might consider two avenues, the first being to earn her recognition, thereby elevating his standing in her esteem, which would, in turn, prevent her from activating her defensive prowess. The second option involves provoking her ability through the actions of another, allowing him to reap the rewards. Yet, with Su Shuangyue's icy demeanor, her preferences and the path to her affection remain elusive. The first method, indeed, is as challenging as scaling the heavens. Thus, Emotion devised a plan of the second kind. He sought to control himself to trigger the so-called special ability of Su Shuangyue, which was purportedly capable of activating autonomously. He intended to subsequently disarm Lin Dai and others outside, ultimately leading to his own demise. The plan appeared flawless, yet the initial step faltered. As Emotion's mental fortitude proved inadequate against Su Fan's consciousness, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Nonetheless, his mental prowess significantly surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. He could easily resist, while others would find themselves in dire straits upon encountering him. With a 10-level advantage over Su Shuangyue, coupled with an enhancement skill for mental strength, he effortlessly plunged her into a state of cognitive disarray. Causing her to experience brief confusion was far simpler than exerting control over her. Su Fan cast another appreciative glance at Su Shuangyue's serene sleeping visage, relieved that her mental turmoil had rendered her peacefully slumbering, devoid of any erratic swordplay. Time to return. Su Fan mused to himself, reflecting on the day's substantial gains, an abundance of information and a mysterious artifact, the Hong Tian seal, which he had yet to examine. Just as he contemplated dispelling the fire spirit array, Su Shuangyue nestled her head against his chest and tugged gently at his clothing. Then, with her lips barely parting, she uttered a barely audible word. "Want?" "Pardon?" Su Fan was taken aback. This did not align with the demeanor of the aloof goddess. Perhaps it was his own misinterpretation. His thoughts were impure, and he felt remorseful. He leaned down and inquired, "What do you wish for?" "You." Su Shuangyue did not open her eyes, but responded nonetheless. "Who am I?" Su Fan enunciated slowly, a realization dawning upon him that Su Shuangyue remained in a state of cognitive confusion. This disarray resembled a dream devoid of consciousness, where thoughts, memories, and information melded freely, allowing for any utterance or action. Yet, unlike a dream, one could not easily manipulate their own body within such a state. Even articulating a coherent sentence proved challenging. Su Xuanyue furrowed her delicate brow, and after a few moments, she spoke again. I do not know your name. What features do I possess? Su Fan was curious about whom Su Xuanyue was referencing in her unconscious state. If she were murmuring about another, it would lead to an entirely different narrative. A silver-white sword. I like it. Its name is the Tianlang sword. Su Fan's apprehension dissipated. Oh, so you desire the Tianlang sword, or me? Su Fan queried, observing the subtle flutter of Su Xuanyue's eyelashes, a thought rapidly expanding in his mind. The Tianlang sword belongs to you. I have no means to obtain it. Upon finishing this sentence, Su Xuanyue gradually opened her eyes, locking gazes with Su Fan. Her clear eyes resembled a tranquil pool, seemingly drawing Su Fan's very soul into their depths. Su Fan offered no resistance, allowing his spirit to become enraptured. Although Su Xuanyue had opened her eyes, it was evident that she was not in a state of normal wakefulness. If you desire my words, then the Tianlang sword is yours, is it not? Su Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he guided Su Xuanyue through her reasoning. Well, then I want you. Su Xuanyue's arms encircled Su Fan's neck, pulling him close. Such decisiveness? Is this right? Surely not. Do you comprehend the implications of my statement? Su Fan scratched his head, pondering the potential for misunderstanding. What if, in a moment of impulse, he inadvertently triggered her unique ability, causing a blade of light to surge forth and unleash a flurry of strikes upon himself? Should it be linked to combat prowess, Su Fan would not be apprehensive. Yet if it were a conceptual power that obliterated all, the ramifications would be dire. Moreover, what if she regained consciousness mid-practice of her fusion technique? Contemplating various possibilities, Su Fan gradually began to steady himself. Calmness is key. There is no need for haste. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait, and a fine sword is honed through patience. Indeed, he embodied rationality, capable of foreseeing consequences and refraining from reckless actions. Su Fan instinctively straightened his posture, his gaze clear. At that moment, Su Xuanyue's crimson lips brushed against Su Fan's ear. Goodbye, reason. Farewell to my mind. For today I shall embark on a journey with my heart. Consider this. When the fire spirit array activates, it isolates the outside world. This is advantageous. Here, it is only the two of them. This is harmonious. Today is the eve of tomorrow. This is timely. With the convergence of favorable timing, advantageous terrain, and harmonious relations, it is feasible. Su Fan waved his hand, and a set of bedroom furniture cascaded out of his storage bag. Spiritual energy surged forth, manipulating these items to create a pleasing environment. Su Fan channeled his spiritual power, ever prepared for defense. Logically, as long as Su Xuanyue subconsciously acknowledged him, her unique ability would not be triggered. Even if her consciousness was in disarray, it would still be a response of her subconscious, wouldn't it? You said this, so please, do not strike me. What we are about to engage in is merely the Tianlang Sword Master's inheritance ceremony. Yes. Su Xuanyue let out a soft hum. Ah, Mu Xiaowan yawned. What are the masters discussing? Why have they not emerged yet? The sky is nearly dark. If you are bored, you could assist Ruren in collecting snow crystals. Lin Dai suggested, seated at the flower bed, keeping a watchful eye on several bound snipers. We've already been busy for an hour, so I'll go for a bit longer. Mu Xiaowan arrived at the southern gate of Jian University, where Lu Ruren was extracting snow crystals from a pile of monster corpses. With each crystal retrieved, the corresponding monster carcass would dissipate. A large bag was already filled beside her. Sister Ruren, you are so diligent. Lu Ruren replied, not lifting her head, continuing her task. Now that your conditions have improved, you can effortlessly gather a substantial amount of snow crystals. Reflecting on those bygone days, when I would labor over pot after pot to brew snowflakes. Let us pause. Am I not of assistance? Mu Xiaowan reached up to adjust her hair with a headband, rolling her sleeves up to her forearms. Suddenly, a phone rang. Lin Dai's gaze shifted from the distant figures of Lu Ruren and another to the side of Gu Yalan. Your phone is ringing again. Do you wish to answer it? Gu Yalan's phone had long been taken by Su Fan and was now resting with Lin Dai. Upon retrieving it, she saw yet another incoming call from Xia Yishuan. Gu Yalan's expression darkened, her eyelids drooping as she gazed into the distant sky. What significance is there in answering or not? Chapter 68. The frigid Su Xuanyue? How fierce. Xuanyue, when did you awaken? Amidst the chaos, Su Fan chuckled awkwardly. The celestial wolf sword. Su Xuanyue retorted coolly, standing to the side with her hairstyle already perfected. Her pristine white gown concealed her striking figure, and her countenance remained frosty, albeit now possessing a touch of softness. Yet, it seemed her demeanor towards herself had taken a downturn. Su Fan reluctantly relinquished the Celestial Wolf sword to Su Xianwu. Celestial Wolf Sword Spirit Cultivation Progress 5200100000. Alas, he had yet to witness the manifestation of the Sword Spirit. Nonetheless, it was indeed more fitting for Su Xianwu to wield this blade. After all, trading a Celestial Wolf sword for a future Valkyrie was an undeniably profitable exchange. Humph. Upon receiving the Celestial Wolf sword, Su Xianwu issued a cold huff. One must wonder, did she possess the audacity to demand the Celestial Wolf sword from the outset, indicating her awareness from the very beginning? Perhaps it was merely a matter of memory. Yet, pinpointing the moment of her awakening remained elusive. Ding! A new Furnace Cauldron has been added. Furnace Cauldron, Su Xianwu, Level 15, Anomaly Ability, Sword Type, Appearance, Stunning, Intimacy Level 3, Resurrection Count 33. Oh, a Level 3 Intimacy is not insignificant. This initial intimacy level ranks just below you Meow Meow. Moreover, this is the favorability of the Ice Goddess, bearing great weight. A woman of contradictory words and intentions. Ding! The intimacy level of Su Xianwu has reached level 2, and a reward package has been granted. Opening Intimacy Package. Please select one option. Option A, 7 Earth Grade Superior Spirit Swords, Qi Xia Jian. Option B, 7 Mystic Grade Superior Healing Pills, Liao Yuan Dan. Option C, 7 Dual Invitations from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Additional option for Stunning Appearance Level, Water Escape Technique, Speed Increase by 7-fold. Liao Yuan Dan. Consuming 1 restores injuries. This water escape technique offers an impressive multiplier. While the base speed remains uncertain, it is surely not slow. The water escape technique can be executed as long as there is a medium containing water elements, and in the frigid end of the world, ice and snow abound. However, Su Fan found himself greatly lacking in swords. Life is indeed arduous for a cultivator without a spiritual sword. Moreover, Su Fan is now acutely aware that this extreme cold will soon pass, as temperatures rise and the snow melts. The opportunities to utilize the water escape technique will significantly diminish. With this realization, he suppressed his inclination to choose the water escape technique. As for the Healing Yuan pill, he deemed its priority low, especially with Lu Ruren's extraordinary abilities at play. He opted for armor. With a mere thought, 7 crimson long swords, glimmering with the hue of fire, materialized and hovered before Su Fan. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xianwu's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. He possesses so many swords? Furthermore, those swords appeared to be of no lesser quality than the Tianlang sword. Yet, this was of little consequence. Su Xianwu cradled the Tianlang sword sheath in her arms, affirming that regardless, the Tianlang sword is the finest. With a wave of his hand, the 7 Qiang swords were stored into his bag. A trade of 7 for 1 is certainly a profitable deal. Observing Su Xianwu's serene visage as she cherished the Tianlang sword, Su Fan found her unexpectedly endearing. Nevertheless, while the Qiang sword is of superior grade, the Tianlang sword possesses an additional growth potential through its sword spirit. The cultivation of this sword spirit is quite challenging, and upon its successful emergence, its actual quality may well surpass that of the Qiang sword. Dressed, Su Fan descended to the ground. Gathering the arranged furniture into his storage bag, Su Xianwu watched impassively. Although she had been wronged, the scene Su Fan had orchestrated was still relatively respectable. Indeed, it was soft and comfortable. After tidying everything up, Su Fan approached Su Xianwu, eager to gauge her expression. Her demeanor shifted, her countenance turned icy, her gaze sharp and ferocious, reflecting a murderous intent. How fierce! Su Fan's gaze lingered on her face, taking in her features. Typically, such a stare would prompt one party to look away, yet Su Xianwu's eyes remained fixed upon Su Fan, unwavering. "Let us depart," Su Fan declared, retracting his gaze and scratching his head. "Wait, what about Emotion? What happened afterward?" Recalling the last scene of the confrontation between Su Fan and Emotion sent a shiver down Su Xianwu's spine. "He is dead," Su Fan stated bluntly, subsequently summarizing the events that transpired, omitting certain sensitive details. When it came to Emotion's intention to exploit her to decipher Su Xianwu's unique abilities, Su Fan first inquired. Do you possess any hidden special abilities? What? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Shuangyue's eyes. Su Fan realized that she was still unaware of her own extraordinary capabilities, likely triggered during a past battle. Su Fan deftly sidestepped the previous topic and proceeded to discuss her disoriented reactions. Stop. Su Shuangyue's expression turned frosty, interrupting him. I'm not listening anymore. She swiftly changed the subject, stating, Mo Tian holds a significant reputation at Jiang University. Although his original plan today was to abandon the majority and the individuals he intended to take to Qingchuan Mountain were merely pawns. The current members of Jiang University remain oblivious to this fact. Yes, I grasp your point, but it matters not. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively, then grinned playfully. You still care about me, don't you? Su Shuangyue shot him a glare, her delicate features icy as she turned her head away. Oh, by the way, this is the snow crystal from the snow ape, Lord you slain. I had Lin Dai put it away while you were unconscious. Su Fan revealed a white crystal the size of a volleyball. Su Shuangyue turned back, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. This scene felt familiar. The last time she broke through the level 10 threshold, she had cradled a snow crystal from the Snowball Lord, which Su Fan had gifted her. However, this time, it could almost be considered her own achievement, rather than merely sharing in Su Fan's spoils. Overcoming the challenge of 5 levels was indeed arduous, but she now possessed the experience and confidence to face it. Su Shuangyue contemplated that next time, she would challenge the Snow Wolf Lord, matching Su Fan's accomplishments. Additionally, she had her own compelling reasons to confront that Snow Wolf Lord. And this, Su Fan produced an even larger and more translucent Lord-level snow crystal. Is from the Snow Wolf Lord. Consider it a gift as well. Su Shuangyue's gaze turned cold, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Su Fan was taken aback. What's wrong? Are you unhappy about receiving a gift? I don't want it. Su Shuangyue pushed it back toward him. I'll handle it myself. After pondering, Su Fan reasoned that with her strength, she should be capable of achieving this after reaching level 20. He reclaimed the Lord-level snow crystal, considering that Lin Dai, Mu Xiaowan, and Lu Ruren were still stuck at level 20 and could utilize the crystal to break through the level threshold. Noticing Su Fan's silence, Su Shuangyue felt her tone might have been too harsh and added, You can use your Tianlang sword. She brandished the long sword in her hand, effortlessly performing a flourish. The sight of the white dress and the elegant sword made for a captivating scene. It's yours now. Su Fan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. I've dispelled the formation. Chapter 69. My home is quite spacious. Where are you all headed? With a swift motion, Su Fan waved his hand, causing the surrounding light barrier to dissipate. Observing the change, many people gathered around, starting with Lin Dai and Gu Yelan. Lin Dai reported on the recent events and mentioned the phone call Gu Yelan had received. Su Fan cast a glance at Gu Yelan, who appeared nonchalant. Lin Dai pointed to several snipers who had been tied up, and Su Fan placed his hand on the forehead of the loudest among them, Old Lu, obtaining some information regarding their military district. 3 days ago, they established a branch in Jiangxing, with their headquarters over 100 kilometers away in Tianyuanqing. They exchanged snow crystals for intelligence from Mo Tian and were invited today to assassinate Su Fan. The Barrett sniper rifle, modified with supernatural abilities, did not originate from Mo Tian's intelligence. Su Fan found no techniques for weapon enhancement in Mo Tian's memories, indicating that the true inventor of these modified weapons is likely a skilled individual unknown to them. Kid, having provoked our military district, the commander will not let you off easily. I advise you to be wise and let us go. I might still persuade them to abandon their pursuit. After regaining consciousness from the soul-searching, Old Lu resumed his bluster. Su Fan flicked his wrist, revealing the dagger of the underworld. In a swift motion, the throats of 6 snipers were simultaneously severed. Those who harbored murderous intentions towards him could not be spared. Well done. Mu Xiaowan happened to walk by and witnessed this scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She pointed at the corpses of the snipers, with such weaponry and abilities. Instead of protecting the residents or participating in rescue efforts, they conspire against us. Indeed, we were trapped for so long without encountering a single soldier from the military district. Lu Ruren added, following closely behind Mu Xiaowan. She then handed 2 large bags of snow crystals to Su Fan. Su Fan scanned them with his spiritual sense, counted briefly, and stored them in his dimensional bag. Those from the military district are no good. They excel only in assassination. Oh, but even that they fail at, Mu Xiaowan lamented, her face reflecting her resentment. No, Su Xuanyue interjected from behind Su Fan. They are from a military district in another region. Jiangxing actually has its own military district. Su Fan slightly turned to look at her. Having gained more memories, he had already surmised what Su Xuanyue was about to reveal. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, the Jiangxing military district discovered a white wolf lord. Due to limited information at the time, it was believed that the extreme cold of the apocalypse was brought about by these monsters. The military command determined that this white wolf lord was their chief, and defeating it would gradually dismantle the extreme cold apocalypse. Thus, with a command from the headquarters, thousands of soldiers rushed to the battlefield. However, at that time, there were no awakened supernatural beings nor enhanced equipment. Even heavy firepower proved to be of limited effectiveness against the white wolf lord. Moreover, the numerous ordinary white wolves, all above level 10, near the white wolf's lair posed immense pressure on the ground troops, especially when the white wolf lord unleashed a colossal beam of light. Sweeping across the battlefield, not only were the ground forces devastated, but helicopters in the air also plummeted. After the initial defeat, as the command center ordered a retreat, the nearby monsters and several snow caves erupted into chaos. My parents perished in that battle. Su Xuanyue spoke coldly, her face betraying no emotion. Yet her eyes were filled with sorrow and resentment. I'm sorry, Mu Xiaowan remarked, taken aback by the revelation of such events in Jiangxing. Lu Ruren's expression mirrored her astonishment. She had once eagerly awaited rescue at home, only to discover that sacrifices had already been made for the residents. At that moment, Lin Dai grasped Su Xuanyue's hand, expressing her understanding. We all have lost many family members in this frigid end times. Her words cast a shadow over the faces of those nearby, leaving them somewhat subdued. Though they currently faced no immediate peril, the calamities and tragedies of the early apocalypse had claimed far too many lives. Su Fan suddenly understood. It was no wonder that Su Xuanyue desired to slay the White Wolf Lord. There was an emotional layer to her motivation. Turning his gaze, he noticed Qi Jian and Hua Qiyu, who seemed poised to inquire about Mo Tian's situation. May I ask, how is Chairman Mo? Su Fan recounted how Mo Tian had vanished after witnessing him vanquish the White Wolf Lord. Hua Qiyu's expression shifted to one of reverence. He has departed. Huh? Where has he gone? Su Fan pondered Mo Tian's disappearance and gestured skyward. To the heavens. He briefly explained Mo Tian's intentions to kill and seize treasures, leaving the belief of his tale to their discretion. Hua Qiyu displayed a look of disbelief tinged with sorrow. Qi Jian, regaining his composure, politely inquired, will you be staying at Jiang University? No. Su Fan waved his hand, indicating they could leave. They had done their part to defend their school during the beast tide. They were not entirely ill-natured. All right, you may return. Su Fan clapped his hands, then turned to Su Xuanyue with a smile. Come back with me. My home is quite spacious. Who would want to return with you? Su Xuanyue frowned, her voice icy. Lin Dai, sensing something amiss since their arrival, wondered what story had unfolded. I am going to kill the White Wolf Lord. Farewell, Su Xuanyue declared through clenched teeth, leaving without a backward glance. Considering Su Xuanyue's potential for great achievement, Su Fan felt no need for further interference. Besides her innate survival capabilities, she also possessed the system's resurrection effect, alleviating his concerns for her safety. Remember to let me see the child when they are born. Su Fan's voice echoed, causing Su Xuanyue to pause momentarily. What? Lin Dai looked at Su Fan incredulously. When had this occurred? Su Xuanyue understood that Su Fan was referring to the spirit of the celestial wolf sword. When he entrusted her with the sword, he had informed her that slaying monsters could nurture its spirit. However, the description was rather excessive. Shameless. Why shout so loudly? Su Xuanyue hastened out of the school gate, only slowing once out of sight, leaning against a wall, gritting her teeth. Bastard. Do you have any idea how much pain I am in? In Jiang City, Bewitching District, approximately 10 kilometers from Jiang University. The rooftop of a tall building had been cleared for a helipad. The sound of wind from the helicopter grew louder, fully prepared for takeoff. After sprinting 10 kilometers through the snow, the weary and exhausted middle-aged man in military attire, Qin Dehai, finally reached the rooftop. Upon his appearance, He Ming, who was of similar age and donned with insignia, stepped forward to grasp his hand. Dehai, it is fortunate that you are unharmed. You witnessed the entire combat sequence of that man. This intelligence is of paramount importance to the military district. We must return immediately to report to the command center. Yes. Commander. Upon seeing He Ming, Qin Dahai felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Just moments ago, he had been targeted by that man and feared for his own life. After sprinting for 10 kilometers and boarding the helicopter, he finally began to feel a sense of relief. Commander, please contact the command center and find someone with the ability to interpret anomalies. It is difficult for me to directly describe that man's capabilities. Understood. He Ming nodded, closing the door. Let's take off. As Qin Dahai reached for the helicopter's door, just as it was about to close, a pair of delicate hands unexpectedly reached in. The fingers of those hands abruptly halted the sliding door. And despite Qin Dahai's instinctive effort to push harder, the door remained immovable. Slowly, the door reopened, revealing a strikingly beautiful face that appeared almost otherworldly to them, captivating their hearts. Where are you headed? Chapter 70. Stronger than you imagine. After the 6 snipers fired, Yu Miao Miao received a mental transmission from Su Fan, redirecting the surveillance on Mo Tian to tracking Qin Dahai. Who are you? Qin Dahai hissed in a low voice. He had exerted all his strength. Yet the assailant held the door firmly with just one hand. This woman possessed strength far beyond his own. Who was she? If she were a specialized power-enhanced individual, that would be acceptable. However, could this seemingly frail woman truly possess such enhanced abilities? If the latter were true, the situation would be dire. She could be a power user far more advanced than they were. Moreover, he could not fathom how she had appeared. This building was designated as the military district's stronghold in Jiangxing, surrounded by security measures. Qin Dahai felt cold sweat trickling down his back. The man he had encountered earlier was already astonishingly powerful. Now, how could there be another individual? Prepare to fire. He Ming grabbed a rifle from within the cabin, and the other 3 soldiers promptly disengaged their safeties. Fire! Bang! Bang! Just as the bullets were about to strike her fingers, Yu Miao Miao released her grip. The door slammed shut. No, closing the door won't suffice. If they attack the helicopter during takeoff, it could be perilous. He Ming shouted, "Open the door, suppressive fire." The cabin door swung open, and 4 modified automatic rifles unleashed a torrent of firepower. Yu Miao Miao raised her right hand, and with a surge of spiritual energy, the bullets, as they approached her, slowed down as if entering high-precision foam. As the decelerating bullet was about to make contact with Yu Miao Miao, the Huanglin armor activated, generating a barrier that completely deflected the projectile. Prepare for ascent. He Ming shouted at the pilot. It was all too strange. What kind of supernatural ability was this? Fortunately, the adversaries seemed to lack offensive capabilities, granting them a chance to escape. Ascend. He Ming urged the pilot once more, but there was no response. Turning to look, He Ming and the others found the pilot's head slumped to one side, his throat already slit. When had he died? Not even a scream had escaped his lips. It was utterly bizarre. I will take over. You maintain fire suppression. He Ming tossed his rifle to Qin Dahai and swiftly dragged the pilot's body away. Taking the pilot's seat, he noticed a hole had appeared in the adjacent glass. What weapon could have done this? If it was a long-range firearm, how could there be no shattering patterns? He Ming pushed aside his thoughts and pulled the lever as the helicopter finally lifted off the ground. However, just as it ascended to a height of 1 person, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yu Miao Miao, significantly slowing the bullet stream. In an instant, she darted forward, utilizing the speed bestowed by her cloud-treading boots to position herself directly beneath the helicopter, seizing the landing gear. Subsequently, she exerted her spiritual power, forcing the helicopter downward. Despite the rotor blades spinning at full power, they could not escape the grip of her force field. Damn it, we can't take off. He Ming growled. I should have modified the power system with supernatural abilities first. Yu Miao Miao, one hand wielding the Reaper's dagger and the other gripping the helicopter's landing gear, prepared to wear them down. Su Fan had advised her to wait for his arrival. Killing was permissible, but it was best not to eliminate the officer. She had already used her spiritual energy to control the Reaper's dagger to slay the helicopter's pilot, and now that the officer was personally at the controls, she could not kill him. As Yu Miao Miao looked up, she spotted the muzzle of a gun extending from the cabin door. With a sharp crack, the rifle was severed in 2. 2 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, and dozens of armed supernatural soldiers poured out. Upon seeing the elegant and graceful beauty pulling at the helicopter, many soldiers could not help but display expressions of shock. Open fire. He Ming commanded from within the helicopter. A barrage of bullets rained down within seconds. Simultaneously, various skills were unleashed. Some bullets ricocheted, Others possessed penetrating capabilities, some aimed to immobilize her, while others used light to directly obscure her vision. Yu Miao Miao was forced to use her spiritual energy to block the bullets, while simultaneously maneuvering the Reaper's dagger through the air, piercing the throats of the supernatural soldiers one after another. What? What on earth is this? One soldier summoned a light shield, only for it to be pierced through. We can't hold it back. We are all going to die. These supernatural soldiers were not fools. As casualties mounted, their resolve began to waver. This woman is remarkably formidable. It is almost effortless for her to eliminate any one of them. This is not a matter of defending one's homeland. There is no need to sacrifice oneself. At that moment, the helicopter suddenly surged with power, breaking free just as Yu Miao Miao engaged the superpowered soldiers with her spiritual energy. In that instant, she made a decisive choice to grasp the landing gear and follow the helicopter. However, she caught sight of a figure soaring through the sky on a flying sword, racing toward her. Subsequently, Yu Miao Miao released her grip, allowing it to ascend. The remaining superpowered soldiers, witnessing this scene, hurriedly retreated from the corridor. Yu Miao Miao thought to herself that these soldiers had fired at her, and they could not be allowed to escape. She pursued them into the corridor. In the air, He Ming watched the ground recede, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Even in the apocalypse, he had never encountered such a situation. Fortunately, although some level 15 superpowered soldiers had been sacrificed, they had prioritized the safety of their leader and were finally secure. Commander, she did not pursue us. Qin Dahai bravely peeked out to glance behind. It would be a miracle if she caught up. He Ming took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. While there are many different types of superpowers, none possess the ability to fly. Indeed, once we leave the ground, we are safe. At this altitude, even gunfire would be beyond range. Qin Dahai nodded in agreement, but He Ming remained slightly concerned. What if the opponent possessed a long-range tracking ability? What is that? Just as Qin Dahai was about to retract his head into the cabin, he suddenly spotted a crimson light streaking across the sky, swiftly approaching them. What on earth is that? He Ming had already maxed out the helicopter's speed, yet it seemed painfully slow compared to the red light. Is there a person atop it? What is this? Qin Dahai exclaimed loudly. Before long, the crimson light caught up with the helicopter, abruptly slowing down to level with the cabin door. Su Fan stood with his hands clasped behind him, flying atop the Qixia sword. He turned to gaze at the individuals inside the cabin, his intense gaze sending shivers down their spines. He is that man. Quickly shoot. Qin Dahai yelled, grasping his automatic rifle. With a mere gesture, Su Fan suppressed them, forcing them to the ground, unable to even lift their weapons. What kind of power is this? Qin Dahai's face was filled with disbelief. Despite having encountered the extraordinary several times today, Su Fan's abilities once again surpassed his expectations. Apologies, I am somewhat stronger than you anticipated. In a flash, Su Fan entered the cabin, casually storing the Qixia sword in his dimensional bag. Who wished to kill me? Chapter 71. Your level is too low. He actually rode upon a sword? To catch up with the helicopter directly? This is utterly incredible. How does he manage to fly on a sword? Is it a peculiar supernatural ability, or a sword modified by such powers? My brother, with your capabilities, why not collaborate with our military district? He Ming, aware of his inability to confront the adversary, endeavored to communicate. He remained firmly seated in the pilot's seat, ensuring the helicopter's stability. We possess weaponry and technology. Coupled with your abilities, we could undoubtedly thrive in this apocalyptic world and benefit humanity. As He Ming spoke, he turned his head, striving to maintain a composed tone. Do you know what my ability is? Why engage in discussions of collaboration? What compelling reasons do you have to entice me? Reflecting on the notion of murder and treasure-seeking while professing to benefit humanity, do you not find that amusing? Su Fan's form flickered beside He Ming, and without awaiting a response, he pressed his hand against He Ming's forehead. Soul search. He Ming's consciousness plunged into chaos as the helicopter continued its flight, guided solely by previous settings. This man held a high-ranking position within the military district, possessing far more information than old Liu. The military district's location, internal structure, and combat capabilities were swiftly comprehended by Su Fan. The discussions from the command center echoed in his ears. Those resources must be acquired. That individual represents a significant threat. He cannot be spared when the opportunity to eliminate him arises. Such technology must remain under our military district's control. In this world, the strong reign supreme. Everything is determined by power. Oh, merely for existing, one deserves to be killed? To Su Fan's surprise, Integrating Motion's memories revealed that the technology for modifying weapons with supernatural abilities was not a gift from Motion, the reincarnated individual, but rather a top-secret knowledge unknown even to He Ming. Could there be experts within the military district? Regardless, there must be advanced technicians present. After all, it is not unusual for the Dragon Kingdom to harbor extraordinary talents. Su Fan pondered briefly, formulating several plans, and after swiftly searching for key information, he withdrew his hand from He Ming's head. Upon regaining consciousness, He Ming, though oblivious to what had transpired, instinctively regained control of the helicopter's flight path, which had begun to veer off course. Speaking of which, you have already reported my information. I am currently one of your top 3 most dangerous targets. Su Fan unsheathed the dagger of the underworld, gripping it tightly. There is no alternative. I am now your terrorist, compelled to act in accordance with my role. What are you doing? Su Fan twisted the blade against the soldier's neck before kicking his lifeless body out of the helicopter door. Wait, Qin Dahai interjected, pleading. Don't kill me. We can return and persuade the command center to abandon the pursuit. What makes you think you possess that capability? Su Fan replied as he propelled another soldier out of the door. If we could convince the command center to cease their pursuit of you, would you allow us to return? He Ming sensed he had grasped the crux of the matter. I make no guarantees. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Su Fan wiped the blood from his hands. Now, the cabin contained only He Ming and Qin Dahai. The military district was indeed heavily guarded. Equipped with modified heavy weaponry and numerous level 20 or above ability users capable of coordinating with machinery. Confronting the military district posed a considerable challenge. Moreover, they possessed means that could genuinely threaten him. However, calculating the time, he would soon enter the core formation stage. Realm, late foundation establishment, progress 3350. Current cultivation speed, 32 points per day. Yet, once this progress bar filled, it remained uncertain whether there would be any conditions for entering the core formation stage. Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Each realm represented a qualitative leap in combat power. At that point, battling the military district would not be impossible. However, the thought of someone lurking in the shadows, waiting to ambush him, was unsettling. Wait, I have an idea, Qin Dahai exclaimed suddenly. Our military district commander has a daughter. Oh, Su Fan sat down, gesturing for him to continue. I only know that she is not in the military district. If you could capture her, the command center would certainly hesitate to act against you. Su Fan pondered for a moment, recalling a figure from He Ming's memory, bright teeth and clear eyes, resembling an ethereal orchid. Qin Dahai continued, as long as we return, not only can we inform you of the command center's actions, but we can also ascertain her whereabouts. Dahai, do you realize what you are doing? He Ming growled, it's one thing to die, but dragging her into this is unacceptable. Suddenly, He Ming veered the helicopter, intending to crash it directly. He Yuchen. Su Fan suddenly uttered a name. He Ming felt as though he had been struck, halting his actions and swiftly stabilizing the helicopter's position. Your illegitimate daughter, lacking formal status, cannot receive protection from the military district and must reside outside in the Jiyuan community. Correct? Because of this, she currently lacks the allocated snow crystals from the military district and is only at level 8, am I right? She does not possess the capabilities of the commander's daughter, does she? The information about the calamity was conveyed to you all by Mo Tian the next day. Do you think she can elevate herself to level 15 on her own? Su Fan leaned closer to his ear, whispering like a demon. Furthermore, if you were to perish, do you believe that, given the military district style of operation, they would retain your family's qualifications in the district due to your sacrifice? He Ming fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. I will return and do my utmost to prevent them from assassinating you. The commander's daughter has some disagreements with the military district and has taken a group of people to fight independently. I will ascertain her location within 3 days. But I implore you not to harm her. Very well, Su Fan nodded. Qin Dahai's eyes sparkled with hope. He never expected that this harbinger of death would agree, indicating that his proposal had indeed been effective in resolving a crisis. But in the next moment, a dagger suddenly pierced through Qin Dahai's skull. Why? Before his demise, Qin Dahai had no time to ponder the situation. It was sufficient to leave this matter to one individual. Your rank is far too low. Su Fan extracted a communication device from his pocket and unceremoniously kicked the corpse out of the helicopter. A fireball erupted, and the body was reduced to ashes midair. Simply use this to contact me, Su Fan said, waving the military communications phone in his hand. Using conventional methods may lead to interception and surveillance. All right, take care. He Ming replied, feeling immense pressure with each word exchanged in the presence of this cold-blooded individual. Am I leaving? Su Fan smiled. 2 minutes later, He Ming found himself deposited on the rooftop of a tall building as the helicopter roared away. He still had over 30 kilometers to walk back to the military district. But that was of little consequence. He lowered his head in contemplation, pondering how to explain the situation to the command center. Meanwhile, Su Fan sat in the pilot's seat of the helicopter, his spirits high. During his soul-searching, he had also absorbed the skills necessary for piloting. Although his speed while flying with his sword far surpassed that of this machine, the experience of flying a helicopter was indeed unique. At a velocity of 300 km/h, Su Fan felt that this could be considered a true vehicle. His wind boat, despite his advancement to the later stages of foundation building, still struggled to reach a speed of 100 km/h. After all, the wind boat was a large magical artifact, internally compressed for space, and thus it was reasonable for it to be somewhat cumbersome. From another perspective, could the wind boat be seen as a residence? Considering it this way, its mobility was commendable. Moreover, as his cultivation progressed and his spiritual power increased, its speed would inevitably improve. Upon returning to the northern district of Jiangqing, Su Fan noticed a graceful figure awaiting him on the rooftop. Chapter 72, The Gray Sparrow. Was it necessary to shed blood for recognition? The helicopter descended gently beside Yu Miao Miao. Amidst the roaring winds, she leaped into the cabin, approaching Su Fan with a radiant smile. I didn't expect you could pilot this. I thought it was someone from the military district. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Oh, how impressive. With a wave of her hand, a myriad of various weapons and equipment cascaded into the helicopter's interior. 12 individuals lay dead. These were the spoils of their recent encounter. You're not injured, are you? Su Fan glanced at Yu Miao Miao, noting her pristine attire, devoid of even a single drop of blood. Since reaching the foundation building stage, she seemed to exude an ethereal aura. Her condition was far superior to that of Su Shuangyue and the others, who had battled throughout the day. No, I'm fine. What of Lin Dai and Xiaowan? Yu Miao Miao had yet to reunite with them after her physical resurrection. They returned to the wind boat first. We'll be heading back shortly. Su Fan piloted the helicopter towards Jian University. According to He Ming's recollection, there exists a stronghold within this building. However, He Ming has now gained the capability to utilize it for his own purposes, and there is no longer a need to eradicate the personnel stationed here. Look, Yu Miao Miao leaned against Su Fan's shoulder, pointing towards the distant sky. The night had already draped much of the heavens in darkness, yet from the height of the helicopter, one could witness a splendid interplay of light and shadow in the far distance. In this apocalyptic city devoid of lights, one side of the world lay shrouded in complete darkness, while the other reflected a breathtaking twilight glow. How beautiful, Yu Miao Miao murmured softly, astonished by this unexpected spectacle. Su Fan turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of her dreamlike profile. As the wind swept by, strands of hair danced across her face, and her eyes, beneath delicately fluttering lashes, gazed into the distance, mirroring the vibrant colors of the horizon. Feeling a surge of emotion, Yu Miao Miao turned towards him, her eyes shimmering with the interplay of affection and scenery, akin to the merging of light and dark in the distance. Su Fan deftly maneuvered the helicopter with one hand, while the other gently caressed Yu Miao Miao's cheek. She smiled sweetly, leaning closer, with the lingering sensation of their touch. Su Fan inhaled deeply and announced, descending. A minute later, the helicopter settled atop a skyscraper. Oh, we're stopping here? The night had fully enveloped the sky. Su Fan ignited a small flame, casting a gentle glow over the surroundings. In his arms, the gentle visage of Yu Miao Miao revealed her soft red lips. I never expected to encounter such a scene. Though we are in the midst of an apocalypse, it feels like a dream to me. When I was abducted by Gu Yelan that day, I contemplated many things. My life was saved by you, and if I were to perish, so be it. Yet, having reunited with you, I fear the prospect of being forever separated. But now, not only am I alive, I can also immerse myself in this night with you. I wish I could linger a while longer. Sensing her warmth and affection, Su Fan slowly replied, yes, let us stay a bit longer. As the flame extinguished, the cabin was filled with a gentle rustling sound. I didn't mean to linger just here, she sighed. Oh, you've ruined the atmosphere again. Meanwhile, at the military district stronghold building, after Su Fan and Yu Miao Miao had departed for some time, two voices echoed through the night sky. Hey, I say, Black Falcon. This patrol is utterly dull. We probably have the most tedious job in the entire association, don't you think? Gray Sparrow, I advise you to be content. Otherwise, why not request a transfer to Central Asia? They are in dire need of personnel there, and with your abilities, you would surely be valued. Two figures swiftly appeared on the rooftop, one being a petite female form leaning against a man's shoulder, before releasing her grip and landing gracefully on the ground. The girl, standing less than 1.60 meters, sported a gray-blue streaked hairstyle tied up at the back, resembling a tail feather. She wore an oversized uniform, casually knotted at her waist, her bright, sparkling eyes exuding a lively spirit. In comparison, the man beside her exuded a remarkable composure and steadiness, embodying the quintessential appearance of a devoted steward, albeit with an expression tinged by a certain coldness. I certainly want to go there. Those individuals are nothing short of monstrous. Life in Jiangnan is far more appealing. Once the work is done, one can return home and indulge in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a dense scent of blood permeated the air. The Black Falcon's tone grew somber as he paced nearby. What's wrong? Nothing at all, is there? The Gray Sparrow surveyed the surroundings, sniffing the air, and discerned a subtle odor. A battle has transpired here. The bodies have been obliterated. There's a hint of charred remnants. Fire must have been employed. The Black Falcon thoughtfully stroked his chin, drawing a conclusion. Can it be replicated? The Gray Sparrow crouched to the ground, inhaling deeply before raising his head to inquire. I shall do my utmost. If the opponent possesses overwhelming abilities, the vision may be rather indistinct. The Black Falcon crouched down, his fingers pressing against the ground, his pupils shimmering with an unusual light. Moments later, he emitted a low grunt, panting heavily. Quite astonishing. One individual overwhelmed 12 fully armed practitioners of level 15 or above, and their silhouette suggests they might be of level 30. Level 30? The Gray Sparrow's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Is there truly such a level in this dilapidated place? I recall there being an unorganized reincarnator around here, but they were in a cooperative relationship. However, internal strife cannot be ruled out. Since this is a division supported by our association, should we not simply inquire with the person in charge? Indeed, it seems the person in charge has safely evacuated. Let us proceed to the military district's headquarters, Gray Sparrow. Very well. The Gray Sparrow leaped up, resting a hand on the Black Falcon's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight. The Hongtian seal. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, observing the radiant surface of the jade orb upon the seal. By the time he returned to the wind-chasing vessel, the hour had grown late into the night. Upon hearing a commotion, Mu Xiaowan peered out, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Sister Miao Miao," awakening several others in the process. Lin Dai and Lu Rurin approached with delight, welcoming the reunion, and even Gu Yelan stepped forward to offer a few words of apology. Su Fan, however, retreated directly to his chamber to study the Hongtian seal. It was evident that this seal was far from ordinary at first glance. Yet, Su Fan found himself unable to channel spiritual energy into it, as if a barrier separated the exterior from the interior. While he could envelop it with his spiritual energy to manipulate it, one might question its utility. Was it merely a tool for striking? Even his divine sense could not penetrate its surface, as it effectively severed his vast awareness from it. Could it be that blood is required to acknowledge its master? After pondering this possibility, Su Fan resolved to test the theory. The dagger of the underworld appeared, and he made a small incision on his fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the jade orb of the Hongtian seal, causing its surface to ripple irregularly before being absorbed by the spiritual orb. A brilliant white light emerged, and the Hongtian seal trembled slightly. Su Fan instinctively held his breath, sensing a connection forming between the seal and himself. The jade orb upon the seal radiated a brilliance akin to a deep pool, seemingly beckoning to him. Su Fan felt a stirring within, directing his consciousness into the orb, only to be enveloped by a shaft of light. When his vision cleared, he found himself seated upon a glimmering expanse of grass, shrouded in mist, rendering visibility to less than 5 meters. Chapter 73, A Dramatic Turn, a tenfold farming system? An internal space? Su Fan spread his hands, sensing that it was indeed his corporeal form that had entered this realm, rather than merely his consciousness. Furthermore, he felt a connection to the Hongtian seal. Perceiving that within the external bedroom, an empty bed was left with only a faintly discernible Hongtian seal upon it. "Hey there, young man, do you require assistance?" A celestial voice suddenly resonated beside him, devoid of emotion, as if recited mechanically. Even the playful hey was articulated with a stilted precision. Nevertheless, the line seemed vaguely familiar. Su Fan closed his eyes, attempting to probe his awareness, yet could not penetrate the mist. "May I inquire?" Su Fan began, but was abruptly interrupted. "Young lad, you are merely a novice entering the Qingyun sect, utterly ignorant of the path of cultivation." His attempt to articulate was stifled, as if bound by an unseen force, leaving him voiceless. Moreover, his body was completely immobilized. "No, I have not traversed realms." A voice continued. "You hastily accepted a master, yet he assigns you the task of guarding the medicinal garden, neglecting you entirely. What kind of narrative is this?" Su Fan was bewildered by the unfolding events. "The senior disciples in the sect bully and suppress you, reducing your monthly offerings from 10 spirit stones to merely 1. Yet, instead of being defeated by adversity, you persevered, diligently tending to the medicinal garden and fervently practicing the qi gathering technique. At last, after 2 months, you successfully cultivated your qi, entering the initial stage of qi refinement. One day, after tending to the garden, you ventured into the depths of the valley to cultivate. There, you unexpectedly sensed a force emanating from a cave. Upon closer inspection, you discovered a radiant orb, its surface a mesmerizing tapestry of landscapes, seemingly imbued with boundless meaning. You secretly picked it up, and later that night, upon returning home, you took out the orb, pondering its mysteries. Suddenly, you recalled that some treasures require a drop of blood for recognition, prompting you to prick your finger and let a droplet fall. Was that not precisely what I did? Hello, could you disengage the surveillance? Thank you. Subsequently, you were abruptly drawn into the space within the orb. At that moment, the ethereal voice returned, revealing that this orb was named the Hongtianzhu. Eventually, this orb was embedded within a seal, known as the Hongtianin. Hongtianzhu, Hongtianin. Su Fan scratched his head, pondering whether these were 2 distinct entities or merely one. And she was the spirit of the Hongtianzhu, whom you would henceforth refer to as the orb spirit. Zhu Ling informed you that the flow of time within the Hongtian pearl is 10-fold that of the outside world, allowing for accelerated cultivation. Su Fan contemplated that his cultivation progress was based on the system's perception of time, which should not apply here. The system's prompt resonated in Su Fan's mind. A rarity for it to address his inquiries, yet it did so now. In truth, even without the system's guidance, one could ascertain the truth through personal experimentation. Furthermore, the herbs and plants cultivated here would grow at an astonishing rate of 100 times. Thus, under the guise of a disciple of the herbal garden, Su Fan selected several rare spiritual herbs to transplant into the Hongtian pearl. At that moment, the mist before Su Fan dissipated, revealing a plot of land approximately 100 square meters in size, adorned with various seedlings of spiritual herbs. How picturesque this scene was. Prompt: you have unlocked the Hongtian Pearl's spatial herbal field. Su Fan's gaze fell upon a seedling, and its information manifested in his mind. Profound grade blood condensation grass can be refined into recovery elixirs or consumed directly to restore vitality. Profound grade purple spirit mushroom can be refined into spirit power elixirs or consumed directly to restore spiritual energy. Profound grade snow marrow grass. After waiting for a month, he harvested numerous 10-year-old herbs. The ethereal voice within the Hongtian pearl offered no further response. Halting at this point. Prompt: you have witnessed the storyline Herbal Garden Awakens, rewards for the crops within the herbal field. Su Fan surveyed the spiritual herbs in the field. Despite being a system reward, they seemed of little use to him. The utility of these herbs typically lay in alchemy, yet his system lacked an alchemical module. Prompt: please await the herb's maturation. Due to the system's effects, the growth rate of the herbal field's crops is increased by 10,000 times. Su Fan scratched his head, noting the harmonious interplay between the voice of the Hongtian pearl and the system's prompts. One recited the texts of cultivation while the other provided annotations, as if perfectly synchronized. Calculating the time, 10-year-old herbs in the narrative required less than a month. For him, it amounted to roughly 7 hours, just a restful slumber away. However, sleeping within the Hongtian pearl was not an option, as the time flow here diverged from the outside world by a factor of 10, necessitating a wait of 70 hours. With no cultivation to occupy him, idly waiting held little significance. How could he exit? System, where is my logout button? Prompt, please attempt to communicate with the outside world using your divine consciousness. Upon hearing this, Su Fan closed his eyes, with a mere thought. His consciousness connected with the scene in his bedroom. At that moment, he felt as if his body transformed into a beam of light, free to depart at will. In a flash, Su Fan opened his eyes, finding himself back on his bed in the bedroom. As Su Fan toyed with the Hongtian seal in his hands, curiosity swelled within him. The system had just mentioned the name Hongtian Pearl, indicating that the orb upon it was indeed the fabled Hongtian Pearl from the tales. What, then, of this seal? Flipping it over, he noticed some engravings on the bottom, which appeared to be text, though indecipherable to him. Typically, such treasures as seals were offensive in nature, he mused. When he channeled his spiritual energy, he discovered that he could indeed enlarge it. Gathering his strength, the Hongtian seal seemed to plummet with the might of a collapsing mountain, a display of formidable power. Just as it was about to crash onto the floor, Su Fan quickly reined it in. This was his soul wind boat. After all, his domicile. Perhaps he would venture out to test it against the Lord. Chapter 74. Women only affect cultivation speed. Su Fan stepped out of his bedroom and exited the wind boat. The vessel remained anchored near Jiangda, where snow caves were scarce. He decided to venture further afield. As he soared through the night sky on his sword, a tremendous roar reached his ears. A gorilla? Following the sound, he arrived at a snow cave, where a snow gorilla lord was bellowing. A group of over 20 Esper fighters, all under level 15, was attempting to besiege the snow gorilla lord. Such a commotion at this late hour. Su Fan muttered to himself. Observing their disarray, he noted the signs of defeat. The snow gorilla lord was equivalent to level 20 within its territory. Not everyone possessed the cross-level combat prowess of Su Xuanyue. Su Fan ascended on his sword, positioning himself above the snow gorilla lord, as the Hongtian seal in his grasp rapidly swelled. In an instant, it expanded to a width of 40 meters. With a decisive gesture, Su Fan unleashed the seal with an unstoppable force, pressing down upon the snow gorilla lord. The might of mountains and rivers descended, an overwhelming strength. 10 seconds later, the towering snow gorilla lord was crushed into a snow pancake amidst its roars and struggles. Silence enveloped the scene as the besieging espers fell quiet. Exchanging astonished glances, Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. This was likely his most powerful offensive artifact yet. He then stowed away the Hongtian seal and departed with a wave of his sleeve. The following morning, Su Fan stretched luxuriously. Though he had only rested for 2 hours, it sufficed for him. Last night had brought an unexpected night raid. The instigator, Mu Xiaowan, lay beside him, deep in slumber. Su Fan needed to find a place to enter the Hongtian Pearl's space, so he resolved to head to Mu Xiaowan's room. Changing rooms. He locked the door behind him. On the soft, fragrant bed, Su Fan sat cross-legged and took out the Hongtian seal. With a thought, he entered its realm. Enveloped by mist, the surroundings were much as they had been when he departed. The spiritual herbs on the ground had matured, now imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. The ethereal voice echoed once more as Su Fan, with a sweep of his divine sense, counted a total of 80 precious spiritual herbs. With the aid of the Hongtian Pearl, he had amassed a significant collection of rare flora. On this day, he ventured to the market outside the sect, seeking to exchange his herbs for cultivation items. Notification: Host cultivation level has reached the late stage of foundation establishment. As a novice with a burgeoning reputation, the trials of the Forbidden Grounds and the picturesque misty rain of Xiaoxiang can be bypassed for direct rewards. Su Fan was taken aback. The option to skip was indeed available. Was the system's authority this profound? Naturally, he opted to bypass all. As Gu Shimi left with a rosy complexion, he began to contemplate the nature of the immortal path and the heavenly way. Su Fan pondered. Soulless, what did you skip? He realized that life begins on earth and ultimately returns to the heavens. The cycles of the world, the rise and fall of beings and powers. Only one's own cultivation remains eternal. Thus, he devoted himself to the pursuit of the immortal path. With a clap of his hands, Su Fan exclaimed, I knew the sage mode would yield insights. Given his innate talent, he might remain stuck at the foundation establishment stage for a lifetime. Yet, at this moment, an opportunity to form a golden core lay before him. Rumors of the Jiangling pill surfaced from a newly unearthed cave dwelling. As he prepared to set forth, a letter of distress arrived. Gu Shimi was being pressured into marriage by her family and sought his aid. However, to assist her would mean missing the cave opportunity. He faced a choice. 1. Resolutely head to the cave. 2. First, rescue Shimi. 3. Devour the letter. Su Fan fell silent for a moment, contemplating the choices. Discounting the chaotic third option, he was left with a dilemma: pursue the golden core or forsake Shimi. Logically, the pursuit of the golden core seemed the prudent choice. With sufficient cultivation, there would be other opportunities for Shimi. He chose option 1. Resolutely, he ventured to the cave, and after a harrowing experience, he successfully formed his golden core. Yet, upon reflecting, he realized he had never seen Gu Shimi again. Later, he learned that she, unwilling to betray him, had taken poison on the eve of her wedding. Perhaps he had made the right choice, but whenever he gazed at the night sky, he was reminded of her presence in the medicinal garden. She had initially been unaware of his extensive collection of spiritual herbs and never dismissed his early-stage cultivation. She would always be by his side upon his emergence from seclusion. Eventually, despite his profound cultivation and extended lifespan, he never encountered another soul who filled his world as she had. Notification: you have witnessed the storyline The Path to Golden Core, receiving 1 high-grade Jiangling pill. Notification: rewards for skipping the storyline have been placed within the Hongtian Pearl's space. Is there a blade? Su Fan scratched his head, pondering the depth of his bond with Gu Shimi. The narrative contains an excessive number of skipped sequences. Perhaps one should contemplate the matter thoroughly. Nevertheless, based on experience, the pursuit of the grand path remains the most rational choice. Women merely influence the pace of cultivation, unless one possesses a system. Furthermore, it is merely a storyline, irrelevant to him. Su Fan glanced at the crimson spirit pill in his hand, evidently a tool for forming a golden core. Before him lay a heap of items upon the grassy ground: pills, demon pills, and a multitude of spirit stones. A collection of weaponry and equipment caught Su Fan's eye, most of which were of the yellow tier, deemed worthless. The finest among them was a low-grade mysterious spirit sword, incomparable to the rewards bestowed by the system. However, is that a pill furnace? Qiyun Pill Furnace, a furnace left for you by Sister Gu, capable of refining high-grade mysterious pills. Click to view the story of the furnace. Consider it a peripheral item. Su Fan examined the blue furnace, then surveyed the assortment of materials before him. Can pills be refined now? Hint: the next storyline activation will occur at the onset of the Golden Core phase. Su Fan observed the medicinal herbs planted in the soil, still in the process of growth. Since he had no immediate use for them, he decided to let them continue thriving there, given the 10,000-fold growth rate. With a thought, Su Fan returned to Mu Xiaowan's room. Due to the effect of the 10-fold time acceleration, not much time had passed outside. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Lin Dai, Su Fan awaited the arrival of 9 o'clock. Ding! Cultivation progress increased. Realm elevated. Host: Su Fan. Spiritual root. Ordinary spiritual root. Realm. Foundation establishment great perfection. Progress 50-50. Current cultivation speed, 44 points per day. Intrinsic magic treasure, none. Ding. The host has reached foundation establishment great perfection and can attempt to form a golden core. Note: the higher the quality of the inner core, the more abundant the spiritual power and the greater the progress required for cultivation. Ordinary inner core. 90% of golden core cultivators in the immortal Martial Continent possess ordinary inner cores. Golden core. 10% of talented cultivators in the immortal Martial Continent achieve golden cores, with rich spiritual power. Required cultivation progress is doubled. Purple Chi Golden Core, rarely achieved by exceptional cultivators through fortuitous circumstances, invincible among peers. Required cultivation progress is tripled. Phenomenon Golden Core, encompasses various rare occurrences in the world, nearly extinct. Required cultivation progress is contingent upon the final result. Chapter 75, Golden Core Phase Beasts. Seek Teacher Yunyueo. Is the process of forming a golden core truly this intricate? Yet Su Fan harbored few expectations. What does it mean to be invincible among peers? He has no peers. If fortune smiles upon him and he can form a golden core, that would be splendid. He could also settle for an ordinary inner core. Boundary breakthrough requirement. 1 Jiangling pill, already in possession. Detecting host golden core formation probability. Host spiritual root. Ordinary spiritual root. Golden core formation success rate. 20. Ordinary inner pill probability, 199. Golden core probability, 0.1. Purple yang golden core probability, 0.0. Su Fan's expression twitched. Is this ordinary spiritual root waiting for me here? When the cultivation assistance system was first activated, it indicated he possessed an ordinary spiritual root. However, he had never paid it much heed. Others had extraordinary abilities, and I have embarked on the path of cultivation. Why should I concern myself with the nature of my spiritual root? Yet, it seems that the situation has changed. What was just mentioned? What does it mean that a 1% golden core cultivator is considered a golden core? While others have a probability of 10, mine is merely 0.1. This is because those who attain the golden core stage possess commendable spiritual roots. An ordinary spiritual root has a minuscule chance of even forming a golden core. Ding. Detected that the host's golden core formation probability is excessively low. An additional trial task has been activated. Notice, the host may undertake the trial task. Task reward: Wash Marrow Pill. Wash Marrow Pill, a heavenly grade elixir that offers a singular opportunity to refine spiritual roots. Will you accept the trial task? Accept. Ding. The trial task has been initiated. Please choose one of the following options. Option A: eliminate a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator of the same rank. Option B: challenge the inner demon of the same rank. Option C: slay a low-level golden core beast. Hiss. How to choose? Su Fan glanced at the list. Option A was certainly out of the question. Where could he find a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator? Wait. Su Fan flipped his hand and produced a jade tablet, inscribed with the character Chun. Senior Sister Chun, a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps I could give it a try. What if I can summon her? But this is a matter of elimination. I can't exactly say, hello, Senior Sister. May I please kill you? There's a chance I could end up on the receiving end of a strike. As for option B's challenge against the inner demon, isn't it just a scenario where a group of loved ones calls out my name? Or perhaps an illusion of Su Shuangyue and others attempting to tempt me? As long as I ignore them, it should be fine. Should I choose this? No. Su Fan calmed himself and contemplated. Is the so-called inner demon truly of such a trivial nature? By common reasoning, cultivators who have genuinely matured in the world of cultivation must possess far stronger mental fortitude. Right? What intensity would the inner demon of the same rank embody? Su Fan understood that he had not undergone those extreme trials of life and death and emotional detachment. Thus, the option to challenge the inner demon would have to be set aside for now. Su Fan turned his attention to the final option C. Slay a low-level golden core beast, the realm of the golden core stage? Su Fan shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps I should challenge the inner demon after all. Although it remains uncertain, the probability of success is certainly greater than that of confronting a beast of a higher tier. After all, he lacked substantial experience in battling demonic beasts. Moreover, akin to option A, this world did not harbor demonic beasts at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He opted for option C. Trial mission has commenced. Please proceed to eliminate the demonic beast at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Su Fan. A moment of folly. He had made an incorrect selection. He had intended to choose option B. It felt akin to the sensation of answering a multiple-choice question correctly, but marking the wrong option. A map materialized in the task interface. System, is this map mistakenly retrieved? Su Fan cast a peculiar glance, recognizing that this location was identical to the previous one provided. Is it not Xianwu University? Hint, a demonic beast at the initial stage of foundation establishment will appear in 30 minutes. Is there truly a demonic beast at this stage? He could only brace himself for the challenge. He possessed a considerable number of high-tier magical artifacts, which should serve as reliable support: the cloud-treading boots, the royal scale armor, the crimson twilight sword, and the underworld dagger. Furthermore, there was Chun Shiji's jade token. If it could indeed be summoned, it would be of assistance. 5 minutes later, Su Fan, along with Yu Miao Miao, Lin Dai, Gu Yelan, and Mu Shaowan, arrived at a building near Xianwu University. You all wait here. You may not need to intervene. Su Fan instructed, distributing the Thunderfire crossbows to each of them, infusing them with the spiritual energy of a perfected foundation establishment. Before stepping out, Su Fan had informed them of the impending appearance of a formidable demonic beast. He advised them to maintain a safe distance from Xianwu University, allowing for a potential retreat if the situation turned dire. As for Lu Ruren, Su Fan left her on the wind-summoning vessel. bestowing her cloud-treading boots upon Gu Yalan while donning the royal scale armor himself. Upon hearing that she need not partake in the battle, Lu Ruren's joy was palpable, expressing her intent to engage in a thorough cleaning at home. Alone, Su Fan ventured into the campus of Jiang University, scanning with his divine sense and failing to detect Su Xuanyue's presence. He picked up his phone, located Yu Xiang, and dialed. No response. Su Fan checked the cauldron system, noting that Su Xuanyue had reached level 20. Remarkably swift. It had been less than a day. Had she been frenzied in her pursuits? As long as she was not on campus, it sufficed. He left her a message on the chat software, informing her of the situation and urging her to remain vigilant against potential dangers. Though Su Fan had never encountered a demonic beast at the initial stage of Foundation establishment and was unaware of its capabilities, he used himself as a reference point. Possessing the strength to level Jiang University, it was certain that the demonic beast would be even stronger. Subsequently, Su Fan traversed through the plaza and entered the campus grounds. His divine consciousness enveloped the area. At least 1,000 individuals were congregated at Jiang University, primarily comprising faculty and students, alongside many surrounding residents. However, within a single night, the order at Jiang University had unraveled completely. When Mo Tian was present, regardless of his intentions, he had at least managed to organize these individuals during the early days of the apocalypse. After Mo Tian's disappearance, Jiang University fell into a state of disarray, akin to a headless flock. Since last night, incidents of violence have gradually unfolded. Su Fan, having arrived here for barely 3 minutes, has already witnessed 2 robberies and 1 assault. The collapse of order is rather severe. Nevertheless, it is somewhat miraculous that Jiang University has managed to maintain any semblance of order until now. Countless such events have likely transpired in every corner of this city. Yet, regarding Jiang University's current situation, it resembles a sudden eruption of suppressed human nature that has long been stifled. Not far away, a girl wrapped tightly in layers hurriedly crossed the intersection. She clutched something in her arms, clearly visible. Suddenly, 3 boys leaped from a nearby window, unleashing a burst of abilities as they shouted and dragged her into the building. Numerous students passed by, yet none intervened to assist. Su Fan, observing this unfold before him, summoned the abyssal dagger with a flick of his hand, swiftly entering the building and tracing several zigzagging lines. Just then, his phone vibrated. He sheathed the dagger and glanced at the message from Su Xuanyue. Yu Xiang, I didn't hear the ringtone just now. Yu Xiang, a monster? Something stronger than the White Wolf Lord? Yu Xiang, it sounds perilous. Could you help me locate teacher Yin Yueyao? Yu Xiang, she should still be at the faculty dormitory. Yu Xiang, Building 3, Room 165. Yu Xiang, I'm still in the Western District. We'll return shortly. It might take me about 40 minutes to arrive. That is quite a distance, Su Fan mused, envisioning Su Xuanyue battling every monster she encountered along the way. Teacher Yin Yueyao? Su Fan recalled that Su Xuanyue had previously mentioned her reluctance to evacuate with Mo Tian and the others because she was concerned about a teacher at Jiang University. This could be somewhat dangerous. Su Xuanyue likely remains unaware of the rapid disintegration of order at Jiang University overnight. Does she? Chapter 76. Teacher Yun, this is quite inappropriate. Su Fan glanced at the time. It had only been a few minutes since the emergence of the initial stage demon beasts. Witnessing the chaos at Jiang University, he found himself indifferent to the survival of those involved. As for the teacher, could Su Xuanyue truly safeguard her in this apocalyptic world? Eventually, she would have to let go. However, since Su Xuanyue had reached out to him for assistance, he could certainly lend a hand. Yu Xiang, here is a picture. Yu Xiang, this is a photo of teacher Yun. The signal is poor, hence the delay in sending it. Su Fan opened the image, revealing teacher Yin Yueyao standing at the side of the podium, adorned in a white silk corset and a form-fitting short skirt. Sunlight cascaded upon her, her figure reminiscent of gentle spring breezes, gracefully swaying. She smiled, her expression akin to glistening water, with a hint of brilliance that seemed to be immersed in morning dew. Rescuing the teacher is a duty I cannot forsake. Su Fan immediately prepared to take action. You saved me, didn't you? Thank you. At that moment, a girl, covered in blood and wrapped in a thick cotton coat, rushed over and bowed deeply to Su Fan. Which way to the faculty dormitory? Following the direction indicated by the girl, Su Fan mounted his Qixia sword and soared through the air. With Su Fan's speed, the distance of less than a kilometer was traversed in an instant. Upon locating the position, Su Fan flew directly into the window of Building 3. 16th floor of the faculty dormitory, retracting his sword. His consciousness moved towards the room where Yun Yueyao was located. The door was wide open, revealing a group of 4 men and 2 women inside. Hao Ji's wall-passing ability is quite useful. This place seems to belong to a young female teacher, but unfortunately, she is nowhere to be found. Let us move that thing. The group began rummaging through the room. Su Fan furrowed his brow. If she was not present, then where could she be? Su Fan expanded his vast consciousness to encompass the entire dormitory. Not only on Yun Yueyao's floor, but throughout the building, chaos reigned, with incidents of looting and destruction occurring everywhere. It seemed that Jiang University was currently in the throes of a tumultuous upheaval. However, after searching thoroughly, Su Fan found no trace of Yun Yueyao. Given her striking beauty, Su Fan thought it would be hard for her to go unnoticed. Had she perhaps already left? Suddenly, a boy wearing a baseball cap exclaimed, "What the hell? What's wrong away?" Inquired a nearby girl with dyed hair, busy stuffing items into her bag. "I think something bit me. Are you all right?" "There's nothing here." "No, when I was about to grab this book, I was suddenly bitten." The boy pointed at a bound book on the table. "What are you doing with a book at this time? Are you preparing for exams? Is that the key point? Look at this book." "Wow." Several people in the room gasped, and then Su Fan saw a book dash out of the room. The book, using its pages as feet, was moving rapidly. That book was certainly no ordinary item. "Catch it." Several boys rushed out of the room. Su Fan paused, seemingly deducing what was happening. The book, realizing it could not outrun the group, made a beeline for the window beside Su Fan, attempting to leap out. The pages bent, bounced, and leaped high, only to be caught by Su Fan's outstretched hand. The pages snapped shut, and the book struggled fiercely in Su Fan's grasp. It was quite strong. Yet, with Su Fan's power, it was utterly unable to move. "Hey, classmate, that book was spotted by us first." The boy in the baseball cap approached, demanding it back. Su Fan was examining the book in his hands and ignored him. "Forget it. Let us not waste time talking. Let us just take action," the others said, readying their abilities to unleash. A flash of red light passed, and the dagger of the underworld swiftly slashed across the throats of the group, causing them to collapse simultaneously. The book in Su Fan's hands also quieted down. Su Fan was certain that the book possessed an intelligence of its own. The girl who had not emerged from her room yesterday, heard the commotion outside, and upon stepping out, beheld this scene. The 2 girls widened their eyes in astonishment, only now recognizing Su Fan. It was no wonder. Previously, Su Fan had neither a few enchanting beauties accompanying him nor the gleaming red dagger of the underworld in hand. For the students of Jiang University, those 2 features were the most memorable aspects of his presence. "Please, forgive us," they pleaded, dropping to their knees in unison, fearing that any delay might seal their fate. After all, this man could take a life in less than a second. "Don't kill me. I will do anything," one of them cried, prostrating herself in reverence. At that moment, the book in Su Fan's hands transformed into a radiant orb, detaching itself from him. Subsequently, the orb morphed into a humanoid figure. As the light faded, a silhouette of exquisite elegance emerged, and upon lifting her gaze, Su Fan felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell. Though her grace did not rival Lin Dai's ethereal beauty or Su Shuangyue's snow-like countenance, she emanated an indescribable charm steeped in literary allure. The figure before Su Fan resonated with the image he had seen in a photograph moments earlier. It was indeed Yun Yuexiao. Name, Yun Yuexiao. Age, 30. Level, 12. Ability, shape-shifting. Appearance, otherworldly. Twin cultivation experience, 0. Hint, the subject meets the conditions for a furnace, otherworldly. Su Fan mused, slightly surprised. He speculated that had Yun Yuexiao existed a decade ago, she might have been deemed a paragon of beauty. This system seemed somewhat narrow-minded, incapable of grasping the subtleties of allure. Yet, was she truly an innocent schoolteacher? Surely, the numbers 30 and 0 wouldn't combined so fortuitously. Yun Yuexiao raised her eyes to Su Fan. "You must be Xiao Su's boyfriend. I heard her mention you last night." Su Fan nodded, feeling it was not the moment for elaboration. "Xuanyue sent me to escort you." Suddenly, a playful smile danced across Yun Yuexiao's features. "You certainly live up to being Xiao Su's boyfriend. So robust. Your strength is quite impressive. It even caused me some discomfort." Su Fan was taken aback. "Do you realize what you're saying?" However, he sensed that her charm transcended mere physical appearance. Every gesture was imbued with an enchanting grace. Yin Yueshao, perceiving Su Fan's expression, leaned in closer. Isn't it so? You had her bound so tightly just now. Teacher Yun, such remarks are inappropriate, Su Fan replied, a sense of urgency coloring his tone. It was not that he wished to avoid her words. The imminent arrival of a formidable demon at the core formation stage demanded his attention. We can discuss this later. We must leave this place now. He cleared his throat and added, where are we headed? I need to gather a few things, she replied. Yun Yueyao exhibited a look of confusion. Time was of the essence. Calamity would soon befall this place. Is that true? I still have some books and treasures, she remarked. Her complexion shifting as worry etched itself upon her delicate brow. Without awaiting Su Fan's response, she made to dash back to her room. Su Fan furrowed his brow and, utilizing his spiritual energy, grasped Yun Yueyao firmly, prepared to whisk her away. Oh no, I haven't retrieved my black silk nightgown and bunny-eared ensemble, Yun Yueyao exclaimed. Su Fan paused momentarily, bemused. Was it really her intention to retrieve those items? Subsequently, Su Fan flickered into her room, sweeping his hand to gather all her belongings into a storage pouch. Chapter 77. The Futility of Extraordinary Abilities. This was the essence of the core formation stage. Hold tight, Su Fan instructed. With a swift motion, he soared through the air on the Qi Xia sword, allowing Yun Yueyao to stand atop the blade while she clung to him from behind. Oh, how I envy your powers. Unlike me, I can only hide and wallow in despair, she lamented, pressing against Su Fan's back, her supple form challenging his resolve. Su Fan stole a glance at her, acknowledging her apparent capacity for indulgence. Yun Yueyao was at level 12, while the students she had mentioned earlier ranged between levels 8 and 10. Even if her abilities lacked offensive prowess, the physical enhancements from her level were certainly formidable. How could she simply hide and let others plunder her domain? Weren't you still below level 8 yesterday? Su Fan recalled Su Xuanyue's words. Yes. Little Su returned last night and gifted me a plethora of small snow crystals along with a large one. Without her, I would have been at a loss. Yun Yueyao replied with a flirtatious smile. Su Fan inwardly scoffed at her unabashed attitude towards her own idleness. Su Fan guided his sword towards the direction of Su Xuanyue, flying a kilometer before setting Yun Yueyao down. Wait for Xuanyue here. You can transform and protect yourself, can't you? Observing Su Fan's serious demeanor, Yun Yueyao nodded in affirmation. She nestled into a nearby collapsed structure, a flash of light enveloping her as she transformed into a stone slab, seamlessly blending with the surrounding scenery. Quite impressive. Her ability seemed to allow her to morph into various items. Indeed, it was well suited for her leisurely lifestyle. Su Fan captured the location in a photograph and sent it to Su Xuanyue, thereafter taking to the skies again, racing toward Jiang University. With less than 5 minutes remaining until the arrival of the beasts, all Su Fan needed to do was wait nearby. Wow, flying on a sword. How is that possible? You must possess some extraordinary ability. One voice exclaimed. I can see it clearly. It's a combination of anti-gravity powers and a balanced system affixed to the sword. What a treasure it is. Just as Su Fan landed upon the rooftop of a building, he overheard hushed whispers plotting against him. It was rather perplexing. Did these individuals suffer from face blindness or a lack of intelligence? Or were they merely swept up in the chaos of crumbling order, eager to seize anything in sight? A crimson light swept across the scene, silencing several individuals. Su Fan retracted the dagger of the mind's envoy, shaking off the blood that clung to it. Begone. The Rose Society has no need for the useless. Yet, a soft, plaintive voice interjected, but my cake. How dare you speak? After using so many ingredients, you produce nothing of worth. A useless ability indeed. Leave swiftly, lest you invoke the wrath of Sister Huiqiyu. With Su Fan's senses fully attuned, the cacophony of voices around him became overwhelming. Huiqiyu and Qi Jian, once loyal subordinates of Mo Tian, had now charted their own paths, each establishing new factions. Upon hearing the name Huiqiyu, Su Fan's gaze descended, landing upon a girl, tightly wrapped in layers of clothing, being expelled from a room. It was the very girl he had just inadvertently rescued, though it appeared her friends did not hold her in high regard. Cake. Let us investigate. Name: Gu Yulan. Age: 19. Level: 6. Ability: Life type. Appearance: unremarkable. Dual cultivation experience: 0. A life type ability? Is her power to bake cakes? Su Fan could not help but chuckle. In this apocalyptic world, Awakening such an ability was undeniably futile. This power could not conjure food from nothing. It merely enhanced the taste. Su Fan recalled that Lin Dai and her companions had been consuming bread for days. Cake would certainly elevate their culinary experience, especially since Mu Xiaowan had a particular fondness for cake. If she survived, perhaps he could barter with her for some in exchange for a bit of snow crystal. Get as far away from the school as possible. If you are still alive later, I will seek you out to trade. Su Fan's voice resonated directly in Gu Yulan's mind. In her despondency, she glanced around, and upon noticing Su Fan, her expression transformed into one of excitement. She nodded respectfully and dashed towards the exit of the school. Before long, the sky darkened abruptly. The appointed hour had arrived. What is happening? What is going on? A scene unfolded before Su Fan that left him utterly astonished. Above Jiang University, an invisible mirror appeared to shatter, creating a fissure in space. This crack transcended dimensions, presenting the same view from any angle. From this rift, a shadow of deep blue-black emerged, obscuring the light. It was not merely a cover, but rather an act of consumption. As sunlight neared the shadow, it seemed to be wholly absorbed. Su Fan's heart raced, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. Pressure. Upon reaching the core formation stage, one exerts dominance over those of lower realms, and even demonic beasts are not exempt from this authority. However, it did not significantly affect Su Fan. In an instant, silence descended upon the surroundings, the clamor within his awareness dissipating entirely. In silence, a colossal beast measuring 12 meters in length emerged from the shadows. Although referred to as a giant, this was merely a reflection of human perception. In terms of size, it was significantly smaller than the White Wolf Lord. Is this the stature of a core formation stage demon beast? Su Fan had prepared himself psychologically to confront a mountain-sized creature that could obscure the sky, realizing that strength and size are not always directly proportional. Seizing this opportunity, he began to investigate. Species, Shadow Ferret. Realm, initial stage of core formation. Abilities, Shadow Illusion, Shadow Escape. At the moment Su Fan glimpsed the creature's profile, a weight settled in his heart. Gazing into the distance, he noticed the Shadow Ferret's eerie blue eyes had already locked onto him from 300 meters away. Clearly, this demon beast had instantly identified the most formidable presence in its vicinity. The Shadow Ferret hovered in midair, not touching the ground, demonstrating its core formation capabilities. Su Fan soared into the sky on his crimson sword, wielding another in his hand. He refrained from hasty actions, opting to wait for the Shadow Ferret to make the first move. If the disparity in strength proved too great, he would be ready to flee. As Su Fan contemplated his strategy, the Shadow Ferret sprang into action. In an instant, it vanished from the shadows, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, rapidly charging towards Su Fan. Such incredible speed. Su Fan's heart raced. He maneuvered his sword to evade, while simultaneously conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy before him. In less than half a second, the Shadow Ferret traversed the 300 meters and appeared near Su Fan. Upon seeing him evade, it abruptly adjusted its stance and struck its tail against Su Fan's spiritual shield. As it swung its tail, it condensed a surge of core formation energy, wielding the force that rippled through space. With a thunderous crash, Su Fan's barrier of spiritual energy was pierced in an instant, revealing the Huanglin armor shield that enveloped him. Nevertheless, the tremendous force propelled Su Fan backward from his crimson sword, sending him sprawling 100 meters before he finally came to a halt. The shockwave from the clash of energies violently impacted the surrounding structures, with a nearby laboratory suffering the brunt of the assault, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Su Fan adjusted his posture midair, using the sword beneath his feet to propel himself upward, while summoning the other crimson sword back to his hand. The first encounter had already triggered the protective Huanglin armor. Such speed and power. Was this the essence of the core formation stage? Chapter 78, The Shattering of Huanglin Armor. 1 second to break the illusion. Oh my goodness, what manner of creature is this? Though its size is modest, it appears to be on an entirely different level compared to the White Wolf Lord. Don't just stand there, run. When the Shadow Ferret first appeared, the crowd below was paralyzed by its overwhelming presence, too frightened to move. As the Shadow Ferret launched its attack on Su Fan, they finally regained their senses, screaming and scattering in every direction. Meow, meow, meow. Can you discern what sort of monster that is? On the rooftops of the low-rise buildings near Jiang University, Mu Xiaowan inhaled sharply as she gazed into the distance. when the elusive Shadow Marten had appeared moments ago, despite the considerable distance separating them. An unsettling sensation coursed through her. It was evident to her that this creature was extraordinarily powerful and posed a significant threat. Yu Miao Miao, armed with the Thunderfire crossbow, a formidable artifact, now felt an overwhelming sense of impotence as she gripped it. Could such power truly contend with a beast of that caliber? How did it compare to its master? Gu Yalan inquired in a low voice. That sensation seemed to suggest it was far stronger. Yu Miao Miao frowned, her brow furrowed with concern. She was more attuned to the disparity in spiritual energy than the others. The Shadow Marten, in its initial stage of core formation, exhibited a flicker of surprise at Su Fan's unscathed state following its strike. Although Su Fan had to rely on the Imperial scale armor for protection, he still possessed a 15-fold enhancement of physical strength. In terms of defense, Su Fan felt a considerable confidence. The Shadow Marten flickered and transformed into a blur, charging forth once more. This time, Su Fan did not retreat. Instead, he concentrated his spiritual energy into the Qixia sword, unleashing 3 sword qi strikes. Blade Flow Cloud. The Shadow Marten raised its paw to attack, colliding with the spiritual energy and sword qi. The Qixia sword, a superior-grade spiritual sword, significantly amplified Su Fan's power. Although the Marten's spiritual energy surpassed his own, the sword qi sliced through like a razor. Boom. The residual force from the Marten's paw sent Su Fan hurtling backward. Yet under the protection of the Imperial scale armor and his enhanced physique, he merely experienced a slight jolt. When Su Fan turned to face the Shadow Marten, he noticed several wounds adorning its paw. Truly, the superior-grade spiritual sword lived up to its reputation, capable of injuring even a core formation beast. Crack! The Shadow Marten, seemingly enraged by its injury, emitted a peculiar, thunderous roar. This sound was no ordinary growl. It resonated through the mind, causing a tremor of a specific frequency. Nearby crowds crumbled to the ground, blood pouring from their orifices in response to the roar. The Shadow Marten surged forward again, this time moving so swiftly that even Su Fan could scarcely discern its motion. The Qixia sword was raised. Bang! A gust from its paw swept past, propelling Su Fan violently into a building. How fast? Was this its true strength? In that strike, Su Fan's Imperial scale armor nearly faltered. Once more, Su Fan suddenly sprang from the wreckage, returning to the air. Falling Star Sword. Blade Flow Cloud. Fire Departing Sword Shadow. Relying on his physical prowess, Su Fan engaged the Shadow Marten in fierce combat without regard for defense, experimenting with the sword techniques from the Jade Void sword art. In a matter of exchanges, the Marten evaded his strikes with its superior speed. After the 6th powerful blow, Su Fan felt a warmth in his lungs, as if he had sustained an injury. Was there truly a limit to human physical strength? Su Fan murmured to himself. Despite enduring several assaults from the elusive Shadow Ferret, Su Fan remained vigorous and spirited. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as if a peculiar force erupted within him. This gaze momentarily disrupted Su Fan's focus, causing the scene before him to distort. He then witnessed the Shadow Ferret pivoting swiftly, heading directly towards Yu Miao Miao and her companions. A sense of grave danger surged within him. However, how could the Shadow Ferret discern that they were his allies? In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Ferret had already ascended to the rooftop of the building. With a flash of its claws, the Imperial dragon armor worn by the group failed to provide the same defensive prowess it offered Su Fan. In unison, the 4 were torn apart. Su Fan experienced a violent pang of trepidation, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissonance in this scene. Was the Imperial dragon armor truly so feeble? How could Yu Miao Miao and her companions have reacted? Not at all. The brutal imagery of their dismemberment resembled a hasty animation. Moreover, why had the system not issued a soul recovery prompt? This was amiss. Too many inconsistencies abounded. He instantly recognized it as an illusion. Fortunately, Su Fan's spiritual awareness was robust, rendering him less susceptible to the illusion's influence. Had it been someone else, they would have been oblivious to these discrepancies, their minds automatically correcting the narrative. The scene flickered, and Su Fan regained clarity. Although he had traversed a segment of imagery within the illusion, time in the real world had merely ticked by in an instant. Despite his swift escape from the phantasm, the Shadow Ferret had already materialized before him. Su Fan could only summon all his strength to activate the Imperial dragon armor in a desperate defense. With a surge of energy, the ferret unleashed its spiritual force upon Su Fan, causing a violent explosion. A gust of claws nearly tore him asunder. Bang! The Imperial Dragon armor shattered. The tremendous recoil propelled Su Fan like a cannonball. This strike had mitigated the tearing force of the claws, yet the impact remained ferocious. Whoosh! Su Fan felt the landscape racing away from him as he was launched several miles away. Crash! He landed in the snow, carving a fissure over 100 meters long. Suddenly, a force caught him, bringing him to an abrupt halt. In an embrace, he turned to see Su Shuangyue, rushing towards Jiang University. She sensed a figure hurtling towards her. With great effort, she activated her sword-based abilities, dashing forward to catch Su Fan. "You're hurt," Su Shuangyue exclaimed upon noticing his torn clothing and the wounds inflicted by the ferret's claws, her heart aching for him. Yu Miao Miao and the others remained in the vicinity of the shadow ferret. Ignoring the warmth of Su Shuangyue's embrace, Su Fan quickly rose. "I'm fine." He impulsively kissed her on the cheek before soaring away on his sword. As he flew, Su Fan flipped his hand, revealing a jade talisman. Chun Shiji's summoning talisman. Summon Chun Shiji, Peak Foundation Establishment, for a single intervention. Previously, I had no opportunity to utilize this jade talisman, but now seems the perfect moment to experiment with it. The demonic beasts of the early stage of Foundation establishment were, in fact, non-existent in this world of Blue Star. At least, from Motion's memories, Su Fan found no trace of such creatures. Since the demonic beasts from the realm of cultivation can manifest here, it stands to reason that this summoning talisman should function as well, confronting the elusive Shadow Marten, regardless of its power. Su Fan lacked both the experience and means to combat such a beast. However, a true cultivator from the realm of cultivation would undoubtedly possess the knowledge to contend with it. The efficacy of this jade talisman remains to be seen. After the Shadow Marten struck Su Fan aside with a swipe, it wreaked havoc in the area. Subsequently, it raised its head, surveyed its surroundings, and fixed its gaze upon another presence. Apart from Su Fan, this aura was the strongest, Yu Miao Miao. Yet, at that moment, Su Fan hastened back from the horizon, unleashing waves of sword energy to intercept it. "Leave. You are of no assistance here," Su Fan communicated telepathically to his companions. They understood immediately and retreated. The overwhelming force displayed in the earlier confrontation made it clear that their involvement would be futile. Before departing, Yu Miao Miao enveloped an object in spiritual energy and tossed it to Su Fan, swiftly making her exit. Su Fan caught it in his hands, an Imperial Dragon armor. She had noticed the damage to Su Fan's armor and decided to relinquish her own to him. Without further ado, Su Fan donned the Imperial Dragon armor, shielding himself from the impending strike of the Shadow Marten. He then grasped a jade talisman in his hand. Chapter 79. The Arrival of Senior Sister Chun. The Nether Envoy's dagger transformed into a beam of red light, darting through the air to restrain the movements of the Shadow Marten. At this juncture, the supernatural beings from Jiang University had long fled to a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the nearby structures, shattered and collapsed by the tumultuous clash between man and beast. The once chaotic and fiercely contending supernatural beings at Jiang University could now only focus on their own survival. They had narrowly escaped death. Truly, it was the end of days. The supernatural beings here were oblivious to the implications of encountering a creature of such caliber. To them, the White Wolf Lord and this formidable demonic beast were equally insurmountable adversaries to be avoided at all costs. Isn't that the person who slain the White Wolf Lord just yesterday? With the emergence of the Nether Envoy's dagger, many instantly recognized Su Fan. This creature was even more terrifying. In that moment, a wave of shame washed over numerous individuals. They were so quick to vie for power and seize resources. Yet there was someone who appeared only in times of crisis, bearing the burden for them. Of course, they remained unaware that this great demonic beast was summoned by Su Fan. For him, the difficulty of this trial was indeed formidable. The corporeal strength of demonic beasts was inherently immense, and the disparity in spiritual energy, consciousness, and physical prowess between the Foundation establishment stage and the Qi refining stage was monumental. Had it not been for Su Fan possessing 10-fold spiritual awareness and a 15-fold physical body, alongside high-tier magical artifacts, he would undoubtedly have been at a loss when confronted by an early-stage Foundation establishment beast. Nevertheless, he devised a strategy for victory. Lacking restorative elixirs, the system had initially granted him a feature that allowed spiritual energy to replenish once every hour. He could engage in a war of attrition against the elusive Shadow Weasel, utilizing multiple pieces of the Emperor's scale armor to deplete its energy, and then strike with his high-tier artifacts once it was exhausted. Furthermore, he held a summoning talisman. If not now, when? Should he successfully summon a fellow cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, dealing with the Shadow Weasel would undoubtedly become far more manageable. Su Fan directly infused his spiritual energy into the Jade Tablet, activating it. The tablet resonated, quivering in response. As it emitted spiritual energy, it trembled and spun. 1 breath. 2 breaths. After waiting for 2 breaths, the Shadow Weasel lunged at him once more. With a thud, he evaded its attack by dissipating its energy. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. Thud. Su Fan took another hit from the Shadow Weasel. As its claws approached, he simultaneously countered with the Red Mist Sword technique while summoning the Nether Dagger. A dark red light surged towards the side of the Shadow Weasel, momentarily restraining its movements. Though the speed of the Nether Dagger was impressive, the Shadow Weasel was exceedingly agile. Meanwhile, the Jade Tablet continued to glow and tremble. After several minutes of exhausting combat, Su Fan began to feel despondent. Was this Jade Tablet unreliable? Having battled the Shadow Weasel for this long, he had gradually discerned its attack patterns. Time ticked by. He successfully neutralized many of its assaults. However, the Shadow Weasel still maintained an advantage in speed and energy. Despite being in a passive position, Su Fan gradually entered a state of fervent battle. With the protection of the Emperor's scale armor and his enhanced physical strength, as long as he could keep the Shadow Weasel occupied, he would eventually deplete its energy. Yet, he wondered how long it would take for a Foundation establishment beast to exhaust its energy. 2 hours? 3 days? Perhaps even a month? Perhaps it was time to initiate Plan B. Su Fan prepared to send a mental message to Yu Miao Miao, requesting her to bring the Emperor's scale armor for the others. At that moment, the Jade Tablet's light suddenly intensified, and the azure-white tassels began to dance. Estimating the time, he realized approximately half an hour had passed. Suddenly, Su Fan comprehended that the summoning process required time. The Shadow Weasel had also waited half an hour from accepting the task to appearing here. Just then, the enormous form of the Shadow Weasel hesitated, seemingly sensing a looming threat. It arched its body backward, and dark violet spiritual energy erupted around it, as if it were speeding through the shadows, lunging toward the Jade Tablet. Boom! The light on the Jade Tablet exploded violently. A wave of danger surged through Su Fan's heart, prompting him to release the tablet. The Jade Tablet soared towards the direction of the Shadow Mink, causing the surrounding space to twist violently. Within this distorted realm, a portal similar to the one through which the Shadow Mink had just traversed began to slowly materialize. The spiritual energy enveloping the Shadow Mink erupted in a brilliant flash, its aura suddenly surging as it extended its claws towards the portal, seemingly intent on seizing the Jade Tablet. The sight of this warped space sent a shiver down Su Fan's spine. He felt that should he enter, he would be torn apart by the very fabric of reality. Perhaps only a demon beast of the core formation stage could venture within. As the transport channel formed, a wave of energy emanated from it, shaking Su Fan's spirit. From the azure-black portal, a beam of white light emerged, radiant and pure, akin to sunlight piercing the night sky. A streak of azure sword energy surged forth, fierce as a tempest, slicing towards the Shadow Mink's claws just as they were about to touch the Jade Tablet. Alarmed by the might of the sword energy, the Shadow Mink let out a furious howl, retracting its claws and retreating 100 meters, eyeing the transport channel warily. Then, a light step echoed, causing the space to ripple like ocean waves. Within the white light, a stunning figure emerged, as graceful as a swan gliding across autumn waters, ethereal and enchanting. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Fan felt his breath momentarily suspended. She donned a pale green robe, adorned with a cerulean sash, her presence captivating. As if she were a product of celestial craftsmanship, there was no need to examine her figure or countenance. Her mere stance was enough to convey an otherworldly beauty. It was a visage that seemed entirely alien to this realm, radiant with a celestial glow. In that instant, Su Fan sensed that this brilliance could obscure any investigative attempts. Name: Xianwu. Realm: Perfected Foundation Establishment. Spiritual Root: Thunder Elemental Spiritual Root. Appearance: Peerless. Cultivation Experience: 0. Note: the other party meets the conditions for a furnace partner. Peerless level cultivation progress is tripled, and reaching a certain intimacy level grants an additional reward package. Peerless. Beyond ordinary beauty, there are 4 levels: unremarkable, transcendent, enchanting, and peerless. Su Fan had never contemplated such a hierarchy before. The beauty of Su Shuangyue, combined with her transcendent aura, was already a cut above the mundane. Su Fan had imagined several times, but could not conceive of a figure surpassing Su Shuangyue's level. Yet, if this Qin's sister from the realm of cultivation was indeed the embodiment of ethereal grace, she perfectly exemplified the essence of the peerless tier. Standing with sword in hand, she exuded an unparalleled elegance. The shadow mink, upon seeing this figure, emitted a furious roar, its eyes brimming with trepidation as if faced with a formidable foe. This scene was rather peculiar. A high-tier demon beast in the early stages of core formation was showing wariness towards Xianwu, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Xianwu's consciousness swept over the surroundings, and the artifacts of modern civilization from Blue Star sparked a flicker of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. She subsequently noticed Su Fan and turned her head to glance at him. With a single look, her ethereal demeanor wafted through the air, stirring the depths of one's soul. Chapter 80. The senior sister is quite fearsome. So it is a parallel world. Senior sister Chen, please assist me in vanquishing the beast. Su Fan, seeing Xianyu's gaze, mimicked the gesture from a historical drama, clasping his hands. Since the item description referred to her as senior sister Chen, he decided to address her likewise. Junior Su? Xianyu's face was partially concealed by a veil of jade, yet her ink-like eyes shimmered with a hint of brilliance. Without uttering a word, she communicated through her thoughts, her voice resonating directly within Su Fan's mind, imbued with a tone of curiosity. Su Fan responded, "Do we know each other?" Before they could exchange further, the illusory mink, enveloped in spiritual energy, surged toward Xianwu. In her presence, the creature evidently summoned a greater force, its spiritual power reminiscent of an overwhelming tide. Were Su Fan in such a situation, he would certainly not confront it head-on. However, senior sister Chen was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Without tools akin to his imperial-scale armor and true essence diamond art, bracing for such an onslaught would be perilous. Senior sister, be cautious. That is an early-stage core formation beast. Su Fan warned through thought, simultaneously urging the Qixia sword closer and thrusting the underworld dagger toward the illusory mink. Yet, Xianwu did not flinch. Instead, she uttered a sharp command, "Abominable creature." With her right hand resting on her sword, she extended her left hand, conjuring a blue-green spiritual light to shield her. Qingyuan's sword shield. With a resounding impact, the immense force dissipated, yet the luminous barrier before Xianwu remained unscathed. Moreover, that shield absorbed the mink's spiritual energy, transforming it into several sword shadows that swiftly shot back toward the creature. The illusory mink, realizing its attack failed, immediately retreated. The core formation beast actually fled. "Abominable creature, halt!" Xianwu called out, and with a surge of violet light beneath her feet, she propelled herself toward the fleeing mink with a thunderous roar. "Is senior sister this formidable?" Su Fan gasped, astonished that a foundation establishment cultivator would pursue a core formation beast. He quickly urged the Qixia sword to follow suit. Cold art, thousand spirits bind. In the blink of an eye, Xianwu had created a distance of a mile between them. Her clear voice echoed from afar. Su Fan observed that despite the mink's incredible speed, it was ensnared by an intricate web of blue threads that rapidly enveloped it. As the illusory mink struggled against its bindings, it emitted a furious howl, its pupils suddenly widening. "Senior sister, beware of the illusion," Su Fan cautioned, recognizing the technique the mink had previously employed to ensnare its opponents in a mirage. With his enhanced consciousness from the refining spirit technique, he pondered whether Xianwu possessed such a fortification, considering it was a forbidden technique. Upon receiving his warning, Xianwu felt an instinctive awareness, turning to glance at Su Fan, causing his breath to catch. "No worries. I possess the guardian sand," Xianwu communicated telepathically, gesturing to the crimson dot between her brows. With a swift motion towards the shadow mink, she uttered a few incantations. Song Yao Xian Tianlei. Thunder rumbled as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Xianwu, manifesting as a formidable pressure akin to thunderclouds. This energy surged skyward, reaching several hundred meters in height, transforming into an elongated form of thunder spirit that dimmed the heavens above. Su Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. retreating a short distance. Could this be true? Is this indeed the Foundation establishment stage, senior sister? Boom. The thunder spirit descended, striking the shadow mink with the ferocity of myriad lightning bolts. This golden core stage beast, known for its swiftness and psychic attacks, found itself utterly defenseless before Xianwu. The resounding force echoed through the skies. Su Fan mused that only the power of nuclear weapons could be likened to this. The shadow mink emitted a piercing howl under the impact. Su Fan glanced in the direction of Yu Miao Miao and the others, relieved they were far enough not to be affected. As the thunder ceased, the spot where the shadow mink once stood was left eerily vacant. Suddenly, Su Fan recalled the creature's ability to utilize a form of escape technique. Star Stream Sword Shadow. Xianwu reacted instantly, her sword light flickering as 6 sword shadows coalesced around her, darting off in 6 distinct directions. Su Fan unleashed his immense spiritual consciousness, faintly tracing the shadow mink's whereabouts. Over there, he then activated the Qixia sword, pursuing that direction without hesitation. Xianyu's beautiful eyes glimmered momentarily before she followed Su Fan. 10 seconds later, the shadow mink emerged from its shadowy disguise, visibly weakened and its speed significantly hampered. As a shadow flickered, it prepared to employ its escape technique once more. At that moment, both Su Fan and Xianwu raised their swords before them, invoking their powers. Lihua Sword Shadow. Lihua Sword Shadow. Su Fan recited silently, while Xianyu's clear voice harmonized perfectly with his unvoiced incantation. The Qixia sword emitted a resonant cry, racing towards the shadow mink and splitting into 18 sword shadows that honed in on its form. 18 azure sword shadows surged forward in unison with the Qixia sword, targeting the shadow mink. Xianwu cast a surprised glance at Su Fan, her gaze wavering, her lips slightly parted beneath her veil. The 36 sword shadows whirred past the already grievously injured shadow mink. As they drew near, it appeared to be on the verge of losing consciousness. Xianwu summoned her spirit sword, lightning dancing as she prepared to deliver the final blow. Wait. Su Fan quickly interjected, "Senior sister, allow me." After all, this was his trial task. If Xianwu were to slay the beast, it might not count towards his quest. That would be folly, especially if he were then tasked with eliminating a fellow cultivator of the same rank. Sister Chen appeared to be anything but a peer. With a swift motion, Su Fan unleashed 3 streams of sword energy, cleaving the illusory mink into 4 segments. Although this golden core demonic beast exhibited remarkable agility, its physical robustness was rather mediocre. Task completed. The host receives a vial of heavenly grade cleansing elixir. Cleansing elixir. Consuming it allows for the refinement of one's spiritual root wants. Xianwu extinguished the lightning in her hand and inquired, "The Yushu sword technique is one of the core secrets of our Qingyan sect. How did you acquire it?" Su Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the origins of the Yushu sword technique. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "Sister, since you refer to me as Su Shidi, we are both disciples of the Qingyan sect. It is entirely plausible that I would know the Yushu sword technique." However, Xianyu's melodious voice suddenly turned frigid. "No, I merely mistook you for someone else. Your appearance is unremarkable, your realm seems superficial, your demeanor ordinary. And the sense of women clinging to you suggests a lascivious nature, making it impossible for you to be him. Moreover, you do not even recognize me, do you?" Su Fan sighed. "Sister, could you perhaps familiarize yourself with the art of conversation?" Nevertheless, Xianyu's tone softened again. "This jade token I have only given to Su Shidi. I am perplexed as to why it is in your possession, and why you bear such a striking resemblance to him. How did you come by it?" Su Fan could not possibly explain the intricacies of the system, as it was beyond comprehension. Yet, it seemed that the system's items were derived from a realm known as the Xianwu Continent, implying that this jade token had been drawn from there. However, Su Fan realized that the individual Sister Chen spoke of not only resembled him, but also shared the same surname. "Sister, may I ask, what is the full name of your Su Shidi?" Chen hesitated for a couple of seconds before softly responding, "Su Fan." Upon hearing this name, Su Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The mystery was solved. It was a parallel world. The concept of a parallel world is quite simple, implying the existence of individuals with identical appearances living in different realms. Su Fan had encountered this notion in numerous works, thus it was not foreign to him. In other words, there existed a Su Fan in the Xianwu Continent, bearing the same name and likeness as himself. The misalignment of systems now seemed more reasonable. Chapter 81. Where is this? An exchange. While the theory of parallel universes is straightforward, it remains a concept rooted in science fiction. Su Fan was uncertain whether Sister Chun could grasp its implications. Sister Chun, if you wish to understand the reason behind this, you must allow me to explain it to you gradually. As you can see, this jade token is in my possession, yet its arrival here undoubtedly involved a certain process. And it is that process we seek to investigate. Thus, Su Fan began to weave a tapestry of nonsensical literary discourse. After listening to just a couple of sentences, the clarity of her autumn-like eyes dimmed, and she turned her face away. Never mind, I am not part of the Elders' Hall, and I can hardly be bothered with the matters of the Yushu sword technique. As for this jade tablet, my fate with it and junior brother Su has long since reached its conclusion, and pursuing these matters holds no significance for me. The timing of your intervention was indeed fortuitous. During my encounter with treacherous foes, this teleportation portal spared me from peril. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. With a voice as melodious as a flowing spring, Chunyu concluded her words with a graceful bow, slightly inclining her head in respect. Nay, it is I who must express my thanks to you, senior sister. Su Fan quickly gestured, bewildered by the notion of receiving thanks instead. Fortunately, it seemed that those who cultivate the Tao are not prone to quibbling over trivialities. When certain inquiries yield no answers, they simply refrain from asking, thereby sparing him the need for explanations. Since I have acted on your behalf, you should keep this demon core as well. With a deft flick of her sword, Chunyu summoned a crimson sphere from the body of the illusionary mongoose, emanating an aura of demonic energy. Su Fan expressed his gratitude and carefully stored the demon core, knowing it might prove useful once he activated his alchemical abilities. Ahem. Su Fan cleared his throat. And since we are here, would you care to visit my home for a meal? Your home? Chunyu's expression shifted slightly as realization dawned upon her. The dismembered remains of the demon beast lay atop a skyscraper, with both Chunyu and Su Fan suspended in the air atop the edifice. As Chunyu gazed around, she beheld a sea of towering buildings shrouded in white mist. Given the scale of Jiang City, she surveyed her surroundings, noting the seemingly endless urban landscape. Scanning her surroundings with her consciousness, she noticed several individuals trembling in awe, casting reverent glances at the two of them. Are these the abodes of the human race? What place is this? Before Su Fan could respond, a flash of thunderous light surged beneath Chunyu's feet, propelling her sword through the air toward Jiang University. How astonishingly swift, Su Fan mused, watching Chunyu's lightning-like silhouette streak across the sky, realizing that she was no ordinary figure within the realm of cultivation. When Su Fan finally caught up, he found Chunyu gesturing with a piece of dark, diamond-shaped stone. The inkstone remained unresponsive, indicating that the spatial portal had indeed closed. After examining the stone closely for a moment, Chunyu waved her hand and stowed it away. Nevertheless, it mattered little. On the other side of the portal, adversaries were undoubtedly lying in wait, making a return even more perilous. Chunyu lifted her delicate head, turning to Su Fan, her flowing hair dancing lightly in the breeze. Do you know where we are? Su Fan felt as though he were enveloped in mist when meeting Chunyu's gaze, rendering him oblivious to all else. Blue Star. Eurasia Continent, he replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He understood that this place was entirely different from senior sister Chen's Xianwu Continent. The vastness of Xianwu Continent was boundless, while this location was no longer within its realm. Observing the peculiar sight of the towering buildings below, Chunyu harbored no doubts about Su Fan's words. Moreover, the complete absence of spiritual energy here was indeed remarkable. As she leaned closer to Su Fan, a gentle breeze carrying a fragrant scent brushed past his face. Then do you know the way to return to the Xianwu Continent? Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. It appears that Sister Chun cannot return after all. I had thought she could open a spatial passage to go back. Initially, when activating this jade talisman, Su Fan believed he would merely summon an ethereal projection of Sister Chun, which would dissipate immediately after its manifestation. It was only when the spatial portal opened that he realized a real person had arrived. Now, it seems she lacks the means to return. Moreover, the absence of spiritual energy here means that her spiritual power will inevitably be depleted. Unlike himself, who can replenish his energy directly through the system, she is not afforded such a luxury, nor does she possess a system like Yu Miao Miao, which allows for spiritual energy recovery within her furnace system. Sister Chun, Su Fan mused, I too have found myself here by a stroke of fate. As far as I know, this place exists in a different plane from the Xianwu Continent, where the human populace does not cultivate spiritual energy. We should look out for one another. Upon hearing this, Xianwu nodded thoughtfully. Su Fan then produced a Qi Xia sword, presenting it as a gift for her. A brief examination had revealed the spiritual sword she wielded. Song's sword. Earth-grade low-tier spiritual sword. Despite her remarkable prowess, Sister Chen wielded but an earth-grade low-tier sword, indicating that the items bestowed by his system were of a considerably higher tier. Once he reached the core formation stage, it was very likely that his reward package would include a heavenly grade artifact. He had several Qi Xia swords, and it would be an excellent opportunity to enhance Sister Chen's favor. The Qi Xia sword, Chen Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I thought it looked familiar. It truly is the Qi Xia sword. This is the blade lost by Master Luo Xia during his battle against the extraterrestrial demons, and it has somehow found its way into your possession. But how is it you possess 2 Qi Xia swords? In fact, there are 3. Chen Yu lowered her gaze, noticing that Su Fan bore 1 Qi Xia sword, cradled another, and stood upon a third, an astonishing sight indeed. At the Earth grade level, each sword bore a unique name, making them truly one of a kind, yet he possessed 3? Chen Yu's consciousness swept meticulously over each sword, confirming their status as Earth-grade upper-tier spiritual swords without a doubt. Her beautiful eyes shimmered. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have declined such a gift. However, every cultivator harbors a love for their sword, especially one with ties to an ancestor of the sect. I truly desire this sword. Let us exchange it for a medicinal pill or magical artifact of equivalent value, she proposed, showing no hesitation or coyness. Given the apparent scarcity of treasures in this locale, she inquired, what do you require? Su Fan pondered for a moment, his curiosity piqued by Sister Chen's immense spiritual power. You inquire about spiritual power? I am a lightning elemental spirit root. Observing your spiritual energy during your strike, I assume yours is not an ordinary spirit root and likely surpasses mine not by much. A disparity in spiritual energy is quite natural. Chen Yu added, do not be disheartened, junior brother. When compared to the minuscule probability of forming a core with an ordinary spirit root, the difference in spiritual energy is hardly significant. Su Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was she offering comfort or delivering a blow? Moreover, the cultivation method I practice is the 9 transformations of ascension, which has me firmly entrenched in the realm of foundation establishment, honing my spiritual energy to facilitate the attainment of a superior quality nascent soul during the golden core stage. I have now advanced to the 8th transformation, resulting in a denser accumulation of spiritual energy. Su Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Senior sister, could you impart this technique to me? Chen Yu hesitated momentarily, acknowledging that it was not out of the question, yet insisted that he must take an oath to never disclose it to others. However, she cautioned that the 9 transformations of ascension is exceedingly difficult to master, and with your aptitude, you may struggle to even reach the 2nd transformation. Su Fan smiled, undeterred, expressing his desire for the technique. He then earnestly vowed his allegiance. Chen Yu produced a manual and a blank scroll, carefully inscribing a copy of the technique upon it. Since you seek to break through to the golden core stage, I shall also gift you this bottle of cleansing elixir. It may prove beneficial to you. After completing the inscription, she presented him with a vial of elixir. Cleansing elixir enhances the quality of the inner core during golden core breakthrough. Chapter 82. Su Xuanyue. Who is that? Bringing Teacher Yin home. Junior brother. The cleansing elixir does not increase the likelihood of forming a golden core, and the difficulty of mastering the 9 transformations of ascension is formidable. Furthermore, the attainment of the golden core is a matter of celestial fortune. Do not lose heart, even in failure. Chen Yu's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. As she offered her reassurances, Su Fan accepted both items, pondering that senior sister Chen must be a highly regarded figure within the realm of cultivation. Alert! The host possesses the technique 9 transformations of ascension. Would you like to merge it immediately? It can be merged directly. Su Fan anticipated the activation of this system feature. Thus, despite the warnings regarding its difficulty, he confidently claimed the technique. No, merging the technique would undoubtedly involve a process akin to the previous experience with the True Essence Diamond technique, and it was prudent to wait until he returned home to merge it. Chen Yu also took hold of the Qi Xia sword, skillfully manipulating it with her spiritual energy before stowing it away. Very well, junior brother, if there is nothing else, You should seek the spatial passage. We require spiritual energy to sustain ourselves and must depart this place soon. Although this jade tablet is damaged, it can still be used to sense locations. So keep it safe. Without awaiting Su Fan's response, Xianwu soared away on her sword, leaving behind a trail of electric light. Xianwu's voice was clear yet not cold, and her manner exhibited a resolute independence. Sighing, Su Fan gazed after her retreating figure, contemplating not the issue of her exceptionalism, but rather his yearning for the companionship of a mentor. In this extraordinary world, having summoned another cultivator, he wondered what unforeseen events might unfold with a true practitioner by his side. At that moment, Su Fan lowered his gaze and spotted a figure clad in white swiftly approaching across the snowy expanse, a striking silhouette wielding a gleaming silver sword. Su Fan descended gracefully on his sword, landing softly upon the ground as he sheathed the Qi Xia sword. The person approaching was none other than Su Xianwu. Meanwhile, Yu Miao Miao and the others had already been commanded back to the Yufeng boat, leaving only Su Xianwu to arrive at this moment. Upon seeing the exquisitely composed Su Xianwu before him, Su Fan felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Just moments ago, he had felt somewhat constrained in the presence of the formidable Chen Shiji, whose spiritual pressure was palpable. Without waiting for Su Xianwu to draw closer, Su Fan suddenly moved and lifted her into his arms. "What are you doing?" Su Xianwu's expression turned frosty as she instinctively struggled against the unexpected embrace. "Did you not come to find me?" Su Fan chuckled. "I merely noticed you were injured and wanted to check if you were still alive." With a cold huff, Su Xianwu ceased her struggle and wrapped her arms around Su Fan's neck. The pressure from the monstrous creature earlier was indeed staggering. Throughout her journey, she had witnessed many low-level ability users either grievously wounded and spitting blood or descending into madness. The fresh corpses she encountered were numerous. Seeing Su Fan looking vibrant and full of life alleviated her worries. "Who was that person earlier?" Su Xianwu inquired, her clear eyes fixed on Su Fan with earnestness. Glancing at the unusual flicker of emotion on her face, he wondered if she was feeling jealous. That seemed unlikely. She was well aware of the many beauties surrounding him and had never displayed such sentiments before. "They are from another world," Su Fan explained simply. This explanation was quite straightforward, considering the monsters they faced appeared to be from other realms. Su Xianwu blinked, lowering her gaze slightly. "Though I am loath to admit it, even from a distance, she exudes an aura of a celestial being. Indeed, she is a true cultivator, radiating an ethereal charm unlike anyone from this world. It is only natural that cultivators from that realm, nourished by spiritual essence daily, would possess such flawless beauty. Yes, that is how the inhabitants of their world appear. If you were born in that realm, you would undoubtedly be even more enchanting and graceful." Su Fan gently brushed his fingers through Su Xianwu's hair, marveling at how her tresses remained so smooth even amidst the apocalypse. What kind of consolation is this? Su Xianwu had never anticipated receiving compliments about her appearance, letting out a light huff as she averted her gaze. "How long are you planning to hold me? Put me down. Teacher Yun is coming." "Huh." Su Fan looked up to see a wheel rolling through the snow. As it approached, it transformed into a flash of white light, revealing the figure of Yun Yueyao. Just in time to witness Su Xianwu being set down from Su Fan's embrace, Yun Yueyao smirked playfully. "Oh my. Our aloof little Su seems like a well-behaved little rabbit here." Su Xianwu cast a reproachful glance at Yun Yueyao, her expression gradually regaining its frosty demeanor. "Why are you staring at me?" With hugs, kisses, and being lifted high, Teacher Yun can't help but feel envious, Yun Yueyao teased, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Unlike me, a 30-year-old woman, who can only watch you two in your affectionate display." Su Xianwu cast a glance at Yun Yueyao, remarking, "Who said you have such high standards? Your arrival last year certainly caused quite a stir among all the male professors at Jian University." She then turned to Su Fan and inquired, "Didn't you mention your home is quite spacious? Would it be possible for Yun Laosher to stay with you?" "Of course," Su Fan replied with a smile. "The Yufeng boat has several rooms available." "Is that true, Xiao Su? You're actually going to let me stay at your boyfriend's house?" Yun Yueyao exclaimed, covering her mouth in mock surprise. "Are you certain you want to subject your Yun Laosher's figure to such a test? Just the two of you alone?" "Not just the two of us," Su Xianwu retorted coolly. "His home is filled with beauties." "Huh." Yun Yueyao's expression shifted to genuine surprise. "I can hear the echoes of a harem." Moments later, she was escorted back to the Yufeng boat by Su Fan, as Jiang University lay in ruins. Leaving her without a place to go, Su Fan naturally supported the notion, while Su Xuanyue primarily concerned herself with ensuring Yun Yueyao had a safe refuge. It was evident that they shared a close bond, and given Su Xuanyue's aloof nature, Yun Yueyao was one of her few intimate connections. Of course, Su Fan had also become a part of this circle. Su Xuanyue departed once more, intent on challenging the White Wolf Lord. Su Fan, with Yun Yueyao perched upon his sword, took to the skies. However, he noticed that Yun Yueyao seemed noticeably stiff this time around, despite having embraced him before. She lacked the previous ease. Earlier, she had teased Su Fan in a light-hearted tone, seemingly detached from the fact that he was Su Xuanyue's boyfriend. Now, it appeared she was becoming involved herself. Yun Yueyao pressed closer to Su Fan, her cheeks flushed. Yet, being of a naturally carefree disposition, it wasn't long before Yun Yueyao relaxed and remarked, "Why are you circling Jiang University with me? Are you eager to spend more time with your Yinlaosher?" Su Fan could only respond with an internal sigh, feeling a few strands of annoyance surface. While he couldn't entirely dismiss the notion of a certain soft and ample reason, he was primarily circling in search of Gu Yulan, the life affinity ability user known for her cake-making skills. He had hoped to procure some cake to take back to Mu Xiaowan and the others. However, after searching for a while with no success, he decided to abandon the quest. With a swift turn of the sword beneath him, he directed his path towards the Yufeng boat. Given the overwhelming force of the recent battle, their adversaries were either dead or had fled far away, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time on trivial matters. Returning to break through to the core formation stage was of utmost priority. Chapter 83. Refinement. What kind of spiritual root is this? Upon entering the Yufeng boat, Yun Yueyao displayed a standard expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "There is so much space here." "You're back." Yu Miao Miao glanced at Su Fan's condition before nodding slightly at Yun Yueyao. "What was it like outside? What about the monster?" "Everything is fine now. This is Yun Yueyao, Xuanyue's teacher. She will be staying with us," Su Fan introduced, pulling Yun Yueyao closer. "I didn't expect you to keep so many beauties hidden away, each more stunning than the last." As she emerged from her astonishment, Yun Yueyao greeted several individuals with a smile, then playfully addressed Su Fan, saying, "Ahem, Lu Ruren, please assist teacher Yun in arranging a room. Are you all right? Do you require any treatment?" Noticing Su Fan bore some injuries, Lu Ruren retrieved a packet of tender shoots from her bag. Su Fan accepted it. Although Lu Ruren's healing abilities were somewhat ineffective for him, they were certainly preferable to none. "I shall enter seclusion. Please refrain from disturbing me." With that, Su Fan swiftly vanished into the bedroom. Mutual glances were exchanged among Mu Xiaowan and the others. They were uncertain about the implications of his seclusion, but understood well enough not to intrude. Inside the room, Su Fan shed his garments and utilized the life essence extracted from the tender shoots Lu Ruren prepared with her healing powers to envelop himself. He then rummaged through the Hongtian Seal's space and discovered several bottles of healing elixirs gifted for the storyline. After consuming a couple, his internal injuries were largely mended. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a bottle of celestial-grade elixir. Nourishing Essence Pill. Consuming this will refine one's spiritual root once. Spiritual roots are innately bestowed upon cultivators in the realm of immortality, yet this elixir possesses the extraordinary ability to refine them, highlighting its immense value. Su Fan opened the vial and was astonished to find 7 pills within. Could it be that the reward for this trial task scaled with the number of alchemical furnaces? He could refine his root 7 times. Given that Su Fan originally possessed a mortal spiritual root, undergoing 7 refinements would undoubtedly yield substantial enhancement. Without further contemplation, he consumed one immediately. He soon felt a surge of power radiating throughout his body, stirring his meridians. At the pivotal points of these meridians, precisely where his spiritual root resided, he experienced excruciating pain akin to shattering. This was a process of reconstruction. Su Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while sensing the transformation. Gradually, the tumultuous energy within him subsided and settled into a state of calm. He hastily examined his status panel. Host, Su Fan, Spiritual Root, Profound Spiritual Root, Success. The Profound Spiritual Root is a grade above the Mortal Spiritual Root, and most foundational cultivators possess it. Su Fan glanced at the remaining 6 Nourishing Essence pills. Naturally, he would continue to consume and refine. He swallowed another pill. The pain surged anew. accompanied by a similar transformation. Host, Su Fan, spiritual root, profound spiritual root, no change. It seemed this attempt had failed. No matter, he still had 5 pills left. He consumed yet again. Spiritual root, profound spiritual root, another profound spiritual root, once more. Spiritual root, profound spiritual root, looking at the 3 remaining pills. Su Fan scratched his head. It appeared that the profound spiritual root was the norm in the world of cultivation. System, assess the success rate for forming the golden core. Current golden core formation success rate, 62. Fortunately, this was significantly higher than that of the mortal spiritual root, which had an abysmal success rate. Upon contemplating the existence of the cultivation technique, 9 transformations ascension method, Su Fan believed that the success rate could indeed rise. He found the notion of possessing a profound spiritual root acceptable. Even if the remaining 3 elixirs yielded no results, he felt mentally prepared to accept it. With his mind steeled, Su Fan consumed the elixir once more. A searing pain engulfed him, as if the pivotal junctions of his meridians were undergoing a deeper restructuring. Spiritual root, Earth spiritual root, and Earth spiritual root. It could be regarded as a moderately superior aptitude. Current success rate of formation, 91. Current probability of condensing golden core, 39. The Earth spiritual root proved to be exceptional. The data predicted this time appeared much more promising. With a surge of excitement from this refining sensation, Su Fan decided to try again. Spiritual root, Earth spiritual root, glancing at the solitary remaining elixir in his hand. He realized it would serve him no purpose to retain it. As for Yu Miao Miao, her cultivation realm was bound to his own, provided by the system. And she possessed no spiritual root. Perhaps the last elixir might yield a stroke of luck and reveal a heavenly spiritual root? Each heavenly spiritual root governs a unique, pure attribute, and the spiritual energy they harness is notably more potent. Thinking of senior sister Chen's thunderous heavenly spiritual root and the overwhelming energy it commanded, Su Fan felt a pang of envy. He swallowed the final washing marrow pill, experiencing a gentle warmth that gradually diffused throughout his body, reshaping his meridians. Suddenly, Su Fan's body convulsed uncontrollably, a cacophony resonating in his mind, nearly causing him to lose his balance. A crackling sensation coursed through him as his Earth's spiritual root shattered inch by inch. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, yet the beings of the world remained oblivious. Had they been able to observe, they would have witnessed spatial corridors tearing open within the cosmos as the dual forces of black and white emerged, converging towards Su Fan's wind-riding vessel. Within him, where the spiritual root had fractured, a new tendril emerged, morphing from the black and white, no larger than a needle. Yet, upon its appearance, it absorbed the remnants of the shattered earth spiritual root, growing into a slender filament. This black and white tendril then began voraciously siphoning the spiritual energy from Su Fan's body, converting it into sustenance for its growth. Moments later, Su Fan felt a pallor wash over him as his spiritual energy was rapidly depleted. Fortunately, it had only been an hour since his last replenishment, allowing him to restore his energy directly. In an instant, his spiritual energy was fully replenished, and the tendril swiftly acted like a vortex, drawing in the entirety of Su Fan's energy. After several minutes, as he noticed that a significant portion of his spiritual energy had been consumed, Su Fan sensed impending danger. He began to restrain the tendril's absorption rate, determined to endure until the cooldown period for his energy restoration elapsed. Notification: the host may enter the Hongtian Pearl space to recover spiritual energy. Upon hearing the system's alert, Su Fan immediately focused his thoughts and entered the realm of the Hongtian Pearl. Subsequently, the surrounding mist within the Hongtian Pearl space transformed into ethereal energy, enveloping Su Fan and nurturing his nascent spiritual root. An hour passed, and Su Fan promptly replenished his spiritual power once more, on a level invisible to Su Fan. Fragments of the duality of black and white, the laws of heaven, gradually entered the flying vessel and the Hongtian Pearl space, merging into Su Fan's being. The spatial corridor in the air then vanished, restoring tranquility to the sky. 10 minutes after the disappearance of the corridor, Chunyu returned, treading upon flashes of lightning. She sensed the spatial fluctuations that had once marked the area, and a flicker of regret and confusion appeared in her beautiful eyes. There had been a surge of spatial energy, but it had already dissipated. Moreover, she felt no disturbance from the jade token. Could it be that her junior brother had transcended space and departed? At that moment, within the Hongtian Pearl, Su Fan turned his divine sense inward, discovering that his spiritual root had begun to take shape. The newly formed spiritual root absorbed a significant portion of his spiritual power once again, finally stabilizing. Su Fan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished by the magnitude of the breakthrough. Could this be the legendary heavenly spiritual root? It was no wonder that Sister Chun possessed such formidable power. Now he could understand. He opened his panel to confirm the details. Panel, host, Su Fan, spiritual root, Goei Su Yin Tianjin, Chapter 84, 3 Days of Seclusion. Report from Jiangnan region. This name, is it not the heavenly spiritual root? Su Fan recalled that Sister Chin's panel displayed a thunder elemental heavenly spiritual root, while his own was evidently of a different nature. Spiritual root, Goei Su Yin Tianjin, Goei Su Yin Tianjin, anomalous spiritual root, contains the laws of heaven and earth. The host may wield it upon reaching the transformation stage. Refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transformation. This spiritual root required the host to reach the transformation stage to unleash its true potential. However, as long as it aided in core formation, that sufficed. He integrated the 9 transformations ascension technique. This technique necessitated the utilization of the spiritual root to refine spiritual power, requiring mastery of 9 transformations to achieve greatness and transition into core formation. It was exceedingly challenging to cultivate. Should one abandon the practice before reaching completion, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. Sister Chun had left a few words of caution during the imprinting process, but for Su Fan, they merely represented waiting for several progress bars to fill. Seated in the Hongtian Pearl space, Su Fan felt the surrounding mist surge towards him, and his spiritual power ascended steadily. Was this dense fog around them the essence of spiritual energy? Ding. 9 transformations ascension technique successfully integrated. Host receives a boost in spiritual power, enhancing core formation quality. Su Fan extended his hand, channeling a stream of spiritual energy that effortlessly manifested an astonishing might. In the same realm, the potency of this spiritual energy had multiplied several times over. When he first beheld Sister Chin's spiritual energy, akin to a tempest of thunder, Su Fan had felt as though he were merely a pretender in the realm of immortals. Although his cultivation relied on the system, the disparity in spiritual power was staggering. Now, with this enhancement in strength, Su Fan experienced a sensation akin to being able to command all. Experienced cultivators are well aware that, in comparison to the strength of the physical body and the mind, the enhancement of spiritual power evokes an entirely different psychological sensation. Spiritual power instills a profound sense of control. It is now time to transcend into the Dan formation stage. Su Fan settled down, retrieving the Crimson Spirit Pill for the breakthrough and the Cleansing Pill gifted by Senior Sister Chun. Enhancement. The process of breaking through to the Dan formation will take 3 days. Just as Su Fan was about to commence the breakthrough, the system's voice resonated. 3 days? Su Fan was taken aback. It seemed like an eternity. In this apocalyptic world, every single day is ample time for an ability user to accomplish a multitude of tasks. A brief arrangement for them is in order. Su Fan returned to the living room and summoned the others. Given that Su Fan had returned from a fierce battle with a beast and immediately retreated to his room, the atmosphere grew serious among the group. Su Fan informed Lin Dai, Mu Xiaowan, and Gu Yilan about the 3-day seclusion, suggesting they venture outside to gather snow crystals during this time. With a wave of his hand, he poured out the snow crystals collected during the beast tide, encouraging them to elevate their levels first. Subsequently, he placed a finger between Yu Miao Miao's brows, imparting the knowledge of operating the wind control vessel along with all his spells. Yu Miao Miao's cultivation level was also raised to the mid-foundation stage, and she adeptly managed the vessel's speed. Their range of activities was inconsequential. They could go wherever snow caves were found, without needing to remain in Jiang City. What about me? Yin Yu Yao cheerfully raised her hand from the corner. Su Fan turned to assess her, noticing she had donned a loose-fitting blue nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. Teacher Yin, are you not a slacker? Just sit at the same table as Lu Ruoran and stay here. Am I also a slacker? Lu Ruoran protested against Su Fan's remark, returning to his room. It was time to form the Dan. The next day, in a certain location in the imperial capital, Vice President, here is the report from the Jiangnan region. A young man clad in a gray-blue uniform pushed open the office door, clutching a paper document bag. The bronze badge adorning his chest signified his position as a council member within the association. In this era, electronic records are susceptible to destruction at any moment, making paper documents far more reliable. A wave of supernatural energy emanated from the document, indicating that its creation was intertwined with a particular ability. What is the purpose of sending the Jiangnan region report to me? Isn't that area typically devoid of significant events? Let the Jiangnan steward group handle it, the middle-aged man, known as the vice president, remarked impatiently, glancing at the report's cover. The Jiangnan region was originally one of the most uneventful areas. Thus, the steward group had only dispatched 3 teams there. However, due to recent unusual occurrences in Jiangnan, I have determined that the situation has surpassed the steward group's capacity for management. The young man, evidently having worked alongside the vice president for some time, did not await a response before opening the document bag. Inside, he was met with an array of blank pages. The young man selected several pages, and where his fingers touched the blank paper, a green light emanated, indicating the protection of his extraordinary abilities. As the light flickered at his fingertips, he tapped the footer of the page, and words and illustrations materialized upon the paper. An S-class priority document. The vice president furrowed his brow, halting his writing. Indeed, this was a level personally approved by the branch president. One of the anomalous situations was reported by the Detection Bureau. Please review it. With a raised hand, the paper swiftly appeared in his grasp. This is yesterday's energy cloud detection report, indicating that an extraordinary energy fluctuation occurred near Jiang University yesterday morning. Such a level of energy fluctuation, even assessed by the standards of the impending disaster, is classified as extremely hazardous. The young man continued to elucidate, his tone growing significantly graver. There were a few other matters that, while not particularly grave, were merged for handling due to their proximity to the location of the energy fluctuation. Firstly, the Gray Sparrow team reported the emergence of a resurrected individual at Jiang University. Although not an unusual occurrence, this particular resurrection was suppressed. Secondly, one of the stewards of the Gu family, Gu Yalan, went missing after traveling to Jiang City a few days ago. We suspect this may be related to the events. Currently, there has been no response from one of the Gu family's stewards, but the Xia family is planning to investigate. Thirdly, although the relevance is minimal, it warrants attention. A level 21 sword-type ability user has appeared in Jiang City. The Gray Sparrow team witnessed him defeating a White Wolf Lord at level 20. The Black Falcon from the Gray Sparrow team attempted to spar with him and could only reach a stalemate without utilizing spiritual equipment. Our association might consider recruiting him as a team member. After finishing his remarks, the middle-aged vice president continued to furrow his brow as he perused the documents, remaining silent. Observing this, the young man adjusted his gray-blue uniform and, without hesitation, pulled out a chair to sit down. Every piece of equipment in this office was brand new, and the young man leaned back in his chair, idly toying with the desk ornaments, as if he were already quite familiar with the place. 3 minutes later, Blue Serpent, the vice president, spoke in a deep tone, prompting the young man to turn his chair around. Several sheets of paper instantaneously appeared in front of him, and upon glancing down, he noticed numerous approvals made with a fountain pen. Upon reading one line, his expression changed dramatically, and he abruptly stood up. Vice President, I understand the significance of this matter, but to dispatch the Orca team? Given their importance, they should serve as a trump card against the Alliance. The Vice President waved his hand dismissively. It is decided. I possess more knowledge than you realize and am fully aware that the gravity of such occurrences in the Jiangnan region is far greater than you imagine. Chapter 85. Are urban legends real? The martial immortal on a morning in Jiang City. Nearly 3 days had passed since Su Fan entered seclusion. During these days, a legend began to circulate throughout Jiang City. As soon as the location of the White Wolf Lord's snow cave is disseminated, a martial goddess shall descend, a breathtaking beauty clad in white, wielding a silvery longsword. With a single stroke, she shall descend from the heavens to slay the White Wolf Lord. Within the precincts of Qiming High School in the Western District, 2 classroom buildings and a dormitory form a gate-like structure, encircling the school's plaza. When the apocalypse struck, it was a weekend, leaving the school nearly deserted except for a handful of personnel on duty. However, at this moment, the entrance of Qiming High School bustles with activity. Every floor of the teaching and dormitory buildings is alive with movement. This place is now one of the branches of the Tiandi Society, the most formidable force in Jiangqing. Regardless of whether the Tiandi society is indeed the strongest faction, its reputation is undoubtedly the most formidable. The organizers proclaimed their mission to restore order in Jiangqing, instituting strict regulations at every stronghold. Yet, these regulations resemble more the rules of a gang rather than a legal system, attracting numerous wandering ability users to join their ranks. With the backing of a powerful organization, these ability users can not only employ their unique powers, but also secure food and daily necessities, facilitating easier trade and exchange of resources. As the appointed hour approaches, Chen Chao instructs his comrades to prepare. He sets up a table in the snow outside the school gate, surrounded by over 20 ability users standing guard. Brother Chao, what kind of transaction is this? Why such a grand setup? One asks. Indeed, Brother Chao, why have even the elites of the Wolf Watch come to assist? Another inquires. Casting a furtive glance at the two imposing figures standing nearby, clad in attire emblazoned with a wolf head emblem, they are aware that within their Tiandi society, even the most prominent figure at this outpost, Brother Chao, is merely at level 20. In contrast, the Wolf Watch, comprising only a dozen members, boasts individuals all exceeding level 20. Not only are they high level, but their martial prowess is equally formidable. Yet, they seldom venture out, seemingly stationed near a shopping center. As if guarding something significant, clearing his throat, Chen Chao addresses them. Now that the moment has come, I fear no leaks. It's time to elevate your spirits. The transaction at hand involves a White Wolf Lord Snow Crystal. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. A White Wolf Lord Snow Crystal. Can such a treasure truly be traded? Who possesses it? Seated confidently in the center, Chen Chao reveals a mysterious smile. We merely took a chance by posting a few advertisements, and to our surprise, someone actually scanned them and contacted me, sending a 360-degree video of the snow crystal. It is indeed the White Wolf Lord Snow Crystal. Understanding dawns upon them. No wonder we had to be on high alert. The power of the White Wolf Lord Snow Crystal must be extraordinary. True, while our Tiandi society is numerous and powerful, should the opposing party wish to overturn the table and seize it, we would undoubtedly find ourselves in a precarious situation. Two brothers of the wolf. I entrust the safety of the transaction to you shortly, Chen Chao said with an innocent smile as he greeted the two men standing nearby. Although the other party did not introduce themselves, addressing them as wolf brothers could not possibly be mistaken. It was uncertain how many would come. But to slay the White Wolf Lord, at least 5 individuals above level 20 must be involved, one of the younger members speculated. Hey, have you heard of the urban legends surrounding the martial fairy? A bespectacled youth whispered. It's been quite the trend these past few days. Of course I've heard of it. But it can't be true, can it? Sounds like mere fabrication. Has anyone actually claimed to have seen her? Perhaps it's just a hallucination induced by consuming expired snow crystals. Is there even such a thing as expired snow crystals? Hey, Brother Chao, hey. Suddenly, a youth with a messy hairstyle became incoherently excited. What are you yelling about? Chen Chao retorted with a slap. No, over there. A beautiful woman is walking towards us. They turned to see a graceful figure approaching, dressed in a flowing white gown and wielding a silver long sword. Her figure and beauty, combined with an air of cold elegance, made her appear as though she had stepped out from a painting. Even before the apocalypse, they had scarcely encountered someone so striking. In this post-apocalyptic setting, the sight was simply extraordinary. Oh wow. The onlookers were instantly stirred with excitement. Could it be? Is there truly a martial fairy? She looks exactly like the rumors described. Could she be the one here to trade with us? It would be amazing if she could join our Tiandi society. Just one glance is worth 2 meals. Chen Chao felt his heart swell with fervor. Could it really be her? He then picked up his phone and saw a message from the trading party. Yu Xiang, I have arrived. Looking up, he saw the goddess in white walking directly towards him. Could it be? As Su Xuanyue approached, they noticed a small, bulging bag slung over her shoulder. With an expressionless face, Su Xuanyue placed the bag on the table before Chen Chao. Here are the snow crystals from the White Wolf Lord. What do you have in return? The members of the Tiandi society had encountered women in the apocalypse before, but the lady before them was on an entirely different level, as if the very essence of the scene had shifted. When Su Xuanyue spoke in her chilling tone, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. Are you truly the renowned martial fairy? Chen Chao's face reflected shock. Was the urban legend real? How could it be? Was it possible for one person to have slain the White Wolf Lord? It seemed implausible. What powerful force was behind her? More astonishing than Su Xuanyue's appearance was her ability to defeat the White Wolf Lord, considering the extreme difficulty of conquering the snow cave of the White Wolf Lord. Even if the entire elite team of the Heavenly Society were to join forces, regardless of whether they could slay the White Wolf Lord, the losses would be catastrophic. Thus, in their hearts, the notion of slaying the White Wolf Lord and acquiring a shard of the White Wolf Lord's snow crystal for trade should logically be the domain of a coalition of several formidable individuals akin to the wolf-gazing group. As Su Xuanyue observed the animated chatter of the crowd, her expression grew somewhat frigid, mentally counting down 3 seconds in preparation to depart. "Oh, my apologies," Chen Xiao said, snapping back to reality as he retrieved a fist-sized box from his drawer and placed it on the table. "May I audaciously inquire where this White Wolf Lord's snow crystal originated?" "I acquired it through my own efforts," Su Xuanyue replied with an air of nonchalance. A collective gasp rippled through the gathering. Could it truly be the martial fairy herself? Chapter 86. Not even human. This is what I mentioned earlier, the spatial storage box. Our Forge Master and spatial ability user labored for 3 days to create this. Do not be deceived by its size. Within, it possesses a volume of 1 cubic meter. As for the spatial ring you desire, we are currently unable to produce such an item. This box already contains the supplies you requested: power banks, food, and water, all fully stocked for your inspection. Chen Xiao, sensing Su Xuanyue's displeasure, hurried to conclude the transaction, his demeanor betraying a nervous tension. "Oh, and we have also marked on the map the locations of the White Wolf Lord's snow caves, 3 of which we are aware. And the map is included within the box." Su Xuanyue nodded imperceptibly, withdrawing the enormous White Wolf Lord's snow crystal from her bulging satchel, grasping the small box before departing. To these individuals, the snow crystal of the White Wolf Lord was an invaluable treasure. However, for her, it was merely a cumbersome burden, far better utilized in exchange for provisions. With the box, she could now store some of the White Wolf Lord's snow crystals. After traversing a distance through the snow, Su Xuanyue took out her phone, mechanically accessing the chat with Su Fan, where his message about entering seclusion for 3 days still lingered in the conversation. The final messages were from her, sent the day before and the day prior. "Yuxiang, are you healed? Where are you?" It dawned on her that entering seclusion meant he would not even respond to her messages. Su Xuanyue gently gritted her teeth. "Chao Ge, send it," summoning her courage. She thought, "Chao Ge, the future of our heavenly society hangs in the balance." After her departure, Chen Xiao opened the chat with Yuxiang, typing out a message. "What do you think of this? Just say, Beauty, are you interested in joining the Heavenly Society?" Several members stood behind him, their faces alight with excitement as they assumed the role of strategists. Chen Xiao, the leader of the branch, sent out the invitation with ease. Yet the presence of this goddess figure made him feel quite apprehensive. No, calling her Beauty is too superficial. I should use a more fitting term. At the very least, goddess. Why not directly inquire if she is interested? After all, she is the martial fairy. Her response is surely a negative. We must present enticing terms. The first condition is crucial. We should not provoke the goddess's displeasure. Indeed, a cautious approach is warranted. Members of the Heavenly Society deliberated fervently, their voices intertwining as they sought the most eloquent phrasing, yet after 10 minutes of discussion, they could not arrive at a suitable expression. Ultimately, they resorted to the most prudent method. "Chen Xiao, are you there?" Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. The red exclamation mark cast a pall of silence over the group. Nearby, 2 men from the Wolf Watch who had been invited to oversee the transaction exchanged glances. The striking visage and demeanor of the martial fairy had evoked in them thoughts of another extraordinary figure. Alas, one could not help but wonder how Miss Yilan was faring now. Su Xuanyue paused in an abandoned, desolate structure, seeking a table and chair, from which she retrieved some food from her pack. With a wave of her hand, a gentle blade of sword energy swept through the area, rendering the table, chair, and food packaging immaculate. Su Xuanyue relished this application of her supernatural abilities, allowing her to maintain a pristine state even amidst the apocalyptic surroundings. The Tianlang sword rested beside her, subtly emanating a luminescence akin to snow. Ever since she had acquired the Tianlang sword, Su Xuanyue felt an inexplicable and profound bond with it. For her, possessing this sword was not merely akin to gaining an ally but akin to acquiring a nuclear weapon. Despite having wielded the Tianlang sword during the Beast Tide, She pondered why it had gained such formidable enhancement after connecting with Su Fan. Reflecting on that moment, a blush crept across her cheeks. Wasn't she supposed to be watching over the child? Su Shuangyue caressed the hilt of the Tianlang sword, sensing that the spirit of the sword was on the verge of awakening. Where are you now? She sighed, tearing open a package of biscuits. Suddenly, she detected a surge of supernatural energy, prompting her to grasp the hilt of the Tianlang sword firmly. In an instant, a petite female figure materialized 2 meters away from her. The girl donned an oversized uniform, her gray-blue feathered hairstyle imparting an air of agility. Hey, there's no need to be so tense, the girl said, observing Su Shuangyue's icy demeanor with an innocent raised hand, signaling her harmlessness. What brings you here? It's about the association we discussed. The existence of the association is a secret, and I thought our conversation would enhance your fondness for it. Have you given any thought to joining? I must tell you, it is the vice president of the branch who personally extends this invitation. By joining the association, you will undoubtedly be able to contribute more significantly and realize your life's value. The girl bounced closer to Su Shuangyue, her words animated and persuasive. Oh, and have you realized your life's value? Su Shuangyue replied coolly. Subsequently, she continued to nibble on the biscuit, yet her other hand remained firmly grasping the hilt of her sword. The worth of my existence lies in idling away the time. But you, on the other hand, are the type who strives for excellence. Joining the association will grant you access to superior resources. Huijue rested her head on the table, gazing at Su Shuangyue. What level are you? Su Shuangyue turned her head to inquire. Well, I am at level 25, as I have mentioned before. I am also at level 25 now. Can your association help me ascend to level 26? Su Shuangyue swiftly finished her biscuit and wiped her mouth. So quick. Oh, it seems you are aware that level 25 is a threshold quite challenging to surpass. Huijue's voice softened. What use is the association then? Su Shuangyue unwrapped another piece of bread and took a bite with her milk. Huijue scratched her head. She recognized the association's significance but lacked the authority to disclose its secrets. Well, I would genuinely like to work alongside you. Unfortunately, I cannot say anything. Suddenly, Su Shuangyue pushed a phone towards her, displaying a QR code. If you recall any secrets, feel free to contact me. Su Shuangyue contemplated gathering intelligence about this enigmatic organization for Su Fan. Huijue's eyes brightened as she quickly added her as a friend. I will inform you of any news. With a cheerful smile, Huijue stood and waved. Then farewell. I shall return to seek you out. With a swift motion, Huijue vanished from sight. Su Shuangyue, unperturbed, resumed the refinement of her lunch. Moments later, Huijue materialized atop the highest floor of a building. Huijue, how goes it? Has the target agreed to the task? Inquired the composed figure clad in black attire, known as Black Falcon. Not yet, Huijue sighed. However, it feels as though the relationship has drawn a bit closer. Perhaps it will work out. If possible, I truly wish to prevent her from being targeted by the Orca group, especially that individual from Red Whale. He is anything but human. Black Falcon adjusted his sunglasses, gazing out at the city, inhaling deeply. If your concern lies with this matter, they have already arrived. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, and a blood-red figure surged forth from an unknown direction. Huijue felt the world around her erupt into chaos and destruction. The blood-red figure materialized, revealing a 2-meter-tall man, his body drenched in blood, who seized Black Falcon by the neck, pinning him against the wall. Who permitted your prattle? Red Whale chuckled sinisterly, twisting his head at an unnatural angle, his blood-red pupils sending a shiver down Huijue's spine.